Of course, this was also because there were no high-speed trains in those days. As for airplanes, back then, flying was something ordinary people simply couldn't afford. So, when people traveled long distances, most chose to take the old green trains, even though they were quite slow. Because Gu Jianing was pregnant, this time Sheng Zishi took even more meticulous care of her than before. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on this trip. Well, except for one incident midway. An elderly passenger had a heart attack. The train staff urgently called for a doctor, and Gu Jianing, believing that saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda, used her silver needles to save the person. Other than that, the journey was uneventful. After 30 hours, the train finally arrived at Beijing Station. Deputy Commander Xing, as usual, Sheng Zishi was shielding Gu Jianing as they got off the train when he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw it was his grandfather's orderly. Sheng Zishi led Gu Jianing over, and the orderly saluted him. Deputy Commander Xing, Old Master Sang sent me to pick you up. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ning Ning, Grandpa sent someone to pick us up. The orderly had come by car, so as soon as they got off the train, the two of them got into the vehicle. The car took them straight to the compound. Because of Old Master Sang's status, the Sang family lived inside the compound, which was heavily guarded at the entrance. Most of the residents in the compound were researchers from the Weapons Institute and their families. After their documents were checked at the gate, the car drove in and stopped in front of a 2-story Western-style house. As Sheng Zishi helped Gu Jianing out of the car, she heard a slightly aged but very gentle voice call out, "Ning girl." Gu Jianing looked up and saw Grandma Sang standing outside. "Grandma." Gu Jianing waved and smiled. That smile seemed to instantly unlock something in Grandma Sang, who hurried over at a jog. "Grandma, slow down." Sheng Zishi was startled and a little shocked to see her running. After all, in his eyes, Grandma had always been gentle and elegant, always speaking softly and behaving with grace, never in such a hurry. But Sheng Zishi understood. She was simply overjoyed to see them return. Still, Grandma was getting on in years, and he worried she might fall if she rushed. If Grandma Sang could hear her eldest grandson's thoughts, she'd probably mutter to herself, "I just scolded your father the other day. Where's all that elegance now? Of course I'm rushing to see my granddaughter-in-law." Soon, Grandma Sang reached Gu Jianing, grabbed her hands, and looked her up and down. Seeing that Gu Jianing looked healthy and cheerful, she relaxed. When she noticed her big belly, her gaze grew even softer. "Ning girl, how have you been? Are you eating well? Sleeping well? Is the baby giving you any trouble?" "Grandma, you're asking so many questions at once. How can Ning Ning answer them all?" Sheng Zishi teased with a smile. Grandma Sang shot him a glare. Gu Jianing smiled. "Grandma just cares about me." She gently squeezed Grandma Sang's hand in return. Even without looking, she could feel the wrinkles, but the warmth was unmistakable. The first thing these hands did was not to hold her grandson Sheng Zishi's hand, but hers. The moment Grandma Sang held her hand, Gu Jianing felt a warm current flow through her heart. She stepped forward and hugged Grandma Sang. "Grandma, I'm doing great. Everything's fine." Grandma Sang was stunned for a moment, then her smile grew even brighter. "Good, good, as long as you're all right." After they let go, she quietly turned away to wipe her eyes, not wanting Gu Jianing or Sheng Zishi to see her tears. "Come on, don't just stand here, let's go inside. Your grandpa was supposed to be off work today and waiting at home for you, but something urgent came up and he was called away. He probably won't be back until the afternoon." As she led them inside, Grandma Sang explained, "Here, this is the room I've prepared for you." As soon as they entered, she took them to their rooms so they could put down their luggage. This room used to be Xiaowan's. Xiaoxi used to stay here when he came back, but he stayed upstairs. "I figured, since you're pregnant and pretty far along, it's better for you to stay on the first floor. Besides our own room, this is the biggest and nicest one down here." Looking around, the furnishings in the room hadn't changed much since Awan lived here. Grandma Sang's eyes were full of nostalgia as she looked at the room. She thought, now that Xiaoxi and Ning Girl could stay here, if Awan were still around, she'd surely agree and be happy too. Thank you for being so thoughtful, Grandma, Gu Jianing said, deeply moved. She didn't mind that this had been her mother-in-law's room. She knew that Grandpa and Grandma saying preparing this room for them was a sign of their love. Besides, even at a glance, Gu Jianing could tell the room was spacious, well-equipped, and carefully maintained. Shang Zishi was also looking around. He'd seen his mother's room before, and when he'd stayed at the Sang house, his grandparents had offered to let him stay here. But he'd refused. He hadn't wanted to disturb anything. But now, Shang Zishi felt that this arrangement was probably for the best. To truly remember someone, you don't have to just stare at their things and think of them. Letting her things be used and passed on was another kind of love. He believed that if his mother knew what Grandma had done, she'd approve and be happy. So, Shang Zishi put down their luggage. When they came out, Grandma Sang had already made 2 cups of malted milk and handed one to each of them. Here, warm yourselves up and your hands too. Thank you, Grandma. Gu Jianing sat on the sofa. She knew that malted milk was the best treat people could offer in those days. She took a sip. The sweet malted milk warmed her body and her heart. Perhaps worried that Gu Jianing might feel awkward, Grandma Sang sat beside her, holding her hand and chatting warmly. When she noticed how tired Gu Jianing looked, she quickly said, "Look at me, you must be exhausted after such a long train ride. Go and rest for a while, especially you, Ningning. Being pregnant is hard work, you need to rest even more." Okay. Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing didn't refuse. After all, long train rides really are tiring. When Gu Jianing woke up in the evening after a nap, she felt completely refreshed, both body and mind. As expected, sleep truly is the source of life. By her side, Shang Zishi was no longer there. She had no idea when he'd gotten up. "You're awake." As if he'd heard some movement, Shang Zishi appeared at the doorway. When Gu Jianing tried to get up, Shang Zishi hurried over to help her. Ever since Gu Jianing's pregnancy had advanced, getting in and out of bed had become more difficult. But as long as Shang Zishi was around, he would always help her up, every single time. By now, he was quite practiced at it. His movements were gentle and careful. Gu Jianing felt a warmth in her heart. Sometimes, loving someone is shown in these small details of daily life. Now that her pregnancy was further along, she also had to use the bathroom more frequently. She used to be able to sleep through the night, but now she had to get up several times to go to the bathroom. Every time she stirred, Shang Zishi would wake up and accompany her. Because the bathroom was out in the courtyard, she had to walk a bit to get there. Shang Zishi worried it wasn't safe for her to get up alone at night. So he always went with her. Sometimes she'd get up 2 or 3 times a night, and he'd accompany her every time. Gu Jianing felt bad, since he still had to get up early for training the next day, so at first she refused his help. But Shang Zishi was insistent. "It's normal for me to go days and nights without sleep when I'm on a mission. Getting up with you to use the bathroom won't affect me. If I don't go with you, that's when I'll really worry. And besides, you're the one working the hardest right now." What was Gu Jianing thinking when she heard those words? She thought, maybe this is why a woman would want to have a child. At the root of it, maybe it's because the father loves the mother. And what is love? Love is cherishing, caring, always feeling like you owe the other person, always feeling like you're not doing enough, wanting to do even more for her. Gu Jianing thought, most women need love, whether it's romantic love, family love, or friendship. All these forms of love are like nourishment for a flower, helping her grow into her best self. That's the best explanation for the saying, loving someone is like tending a flower. After helping Gu Jianing up, Shang Zishi brought her clothes and helped her get dressed, then led her out of the room. At this time, Grandpa Sang had already returned. When Gu Jianing sweetly called him Grandpa, the old man nodded happily and repeatedly reminded Shang Zishi to take good care of her. The Sang family had a housekeeper assigned especially because of Grandpa Sang's status and age. By now, the housekeeper had already prepared dinner. "Ning, try some. Aunt Zhao is a great cook, and she's taken care of pregnant women before, so she made some dishes just for you," Grandma Sang said warmly. "Thank you." At the dinner table, Grandpa and Grandma Sang kept putting food on Gu Jianning's plate, afraid she wouldn't eat enough. Gu Jianning returned the favor, putting food on their plates too, making the elderly couple beam with joy. Only Shang Zishi was left speechless by the scene. Why does it feel like Ningning is the real beloved grandchild here, and I'm the one who was picked up off the street? But seeing how well Ningning got along with his grandparents, and how much they doted on her, Shang Zishi felt even happier than if they were doting on him. After dinner, when Shang Zishi jokingly complained to Gu Jianning about it, she rolled her eyes at him playfully. Don't tell me you don't know why. Shang Zishi, know what? Why Grandpa and Grandma treat me so well. Then tell me, why is that? Obviously, it's because they love you, so they love me too. Shang Zishi was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Yes, that's exactly it. They love her because they love him. The next day was Sang Yuan's Memorial Day. Shang Zishi brought Gu Jianning, along with his grandparents and offerings, to Sang Yuan's grave. Gu Jianning looked at the photo on the tombstone, a small black and white picture, but you could still make out Sang Yuan's delicate features. There was no doubt that her mother-in-law had been a beauty in her youth. Sadly, beautiful lives are often short. Because the elderly couple visited often, the grave was well-tended and clean. At this moment, Shang Zishi took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the tombstone. Mom, it's me, Xiaoxi. I've come to see you. I'm married now, you have a daughter-in-law. Her name is Gu Jianning. She's as beautiful as you, and she's kind and brave too. We're expecting children. In a few months, we'll have twins. Mom, you'd be happy for me, right? If you're watching over us from above, please bless me, Ningning, and Grandpa and Grandma with peace and good health. Shang Zishi murmured on, saying a lot. His face looked calm, but Gu Jianning, who knew him well, could see the longing and fleeting sadness in his eyes. Grandpa and Grandma Sang, listening to their grandson, couldn't help but get teary-eyed. When Shang Zishi finished, Gu Jianning also stepped forward to pay her respects. She spoke softly, "Hello, mother-in-law. I'm Gu Jianning, Zishi's wife." Gu Jianning rambled on, telling her about their life now, about recent events, as if she were chatting with family. In the end, she said, "Don't worry, we'll be just fine." Good, good. Grandpa and Grandma Sang wiped their eyes, nodding repeatedly. After spending an hour at the cemetery, the four of them prepared to leave. Just then, they heard footsteps. Gu Jianning turned around and saw a middle-aged man in military uniform approaching, with sharp, dignified features and an imposing presence. He was carrying a bouquet of white bellflowers. Looking closely, you could see a resemblance between the man and Shang Zishi. Gu Jianning had a vague suspicion in her heart. She glanced at Shang Zishi, and sure enough, as soon as he saw the man, Shang Zishi's face darkened, his eyes filled with disgust, and it was as if all his defenses sprang up at once. The newcomer was Xing Xinhao. He walked up, nodded to Grandpa and Grandma Sang, and then placed the bouquet in front of the tombstone. Looking at the photo on the grave, a trace of longing and sorrow flashed in Xing Xinhao's eyes. "Awan, I've come to see you." No sooner had Xing Xinhao finished speaking than a cold laugh sounded behind him. "Major Xing, you're so busy, and yet you still remember my mother. I thought, with your lovely new wife and a child on the way, you'd have forgotten all about her by now." Xing Xinhao turned around to see Shang Zishi, his eyes sharp and rebellious. Xing Xinhao had to admit, this eldest son resembled him most in his youth and was just as outstanding. But he was also the most disobedient. Every time they met, they ended up arguing. "Just listen to what he's saying now." Xing Xinhao's face darkened. "Shang Zishi, no matter what, I am your father. Must you speak to your father like this?" Shang Zishi let out a soft snort, his lips curled in mockery, as if to say, "Now you remember you're my father." Xing Xinhao was furious at Shang Zishi's attitude, but recalling his earlier resolve to have a proper conversation the next time they met, he forced himself to rein in his temper for now. Inevitably, his gaze fell on the woman standing beside Shang Zishi. At first glance, he was struck by her beauty. There was no other way to put it. This girl was stunning, her eyes bright as peach blossoms, radiant and captivating. Even though Xing Xinhao had lived many years and seen his share of beautiful women, his ex-wife, Sang Yuan, was a beauty herself. He had to admit, the girl before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. She carried herself with a quiet elegance and grace. Anyone who could stand at Xing Zishi's side must have an extraordinary identity. Wasn't this the country girl he'd secretly married? But could a country girl really have such looks and bearing? Even the city girls couldn't compare to her. As his gaze dropped lower and landed on Gu Jianning's rounded belly, his eyes suddenly widened. She was pregnant, which meant he was about to become a grandfather. He was going to have a grandson or granddaughter. A surge of joy welled up in Xing Xinhao's heart. Of course, he looked forward to grandchildren. They were the continuation of the family line. But then he remembered that this grandchild would be born to a country woman, and he felt she was unworthy. Noticing Xing Xinhao's gaze lingering on Ningning and the shifting expression on his face, Shang Zishi immediately stepped forward, shielding Gu Jianning behind him, his eyes cold as he looked at Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao was nearly driven to laughter by anger. "Come with me. I have something to say to you," Xing Xinhao said. "No need. I have nothing to say to you," Shang Zishi refused flatly. "Xing Zishi, don't forget your surname is Xing. I can change it to Sang if I want." Xing Xinhao was so angry his head throbbed and his blood pressure soared. After a moment, Shang Xinhao narrowed his eyes, half threatening, "You wouldn't want me to do anything drastic, would you?" At those words, Xing Zishi's head snapped up, his eyes full of resentment. He knew that with Xing Xinhao's current status and power, he really could do something. In the end, it was because Xing Zishi's own position wasn't strong enough yet, he was still too weak. "Ningning, wait for me here with Grandpa and Grandma," Shang Zishi instructed Gu Jianning. Gu Jianning nodded. "I know." In truth, she wasn't afraid of Xing Xinhao, even if he didn't like her. She had known this for a long time. And she didn't really care. After making sure, Shang Zishi followed Xing Xinhao to the side. Xing Xinhao got straight to the point. "How many months along is the baby?" Shang Zishi raised an eyebrow, and at the mention of the child, his expression softened a little. 5 months. Twins. Xing Xinhao was startled. He hadn't expected twins. This country girl was really something. With a face like that, and able to conceive twins at once, no wonder this kid had married her. "You really are something. You didn't tell me when you got married, and now you have kids, you still didn't tell me." Shang Zishi sneered. "Tell you? So you could stop me?" Xing Xinhao was angered again, but had to admit, this kid knew him well. Because if he'd known at the time, he would have done everything in his power to stop the marriage. Xing Xinhao forced himself to be patient. "I'm doing this for your own good. Can't you see that? Think about your status. How can a country girl be worthy of you? Wasn't Fang Wanrong a country girl too? Was she worthy of you?" Shang Zishi had no desire to compare his stepmother to Ningning. Doing so would be an insult to Ningning, but he couldn't stand Xing Xinhao's double standards. He could do something, but others couldn't. Xing Xinhao was momentarily speechless. "I'm not like you. My status now doesn't require anything. But you're different. A country girl can't help you at all. Listen to me, divorce her. As for the twins, once they're born, I'll arrange for them to be raised elsewhere, or at the Sang family. You should marry Li Shuao from the Li family. Only a family like the Li's can support you." Xing Xinhao tried to persuade him earnestly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Sang elders doting on the girl, and realized that their claim of having taken a bribe to persuade Shang Zishi to divorce was a lie. Xing Xinhao hadn't expected the Sang elders to deceive him like this. He'd always thought of them as upright and virtuous, but now he saw otherwise. Still, he figured those things would eventually go to Shang Zishi anyway, so he decided not to fuss over it. At the same time, he was curious. What was it about this country girl that had won over the Sang elders' affection? After all, Xing Xinhao knew that as the Sang elders' only grandson, Shang Zishi was as dear to them as he was to himself. So why would they agree to let him marry a country girl, someone who could do nothing for his future? As Xing Zishi listened to Xing Xinhao's words, his face darkened. He knew there was nothing to talk about with this man. If it had been anyone else saying these things, Xing Zishi would have punched them already. "Since you've said your piece, let me give you my answer. My answer has always been the same. No matter what happens now or in the future, I, Shang Zishi, will only ever recognize Gu Jianing. That will never change. My future, my career, I, Shang Zishi, will fight for them myself. No matter how much sweat or blood it takes, I am not afraid. I don't need any so-called support. So you'd better give up. Xing Xinhao snorted coldly. You're still too young to think that way. I'm your father, would I ever harm you? Shang Zishi retorted sarcastically, you're blind and heartless. Haven't you harmed me enough times already? You. If this is all you have to say, then I have nothing more to say to you. If you're dissatisfied with my defiance, you can disown me. I'd be happy to take the Sang surname. And one more thing, I warn you. Don't you dare lay a finger on Ningning. If I find out you've tried to hurt her, I'll fight you to the bitter end. I won't let you off. With that, Xing Zishi turned and strode away without hesitation. He spoke so bluntly because he knew Shang Xinhao. This was a man who would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. Shang Zishi was afraid he might try to harm Ningning. Even though Ningning had plenty of mysterious tricks up her sleeve, it was best to avoid trouble and danger whenever possible. Xing Xinhao watched Shang Zishi's departing figure, his face darkening. To be honest, Shang Xinhao really had considered this at first. When it came to his grandson and granddaughter, children of Xing blood of course, he wanted to protect them. But as for that country woman, he didn't care about her at all. He'd even thought about ways to keep the two children while getting rid of the woman. He hadn't expected Shang Zishi to see right through him so quickly. Xing Xinhao had to admit, his eldest son truly took after him, in ability, character, and temperament, even surpassing him in some ways. That was why, even after having a younger son, Shang Xinhao still wanted to give all the family's resources to Shang Zishi. The biggest reason was that he believed only Shang Zishi could carry on the Shang family's glory after he was gone, maybe even take it to greater heights. Originally, he thought he still had plenty of time to lay the groundwork to slowly persuade Shang Zishi. But then he thought of his illness. And that made him feel a sense of urgency. He still needed to persuade his son, and he needed to find a doctor. Before he could convince this stubborn boy, the Shang family still depended on him to hold things together. Even though Shang Zishi now swore up and down that, now and in the future, there would only ever be that one woman for him. Xing Xinhao didn't believe it. He was a man, he understood men. No man would ever truly be faithful to just one woman for a lifetime. Life was too long, and there were too many temptations. Take himself, for example. Back then, he'd been deeply in love with Seng Yuan. That kind of love, even now, he remembered as sweet and beautiful. But so what? It hadn't stopped him from marrying Fang Wanrong after Seng Yuan died. Even if he didn't have much affection for Fang Wanrong, it hadn't stopped him from having children with her. After paying their respects to Seng Yuan, Shang Zishi left the cemetery with Gu Jianing and her grandparents, leaving Xing Xinhao alone inside. Aren't you going to ask what he just said to me? Shang Zishi asked Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing smiled, lips pressed together. Whatever he said, it doesn't concern me. It won't affect me anyway, so why should I care? Shang Zishi was momentarily stunned, but after understanding her logic, he laughed. You're right, there's no need to know. Hearing it would only add unnecessary worries. Ningning, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Shang Zishi asked. Gu Jianing looked him over and said, I'm not tired. Why don't we go to your comrade's house now? I bet they're all waiting anxiously. Actually, it wasn't just the Hua family who was anxious, even Shang Zishi was. Hua Zhenrong meant a lot to him. Shang Zishi hadn't expected Ningning to see right through his thoughts. All right, let's go now. But if you ever get tired, you must tell me. Ningning, remember, you're the most important person to me, Shang Zishi said solemnly. Okay, I know. Since they were going to the Hua family, they didn't go home with Grandpa and Grandma Seng. When the two elders learned that Shang Zishi was taking Gu Jianing to treat Hua Zhenrong, they both agreed enthusiastically. Go ahead, we'll head home ourselves. The old couple knew about the relationship between Hua Zhenrong and Shang Zishi. Naturally, they also hoped Hua Zhenrong could be cured. That child was still so young, he shouldn't have to suffer like this. So, after saying goodbye to her grandparents, Shang Zishi took Gu Jianing to the Hua family's compound. While the two were registering at the compound entrance, a car drove out from inside. Inside the car sat Li Tingxian. Li Tingshuan's transfer order to the Northwest Military District had come through. In a few days, after he finished handing over his duties, he'd be able to go. He knew the person he was looking for was in the Northwest Military District. Thinking this, Li Tingxian glanced out the car window. He caught sight of a young couple, their backs to him. They looked like husband and wife. But Li Tingshuan's gaze lingered on the woman's back. For some reason, her silhouette seemed strangely familiar. But as the car drove on, his view was blocked. In the end, he withdrew his gaze, dismissing the fleeting doubt from his mind. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing had both sensed someone watching them from the car, but didn't pay it much mind. Soon, after finishing the registration and check, they headed toward the Hua family home. Zishi, you're here. As Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing entered, the Hua family came out to greet them, whether it was the high-ranking Hua father, the gentle and beautiful Hua madam, or the eldest and second sons and their wives. Especially Madame Hua, when she saw Shang Zishi, her eyes were full of fondness and anticipation. Back then, her third son had never gotten along with anyone except Shang Zishi. Madame Hua had always known Shang Zishi was a good kid. This must be your wife. When Madame Hua and the Hua family saw Gu Jianing, their eyes lit up. Earlier, Shang Zishi had called to tell the Hua family that he'd be visiting with his wife during Qiming, and that his wife might be able to treat Hua Jinrong's madness. At this time, PTSD wasn't well understood, so it was simply called madness. The Hua family knew Shang Zishi cared deeply about Hua Jinrong's illness. So, if Shang Zishi said this, he must have some confidence. He wouldn't make empty promises. They also knew about Shang Zishi's marriage. They just didn't know anything about his wife's background. Later, Father Hua did a bit of digging and found out that Gu Jianing was a doctor at the Northwest Military District Hospital, skilled in both acupuncture and surgery, capable of performing operations that even other doctors there couldn't handle. She'd even developed a treatment for tuberculosis, and many people struggling with infertility had sought her help, with quite promising results. She'd also been accepted as a disciple by Old Master Chen. They knew what kind of person Old Master Chen was. Anyone he took as a disciple was bound to be extraordinary. Actually, they'd previously invited Old Master Chen to treat Hua Jinrong, but unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with this kind of illness and couldn't help. Even though Gu Jianing was Old Master Chen's disciple, medicine is a broad field. Could she really treat it? But with Shang Zishi's recommendation, they couldn't help but hope. Even though they'd already tried countless doctors for their third son, all to no avail. But as long as there was a sliver of hope, they weren't willing to give up. So, upon learning that Shang Zishi would be bringing Gu Jianing today, even Father Hua, busy with work, and the eldest and second sons and their wives all came home. Xiaogu, it's all right. If it really can't be treated, then. Shang Zishi greeted Gu Jianing and introduced her to the members of the Hua family one by one. Gu Jianing greeted them politely, all the while thinking to herself that every member of the Hua family was truly outstanding, each one a remarkable person. Especially just by looking at the eldest and second eldest of the Hua family, one could see how extraordinary they were. It was clear that Hua Jinrong was also a rare talent among men. If he really ended up like in her previous life, it would be such a pity. What a good child, what a good child. Madame Hua looked at Gu Jianing's large belly, held her hand, her eyes full of gratitude. Regardless of whether the recent treatments had been effective, just seeing Gu Jianing coming all this way for treatment while heavily pregnant filled their hearts with gratitude. Where is Comrade Hua right now? I'd like to take a look at him, Gu Jianing said directly. The Comrade Hua she referred to was, of course, Hua Jinrong. At the mention of his name, a shadow of sorrow flickered in the eyes of the Hua family. Jinrong's condition has gotten even worse lately. Father Hua led them toward Hua Jinrong's room, explaining his recent state as they walked. At first, when he fell ill, Hua Jinrong was still lucid. Later, he would alternate between moments of clarity and bouts of madness. Starting last year, his lucid periods grew fewer and fewer. This year, he hasn't had a single moment of clarity in a day. Not only that, but whenever he lost control of his emotions, he would bang his head or do other things to hurt himself. We had no choice but to tie him to the bed. As he spoke, Father Hua opened the door. Gu Jianing looked inside and immediately saw a man lying on the bed. As she approached, Father Hua lifted the quilt, and she could see more clearly. The man was tall but extremely thin. Even with clothes on, you could see the sharp outline of his bones. His face was sunken, but it was still clear that his features were quite handsome. There were dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of poor sleep. Sure enough, Madame Hua looked at her youngest son lying on the bed, eyes red, and said, "Ever since he got sick, Jinrong's condition has worsened. He often can't sleep for nights on end, and when he does, he has nightmares. As for what he dreamed about, it went without saying. Now, it's still the same. He can't sleep normally at all, unless he's been having an episode for a long time and is utterly exhausted. Only then might he fall asleep. Or after being given a sedative. These days, they'd had to give Hua Jinrong a lot more sedatives. After all, people need to sleep. If someone goes too long without sleep, they'll break down. So, even though they knew too many sedatives were bad, they had no other choice. At 4 a.m. today, we gave him another injection, but even now, the sedatives are becoming less and less effective. Before, one injection would let him sleep a whole day and night. Then it became just a day, then only a dozen hours, and now only a few hours. They were scared. Scared that if even the sedatives stopped working, what would they do? Thinking of how spirited and dazzling Hua Jinrong used to be, and then looking at the thin man tied to the bed now, the Hua family's eyes reddened with tears. Madame Hua turned away to secretly wipe her eyes. Gu Jianing looked at the man on the bed and could tell at a glance that the Hua family had actually taken good care of Hua Jinrong. She knew, from her simulated training in the space, that most PTSD patients she'd seen were disheveled, wild-eyed, looking more like madmen or beggars. But Hua Jinrong's hair was clearly trimmed regularly. It was cut short. There was no scruffy beard, just a faint stubble. Even though he was tied up, his clothes were neat and clean, and the restraints were made of soft cloth. As for his thinness, there was nothing they could do. With this illness, it was impossible to eat properly. Sheng Zishi stepped forward, took Gu Jianing's hand, and asked quietly, "What do you think? Do you have confidence?" Whenever Sheng Zishi returned to the capital, he would visit Hua Jinrong. And every time, he saw that Hua Jinrong's condition was worse than before. Seeing his old comrade and friend like this pained Sheng Zishi deeply. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he could tell how serious and difficult Hua Jinrong's case was. He was worried about Ningning. "It's all right. Let me check his pulse first," Gu Jianing replied. Even without taking his pulse or scanning, Gu Jianing could tell that Hua Jinrong's condition was extremely severe. If things kept going like this, he would definitely die within a few months. But in her training, she had treated many patients who were on the brink of death and managed to save them. So Gu Jianing was fairly confident. What's more, she had the system's special spiritual spring water, specifically for PTSD. So, she was sure there wouldn't be a problem. Still, since she hadn't started treatment yet, she didn't want to make any promises. "It's all right, Xiaogu, just do your best. We know how serious Jinrong's condition is," Madame Hua said quickly. Gu Jianing nodded, then stepped forward to take Hua Jinrong's pulse. As she placed her hand on his wrist, she noticed the deep marks left by the cloth restraints, some even stained with dark brown blood. Gu Jianing took a long look, then began to check his pulse. Sheng Zishi set down Gu Jianing's medical kit and was about to get her a chair when the Hua family's eldest daughter-in-law had already brought one over for her. Having a seat was definitely best for Gu Jianing, who was heavily pregnant. Once she sat down, Gu Jianing quickly placed her hand on Hua Jinrong's wrist. "System, bind Hua Jinrong as a patient," she said silently to the system. Ding! Hua Jinrong has been bound as patient number N. Scanning in progress. Ding! Scan complete. Host may check the patient's status in the Divine Doctor Space Patient Panel. Ding! Please cure Hua Jinrong. Upon completion, you will receive 150 points, enemy agent marker X3. Gu Jianing didn't have time to check the rewards. As she took his pulse, she also used the scanner in her eyes to examine Hua Zhenrong's body. Soon, she reached a conclusion. The room fell silent the moment Gu Jianing placed her hand on Hua Zhenrong's wrist. No one made a sound, afraid of disturbing her, but everyone's heart was in their throat. Soon, Gu Jianing let go of his hand. So soon? Seeing that she'd only just started and already let go, the Hua family's eyes filled with disappointment. Madame Hua's eyes grew even redder. Xiaogu, it's all right. If it really can't be treated, then... No one knew how much it hurt Madame Hua to say those words, but she understood just how difficult her youngest son's illness was. It was already rare enough for Shang Zishi to bring his heavily pregnant wife along to treat their youngest son. After all, so many renowned doctors had failed to cure him. How could this young woman, Gu Jianing, possibly succeed? Gu Jianing blinked and said, I can treat him. As soon as Gu Jianing spoke, everyone in the Hua family was stunned. Xiaogu, did you just say you can treat him? Madame Hua was so emotional she nearly lost her voice, afraid she'd misheard. Yes, I can treat him. That's wonderful, wonderful. The Hua family's emotions had truly gone through a roller coaster. I'll write a prescription. You'll need to get the herbs and decoct them. Also, I'll need to perform acupuncture, Gu Jianing instructed. Of course. Gu Jianing quickly wrote out the prescription, and the eldest Hua son immediately took it. I'll go get the herbs and start decocting them, he said, glancing over the prescription. Although he was trained in Western medicine and didn't know much about Chinese herbal formulas, he'd started studying them since his brother fell ill. He could tell that the herbs Gu Jianing prescribed were meant to calm the mind. When I do the acupuncture, I'll need a quiet environment. Just let Brother Shi stay with me, Gu Jianing said. She needed to give Hua Zhenrong some spiritual spring water during the process, and it wouldn't be good for the Hua family to see. The Hua family didn't overthink it. They knew doctors needed a quiet environment to treat patients, so they hadn't planned to stay anyway. After helping Hua Zhenrong take off his shirt, they prepared to leave the room. But just then, Hua Zhenrong suddenly opened his eyes on the bed. He woke up. The moment he woke, he let out crazed, incoherent cries, struggling violently. He'd been a soldier, a true king of the battlefield. Even in his current state, his strength was formidable. As he thrashed, even though he was tied down with cloth strips, the whole bed shook. The cloth strips rubbed against his wrists, reopening wounds that had just begun to heal. Blood seeped out again. Hua Zhenrong's eyes were filled with confusion as he shouted, "Run! Chenjun, I'll cover you." "No, don't." Jingwo, humping Chenjun. "Hurry, go back." Zhenrong. Madame Hua's tears fell. When Zhenrong has an episode, he often gets trapped in those old illusions, as if he's still in that battle, she explained. Gu Jianing understood. He was reliving that tragic mission over and over, facing the pain again and again. Each time his condition worsened, his spirit shattered a little more. Everyone in the Hua family was in tears. At that moment, Hua Zhenrong's struggles grew even fiercer. "What do we do? Quick, get the sedative, or the cloth strips will break." "No need, I'll handle it," Gu Jianing said. She stepped forward, holding several silver needles, and swiftly inserted them into specific points on Hua Zhenrong's body. As the needles went in, Hua Zhenrong, who had been on the verge of breaking free, suddenly calmed down. His eyes closed, and he fell asleep again. "He's asleep. Just a few needles and he's fine?" The Hua family was both shocked and overjoyed. Shocked, because it had only taken a few needles to put Hua Zhenrong to sleep. Normally, he needed sedatives. Overjoyed, because in just a few moments, Gu Jianing had proven her medical skills were truly exceptional. Maybe, just maybe, Gu Jianing really could cure Hua Zhenrong. In that instant, hope was rekindled in every Hua family member's heart. "Mom, Dad, let's go. Let's not delay Dr. Gu's treatment for our brother," the eldest Hua son said. "Yes, of course." The Hua family left the room. Shang Zishi closed the door, and Gu Jianing began the acupuncture treatment. She'd already studied this in the divine doctor's space, so she didn't need to go back there. She could start right away. Shang Zishi kept a close eye on both Gu Jianing and Hua Zhenrong. He was worried Hua Zhenrong might wake up and disrupt the treatment or accidentally hurt Gu Jianing. And, of course, he was worried Gu Jianing would tire herself out. Because Hua Zhenrong's illness was in his brain, Gu Jianing's acupuncture focused on his head. The brain's nerves are numerous and vital. One wrong move could be fatal. So, even though she was confident, Gu Jianing was extremely cautious. This acupuncture session lasted a full hour. When she finally removed the needles, Gu Jianing let out a sigh of relief, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Just as she was about to wipe it away, Shang Zishi came over and gently dabbed her forehead with a handkerchief. "Are you all right?" Shang Zishi asked with concern. "I'm fine. A bit tired, but overall okay." Gu Jianing truly felt fine. Thanks to the sacred pregnancy pill she'd taken earlier, her body was being constantly strengthened and was very healthy. "Brother Shi, in the medicine box, there's a small bottle of water. Give it to Comrade Hua," Gu Jianing said. "All right." Shang Zishi quickly found a small bottle in the medicine box. It was filled with a clear, viscous liquid, no bigger than a pinky finger. Shang Zishi didn't ask what it was. He simply went over and fed the liquid to Hua Zhenrong. That liquid, of course, was spiritual spring water. Gu Jianing had prepared it in advance and put it in the medicine box for easy access. Once they'd finished, the couple left the room. Xiaogu. In the living room, the Hua family immediately stood up when they heard movement. They had waited in the living room the entire time Gu Jianing was treating Hua Zhenrong. "Dr. Gu, the medicine is almost ready. When should we give it to third brother?" the eldest Hua son asked. "Wait until he wakes up. I estimate he'll wake in about half an hour." "All right. Dr. Gu, how is Zhenrong's condition?" Father Hua asked, and the rest of the family looked at Gu Jianing anxiously. "Comrade Hua's condition is quite severe. He'll need at least half a month of daily acupuncture. After today's treatment, when he wakes up, he should regain some clarity and appetite. You can prepare some easily digestible food for him, like noodles." Gu Jianing's words filled the Hua family with joy. "He'll really wake up and have an appetite? If that's true, it's wonderful." Madame Hua's eyes sparkled with happiness. "Mom, we have to trust Dr. Gu. If she says so, it must be true." After all, it had been ages since Hua Zhenrong last woke up. Feeding him had always been a struggle. Sometimes he'd even vomit after eating, which was why he was so thin. But to get better, one has to eat. As noon approached, the Hua family hurriedly prepared lunch and invited Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing to join them. The Hua family's warm hospitality was hard to refuse, and since they were waiting for Hua Zhenrong to wake up, the couple gladly accepted the invitation. During the meal, the Hua family members couldn't help but be surprised by how attentive Shang Zishi was to Gu Jianing. This gentle side of Shang Zishi was something they had never seen before. Shang Zishi had been close friends with Hua Zhenrong since childhood. Whenever he argued with Xing Xinhao and ran away from home, he would come to stay at the Hua family's house. In a way, Shang Zishi had grown up under the Hua family's watchful eyes. Back then, Shang Zishi was rebellious and untamable, as if no one could handle him. There was always a wild spark in his eyes, and his words could be sharp and biting. Anyone who went up against him would end up doubting their own life choices. But now, Shang Zishi was so gentle, especially towards Gu Jianing. He was so gentle it was almost as if he'd melted into water. Just watching him like this was a novelty for the Hua family. As expected, even the most unruly person will eventually meet their match. They thought this was a good thing. The old Shang Zishi was brash and prickly, keeping everyone at arm's length and refusing to get close to anyone. But now all those sharp edges had softened. He had finally found someone he loved, and who loved him in return. As elders, they were truly happy for him. Shang Zishi seemed oblivious to the occasional glances from those around him, focusing on eating while taking care of Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing, on the other hand, noticed everything. She shot Shang Zishi a playful glare, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shang Zishi, after being glared at. "Wife, why are you glaring at me? Did I do something wrong?" "No, that can't be it." "Is she flirting with me?" "Yes, that must be it." "Oh dear, how could my wife forget where we are?" We're at someone else's house. She should restrain herself a bit. Shang Zishi decided he'd have to talk to his little wife about this when they got home. Just after they finished eating, the housekeeper came to inform them that Hua Zhenrong had woken up. The Hua family hurried to Hua Zhenrong's room. Inside the room, Hua Zhenrong felt as if he'd just awoken from a long dream. In that dream were memories of missions, fallen comrades, and his own madness. Now it was as if he'd finally awakened from a deep slumber. He realized he was lying in bed, and as he looked around, he saw he was in his own room at home. He tried to get up, but found his limbs restrained. Looking down, he saw that he was tied to the bed with strips of cloth. What was going on? As Hua Zhenrong tried to recall what had happened, he heard movement at the door. Looking up, he saw his family standing there. Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, sisters-in-law. The Hua family couldn't remember the last time they'd seen Hua Zhenrong so clear-headed, calling them by name. Madame Hua was so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down her face. She rushed over and hugged Hua Zhenrong tightly. Son, you're finally awake. You're finally awake. I thought I'd lost you. The rest of the family came in too, all with red eyes or tears on their faces, but none could hide their happiness. Seeing his family's expressions, Hua Zhenrong's memories gradually returned. He started to remember. He remembered being on a mission, but because someone leaked information, all his comrades except for him and one other were killed. Some had even died saving him. He was brought back, gravely injured. His physical wounds healed, but the psychological trauma did not. He was consumed by guilt and self-blame, driving him nearly mad, reliving the mission over and over in his mind, and even his last memory was of losing control and injuring his big brother. After that, everything was a blur. He only remembered feeling confused and miserable. But now, it was as if he'd finally awakened from a nightmare. Big brother, your injury? Hua Zhenrong asked. His eldest brother hadn't expected his little brother to still remember accidentally hurting him, and quickly replied, I'm fine. Just then, Hua Zhenrong heard more movement at the door. He saw a familiar face. Zishi, he called out. But the Zishi before him looked a little different. He was carefully supporting a beautiful, heavily pregnant young woman, treating her with a gentleness Hua Zhenrong had never seen before. When Shang Zishi heard Hua Zhenrong call his name, his eyes reddened with emotion. After Gu Jianing sat down, Shang Zishi stepped forward. Do you know how long it's been since I last heard you call my name? Hua Zhenrong was momentarily stunned. Then, with his family's help, he finally pieced together everything that had happened. He had fallen ill. That much he knew. He knew his condition had gotten worse. He knew things weren't looking good for him, and he even had a feeling that if he didn't get proper treatment, he wouldn't last much longer. He would die in a haze, lost in madness. But now he was awake and had received treatment. And the person who treated him was actually Zishi's wife. He hadn't expected that, after waking up, Shang Zishi would already be married, and his wife's belly was so big that in a few months, Zishi would be a father. He also hadn't expected Zishi's wife to be so young, yet so skilled in medicine. So many renowned doctors had declared his illness incurable, practically giving him a death sentence. But with just one treatment, she had managed to wake him up after months of unconsciousness. With such talent and beauty, it was no wonder even someone as stoic as Shang Zishi would fall for her. He used to think Zishi would be alone for life. But now, this was much better. Comrade Gu, thank you. After his family untied him and helped him sit up, he solemnly thanked Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing replied, You're Zishi's comrade and good friend. As Zishi's wife, if I have the ability to help, of course I won't stand by and do nothing. But you should eat something first. Today was just the first treatment. Even though you're awake now, you probably won't stay clear-headed for long. All right. For the first time in a long while, Hua Zhenrong felt hungry. The Hua family quickly brought him a bowl of easily digestible noodles. Hua Zhenrong wanted to feed himself, but he was too weak, so his second brother fed him. After eating, half an hour passed and he took his medicine. Soon after, Hua Zhenrong slipped back into unconsciousness. Gu Jianing gave him acupuncture and let him sleep. This time, he'll sleep for quite a while, probably until tomorrow morning, Gu Jianing said. Gu Jianing also explained to the Hua family that, given Hua Zhenrong's current condition, ensuring he gets enough sleep is essential. Since Hua Zhenrong was asleep now, she would come back the next day to give him acupuncture treatment. She would have to come every day for half a month. Of course, this was just the initial stage of treatment. With her daily care, Hua Zhenrong's periods of wakefulness during the day would gradually increase. After that, Gu Jianing would also provide him with psychological therapy. At first, the focus was on treating the symptoms, but psychological therapy would address the root cause. Only when both the body and mind are healed can this illness be considered truly cured. The Hua family nodded repeatedly as they listened, feeling that this made perfect sense. Although Hua Zhenrong had fallen asleep again, the fact that he had woken up at all today gave the Hua family great confidence. They firmly believed that Gu Jianing could indeed cure him. Since Hua Zhenrong's treatment was finished for the day, it was time for Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi to leave. Dr. Gu, we'll be counting on you from now on. I'll have a driver pick you up from the Sang family every day, said Father Hua. Gu Jianing nodded her agreement. After all, Hua Zhenrong's treatment would take half a month, and in a few days, Xing Zishi would have to return to the Northwest Military District. Gu Jianing would need to stay in the capital temporarily until Hua Zhenrong was cured before returning. Since she was heavily pregnant, having the Hua family's driver pick her up and drop her off was ideal. So, for the next few days, Xing Zishi accompanied Gu Jianing to the Hua family's home for Hua Zhenrong's treatment. Under Gu Jianing's care, Hua Zhenrong's periods of wakefulness grew longer each day. He slept well and was able to eat, and although he was still thin, his spirits visibly improved. Because they were frequently coming and going from the Hua household, a family always under public scrutiny, many people tried to find out what was going on. However, the Hua family kept things tightly under wraps, so not many people knew the details. But the Li family, who lived in the same compound as the Hua family, did know a bit. For example, Li Tingxian. The Hua family hired someone to treat Hua Zhenrong's madness, and it's actually working. Li Tingxian listened to his family's gossip, falling into deep thought. He knew about Hua Zhenrong's illness. Because in his past 2 lives, he had suffered from the same illness as Hua Zhenrong. These days, Li Tingxian was still dreaming. The dreams were fragmented, but after having them so often, he could vaguely guess that what he was dreaming about were scenes from his previous lives. Let's put it that way. In his dreams, in both of his past lives, he had taken part in the same battle, but the outcome was not good. In his dreams, his situation was even worse than Hua Zhenrong's. He was captured, and the enemy killed his comrades right in front of him. Not only that, they even cut off his fingers. In the end, although he was rescued, he lost his mind. In his first past life, there was no one who could treat him, so he died. He died 2 years after Hua Zhenrong did. But in his most recent past life, he met her. She was the only one who could heal him. She cured him. You could say she gave Li Tingshuan's previous life a second chance and redemption. Before, he would always forget the contents of his dreams after waking up. But starting from a day last November, he began to remember his dreams clearly upon waking. He could vividly recall her in a white coat, like an angel of salvation descending to earth, surrounded by a gentle glow, healing him. He remembered the process of her treatment, her voice, everything was crystal clear. Except, even now, he still hadn't seen her face clearly in his dreams. Although they were just dreams, Li Tingxian knew they were not dreams, they were his past lives. As for why he could dream of his previous 2 lives, he didn't know. But he did know that the battle would happen again. If he didn't change anything, everything would repeat as before. Of course, since he now remembered his past 2 lives, he was determined to change things. And as for her, he had to find her. If Hua Zhenrong can be cured, the Hua family's honor can continue. His grandfather's sigh pulled Li Tingxian back to reality. Li Tingxian thought to himself, unless it's her, no one else could do it. But it probably wasn't her. She should be in the Northwest Military District right now. Tingxian, has your transfer order to the Northwest Military District come through? Old Master Li asked. Li Tingxian straightened up and replied, Grandpa, the order has come through. Once I finish the handover, I'll be able to go, probably in about a week. Good. Tingxian, you know the hopes I have for you. Don't let me down. Old Master Li patted his shoulder. Li Tingxian met his gaze and said firmly, Grandpa, I understand. He knew his grandfather's expectations and affection for him. In his first past life, after he died, his grandfather aged 10 years overnight and passed away the following year. Now that he had foreknowledge from his dreams, he was determined to avoid certain tragedies and hoped to lead the Li family to greater heights. He would not let his grandfather down, except when it came to his marriage. His marriage, his feelings, he wanted to make his own decisions. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi's leave was about to end. He had to return to the Northwest Military District today. Before leaving, Shang Zishi carefully reminded Gu Jianing to take care of herself and asked Grandma Sang to look after her. Don't worry, Ningning is my granddaughter-in-law and she's carrying my great-grandchild. Of course I'll take good care of her, Grandma Sang promised. When Ningning finishes treating the Hua family's third son, I'll go back to the Northwest Military District with her. Previously, Grandma Sang had planned to go to the Northwest to take care of Gu Jianing when her pregnancy was further along. Now, the timing was just right. When Ningning returned to the Northwest, she would go with her. All right, Shang Zishi agreed. He knew he could trust his grandparents to take good care of Ningning. But still, not being by her side made him uneasy. Gu Jianing stepped forward and hugged Shang Zishi. Brother Shi, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. You need to take care of yourself, too. All right. Shang Zishi hugged her, soaking in her warmth and scent. When it was almost time for his train, he finally let go, picked up his bag, and left. Gu Jianing waved goodbye. Shang Zishi's departure was something Gu Jianing wasn't used to. Especially since his last mission, Shang Zishi hadn't left her side, always there at night, taking good care of her. So, now that he was gone, Gu Jianing truly felt his absence. But she knew this separation was only temporary and necessary. What mattered most now was curing Hua Zhenrong as soon as possible. Xing family residence. Although Xing Xinhao had been discharged from the hospital, his hand still required ongoing treatment. Currently, he was undergoing conservative therapy, but he was also leveraging his connections, asking trusted people to help him find a doctor skilled in surgery or acupuncture who might be able to treat his hand. Because he was worried that his competitors might find out and use it against him, even this search had to be carried out discreetly, only involving confidants or people he could truly trust. But despite some time passing, there had been no news. Until today, when finally, there was a lead. You have no idea. My son said the situation was extremely urgent. Honestly, if that young lady hadn't stepped in, the old man probably wouldn't have made it. This kind of thing has happened before almost every time. If the rescue isn't fast enough, the person doesn't survive. But that girl, with just a few silver needles, managed to pull someone back from the brink of death. My son couldn't stop praising her. You know what he's like. He'd only genuinely admire someone if they truly had real skill, and he'd seen it with his own eyes. Otherwise. So, I think, even though she's young, her acupuncture skills are extraordinary. Maybe she could treat your arm too. This was a call from an old friend of Xing Xinhao's, a former leader in the railway department, and one of the people he'd asked to help find a doctor. To his surprise, today this friend called, saying that his son, who works as a train conductor, had come home and told him about a young woman who used a few silver needles to save an elderly man who had suddenly fallen gravely ill on the train, someone who was practically at death's door. His friend thought this young woman might be able to treat Xing Xinhao's arm, so he called to let him know. Even though nothing was certain, it was still a glimmer of hope. What's the young lady's name? Who is she? Xing Xinhao tried to contain his excitement as he asked. That I don't know. But if you really want to give it a try, I can have my son look into it, see if he can find out. It seemed to be a couple, and they got off the train in Beijing. Maybe they're still in the city. All right. Then I'll trouble your son to investigate. No problem. After hanging up, the friend suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell Brother Xing the young lady was pregnant, and the man with her, probably her husband, looked like a soldier. Maybe Xing Xinhao could try checking with the military system. It might be faster. So, he picked up the phone to call again. But after 2 tries, the line was busy. Forget it. I'll just let my son look into it first. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao felt that fate was finally on his side. Because right after finishing his call with his confidant in the railway department, who might have found an acupuncture master, he received another call from an old friend who used to serve in the Northwest Military District. I have a student who's now stationed in the Northwest Military District. He told me that the hospital there recently got a genius doctor. Her medical skills are exceptional, and she's even been accepted as a student by Elder Chen. She's saved people with tuberculosis who are on the verge of death. Not only that, her surgical skills are outstanding. There was a battalion commander in the Northwest Military District who had shrapnel in his leg from an old injury. Even the hospital director didn't dare operate because the shrapnel was too close to a major artery. One wrong move and it could be fatal. So he'd been stuck with conservative treatment all this time. That battalion commander had a bright future, but because of his leg, he was even considering leaving the service. But guess what? As soon as this doctor arrived, she performed the surgery and removed the shrapnel from his leg. Now his leg is fully healed, no need to retire or transfer. Old Xing, I think you should try seeing this doctor about your hand. On the other end of the line, Xing Xinhao nodded. Indeed, this doctor sounded extremely skilled. The battalion commander's leg injury was caused by shrapnel, just like the grenade shrapnel in his own arm. If she could remove shrapnel from the commander's leg, surely she could handle his arm, which didn't even have any shrapnel left. His case should be even easier. Overjoyed, Xing Xinhao quickly asked his old friend to find out more about this doctor. But, old Xing, I heard she's a woman. I just thought you might not trust a female doctor. Xing Xinhao was slightly surprised. Another female doctor? The acupuncture master his confidant mentioned was also a woman. Given his position, Xing Xinhao had always believed that men were generally more capable than women, but these days, the country was promoting the idea that women hold up half the sky. He'd also seen many outstanding women achieving great things in various fields. So, Xing Xinhao didn't look down on women. Still, he assumed these 2 female doctors were older, experienced practitioners, not young people. Old Xiao, what's wrong with a female doctor? Women can hold up half the sky. As long as someone is capable, who cares if they're a man or a woman? Xing Xinhao said openly. On the other end, old Xiao was taken aback, then burst out laughing. You're absolutely right. In that case, I'll help you keep looking into it. All right, I'll leave it to you. But, old Xing, isn't your eldest son stationed in the Northwest Military District? You could ask him. Maybe he even knows this doctor. Xing Xinhao thought of his recent encounter with Shang Zishi. That kid was still as rebellious as ever, which made him angry just thinking about it. As a father, he couldn't bring himself to lower his pride and ask Shang Zishi for help. Besides, Xing Xinhao felt that if his son knew about his hand injury, far from helping him find a doctor, he might even be happy if something happened to him. He'd always put his son's interests first, but Shang Zishi never appreciated it. The thought made him feel both aggrieved and upset. But this was a family matter, no need to discuss it with outsiders. That kid is out on assignment lately, so I won't bother him. Besides, I haven't told him about my injury. I don't want him to worry. On the other end, old Xiao was a little surprised. That didn't match the rumors he'd heard. Wasn't it said that ever since old Xing remarried, his eldest son had been estranged from him? But old Xiao didn't press further. All right. I'll keep looking and let you know as soon as I hear anything. Great, thank you. If this works out, old Xiao, I'll owe you a huge favor. After hanging up, Xing Xinhao felt rare clarity and relief, sweeping away the frustration of not being able to find a doctor. He felt that fate was still smiling on him. He, Xing Xinhao, could still fight for another 20 years. After returning to the Northwest Military District, Xing Zishi called the Sang family to let Gu Jianing know he had arrived safely. Oh, by the way, old Master Chen seems to have something he wants to discuss with you. I gave him the Sang family's phone number, so he'll probably call you soon, Shang Zishi said over the phone. All right, got it. That afternoon, after returning from treating Hua Jinrong at the Hua family's house, Gu Jianing received a call from old Master Chen. Ningning, remember the lecture on tuberculosis we talked about? It's been finalized. The first session will be held at Jing City High School. What do you think? If that works for you, see if you can free up a day in the next few days to attend the lecture. Once you confirm the date, I'll send out invitations to the other doctors. You know, ever since word got out that you can treat tuberculosis, those doctors have been dying to consult with you. Gu Jianing thought for a moment and decided it was doable. After all, she was in Jing City at the moment. As for Hua Jinrong's treatment, she could reschedule that day's session to the evening. It might be a bit tiring, but Gu Jianing felt she could handle it. Master, how about we set it for 3 days from now on Sunday? Is that enough time? Gu Jianing suggested. That works. Sunday it is. By the way, Master, do I need to prepare anything? No need, just show up. But you're pretty far along in your pregnancy, so you need to take care of yourself. It's best if a family member accompanies you, old Master Chen said, clearly concerned for his disciples' well-being. All right, Master, I understand. After hanging up, Gu Jianing told Grandpa and Grandma Sang about the lecture. Oh, our Ning girl is amazing. She's even giving a lecture now. Don't worry, I'll go with you that day, Grandma Sang said. Grandpa Sang couldn't go, but he added, I'll have Xiaozhang go with you too that day for protection. Xiaozhang was Grandpa Sang's bodyguard. With an elderly woman and a pregnant woman going out, he couldn't help but worry, so having a bodyguard along put his mind at ease. Grandma Sang and Gu Jianing didn't refuse. As preparations for the lecture got underway, perhaps because old Master Chen was involved, or because the main speaker was his disciple, or perhaps because it was about treating tuberculosis. The newspapers in Jing City immediately began extensive coverage of the upcoming lecture. Doctors from all over the country, upon hearing the news, rushed to Jing City from every direction. After all, this was about treating tuberculosis. At this time, tuberculosis had a very high fatality rate. How could they miss such a lecture? The only issue was the tight schedule. Doctors from more remote areas could only sigh. They simply couldn't make it in time. They'd have to wait for another opportunity. The authorities placed great importance on this lecture. So, for doctors traveling from all over the country, they provided various conveniences, travel subsidies, food on the train, and priority hotel accommodations upon arrival in Jing City. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing received another call from old Master Chen. He asked her to write down her tuberculosis treatment method. It'll be submitted to the higher-ups. They might grant you a professorship and award you an honor. Gu Jianing blinked. So when I go back to the Northwest Military District, does that mean I'll get a pay raise? Old Master Chen couldn't help but laugh. You girl, all you think about is your salary. Don't you realize how important the professorship and honor are? Gu Jianing, they're important, but salary is important too. Still, Gu Jianing knew that a professorship and such honors were hard to come by. If she didn't have this tuberculosis treatment, with her current experience, having only recently earned her physician's title, she'd have to wait many years for a professorship. But in these times, tuberculosis was practically a death sentence, and she could cure it, so the higher-ups were making an exception. Old Master Chen, sounding a bit helpless, said, Don't worry, your salary will definitely go up. Plus, there's a big reward for you this time. What kind of big reward? Gu Jianing's eyes lit up. You'll find out when the time comes, old Master Chen said, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Gu Jianing, fine, then. Back at the Northwest Military District, old Master Chen was in a great mood after hanging up. After all, Gu Jianing was his disciple. Her success brought him honor as her teacher. At the Li family, when Li Tingxian heard that over at the Hua family in the same compound, Hua Zhenrong's condition had greatly improved, and that the doctor treating him was a young woman, he immediately stood up. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, and he couldn't help but suspect something. Just then, Li Tingxian seemed to think of something. Go find out if it was that female doctor who came to treat Hua Zhenrong that day. And what's her name? Soon, Li Tingxian got his answer from the guard at the gate. Indeed, that day was the first time that female doctor came to treat Hua Zhenrong. Gu Jianing. When Li Tingxian heard the name, his heart skipped a beat. Then it began to pound faster. It's her, it really is her. That's the name. He'd even heard her name in his dreams before, but upon waking, he could never remember it. He'd always felt he needed a trigger. But Li Tingxian believed that if he ever heard her name in real life, he'd recognize it instantly. And now, every fiber of his being was telling him that Gu Jianing was the person he'd been searching for. Yes, it had to be her. No one else could have cured Hua Zhenrong's illness. Thinking back to the glimpse of her he'd caught at the gate that day, no wonder she'd seemed so familiar. At this moment, Li Tingxian felt a bit regretful. Why hadn't he thought to get out of the car and meet her then? If he had, they'd have met already. Keep an eye on the Hua family. As soon as Dr. Gu arrives, let me know immediately. Li Tingxian suppressed his eagerness to see Gu Jianing, forcing himself to stay calm. Back then, because she'd had her back to him, Li Tingxian hadn't seen Gu Jianing's face. And since he'd been in the car, although he'd noticed the man standing next to her, his attention had been entirely on Gu Jianing, so he hadn't paid much attention. And because she'd been facing away, he hadn't noticed her pregnant belly. Gu Jianing, for her part, had no idea someone was so anxious to see her. Today, she was scheduled to go to the Hua family to treat Hua Zhenrong again, but the Hua family's car hadn't arrived yet. The lecture was starting tomorrow. Although it was Gu Jianing's first time giving one in either of her lives, she was a bit nervous, but still confident. She already had a plan for her lecture. After all, in the miracle doctor's space, she'd attended so many classes from her teachers, she could certainly draw on their experience. Gu Jianing had already finished writing her lesson plan. But at the moment, she was working on something else. It was a book about psychological treatment for PTSD. Whether it was Amber's case or this recent incident with Hua Zhenrong, Gu Jianing knew that the domestic medical field was lacking in this area. No one realized this was PTSD, they just thought it was some kind of madness. Without the right diagnosis, there could be no effective treatment. And in this era, as well as in the past, things hadn't always been peaceful, so there were quite a few soldiers and police officers suffering from this condition. But they had all sacrificed for their country. They deserved to be honored, and even in old age, they should be able to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Not be left to suffer, lost in madness. She could treat them, but her abilities alone were limited. That's why Gu Jianing was willing to share her theories and techniques for treating PTSD, just like she had done with tuberculosis, so that more doctors could learn and more patients could benefit. However, she hadn't mentioned this to her mentor, Elder Qin, just yet. She planned to write down her thoughts first, and then show them to her mentor when the time was right. As she was writing, she heard Grandma Sang's voice from outside. "Ning girl, the Hua family's car is here." "Okay, coming," Gu Jianing replied, putting her notebook, where she'd just jotted down a few ideas, into her medical kit, planning to write more whenever she had time. "Ning, you'll have to go by yourself today. Be careful." Originally, Grandma Sang had planned to accompany her as before, but she wasn't feeling well this morning and had caught a bit of a cold. Gu Jianing wouldn't let her come along and insisted she rest at home. "Grandma, I'll be fine. There's a car to take me there and back. Once I leave, you should take your medicine and get some rest." "All right." After saying goodbye to Grandma Sang, Gu Jianing got in the car. The car headed straight for the Hua family's house. Soon, they entered the compound, and upon arriving at the Hua residence, she began another day of treatment. Meanwhile, Li Tingxian also received news that Gu Jianing had arrived at the Hua family's home. He immediately grew restless and hurried out. Old Master Li, sitting in the living room, narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched his eldest grandson leave, a bit puzzled. He'd raised this grandson himself and knew him quite well. All along, this kid had always been calm and composed, never letting his emotions show, making it hard for anyone to read him. In the past, Old Masterly could still glean a bit from his actions and expressions, but in the past 6 months, his eldest grandson had grown even more reserved and inscrutable, making him harder to figure out. Usually, such changes only happened after major upheavals. But his grandson had been living under his watchful eye. Nothing bad had happened, and Old Masterly himself had been in good health, so he couldn't quite understand what had caused this sudden growth. Still, he didn't think it was a bad thing. People need to grow in order to mature, and only then can they go further in life. What Old Masterly didn't know was that, in this life, Li Tingxian hadn't experienced any major setbacks, but in his dreams, he'd lived 2 lifetimes, both of which had seen significant upheaval. Even though it was just a dream, it felt real to him, as if he'd lived through it all. So, Li Tingxuan's state of mind had long since changed. And today, it was only the news about Gu Jianing that made him lose his composure. At this moment, Old Masterly was also wondering, what could possibly make his eldest grandson, who so rarely showed emotion, reveal his feelings like this? But though he was curious, he didn't pursue it further. By now, Li Tingxian had already arrived at the Hua residence. "You're saying Li Tingxian from the Li family is here?" Madame Hua had just welcomed Gu Jianing and hadn't expected another visitor, especially someone so unexpected. In their compound, everyone knew Li Tingxian. He was an exceptionally outstanding young man, the heir whom Old Masterly had carefully groomed. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also highly accomplished. Within their social circle in Beijing, countless families wanted to marry their daughters or granddaughters to Li Tingxian. But Li Tingxian, despite his gentle and refined appearance, was actually rather aloof at heart. It was said that he had always kept himself above reproach, had no girlfriend, and wasn't engaged. Although the Hua and Li families lived in the same compound, apart from the occasional interaction between Hua's father and Old Masterly, the 2 families weren't particularly close. Li Tingxian himself had almost never visited before. His sudden arrival left Madame Hua both puzzled and surprised. Still, she invited him in. Looking at the tall, handsome, and refined young man before her, Madame Hua was quite impressed. "Aunt Hua, Tingxian, you're here. Please have a seat." Madame Hua immediately had someone serve tea. "So, Tingxian, is there something you need today?" After a few pleasantries, Madame Hua asked directly. She really couldn't figure out why Li Tingxian had come today. At the moment, aside from her, no one else from the Hua family was home. Hua's father held a high position and was always busy. It was already rare that he'd been home the first day Gu Jianing came. The other 2 sons and their wives were also usually busy. It was only because they were concerned about the 3rd son's illness that they'd been coming home more often. Now that the 3rd son's condition had stabilized, they were more at ease and could focus on their own work and families. "Auntie, I heard there's a Dr. Gu here treating Jinrong. I have a comrade with a similar condition, and I was wondering if I could meet Dr. Gu." Since Madame Hua had asked, Li Tingxian got straight to the point. But the comrade needing treatment was just an excuse. The truth was, he was simply eager to see Gu Jianing right now. Madame Hua suddenly understood. She wasn't surprised that Li Tingxian knew about Gu Jianing. After all, even though they'd tried to keep it quiet, the Li family lived in the same compound, so they were bound to know something. Of course, she didn't think Li Tingxian would lie. He just had that trustworthy look about him. And with this reason, his visit made sense to Madame Hua. "Of course. Dr. Gu is with Zhenrong right now, treating him in his room. Why don't I take you up?" Madame Hua offered. She thought Li Tingxian would decline, since Gu Jianing was in the middle of a treatment, and wait downstairs instead. But she underestimated just how eager Li Tingxian was to see Gu Jianing. The next second, she heard Li Tingxian agree. Madame Hua thought, well, if you want to see her that badly, so be it. So, she led Li Tingxian upstairs. Upstairs, Gu Jianing was indeed in the middle of treating Hua Zhenrong, conducting a psychological therapy session. Because of the need for propriety between men and women, unlike the first time, when Sheng Zishi had been present and the door was closed this time, the door was left open during the session. At this moment, the door to the room was wide open. So when Li Tingxian followed Madame Hua upstairs, he could see inside at a glance from the doorway. Madame Hua whispered to Li Tingxian, "Dr. Gu is treating third right now. It's not a good time to interrupt. Tingxian, do you want to wait here or?" "Auntie, I'll wait here, don't worry. I won't go in or make any noise to disturb them," Li Tingxian replied. But from the very first moment he looked inside, his gaze landed on Gu Jianing and became completely glued to her. He couldn't look away. Madame Hua said, "All right." But Madame Hua had other things to attend to, and she trusted Gu Jianing's medical skills, so she didn't stay to wait with Li Tingxian. After a short while, she left. Now, Li Tingxian was the only one waiting at the door. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Jianing. From where he stood, he could only see the side profiles of Gu Jianing and Hua Zhenrong. Even so, he recognized the girl in the room at a glance. She was the girl from his dreams, the doctor who had saved him and given him a new life, the girl he had carried in his heart for so long. He had finally found her. In that moment, Li Tingxian felt his long-dormant heart start to race wildly. It was a feeling he had never experienced in real life. For some reason, his eyes grew hot and misty, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Gu Jianing was sensitive to her surroundings. Almost as soon as there was movement at the door, she noticed it. But she didn't turn to look. Instead, she focused on treating Hua Zhenrong. After a while, she could feel someone's gaze fixed on her. Even without looking back, she could sense the intensity of that stare. Is it someone from the Hua family? That doesn't seem likely. Curious, Gu Jianing finally turned her head. As soon as she did, her eyes met Li Tingxian's. Li Tingxian finally saw, in real life, the face of the girl he'd never seen clearly in his dreams. Yes, this was how she was supposed to look. So beautiful, almost unreal, like an angel. Yet here she was, standing right before his eyes. No one could understand what Li Tingxian was feeling at that moment, the excitement, the joy. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but there was so much he wanted to say that he didn't know where to start. He even had the urge to rush over and pull her into his arms, but he managed to hold himself back. For the first time in his life, he felt a bit timid. So, in his nervousness, all he dared to do was give Gu Jianing a small nod when she looked over at him. When Gu Jianing turned to look, her eyes lit up slightly at first glance. What a handsome young man. His type, gentle and refined, like a true gentleman, with an air of nobility, was exactly her type. He was the same type as Wen Zhuqing in terms of looks. But this young man was clearly the upgraded version of Wen Zhuqing. Gu Jianing thought, if in her previous life she hadn't met Wen Zhuqing first, but had met this young man instead, she definitely would have pursued him, not the lower-grade Wen Zhuqing. But that was all in her past life. She had never met this young man before. So now, looking at him, he felt like a stranger. Of course, that was her previous life's taste. In this life, her preferences had changed. After spending more time with Shang Zishi, she now liked men with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, real muscle, and sharp, defined features. That kind of man was more manly. No, to be precise, it wasn't that her taste had changed. It was that she liked Shang Zishi now, and whatever Shang Zishi was like, that was what she liked. So after a brief moment of appreciation, Gu Jianing didn't intend to look any longer. Besides, she really didn't know this man. It's just, the way he looked at her felt a little strange. As if he already knew her and had known her for a very long time. But Gu Jianing was sure she didn't know him. So, when the young man nodded at her, Gu Jianing nodded back, then turned her attention to treating Hua Zhenrong. Hua Zhenrong, who was beside her, had also heard the commotion. He looked over and saw the person standing at the door. Even though Hua Zhenrong had been a little crazy these past few years, having grown up in the same compound, he still recognized the person at the door. It was none other than Li Tingxian, the pride of the Li family. Back in the day, Hua Zhenrong and Shang Zishi were known as the twin kings of soldiers in the military district, but there was actually one more person who shouldn't be overlooked. That was Li Tingxian of the Li family. Li Tingxian was the kind of model child every parent dreamed of. He was the example for all the other kids, the son every parent wished for. Not only was he good-looking, the kind of appearance elders liked, but he was also capable, well-mannered, and handled everything with grace. When they were younger, Hua Jinrong used to feel a bit competitive. He even once challenged the young Li Tingxian to a fight. But in the end, he was won over by Li Tingshuan's personal charm. After that, he never felt any resentment or unwillingness, only admiration. He thought if things had been different and they hadn't both joined the army and gone their separate ways, maybe they could have become good friends. If Hua Jinrong had to use one word to describe Li Tingxian, it would be gentleman. Yes, Li Tingxian was the very picture of a gentleman. But what was Li Tingxian doing at their house now? Then, following Li Tingshuan's gaze, Hua Jinrong noticed that although Li Tingxian was trying to hide it, his eyes were fixed on Gu Jianing. Hua Jinrong, wait, bro, what are you doing? That's my good buddy Xingzishi's wife, and she's pregnant. Why are you looking at her like that? Comrade Hua, let's continue, Gu Jianing said, interrupting Hua Jinrong's train of thought. Oh, right. Hua Jinrong pushed aside his random thoughts and focused on the treatment. Gu Jianing continued treating Hua Jinrong. And for as long as Gu Jianing treated him, Li Tingxian stood quietly at the door, watching. If Gu Jianing were to look back at that moment, she would see the deep nostalgia in Li Tingshuan's eyes. Her treatment instantly transported Li Tingxian back to his dreams. In his dreams, after suffering from PTSD in his previous life, wasn't it Gu Jianing who treated him just like this? How could he not feel nostalgic, seeing the scene before his eyes? She was just like that, pulling him back from the edge of hell and death. She redeemed his entire life. Her gentleness, intelligence, beauty, and attentiveness all made him fall for her. Li Tingxian knew that in the dream, during the treatment, Gu Jianing was always a doctor. She treated him with the professionalism and mindset of a healer, never once overstepping boundaries or giving him any ambiguous signals. But he still fell hopelessly in love with her. Step by step, she walked into his heart and took root there. Li Tingxian gazed longingly at Gu Jianing's back. He hadn't even had time to investigate her identity. He didn't know who she was or whether she was married. She probably wasn't, right? She looked so young, only 17 or 18. Li Tingxian selfishly hoped she wasn't married yet. Then he planned to propose to her. No matter what, even if his grandfather objected, he would still ask for her hand. Li Tingshuan's eyes gradually filled with determination. Although he was standing a bit to the side, almost with his back turned, so at this moment, Li Tingxian didn't notice anything else. Time ticked by, and finally, Gu Jianing finished treating Hua Jinrong. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work, Hua Jinrong said. Hua Jinrong and Xingzishi were the same age, but Hua Jinrong was a few months older, so it was appropriate for him to call Gu Jianing sister-in-law. It's nothing, I'm fine, Gu Jianing replied, rising to her feet. She had been focused on treating Hua Jinrong and hadn't paid attention to the person standing at the door. Now, as she got up to leave and walked toward the door, she realized the young man was still there. Did he need something from her? At this moment, hearing that Gu Jianing had finished treating Hua Jinrong, Li Tingxian was delighted. Could he finally talk to Gu Jianing? But as Gu Jianing stood up and he saw her prominent belly, even Li Tingxian, dense as he could be, realized something. Her swollen belly made it clear she was pregnant, about to become a mother. If she was pregnant, that meant she was married. She was married and already had a child. He was too late. There was no longer any possibility between them. Realizing that all his daydreams had been for nothing, Li Tingxian instinctively clutched his chest, pain filling his eyes. In that moment, he felt his heart twist in agony. His emotions swung wildly, and his face instantly turned pale. He even felt as if all strength had left his body, as if he could no longer stand. Comrade, are you all right? Gu Jianing walked over and frowned at the sight. Was there something wrong with his health? Was he having an attack? Why was his face so pale and filled with pain? As a doctor, Gu Jianing stepped forward and scanned him with her eyes. The scan showed that his body was fine, he just experienced a sudden emotional high and low, and couldn't handle it. Huh? What happened? Wasn't he fine just now? At that moment, Li Tingxian slowly raised his head. Gu Jianing looked at the handsome man before her, his eyes flashing with sorrow, his face deathly pale, and she couldn't help but feel a pang. Gu Jianing thought, I'm definitely not falling for him, really. I just have a weakness for good looks, and I can't stand seeing a handsome guy look so hurt. Thank you, I'm fine, Li Tingxian forced a smile. He straightened up with effort, suppressing his emotions for the moment. Oh, that's good. Gu Jianing still kindly reminded him, a person's emotions and health are closely linked. If you keep your spirits up, your body will be better too. So, try to keep your emotions in check. Li Tingxian managed a pale smile. He heard the concern in Gu Jianing's words and gave a bitter smile. I know. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Gu. Gu Jianing thought, TSK, not only is this man good-looking, his voice is nice too. But she was just admiring him, nothing more. She headed downstairs. Hua Zhenrong, meanwhile, was watching Li Tingxian closely, sizing him up. What was up with this kid? Why did he suddenly become like this? Wasn't he fine just now? Why did he suddenly look like he was dying? His instincts told him Li Tingxian was hiding something. But after Gu Jianing went downstairs, the two men followed. Downstairs, Gu Jianing learned that the handsome young man was named Li Tingxian, the young master of the Li family in the compound. And he had come specifically to find her. But, is Li Shua your sister? Gu Jianing asked. Yes. Li Tingxian didn't know why Gu Jianing was asking, but he answered anyway. Do you know my sister, Dr. Gu? I do, of course I do, Gu Jianing replied with a polite but insincere smile. So he was Li Shuyao's brother. Li Shuyao, the one who wanted to kill her. Gu Jianing felt certain Li Shuyao would try to harm her again. So, as for Li Shuyao's brother, Gu Jianing had no interest in any further contact. Her earlier admiration for the handsome man faded away. Li Tingxian clearly sensed that after learning Li Shuyao was his sister, Gu Jianing's smile became much more distant, even though she still wore it on her face. What was going on? Had there been some conflict between her and Li Shuyao? Did they know each other? Truth be told, although Li Shuyao was his biological sister, their relationship wasn't close. In fact, they were a bit estranged. At first, Li Tingxian thought it was because he'd been raised by his grandfather and later joined the army, so he hadn't spent much time with his sister. But even after he came home and spent more time with her, they still couldn't connect. It always felt like there was a barrier between them. And although Li Shuyao was his sister, he didn't like her personality. She was too spoiled, even a bit ruthless. He discovered that by accident, though Li Shuyao always behaved well on the surface. Li Tingxian thought he should go back and ask Shuyao what had happened between her and Dr. Gu. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing learned that Li Tingxian had come because he'd heard she was treating Hua Zhenrong, and that he had a comrade with similar symptoms, so he wanted to consult her. Gu Jianing thought, looks like he really values his comrades. That's good. After chatting for a while, Gu Jianing confirmed that the person Li Tingxian mentioned did indeed have PTSD. Actually, what Gu Jianing didn't know was that this so-called comrade didn't exist. Li Tingxian was really talking about his own symptoms from the dream. So, where is your comrade now? Gu Jianing asked. Since it was PTSD, as long as conditions permitted, she could treat it. But when Li Tingxian said that his comrade was far away, Gu Jianing could only admit that she was powerless to help. If they were in Beijing, she could still treat him, but if he was somewhere far away, there was really nothing she could do. Especially now that she was heavily pregnant. How about this? I'm currently writing a teaching plan on how to treat PTSD. Once I'm done, I'll make a copy for you. You can give it to the doctor treating your comrade and have him follow the plan. Even if he can't be completely cured, he should recover 60 or 70%. Since he's a comrade, that means he's a soldier. Those who defend our country deserve proper treatment. Even though Gu Jianing was far away in Beijing and couldn't help in person, there were still ways she could contribute. Of course, it wouldn't be the same as her treating him herself, and there wouldn't be any spiritual spring water involved. It probably wouldn't be possible to achieve the kind of complete, rapid recovery that Hua Zhenrong had. Li Tingxian hadn't expected that the comrade he'd made up would actually get so much attention from Gu Jianing, to the point that she was willing to share her techniques without holding anything back. After a moment of surprise, Li Tingxian felt at ease. Yes, that's just the kind of beautiful and kind-hearted girl she is. Even while heavily pregnant and treating Hua Zhenrong, she was still thinking about writing teaching plans and sharing her knowledge. Li Tingxian understood her intentions. She wanted more people like Hua Zhenrong to benefit. She was just that kind and wonderful, so it was no wonder he'd fallen for her. It's just, he was too late. But right now, Li Tingxuan's mind was a mess, and he didn't know what to do next. He was desperate to know, who did she marry? Was it for love? Did she truly love that man? But he couldn't ask Gu Jianing these questions directly, so he'd have to look into it later. Li Tingxian didn't linger any longer and left reluctantly. He kept his emotions in check, so neither Madame Huang nor Gu Jianing noticed anything. But Hua Zhenrong, who used to be a scout, picked up on something. Did Li Tingxian think he was dead or something? That look in his eyes, he practically wanted to glue himself to his sister-in-law. That's Zhe Shi's wife. The wife he'd spent over 20 years trying to find. Even though Gu Jianing was staying behind to treat him, Hua Zhenrong knew that before he left, Zhe Shi had entrusted Gu Jianing to his care, hoping she'd be well looked after while treating him at the Hua family. That's the woman Zhe Shi cherishes most in the world. He'd given countless reminders before leaving. And now, that kid Li Tingxian actually dares to covet her. Even though Li Tingxian thought he was hiding it well, Hua Zhenrong still saw. For some reason, my good buddy Xing Xinhao thought Zhe Shi is a stubborn one. Since persuading him was useless, it would be better to go talk to that village girl directly. He'd heard that his eldest brother had already returned to the Northwest Military District, while that village girl was still staying at the Sang family home. He didn't know why, but at least that kid wasn't by her side. Maybe he could go see her and convince her to leave his brother. With that in mind, Xing Xinhao decided to go find her first thing in the morning. Gu Jianing had no idea that Xing Xinhao was planning to seek her out. Since she had a lecture to give the next day, she went to bed early. Early the next morning, she got up and had breakfast with Grandpa Sang and Grandma Sang. After breakfast, Grandpa Sang left for work at the Weapons Research Institute. I've already told Xiaozheng to drive you both to Jing City High School a bit later, Grandpa Sang said before leaving for work. Since it was still early, Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang hadn't left yet. Just then, the guard came to report that Xing Xinhao had arrived. What is that old man doing here? Grandma Sang was clearly displeased by Xing Xinhao's visit. Although she didn't like him, she still let him in. Soon, Xing Xinhao walked in. He greeted Grandma Sang and completely ignored Gu Jianing, who was standing to the side. Grandma Sang looked at him coolly. What are you here for? Xing Xinhao was already used to Grandma Sang's coldness, so he didn't take it to heart. He got straight to the point. I'd like to have a word with Comrade Gu. As he spoke, he looked directly at Gu Jianing. No, Grandma Sang refused outright. What good could come of this old man wanting to talk to Ning alone? Before Xiaoxi left for the Northwest Military District, he had told the two of them to take good care of Ning. How could she let this old man cause trouble? If that's all you came for today, then you should leave, Grandma Sang said coldly, showing him the door. Xing Xinhao looked intently at Gu Jianing. Comrade Gu, what's your decision? He thought that, considering he was her elder and her father-in-law, Gu Jianing would at least agree. He didn't expect her to blink and say, I'll listen to Grandma. Commander Xing, I really have nothing to say to you. Since Xing Xinhao was obviously unfriendly and dissatisfied with her, why should she acknowledge him as her father-in-law? If she knew nothing good would come from talking to him, why bother? Since Grandma had already refused, she certainly wouldn't go against her. Besides, Commander Xing, we have important matters to attend to soon and will be heading out. I'm afraid we don't have time to talk. She was about to leave for Jing City High School and didn't have time to waste on Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao didn't realize this and only thought that this country bumpkin was truly rude and ignorant. He'd said he wanted to talk, and she dared refuse, even lying about having important matters. What important business could a village girl possibly have in Jing City? Since he couldn't talk to her alone, he'd just say what he had to say right here. After all, he'd said similar things to her former mother-in-law before. So Shang Xinhao said, "Comrade Gu, you must know the difference in status between you and my eldest son. It's not that I look down on you, but you have neither background nor ability. What support can you possibly give Shang Zishi? If you truly care about him, then leave him. Your existence will only hold him back and ruin his future. He has ability and great ambition. I don't think you want to see his future ruined because of you." Shang Xinhao didn't think he was belittling Gu Jianing. He felt he was just stating the facts. He was simply laying out the truth. "Shang Xinhao, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here right now." Grandma Sang was furious when she heard this. He was clearly here to destroy Ning and Xiaoxi's relationship. How could he be so malicious and say such hurtful things? "Ning, don't listen to his nonsense." Gu Jianing, however, was calm. She didn't refute him directly, but asked, "Then what does Commander Sheng think I should do?" "I'm currently pregnant with twins." Shang Xinhao, hearing this, thought Gu Jianing was agreeing with him. "As long as you're willing to leave my eldest son, divorce him, and go far away, I can allow you to give birth to these children. Although they can't be considered descendants of the Xing family, the Sang family can raise them. But you can't see them. Of course, if you're willing, I can even find you a good man to marry and give you a dowry." Shang Xinhao thought, knowing his own son's stubbornness, that even if they divorced, it wouldn't be safe. The best thing would be for this woman to remarry. Although it would cost some money, it would completely cut off his son's feelings. Gu Jianing smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Commander Sheng, but I can't do as you say. I love Xing Zishi, so no matter what, I won't divorce him. I also love my children, so I won't leave them either. Shiji said his future is his own to fight for, he doesn't need to rely on anyone. As for me, even though I was born in the countryside, my parents love each other, my siblings are close, and our family is harmonious. They all love and protect me, and I'm proud to have them as my family. So I've never been ashamed of being from the countryside or of my family's background. But I suppose, Commander Sheng, you've never experienced that kind of warmth. Besides, why do you assume that just because someone is from the countryside, they can't have ability or a future? Even the Shang family, if you go back 3 generations, weren't you all peasants too? Or do you look down on your own ancestors, Commander Sheng?" Gu Jianing's words were calm, but every sentence refuted Shang Xinhao. The more Grandma Sang listened, the brighter her eyes became. At first, she was worried Ning would be hurt by this old man's insults, but now she realized her granddaughter-in-law was strong at heart. Shang Xinhao, on the other hand, was so angry at Gu Jianing's words that his chest heaved. Fine. I never expected a village girl like you to be so sharp-tongued." Gu Jianing rested one hand on her waist and the other on her belly, smiling lightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Commander Sheng. Even though I'm just a village girl, who says I have no ability? Who knows, maybe one day you'll have to come begging to this village girl." Shang Xinhao felt like Gu Jianing had just told the biggest joke in the world. "I, Shang Xinhao, would rather die than ever come begging to you in this lifetime." Gu Jianing raised her eyebrows. So he really had that much backbone? Fine then. Gu Jianing smiled. "Chief Shing, I'll remember what you said. As the saying goes, people with different values can't work together. Chief Shing, my grandmother, and I have things to do outside, so we won't keep you. I'm not afraid of you just because you're a chief." After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. As for Shang Xinhao wanting to make things difficult for her, with the powerful childbearing system in her hands, who was she supposed to be afraid of? If someone came to her door to bully her, was she supposed to just submit? Sometimes, you really have to stand your ground. Since Gu Jianing had said as much, Shang Xinhao naturally didn't stay any longer. He simply gave a cold snort and left. "Ning, don't take his words to heart," Grandma Sang comforted her after Shang Xinhao left. "Don't worry, Grandma. I won't let it bother me." "That's good. Then let's head to Jing City High School now. The lecture should be starting soon." "All right." So, the two of them got in the car and headed to Jing City High School. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao returned home fuming. At the same time, Feng Wanrong was just about to head out to Jing City High School to invite that Dr. Gu back to treat Xing Xinhao's arm injury. Even though Xing Xinhao was angry, he didn't take it out on Feng Wanrong. "All right, go ahead. Thank you for your trouble." Once his arm was healed, he'd settle the score with that brat and that insolent country girl. When Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang arrived at Jing City High School, the place was already packed. Doctors from all over the country had come just to attend Gu Jianing's lecture on how to treat tuberculosis. There were so many people that even though the main hall was full, plenty were still standing. Almost everyone had brought a notebook and pen to take notes. As soon as Gu Jianing entered the hall, she felt the strong atmosphere of learning. Looking out, she saw hope and excitement burning in everyone's eyes. Gu Jianing thought, maybe this is what this lecture is really about. Let's welcome Dr. Gu Jianing, who will be leading today's lecture. Dr. Gu, please share your knowledge and treatment plans for tuberculosis with us. Amid the welcoming words, Gu Jianing walked up to the stage to enthusiastic applause and began her lecture. Every single person in the audience was eager to learn. As Gu Jianing began to speak, despite the crowd, the hall was silent. Apart from her voice, the only sound was the scratching of pens on paper. When Feng Wanrong arrived, this was the scene she saw. Looking at the young, beautiful woman on stage, Feng Wanrong was struck by how young this doctor was. She had thought that someone so skilled would be much older, but truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Since the lecture was still ongoing, Feng Wanrong knew it wouldn't be appropriate to interrupt. She could only wait until it was over to approach Dr. Gu. But Feng Wanrong glanced around and couldn't find a single seat. Was she really going to have to stand and wait the whole time? At that thought, Feng Wanrong's expression soured a little. Still, she held herself back. She couldn't bring herself as Mrs. Xing to ask for a seat. If that was the case, she'd just have to stand. Once she'd invited Dr. Gu, she'd be sure to mention it to old Sheng when she got home. He'd surely feel sorry for her. Then she could take the opportunity to bring up the matter of the old family house. Feng Wanrong had had her eye on the Sheng family's old house for a long time. Hopefully this time, she could coax old Sheng into transferring the property to her. With that thought, Feng Wanrong felt that no matter how long she had to stand and wait, it would be worth it. Just then, as she looked around, she suddenly spotted a familiar face. Wasn't that the eldest son of the Li family, Li Tingxian? What was he doing here? Could he also be here to see Dr. Gu? Feng Wanrong wasn't mistaken. Li Tingxian was indeed there. He'd arrived a bit late and could only stand in a corner. But he didn't look well. He'd started running a fever last night, and although it had gone down, he was still pale and listless. But when he heard that Gu Jianing was giving a lecture today, he still came. His grandfather hadn't wanted him to go out and had told him to rest at home. Li Tingxian agreed, but as soon as his grandfather left, he slipped out. Li Tingxuan's gaze was fixed on the woman on stage, his eyes full of longing and tenderness. But in that affection, there was a trace of bitterness. After returning home yesterday, he'd had someone look into Gu Jianing and her husband, and by this morning, he'd learned most of what he wanted to know. So, her husband was Sheng Zishi. Li Tingxian knew who Sheng Zishi was. He was from another compound, a man with a bit of a rebellious streak, but outstanding nonetheless. He was Chief Xing's son. Now, he was a deputy regimental commander in the Northwest Military District. Although not quite at Li Tingxuan's current rank, Li Tingxian knew Sheng Zishi was truly exceptional, with a record of military achievements and several years as king of soldiers. His future was built on his own merits. If it hadn't been for Chief Sheng holding him back, Sheng Zishi would never have remained just a deputy commander. And Sheng Zishi had personally gone to Huaihua village, Gu Jianing's hometown, to propose to her family. Even though Chief Xing didn't approve, Sheng Zishi's maternal grandparents, the Sang family elders, did. They liked Gu Jianing very much. And Gu Jianing herself. She was outstanding, too. After joining the army, she quickly became a doctor at the Northwest Military District Hospital, was awarded honors for her performance, and was even accepted as a disciple by Elder Qin. Now, she was giving a lecture in Jing City, sharing her knowledge of tuberculosis treatment with doctors from all over the country. She'd come to Jing City for 2 reasons: to pay respects to her mother-in-law and to treat Hua Zhenrong. Li Tingxian knew about the relationship between Shang Zishi and Hua Zhenrong. From what he'd found, Shang Zishi was outstanding, and so was she. Their relationship was strong, and now she was pregnant with Shang Zishi's twins. They seemed very happy together. Li Tingxian knew that, once again, he was too late. In his dreams, in his past life, he'd been too late by many steps. In this life, he was still too late. Li Tingxian thought, maybe this was fate. Fate had destined that he and she would never be together. Li Tingxian knew that, given this, he shouldn't pursue her any further. He hadn't planned to anyway. He'd told himself that if it wasn't meant to be, he should let go. But, looking at her on stage, so confident, so dazzling, so beautiful, Li Tingxian gave a bitter smile. He knew he couldn't let go. Since that was the case, then he wouldn't force himself to. He'd just keep her in his heart, where only he would know. He would carefully hide his feelings, never letting anyone know, not even her. He'd just watch her from afar, seeing her happy and content. That would be enough. Li Tingxian knew that even though he had come, he couldn't stay for too long. Otherwise, if Grandpa found out, if Grandpa started looking into things. Li Tingxian was well aware of his grandfather's capabilities. He was worried that Grandpa would find out about Gu Jianing and make things difficult for her. Li Tingxian didn't want to bring Gu Jianing any unnecessary trouble, so even though he wanted to stay longer, he left after half an hour. Gu Jianing noticed when Li Tingxian left. Standing on stage, she had a clear view of the audience. Even though there were a lot of people, someone tall and good-looking like him was bound to stand out. When Gu Jianing was speaking on stage, she happened to glance around and spotted Li Tingxian in the corner. But it was just a fleeting look. She quickly looked away. Although she'd met Li Tingxian before, Gu Jianing didn't consider herself close to him. She had no idea why he was here today, nor did she bother to think about it. She focused on the lecture at hand. Later, when she looked up again, someone else had taken Li Tingxian's seat. Gu Jianing didn't pay it any mind. The lecture lasted 3 hours. The last half hour was a Q&A session, with Gu Jianing answering questions from the audience. Some of those asking questions were a generation or 2 older than her, with graying hair. But no one thought anything of it. After all, ability comes first. As long as you have the skills, age doesn't matter, anyone can stand on that stage. The lecture ended to enthusiastic applause, though everyone felt it was over too soon. Many still wanted to discuss medical topics with Gu Jianing. But they also knew she'd been speaking for 3 hours, and she was heavily pregnant. She must be exhausted. So, even those who wanted to approach her, seeing the fatigue between her brows, decided not to disturb her. As Gu Jianing was packing up her teaching materials, planning to find Granny Sang, someone suddenly approached. "Hello, Dr. Gu." Gu Jianing looked up to see a stylish, middle-aged woman smiling warmly at her. Gu Jianing didn't recognize her. "Hello, and you are?" "Hello, Dr. Gu. My surname is Fong. Here's the thing, I have a patient I'd like you to take a look at." So it was about a patient. But Gu Jianing didn't agree right away. She asked, "What kind of patient? Where are they? What are the symptoms?" With so many people around, Fong Wanrong couldn't very well discuss Xing Xinhao's condition in public, so she said, "Dr. Gu, this isn't a convenient place. Why don't you come home with me?" Then she lowered her voice, "The patient is my husband." Naturally, Gu Jianing wouldn't just go to a stranger's house, so she replied, "You see, I've just finished a long lecture and I'm a bit tired. How about you leave your address, name, and contact info, and we'll get in touch another day." 3 hours on her feet while pregnant, no matter how healthy she was, Gu Jianing was exhausted, both physically and mentally. She just wanted to rest. As long as it wasn't an emergency, the patient could wait. Fong Wanrong frowned at Gu Jianing's refusal. What was with this doctor? She, a dignified official's wife, had waited so long just to invite her back to treat old Xing as soon as possible. And yet, Gu Jianing wasn't willing to go. Fong Wanrong was not pleased. Seeing that the crowd had thinned, Fong Wanrong decided it was time to reveal her identity. She stepped forward, lifted her chin slightly, and said in a low voice, "Dr. Gu, you probably don't know who I am, do you?" Gu Jianing, huh? Do I need to know who you are? This attitude, this tone, what's wrong with this woman? Under Gu Jianing's gaze, Fong Wanrong continued, "My husband's surname is Xing. I'm sure you know, in Beijing, which Xing family holds the highest status." Huh? Gu Jianing blinked. A high-status Xing family? Actually, she did know. Do you mean the Xing family of the chief? Gu Jianing asked. Fong Wanrong was very satisfied that Gu Jianing guessed correctly. She thought to herself, since she knows, she should be willing to come with me now. After all, for a mere doctor, the chance to connect with such a powerful family doesn't come often. Even though Gu Jianing had given a lecture, in Fong Wanrong's eyes, she was just a small-time doctor. She was nowhere near their old Xing's level. Just as Fong Wanrong thought Gu Jianing would pack up and follow her, she noticed the doctor giving her a strange look. Then she heard Gu Jianing ask, "Madam, you're here to invite me. May I ask, did your husband, Chief Shang, send you?" Gu Jianing studied the elegant woman in front of her. If she wasn't mistaken, this was brother Xi's scheming stepmother. And she wanted to invite her to treat Shang Xinhao? Fong Wanrong didn't understand why Gu Jianing was asking, but she nodded. Of course. You should feel honored. The chief himself sent an invitation, and his wife came in person. Fong Wanrong felt she was giving Gu Jianing plenty of face. If not for wanting to show her feelings for Xing Xinhao and win his sympathy, she would have just sent a guard to fetch her. After all, she didn't think anyone would refuse an invitation from the Shang family. So, the patient is your husband, Chief Shang? Gu Jianing confirmed. Yes. Fong Wanrong was getting impatient. Dr. Gu, if you're done asking, let's get going. To her surprise, Gu Jianing just smiled, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Sorry, Madam Xing, I can't go with you. Why not? Fong Wanrong was shocked, her eyes wide. I think you should go back and ask Chief Xing yourself. After all, just this morning, he'd sworn up and down that even if he died, he'd never come to her for help. He just made that bold declaration this morning, and now he was sending his wife to invite her? This. Gu Jianing almost laughed. Isn't this slap in the face coming a little too fast? Just as Fong Wanrong was about to question her further, a voice suddenly called out. Fong Wanrong, what are you doing here? Why are you looking for Ningning? Fong Wanrong was surprised. Who dared to call her by her full name like that? But the voice sounded familiar. She turned around and saw someone walking toward her. The moment she saw who it was, Fong Wanrong froze, her expression turning ugly. It was none other than Granny Sang. Of course Fong Wanrong recognized her. She was old Shang's ex-wife, and Sang Yuan's mother. Seeing the person in front of her, Fong Wanrong was immediately reminded of her old nightmares. Yes, the seemingly gentle and kind Granny Sang was, in fact, Fong Wanrong's worst nightmare. She remembered back when she had just married Shang Xinhao. She was so excited and happy, eager to get rid of Shang Zishi to make way for her own future son. So, when she made her move against Shang Zishi, she didn't hold back at all. She nearly cost Shang Zishi his life. Of course, even after doing all that, she managed to wash her hands clean of the matter, so much so that even Shang Xinhao believed her. He even thought Shang Zishi had done it on purpose to frame his stepmother. But Sang Yuan, Shang Zishi's mother, stood firmly by her son's side. She took Shang Zishi back to the Sang family and protected him fiercely. She even personally went after Fong Wanrong. Even without evidence, once the old lady was convinced Fong Wanrong was responsible, she was determined to make her pay. That incident nearly cost Fong Wanrong her own life. From that point on, Fong Wanrong became afraid of the old lady from the Sang family and completely reined herself in. Over the years, even though both families lived in the capital, Fong Wanrong always avoided the old lady from the Sang family whenever she could. She never expected to run into her again now. Fong Wanrong instinctively felt her confidence waver. And in the next second, when she heard the doctor she'd invited call the old lady Grandma and saw how close they were, Fong Wanrong's eyes widened in shock. Who could call the Sang family's old lady grandma? Aside from that brat Xing Zishi, it could only be his wife. So this female doctor in front of her was. You are. Gu Jianing saw that Fong Wanrong had guessed the truth and blinked innocently as she confirmed it. Mrs. Xing Zishi is my husband. Fong Wanrong dug her nails into her palm to stop herself from crying out. So it really was her. Granny Sang glared at Fong Wanrong with open hostility. What are you doing here? What are you up to this time? Faced with Granny Sang's unfriendly gaze, Fong Wanrong was so frightened she stumbled back several steps, then fled as if chased by a dog. Ningning, are you alright? She didn't hurt you, did she? Oh, you probably don't know. She's that stepmother of Xiaoxi, the one who's sweet on the outside, but bitter on the inside. Granny Sang looked at Gu Jianing with concern. Gu Jianing quickly shook her head. Grandma, I'm fine. Then she explained how Fong Wanrong had just tried to invite her to treat Shang Xinhao. That old man is sick? I bet he's faking it. Ningning, don't be fooled and don't let them trick you. If you see those people again, just pretend you don't know them and stay far away. Okay, Grandma, I understand. Although Gu Jianing thought Shang Xinhao might really be sick and in need of treatment, she certainly wasn't going to go out of her way to help him. Grandma, let's go home. All right. Are you hungry? Why don't we go to the state-run restaurant first, and then head home after we eat? Sounds good. Meanwhile, Fong Wanrong returned home in a complete mess. At that moment, Shang Xinhao was waiting anxiously. He had no choice. His arm was acting up again, the pain nearly unbearable. He was just waiting for the doctor to arrive and treat him. He waited for hours, but only Fong Wanrong came back. Where's Dr. Gu? Shang Xinhao asked. Fong Wanrong's expression was sour. She didn't come. What happened? Did you not invite her, or did she refuse to come? How could I not invite her? There weren't even any seats when I got there. I stood waiting for hours. My legs are killing me. I can barely stand now. Fong Wanrong immediately poured out her grievances. So, the doctor refused to come? Shang Xinhao frowned, his face darkening. Honey, you'll never guess who Dr. Gu is. She's actually that country bumpkin Shang Zishi married, Gu Jianing. As soon as she said this, the living room fell silent. The look on Shang Xinhao's face cracked. It was a long while before he recovered. Are you sure? How is that possible? Shang Xinhao didn't believe it. He absolutely refused to believe it. The woman Shang Zishi married was just a country girl, in his eyes, uneducated, incompetent, with no background whatsoever. How could she possibly be that renowned doctor, the only disciple of Master Chen, with such superb medical skills and so many honors? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But no matter how much Shang Xinhao refused to believe it, Fong Wanrong shattered his last shred of hope. Honey, how could I lie to you? It's her. I hadn't met her before, but... She admitted it herself, and the old lady from the Sang family was right there with her, so... There was no way she could be mistaken. She almost wished she was, so she wouldn't have to feel so humiliated and embarrassed. At this moment, Shang Xinhao remembered something. That morning, when he went to find that country girl, she and the old lady were about to go out, saying they had something important to do. At the time, Shang Xinhao thought, what important business could a country bumpkin have in the capital? But if she really was Dr. Gu, then the important business she mentioned was giving a lecture at the Beijing High School. That really was important. Suddenly, Shang Xinhao recalled something he'd overlooked. His old friend had said that Dr. Gu had come to the capital from the Northwest Military District. And hadn't that country bumpkin just recently come from the Northwest, following the eldest son's military assignment? Now she was in the capital too. And his old friend had also said the doctor's name was Gu Jianing. It was obviously the same name as that country girl's. Why hadn't he realized they might be the same person? But how could a country bumpkin possibly be such a renowned doctor? No matter how much Shang Xinhao didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to accept it. Hiss! At that moment, another sharp pain shot through his arm, making Shang Xinhao suck in a breath, his face instantly turning pale. Honey, are you all right? Fong Wanrong noticed something was wrong and rushed over to check on him. This won't do. We need to call a doctor. Saying that, Feng Wanrong went to dial the doctor's number. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao collapsed onto the sofa in pain. Thinking of the harsh words he'd said to Gu Jianing at the Sang family home that morning, his expression grew even uglier, as if he'd swallowed a fly. No, Xing Xinhao would never go back on his word. Even if the pain killed him, even if his hand was crippled, he would never bow his head and beg that country girl to treat him. It's fine, there are plenty of capable doctors in the world. Didn't his contact at the railway department say they were close to finding that acupuncture master? Gu Jianing? He absolutely would not go to her. He could find someone else. Gu Jianing, that someone else is me too. Surprise. As soon as Xing Xinhao thought about how he'd sworn this morning that he'd never have to beg that woman for anything, and now he'd ended up asking his wife to go to her anyway, he felt not only his hand aching, but also a stabbing pain in his chest. Xing Xinhao was absolutely furious. But no matter how upset Xing Xinhao was, Gu Jianing neither knew nor cared. After all, her lecture had gone off without a hitch. That very day, newspapers in Beijing and all over the country reported on her, praising Gu Jianing highly. Gu Jianing immediately called home to share the good news with her family. What? Ningning, you're in the newspaper? You even gave a lecture? You're about to become a professor. On the other end of the line, Yao Chunhua felt as if one surprise after another was dropping from the sky, hitting her right on the head. She was so overjoyed she didn't know how to react for a moment. Once she came to her senses, she grabbed her old man and shared the news in delight. Old man, our Gu family's ancestors must be blessing us. Father Gu was deeply moved as well. Yes, our ancestors are watching over us. That's how we got such an outstanding daughter like Ningning. Ningning, can we buy that newspaper here? I want to get a copy and keep it as a memento. You can. Lots of papers across the country reported on it, Gu Jianing replied. Good, that's wonderful. Yao Chunhua then asked what kind of lecture Gu Jianing had given. When she heard it was about how to treat tuberculosis, she was even more stunned. What? Treating tuberculosis? Oh my heavens, she's actually treating tuberculosis. My Ningning can treat TB, and she even gave a lecture to doctors from all over the country. No wonder she made the papers. That's tuberculosis we're talking about. In the past, people in the village who got TB only had one thing waiting for them: death. But now her daughter could actually treat TB. How could Yao Chunhua not be shocked? She didn't doubt Gu Jianing's words for a second. Whatever Gu Jianing said, they believed her completely. Ningning, are your dad and I your pride and joy? Gu Jianing asked softly on the phone. Of course. Absolutely. Yao Chunhua replied, triple confirming it. Father Gu squeezed in too. Ningning, your dad is proud of you too. You're even more accomplished than your brothers. But you have to take care of yourself too. I know, Gu Jianing replied, her voice a little choked with emotion. How wonderful, she had finally become her parents' pride, and they could be proud of her. She was no longer the daughter who only made them worry, who in her previous life had even brought them to ruin. How wonderful. Gu Jianing's heart was full of emotion, her eyes rimmed red. Yao Chunhua and Father Gu reminded her again and again to take care of herself. Ningning, after your sister-in-law gives birth and I finish helping her with her confinement, I'll come to the Northwest Military District to help you. Mom, there's no rush. Shiga's grandmother will be coming with me to the Northwest Military District soon. Oh, and I'll send more formula and supplements home. The formula is for Zhuang and your sister-in-law's baby when it's born. As for the supplements, save some to make nourishing soups for your sister-in-law during her confinement, and the rest you can use for the family. You and Dad should eat more too, to keep healthy. Yes, we know. Yao Chunhua felt a warm glow in her heart at her daughter's concern. Father Gu quietly wiped away tears at her side. At that moment, the village party secretary, who happened to overhear their conversation, could barely contain himself. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop. It was just that the phone was at the village committee office, and he happened to be working there and overheard a bit. But what he heard left him stunned. Gu Jianing, the most accomplished girl in their village, who'd married a military officer from Beijing, could actually treat tuberculosis, a disease with such a high mortality rate. She'd even given a lecture and been featured in national newspapers, almost a professor now. What an achievement! Truly outstanding. She was the pride of Huaishui village. He waited anxiously, hoping to ask more once Yao Chunhua and her husband finished their call with Gu Jianing. But the couple just kept chatting, repeating their reminders and advice. Still, the party secretary understood. If it were his own precious daughter, he'd be the same. Luckily, Yao Chunhua and her husband finally hung up, mindful of the phone bill, though they were reluctant to end the call. The party secretary immediately asked, "Old Gu, Sister Chunhua, I just heard you say Ningning gave a lecture and can treat TB." Yao Chunhua and Father Gu were still caught up in their joy, but seeing the party secretary so eager, they snapped out of it and shared the good news with him. "Wonderful, just wonderful. Ningning is really something. I'm going to the county seat right now to look for the latest newspapers. We'll go with you." That day, Yao Chunhua and her husband went home and shared the news with the rest of the family. Everyone in the Gu family was thrilled for Gu Jianing. The next day, the couple went with the party secretary to the county post office, where they saw newspapers from all over the country, all with front-page stories and huge headlines about Gu Jianing's lecture to doctors nationwide on how to treat tuberculosis. The articles even said that Gu Jianing would be receiving an award from the authorities. "Old man, look, isn't that our Ningning?" There was a black-and-white photo of the lecture in the paper, and Yao Chunhua immediately recognized her precious daughter at the very top. It's been so long since I last saw Ningning. She never imagined the next time she'd see her would be in the newspaper. Yao Chunhua tried to tell from the photo how Gu Jianing was doing. Had she lost weight? Was she well? As parents, no matter how good things sound on the phone, unless they see for themselves, they can't help but worry. But from the photo, Gu Jianing looked well. Still, Yao Chunhua's eyes filled with tears. "Chunhua, let's not cry. Our daughter is accomplished now, a nationally famous doctor. We should be happy." Father Gu, eyes red as well, comforted her. Yes, we should be happy." At that moment, others buying newspapers overheard them. They glanced at the headline and asked, "Is this Dr. Gu your daughter? Wow, you're amazing raising such an accomplished daughter. I never would have thought that Dr. Gu is actually from our county. That's such an honor. She's the doctor who can cure tuberculosis. And now I get to meet her parents. What a privilege. Oh my, how did you raise her? To have such an accomplished daughter as Dr. Gu." Before they knew it, Old Man Gu and Yao Chunhua were surrounded by a crowd, everyone full of praise. At first, the couple felt a little flustered by all the attention, but once they realized everyone was complimenting their daughter, their faces lit up with joy. Yes, that's my daughter. She's so beautiful and so capable too. That's right, our Ningning is also very filial. She married an officer from Beijing, and she's an excellent doctor. She even made it into the newspapers. She's the pride of our county. It was the first time Old Man Gu and Yao Chunhua had ever been surrounded and celebrated like this because of their daughter's achievements. Their hearts swelled with happiness and pride, and their smiles couldn't have been brighter. The couple exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Loving our daughter was the right thing to do. Just look at how successful Ningning has become. The village chief looked at the beaming couple, then down at the newspaper in his hands, feeling a surge of excitement and pride. A child from Huaishu village had made it big. She was in newspapers all over the country, a real celebrity. He'd always thought highly of Gu Jianing, beautiful, capable. If only his own son had been more promising, maybe he could have pursued her and made her his daughter-in-law. How enviable to have a daughter like that. Of course, the village chief would never admit that. Back when he saw Gu Jianing chasing after Wen Zhiqing, he'd been so frustrated with her. He'd repeatedly warned his son not to fall for Gu Jianing. After all, she had her heart set on someone else, and aside from her looks, she wasn't much use around the house. Not the kind of daughter-in-law he wanted. But now, with someone from Huaishu village making the national news, he had to let the whole village know. It was a matter of village pride. He'd already bought up every newspaper that reported on Gu Jianing. He decided that, from now on, He'd read out the news about Gu Jianing on the village loudspeaker 3 times a day, every day, for a whole month. He wanted everyone in the village to see Gu Jianing as a role model. And he wanted the Gu family to know just how much Huaishu village valued her. Who knows, maybe when Gu Jianing became even more successful, she'd give back to Huaishu village. After all, this was her hometown, the place where she grew up, where her parents and siblings still lived. But just as the village chief was hurrying back to the village, he was stopped. He and the Gu couple were invited by the county officials for tea. Nothing more, just tea. The county leaders were extremely welcoming, especially to Yao Chanhua and Old Man Gu, the parents of Gu Jianing. When the county leaders first saw the newspaper, they were amazed by Gu Jianing. They'd even sighed, wishing someone like her could come from their county. But as they read on, they realized, hey, Dr. Gu Jianing really was from their county, from Huaishu village. The leader was instantly excited. Having someone like her from his county was a political achievement. He had to treat her family well. If Gu Jianing became even more accomplished, maybe she'd give back to Qingshan County. Of course, there was another reason. Gu Jianing was a doctor, a highly skilled one who could cure tuberculosis. He knew how hard TB was to treat. He also knew how many people died from it these days. So Gu Jianing's medical skills spoke for themselves. And in life, who doesn't get sick? At times like that, having a skilled doctor around was invaluable. So he had to build a good relationship with Gu Jianing and her family. When he heard that her parents were in town, he immediately invited them over. As for the village chief, well, he was just along for the ride. After chatting with Yao Chanhua and Old Man Gu, the leader learned that not only was Gu Jianing an outstanding doctor, but her husband was a young officer in Beijing, already at deputy regiment level in his early 20s. What did that mean? It meant her husband had a bright future too. Both husband and wife were talented and promising, definitely worth befriending. The leader also realized that, although Gu Jianing had married out, she was still very close to her family. He might not be able to help Gu Jianing and her husband directly, but he could help the Gu family. If he supported the Gu family, Gu Jianing and her husband would surely be grateful. He remembered he had a few iron rice bowl job slots on hand, so he decided to allocate 2 of them to the Gu family. So, when Yao Chanhua and Old Man Gu left the county leader's office, they'd been given one job at the grain station and another at the supply and marketing cooperative. The couple was in a daze. Old man, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Yao Chanhua said. No, you pinch me. Old Man Gu replied. So, the next second, Yao Chanhua gave him a hard pinch on the waist. Old Man Gu yelped, but his face was full of delight. It hurts, so it's real. The county leaders really gave us 2 iron rice bowl jobs. Yes, at the grain station and the supply co-op, no less. Either of those jobs was a cushy position with plenty of perks. And in these times, you couldn't buy those jobs even if you had money. But now, the county leaders had given them to their family for free. How could they not be overjoyed? But soon, they sobered up. Old Man Gu was the first to speak. We have to tell Ningning about these 2 jobs. They knew very well that these jobs were given to their family because of Ningning. That's right, we have to tell her. No matter who gets these 2 jobs, we have to let our 3 sons and daughter-in-law know it's all thanks to Ningning. They need to remember how good she's been to the family. Of course. But our 3 sons, plus Man Man and Su Miao, we know they're not ungrateful. Before Ningning got married, they all doted on her so much. Ever since Ningning got married, so many things had been sent back from the Northwest Military District. Especially that rare milk powder. They would send back several large cans at a time. How could young Man Man and Su Miao not feel grateful? How about we call Ningning right now and talk to her about it? Sure. So, at the Singh family home in Beijing, Gu Jianing soon received a call from her parents. They told her about the 2 job quotas. Dad, Mom, you can just allocate those 2 spots to my brothers and their wives, Gu Jianing said happily when she heard that the county leaders had given them 2 job quotas. She herself didn't need them, but her brothers and their wives could use them. What Gu Jianing wanted most in this life was to help her family while she had the ability. After all, In her previous life, she truly owed them too much. All right, Ning Ning, we'll do as you say. Don't worry, your brothers and their wives aren't ungrateful people. Dad, Mom, I know my brothers and their wives well. That's good. After hanging up, Yao Chunhua and her husband returned home, full of joy. When the whole Gu family had gathered, the couple immediately announced the good news about the 2 job quotas. The Gu family was stunned. They had already been so proud when their youngest sister made it into the newspaper. They never expected that, because of her, the whole family would benefit. Nowadays, a job was an iron rice bowl, something you could pass down to your children. Not just rural folks, even city people desperately wanted a job. And jobs at the grain station and the supply and marketing cooperative were the cream of the crop. Sometimes, no amount of money could buy you such a position. But now, thanks to their little sister, they got them for free. Ning Ning already said that we, the old couple, should decide how to allocate these 2 spots, Yao Chunhua said, sitting up straight. What do you 3 think? Yao Chunhua and old Gu looked at their 3 sons and 2 daughters-in-law. At this point, the eldest, Gu Yunting, exchanged a glance with his heavily pregnant wife, Yang Man. Then Gu Yunting spoke first. Dad, Mom, we don't need the job quotas. First, I already have a job. Second, Man is about to give birth and will need to take care of the baby afterward. So let's give the 2 jobs to second and third brother. Yang Man nodded. Yes, I think so too. If her husband didn't have a job, Yang Man would definitely want one. But since he already worked at the steel factory, and she would soon be busy with the baby, she didn't need a job either. So it made more sense for the 2 younger brothers to get the jobs. Gu Yunan and Gu Yunzhou had no objections. So, it was decided, the 2 jobs would go to Gu Yunan and Gu Yunzhou. Gu Yunan would work at the grain station, and Gu Yunzhou at the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, the grain station was best suited to someone strong. And among the 3 brothers, Gu Yunan was the strongest. Back in their room, Su Miao was holding their baby, her face full of excitement and joy. Ainin, I never thought we'd ever get an iron rice bowl job, Su Miao said. She'd always thought they'd be farming for life. Honestly, there was nothing wrong with farming. Gu Yunan was strong and always earned full work points. But having a job was definitely better than working the fields. Especially a job at the grain station. Yeah, I never imagined it either. Who wouldn't envy a job? When his older brother got one, he'd been envious too. Even though he was strong, if he could work in a factory, who'd want to be out in the wind and sun all day? But that job was something his brother had earned himself, and it was a real job. Gu Yunan never dared hope for one, and he knew he wasn't cut out for it. He never expected that one day, he'd get a job too, a job at the grain station, and a really good one at that. Ainin, we have to remember how good your little sister has been to us. We only got this job because of her, Su Miao said. Gu Yunan nodded quickly. I know, Ning Ning has been so good to us. She sent so much milk powder for you and Zhuang, and now she's given us jobs. We must never forget her kindness or where we came from. Su Miao hugged their chubby 6-month-old son and said to him, Zhuang, did you hear that? Your aunt has been very, very good to our family. You must be filial to her when you grow up. Meanwhile, Gu Yunzhou had also returned to his room and was writing a letter to Gu Jianing. He was deeply grateful for the job. He swore that whenever his little sister needed him, he'd be there for her right away. As he wrote, the village loudspeaker suddenly came on. It was the village secretary, reading out the newspaper article about Gu Jianing. Gu Yunzhou listened intently, a smile on his face. And in the village, after hearing the broadcast, everyone was abuzz. One after another, people headed to the Gu house, and for once, the whole village came to congratulate them. In Beijing, after finishing her lecture, Gu Jianing returned to the Sang family home. The next day, officials came to see her. The reason, of course, was what Elder Chen had mentioned earlier. She was to be rewarded by the higher-ups. She had made outstanding contributions to the country's medical field. First, she was awarded the title of professor. Then, it was time for her reward. There were 2 options. One was a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. The other was a plot of land in Beijing about 1 mu in size. Of course, the authorities were hoping Gu Jianing would choose the land. After all, the country was short on money, but had plenty of land, and construction was needed everywhere. But since they'd offered a choice, it was up to Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing, being someone who had lived a second life, knew just how insanely high land and housing prices would become in the future. Especially in Beijing, the capital. And the plot they were offering her was inside the Third Ring Road, a whole mu of land. The future value would be astronomical. Sure, 5,000 yuan was a lot now, workers only made a few dozen yuan a month. But the land would be worth much more in the future. And she didn't lack money right now. So, I'll take the 1 mu of land. When the officials heard her choice, they all breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll handle the transfer for you in the next few days. Thank you. When Gu Jianing received the deed and saw her name on it, she was overjoyed. She thought, with all the heroine courtyards, small villas, shops, and land she now owned in Beijing, she could basically live a life of leisure in the future. Gu Jianing's treatment for Hua Zhenrong was still ongoing. Every day, the treatment sessions grew shorter and shorter, and by now, Hua Zhenrong could stay awake all day. With good food and restful sleep, his complexion and spirits had improved tremendously. Even his previously thin frame had filled out. Naturally, the Hua family was endlessly grateful to Gu Jianing. Meanwhile, Sheng Xinhao had pinned all his hopes for healing his arm on that mysterious acupuncture master. Finally, one day, a trusted aide from the railway department called him, saying they'd finally tracked down information about the acupuncture master. On the other end of the line, the aide sounded excited and thrilled. Sir, what a coincidence. You'll never guess who the acupuncture master is. It's like searching far and wide only to find what you're looking for right under your nose. We really couldn't see what was right in front of us. Sheng Xinhao. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. And soon enough, his premonition proved correct. He heard the aide say that acupuncture master is actually your eldest son Sheng Zishi's wife, Gu Jianing. Haven't they just come to the capital from the Northwest Military District? Aren't they staying at your house now? Oh, sir, were you worried your son and daughter-in-law would be concerned, so you didn't tell them about your illness? You really should let them know. Your daughter-in-law is the acupuncture master. She can treat you. The aide was still showering him with congratulations over the phone. But Sheng Xinhao felt as if his head had been smashed by a brick, an intense, throbbing pain. No, it wasn't just his head, his arm hurt too. Unable to hold back, Sheng Xinhao let out a wail. Hearing the noise, Fang Wanrong rushed over immediately. The more the aide praised Gu Jianing, the more Sheng Xinhao felt his blood boil, all rushing to his head at once. Old Sheng, what's wrong? The next second, Sheng Xinhao's phone slipped from his hand and crashed to the floor. His eyes went wide, and just as Fang Wanrong came closer, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. By sheer coincidence, it splattered right onto Fang Wanrong's face. Fang Wanrong let out a shrill scream. And then, after spitting out that mouthful of blood, Sheng Xinhao's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the floor. Old Sheng! Someone help! Help! So, the next day, Gu Jianing heard from Grandpa saying that her so-called father-in-law, who'd never acknowledged her, had actually been hospitalized. Gu Jianing was puzzled. Was it the same illness that stepmother had when she came to see her last time? But she didn't think much of it. It had nothing to do with her. Besides, neither Sheng Xinhao nor Fang Wanrong came looking for her afterward, so Gu Jianing was even less inclined to get involved. What Gu Jianing didn't know was that Sheng Xinhao had been hospitalized from sheer anger. When he woke up in the hospital, Sheng Xinhao was utterly shocked to discover that both the brilliant female surgeon from before and the acupuncture master this time were actually Gu Jianing. The very country bumpkin he'd always looked down on, the one he'd insisted his eldest son divorce. He never would have imagined that a girl from the countryside could be so capable. If only he'd known. If only he'd known, he never would have opposed the marriage. A doctor with such skill and connections, even if she was from a rural background, was at least barely worthy of his son. And with a daughter-in-law like her, his arm could be cured. But now, he'd said all kinds of harsh things in front of Sheng Zishi and Gu Jianing. He'd even declared that he'd rather die than beg that woman for help. Xing Xinhao had his pride, after all. Now, there was no way he could bring himself to ask for help. But what about his arm? Was he just supposed to let it become useless? Let someone else take his place? That was something Xing Xinhao couldn't accept. For the first time, Xing Xinhao truly understood what it meant to be riding a tiger and unable to dismount. That brat Xing Zishi must have known all along that his wife was capable and well-connected, but still didn't tell him. Had he really grown so distant from his own father? But Xing Xinhao remembered that, back when Sang Yuan was still alive, he and his son had been close. Even after Sang Yuan passed away, his son had still relied on him. When had their relationship started to deteriorate, with every meeting ending in an argument? It seemed to have started after he married Fang Wanrong. So, was it all because of Fang Wanrong? Because of one woman, had he lost his most beloved eldest son? So, when Fang Wanrong came in carrying a bowl of porridge, she was met with Shang Xinhao's scrutinizing gaze. Fang Wanrong. What did I do now? Northwest Military District. After training, Xing Zishi returned home and read a newspaper article about Gu Jianning's lecture. Ever since the article was published, the news had spread throughout the entire military district. Everyone was full of praise for Gu Jianning. Even the soldiers under Xing Zishi's command looked at him with envy. And who could blame them? How could they ever hope to marry a wife as beautiful and capable as Deputy Commander Xing's? It was impossible, really. After all, Deputy Commander Xing was so outstanding and they just weren't on his level. So it was better not to have unrealistic dreams. Xing Zishi naturally noticed the envy in his soldiers' eyes. In fact, they didn't just show it, they said it out loud. Hearing them all praise Gu Jianning, Xing Zishi felt, just delighted, bursting with pride. Of course Ningning is amazing. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to marry her? Ningning is the best. These brats can forget about ever finding a wife as wonderful as her. Soon after, Xing Zishi was summoned by his superior. Naturally, it was also about Gu Jianning. The leader praised him repeatedly. Hey, sir, I know I have good taste. Of course, I'm outstanding myself. That's why Ningning chose me. Leader. This kid really is outstanding, but his shamelessness is just as impressive. But seeing Xing Zishi so happy now, the old leader who'd watched him grow up was truly pleased. After all, back in the day, seeing Xing Zishi's rebellious streak, he'd really thought the boy would end up alone for life. But now, things were great. Even if, whenever he mentioned his wife, the kid looked a bit silly. After soaking up the envy of his soldiers and the praise of his superiors, Xing Zishi returned home and took out the wedding photo he'd taken with Gu Jianning. He traced the little figure in the photo with his finger, his voice muffled, "Wife, when will you come home?" He really missed his wife. Deputy Commander Shang, are you home? There's a call from Dr. Gu in Beijing. Xing Zishi was just missing his little wife when he heard someone calling from outside. Xing Zishi sprang to his feet and dashed out like a gust of wind. Right at the door, he ran into the young soldier from the communications office. Deputy Commander Shang, Dr. Gu, the young soldier had just started to speak when he saw Xing Zishi race off toward the communications office, moving so fast he could only catch a blur. The young soldier scratched his head, then grinned and muttered, "Deputy Commander Xing and Dr. Gu really have a great relationship." He thought to himself, if he could marry someone like Dr. Gu, he'd definitely treat her like a treasure too. After all, Dr. Gu really was a treasure. But wow, Deputy Commander Xing runs fast, no wonder he's our top soldier. Meanwhile, Xing Zishi had already reached the communications office and picked up the phone. The moment he heard Gu Jianning's sweet, melodious voice on the line, his stern expression instantly softened, and his heart melted like water. "Wife, I miss you so much." He couldn't hold back anymore, letting his longing spill out, his tone tinged with a bit of grievance. "Wife, when are you coming back?" He'd been waiting so long for her to come home, he felt like even the flowers had wilted. The young soldier, who had just reached the door of the communications office, but hadn't gone in yet, overheard this. "Young soldier, so this is what Deputy Commander Shang is really like, huh?" But He decided it was best to keep his distance and wait a while before going in. He didn't want to interrupt Deputy Commander Sheng's call with Dr. Gu, otherwise, he was afraid he'd be dragged off for extra drills. On the other end, how could Gu Jianing not hear the longing in Shang Zishi's voice? A gentle smile appeared on her lips, her eyes brimming with warmth. Brother Shi, I miss you so much too. Gu Jianing never hesitated to express her feelings. Whether it was longing or love, these things should be said out loud so the other person knows and can be happy. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Shang Zishi's breathing quicken a little on the other end. Obviously, he was delighted. But it'll still be a few more days before I can come back. Comrade Hua is almost cured, so it won't be long, Gu Jianing said. Shang Zishi replied, I know. Of course he knew. He just missed his wife so much. Nights without his wife were lonely and sleepless. Gu Jianing missed Shang Zishi too. She just couldn't get used to being apart from him, especially since he was always so attentive and caring. Sometimes, habits can be a scary thing. After the couple finished sharing their feelings and longing, Gu Jianing mentioned the commendations she'd received from above, as well as how her lectures back home had been reported in the newspapers and brought benefits to her hometown. I knew my wife was capable, so impressive. Shang Zishi praised her without hesitation. Did you know? Word has spread all over our military district. From the soldiers to the leaders, everyone envies me. They all praise you, and me too, for marrying such a beautiful and talented wife. That's right, I am beautiful and capable. Gu Jianing accepted the compliment without hesitation. No one dislikes praise, and Gu Jianing liked it even more. Maybe because he knew she liked hearing it, Shang Zishi kept the compliments coming. Outside, the young soldier thought, oh man, I'm already standing far enough away, but my hearing's too good, I still heard everything. Who would have thought Deputy Commander Sheng could be so clingy and sweet with his wife? And who knew he could say so many nice, flattering things? After all, Shang Zishi's sharp tongue was famous throughout the Northwest Military District. Everyone thought he only knew how to be sarcastic. But it turns out, Deputy Commander Sheng actually knows how to say sweet things, it just depends on who he's talking to. Not everyone is Dr. Gu. Not everyone can make Deputy Commander Sheng willingly soften up and say such loving words. The call lasted a long time before they finally hung up. At the end of the call, Gu Jianing also mentioned that Fong Wanrong had come to ask her to treat Xing Xinhao, and that Xing Xinhao was apparently hospitalized with an illness. It's nothing. That old man's tough as nails, he won't die. Don't worry about him. He probably didn't understand the situation before, and that's why he came to you. He won't do it again, Shang Zishi said coldly. It was clear that Shang Zishi knew his father, Xing Xinhao, very well. He knew that this so-called father cared deeply about status and reputation. There's no way he'd really humble himself to ask Ningning for treatment. As for what illness Xing Xinhao had, Shang Zishi couldn't care less. At the Li family home, Li Tingxian, who had just recovered from illness, was reading the newspaper. Right on the front page was an article about Gu Jianing's lecture. Old Master Li happened to walk by, saw the headline, and then noticed his eldest grandson's expression. He casually asked, Tingxian, do you like this Dr. Gu in the paper? Li Tingxian was so absorbed in reading that he didn't notice when his grandfather had come up behind him. He quickly put down the paper and helped the old man sit down. No, it's nothing like that. It's just that all the papers have been reporting about Dr. Gu lately. She's really impressive. Old Master Li nodded. She certainly is. Our country is full of talented people. This Dr. Gu had been making headlines all over Beijing lately. I've heard that the authorities are paying a lot of attention to Dr. Gu as well. After all, she was a rare talent. Rumor had it that once she gained more experience, she'd be recommended for a position in the National Medical Department. In other words, Dr. Gu was officially recognized as a talent by the authorities. So even though Old Master Li was known for being picky, he couldn't help but praise Dr. Gu. Recently, many people in Beijing had been asking the Sang and Xing families about Dr. Gu, all hoping to get to know her. If you get the chance, you should try to befriend Dr. Gu as well. It's just a shame she's already married. She got married so young. Otherwise, she'd be a great match for you, old Master Li said with a sigh. Li Tingxian lowered his eyes, a hint of bitterness on his lips. He wished that too, but he'd been a step too late. But, just as everyone said, Li Tingxian was a gentleman. No matter how much he liked her, late was late. Now, all he could do was bury his feelings deep in his heart, so no one would know and Gu Jianing wouldn't be troubled by it. It was enough that he knew how he felt. He just hadn't expected his grandfather to be so satisfied with Dr. Gu. But then again, Dr. Gu was so beautiful and capable, who wouldn't like her? It's just that there's only one Dr. Gu in the world. I heard Dr. Gu's husband is also in the Northwest Military District, the eldest son of the Shang family. In a few days, you'll be heading to the Northwest Military District too. When you get there, you should try to get to know him. Yao, you've been getting more and more out of line lately. Grandpa, I understand. Of course, I just want you to make some good friends. If it doesn't work out, then forget it. Old Master Li felt it was good to have more decent connections, more contacts for the future. But he didn't want Li Tingxian to humble himself for anyone. The Li family didn't need Li Tingxian to make such sacrifices. Grandpa, I get it. Just then, Li Shuao, who had overheard their conversation, walked in hugging a cat. After sitting down, she grumbled discontentedly, "What's so great about that Gu Jianing? For all we know, this so-called breakthrough in treating tuberculosis might be stolen from someone else. Isn't Elder Chen her mentor? Maybe it was Elder Chen who made the discovery and just gave it to Gu Jianing to make her famous." Li Shuao. No sooner had Li Shuao finished muttering than a stern voice snapped at her from the side. Li Shuao was startled. Even the cat in her arms was frightened. Its sharp claws scratched the back of Li Shuao's hand before it leapt away. "Ow!" Li Shuao let out a sharp cry. Li Tingxian looked up and saw the scratch marks on the back of her hand, feeling a twinge of guilt. But when he recalled what Li Shuao had just said, his brow furrowed again. "My hand hurts so much. Brother, why did you have to scare me?" Li Tingxuan's face was stern. "Yao, I know you only said that because of Xing Zishi, but a woman's reputation is extremely important, and so is a doctor's. How can you slander someone like that? Dr. Gu is truly capable, and she's officially recognized. By saying things like that, are you questioning the authorities? Or are you doubting Elder Chen? Do you realize what kind of impact your words could have on the Li family if you said them outside?" Hearing her grandson's analysis, old Master Li's expression darkened as well. "Yao, you've really become more and more unruly lately." In truth, old Master Li knew this granddaughter wasn't particularly capable, otherwise, she wouldn't just be stuck in the arts troupe. But he never had high expectations for her anyway. Since she didn't have much ability, he figured she could be used for a marriage alliance to bring benefits to the Li family. After all, as a member of the Li family, Li Shuao had enjoyed the privileges it brought all these years. It was only right for her to contribute in return. Old Master Li did have some affection, especially for Li Tingxian, whom he'd raised himself. But for Li Shuao, his feelings were minimal at best. To be honest, the Li family's interests were always his top priority. Previously, he thought highly of Xing Zishi from the Shang family. After all, Xing Zishi was a capable young man. Even with Xing Xinhao suppressing him, Xing Zishi had still managed to rise to deputy regiment commander at a young age, win the King of Soldiers title for several years, and earn many military honors. That alone showed he was extraordinary. At the time, old Master Li thought that if Li Shuao could marry Xing Zishi, her life would be set. That was the last bit of affection and planning he had for this granddaughter. Honestly, he felt Li Shuao wasn't worthy of someone as outstanding as Xing Zishi. But unexpectedly, Xing Zishi got married on his own. At first, old Master Li wasn't happy about it and thought Xing Zishi was being reckless, not thinking about his future. But now, knowing Xing Zishi's wife is the renowned Dr. Gu Jianing, he realized Xing Zishi was actually very smart. After all, anyone with eyes would choose Gu Jianing over Li Shuao. At the hospital, Xing Xinhao thought, "Good thing I'm at the hospital and didn't hear this, or I'd wonder if you were calling me blind and brainless." Hearing his granddaughter slander Gu Jianing, Old Master Li was even more convinced that this granddaughter was hopeless. Thankfully, at least there's still Li Tingxian in the family. And what Li Shuao just said, if she'd said it outside, it really would be, as Li Tingxian said, questioning the authorities and Elder Chen. After all, Gu Jianing was well known even in official circles, and Elder Chen had deep roots in Beijing. If they heard what Li Shuao said, she'd be in real trouble, and even the Li family could be affected. Old Master Li disliked anything or anyone that could harm the Li family. So this time, he criticized his granddaughter as well. Li Shuao hadn't expected that even after getting hurt, her grandfather and brother would still take Gu Jianing's side. Is that vixen Gu Jianing really that great? Li Shuao was so upset she burst into tears and ran out. Li Tingxian watched her retreating figure, feeling conflicted. When it came to this little sister, he never really knew what to say. It seemed like they'd never seen eye to eye since they were kids, and they had nothing in common. Still, she was his sister, so he'd try to guide her. But he could clearly feel that Yaoao wasn't close to him at all, maybe even. Li Tingxian lowered his eyes, hiding his emotions. Hearing Yaoao slander Gu Jianing just now had made him so angry that he'd scolded her without thinking. When it came to Gu Jianing, he seemed to lose control of his emotions. But Li Tingxian glanced at his grandfather. It seemed Grandpa hadn't noticed. Old Master Li really hadn't noticed. He even comforted Li Tingxian, telling him not to spoil Li Shuao too much. She needed to be disciplined when necessary. If the family didn't discipline her, and she caused trouble outside, it could bring disaster to the Li family. Grandpa, I understand. But Li Tingxian thought he'd be heading to the Northwest Military District soon, so he wouldn't be able to look after Li Shuao for much longer. Actually, he could have gone to the Northwest Military District a long time ago. He'd stayed because of that mission. In his dreams, in his past 2 lives, he'd participated in that mission, and in the end, he and his comrades all met a tragic end. That was also how he developed his PTSD. Now, as he applied to transfer to the Northwest Military District, that mission hadn't been assigned to him. But Li Tingxian couldn't just ignore it. If he did, wouldn't his comrades end up with the same fate as in his dreams? He didn't want that. Those were his closest comrades. They had families, loved ones, children. So, if possible, Li Tingxian wanted to do everything he could to keep them alive. Lately, he'd been analyzing the reasons for the mission's failure in his dreams. He finally concluded there was a traitor. An enemy spy had infiltrated and leaked the secret. Li Tingxian had been investigating, but so far, he hadn't found any leads. He felt he had to hurry. He must find that hidden rat before he left for the Northwest Military District. Otherwise, even if he went, he'd never have peace of mind. Previously, Li Tingxian had wanted to transfer to the Northwest Military District, not because he was afraid of participating in this mission. It was because he wanted to find the doctor from his dreams, Gu Jianing. He just hadn't expected that now he'd already found Gu Jianing, and that Gu Jianing was already married. Li Tingxian thought, in that case, there was no longer any need for him to transfer to the Northwest Military District. He didn't want to disturb Gu Jianing's life. He just wanted to quietly watch over her from afar. But he was a little too late. His application to transfer to the Northwest Military District had already been approved. He had to go. Li Tingxian thought, well, he'd just go. After a year or so, he could apply to transfer back, or to somewhere else. It's just that, while he was in the Northwest Military District, he'd have to keep himself in check. That night, Li Tingxian was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly startled awake by the faint, piercing cry of a cat. He immediately sat up, alarmed. But when he listened carefully again, he heard nothing. After a long while, Li Tingxian finally drifted back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the room next to his, Li Shuao sat under the cold, pale light, her face set and a little ashen. She was gripping the cat that had scratched her earlier that day, a cold, sinister smile on her lips. "You little beast, I'm your owner and you dare scratch me? You're really out of line. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know you're wrong." And then there was Li Tingxian and the old man. Thinking of those two, Li Shuyao's eyes grew even darker. The next morning, as Li Tingxian was having breakfast, he saw the cat lying obediently at Li Shuyao's feet, looking perfectly fine. "Brother, why are you looking at my cat? Do you want to keep it?" Li Shuyao, also having breakfast, noticed Li Tingxian's gaze and couldn't help but ask. Li Tingxian shook his head, his eyes falling on the bandage wrapped around her hand. "Take care of that wound. Don't let it get wet." Li Shuyao snorted coldly and didn't reply. Li Tingxian didn't say anything more. After finishing his meal, he put down his chopsticks, got up, and left the Li house. As the car drove out of the compound, someone suddenly appeared in front of it, forcing the driver to brake hard. Li Tingxian was thrown forward by the sudden stop. "What's going on?" Li Tingxian asked. "Commander Li," a young woman stopped the car. Soon, Li Tingxian saw the young woman walk up to the window and knock. Narrowing his eyes, Li Tingxian recognized her thanks to his good memory. He rolled down the window. "Comrade Fong, do you realize how dangerous what you just did was?" Li Tingxian's expression and tone were a bit stern. If the driver hadn't braked in time, she could have been hit. Outside the car stood Fong Manping. Fong Manping knew what she'd done was dangerous. The car had stopped less than half a meter from her. Honestly, she was scared. Her heart was still pounding. But she had to stop Li Tingxian. She had to get a chance to talk to him. Otherwise, once he left for the Northwest Military District, it would be even harder to find or see him. "Brother Li, could you get out of the car?" "I'd like to talk to you alone," Fong Manping pleaded, her eyes full of hope. Li Tingxian's handsome brows furrowed slightly. "Comrade Fong, if you have something to say, just say it." He really didn't see any need to speak with Fong Manping alone. After all, he wasn't close to her. He only knew her because he'd occasionally seen her around his sister, and his sister had mentioned her a few times. That was all. He really couldn't think of anything he needed to say to Comrade Fong. "Brother Li, please, I really have something important to tell you. Just give me a little of your time. I promise I won't hold you up for long." Fong Manping pleaded again. Li Tingxian thought for a moment, and finally, for the sake of her being his sister's friend, got out of the car. He and Fong Manping moved to a more secluded corner, with the driver standing nearby to avoid any misunderstandings. Fong Manping glanced at the driver, who was standing not far away with his back to them, bit her lip, but said nothing. "Comrade Fong, if you have something to say, just say it." Fong Manping looked up, wanting to meet Li Tingxian's gaze, but didn't quite dare. She was timid. To her, Li Tingxian was too dazzling. She didn't even dare look at him directly. Remembering why she'd come today, Fong Manping clenched her fists and finally spoke. "Brother Li, I heard you're transferring to the Northwest Military District?" Li Tingxian frowned. "How did she know?" It was Yao Yao who told me." Li Tingxian pressed his lips together. Looks like he'd need to have a talk with Yao Yao. Some things shouldn't be casually told to others. Although his transfer wasn't a secret, it wasn't something that should be spread around either. Yes. Since Fong Manping already knew, Li Tingxian didn't deny it. His straightforward answer reassured Fong Manping that she'd come at the right time. She was afraid that if she didn't come now, Li Tingxian would soon leave for the Northwest Military District, and then how would she find him? Go all the way there? Fong Manping felt that if she couldn't seize the chance to be with Li Tingxian while he was still in Beijing, she'd have even less of a chance once he left. So, no matter how anxious or nervous she felt, after hesitating for days, she finally came. Now, facing Li Tingxian, Fong Manping clenched her hands tightly and finally summoned her courage. "Brother Li, do you remember the first time we met?" Back then, Fong Manping recounted how Li Tingxian had saved her. As she recalled it, her heart was filled with sweetness and nostalgia, and her expression softened. As for Li Tingxian, as Fong Manping spoke, he did remember. But could he admit that, at the time, he just helped someone out of habit and hadn't even noticed whether he was saving a man or a woman? At that moment, Fong Manping looked up, her eyes burning with emotion. "Brother Li, do you know? I've liked you ever since then. Brother Li, how do you feel about me? Would you consider being with me?" Fong Manping finally mustered the courage to say what she'd kept hidden in her heart for years. No one knew how much courage it took, but she knew that if she didn't say it now, she'd never have another chance. Li Tingxian was stunned by Fong Manping's sudden confession. He never expected that she'd stopped him just to confess her feelings. Actually, as the outstanding heir of the Li family, Li Tingxian had always had plenty of girls who liked him. Those girls in the past had only dared to drop hints or send their families to express their intentions. Never before had anyone been as direct as Fong Manping, coming right up to him and confessing her feelings. But after his initial shock, Li Tingxian quickly regained his composure and said, "Comrade Fong, thank you for your affection. I really appreciate that you like me, and thank you for telling me." Li Tingxian didn't think there was anything wrong or shameful about Fong Manping confessing to him. If you like someone, just say it. Comrade Fong, you're a brave and passionate young woman, and a good person too. He genuinely admired Fong Manping's courage and passion. However, it's just, Comrade Fong, I'm sorry. I don't have those kinds of feelings for you, so. When Fong Manping heard Li Tingxian praise her, her eyes lit up. She thought she might have a chance. But then, Li Tingxian's words took a turn, and her heart plummeted. She felt as if her heart had shattered into countless pieces. "Can't you at least consider dating me?" Fong Manping's voice was full of pleading, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. Maybe if we started dating, you'd realize how good I am? I know I'm not perfect, but I do have my good points. If there's anything you don't like about me, you can tell me. I'll change, I promise, I'll change." Fong Manping choked up, barely able to get the words out, looking completely lost. At that moment, Li Tingxian took out a handkerchief and handed it to her, his tone still gentle. "Comrade Fong, there's nothing wrong with you, and there's nothing you need to change. Remember, you are who you are. Unless you want to become better for yourself, don't ever force yourself to change for anyone else. And don't let liking someone make you humble yourself. I believe that in the future, you'll become an even better version of yourself. And that better version of you will meet someone who truly cherishes you, loves you with all their heart, and will spend their life with you. It's just that person won't be you, right?" Fong Manping finished his sentence for him. Li Tingxian nodded and gently placed the handkerchief in her hand. "Comrade Fong, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I need to get to the military district. I hope things only get better for you from now on." With that, Li Tingxian nodded to her and got in the car. Fong Manping could only watch as the car drove farther and farther away. She clutched the plain white handkerchief Li Tingxian had given her, replaying his words in her mind. "Li Tingxian, you're always so gentle. Even when turning someone down, he did it so gently." The truth was, Fong Manping knew she wasn't all that good, nor was she especially brave. She knew she hadn't done anything truly bad, but she'd still made her share of small mistakes. She knew she had her own dark side. But Li Tingxian still thought she was a good person. Staring at the spot where the car had disappeared, Fong Manping's gaze gradually grew determined. Actually, she'd already guessed she'd be rejected before she came. But even after being rejected, Fong Manping wasn't willing to give up. Still, she wouldn't resort to any desperate measures to pester Li Tingxian. Since Li Tingxian thought so highly of her then, she would work hard to become even better. Fong Manping thought, if she improved herself, maybe, just maybe Li Tingxian might come to like her one day. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, she would keep trying. That day, Gu Jianing once again took a car to the Hua family's house to treat Hua Zhenrong. In just 2 more days, Hua Zhenrong's treatment would be complete. After the session, Hua Zhenrong walked her out. As he saw Gu Jianing to the car, he suddenly caught sight of a figure. If he hadn't been a scout in the army, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Not far away, Li Tingxian appeared to be taking a stroll, but in reality, he was watching them. No, to be precise, he wasn't watching him, he was watching his sister-in-law. Hua Zhenrong frowned slightly. Ever since he'd regained consciousness, he'd been the one picking up and dropping off Gu Jianing at the Hua house. And he'd noticed Li Tingxian's presence several times. At first, He thought it was just a coincidence, but when it happened over and over, it clearly wasn't. Li Tingxian never came close, but Hua Zhenrong could tell he was watching Gu Jianing. And that look in his eyes. Could it be that Li Tingxian actually liked his sister-in-law, Gu Jianing? Before, Hua Zhenrong had thought it was just a fluke and didn't want to mention it to his brother, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble. No, I'd better tell Zishi. After all, he'd heard that Li Tingxian was about to be transferred to the Northwest Military District. So, Hua Zhenrong turned around and went back inside to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Li Tingxian watched Gu Jianing's departing figure. He wanted badly to go up and talk to her, but he held himself back. When he saw the look on Hua Zhenrong's face, he frowned slightly. Did Hua Zhenrong notice something? To be honest, ever since he'd made up his mind, Li Tingxian had planned to keep his distance from Gu Jianing and not initiate any contact. But unexpectedly, these past few mornings, he'd run into her by chance. It really was just a coincidence. But even these coincidences left Li Tingxian feeling helpless and a little bitter. It seemed that, from now on, he'd have to avoid even these coincidences. He didn't want anyone to misunderstand Gu Jianing. After taking one last, lingering look at Gu Jianing's back, Li Tingxian turned and went home. Back at the house, Hua Zhenrong checked the time and then called Xing Zishi. Xing Zishi, hearing there was a call at the communications office, thought it was his wife, but to his surprise, it was Hua Zhenrong. Why are you calling? Did something happen with my wife? That was the only reason he could think of. Hua Zhenrong gritted his teeth at this. Xing Zishi, ever since you got married, you've become totally whipped. All you ever talk about is your wife. On the other end, Xing Zishi shot back without hesitation. If you married someone as capable and beautiful as my wife, wouldn't you think about her all the time too? Hua Zhenrong thought about it and realized he probably would. But then Xing Zishi added, but you'll never meet anyone like her. My wife's the best. At most, you'll find someone not quite as good. Hua Zhenrong, Xing Zishi you. That guy just couldn't help but get in a jab, no matter the situation. Do you talk to your wife like this too? Of course not. When it came to his wife, he only spoke sweet words. I was going to tell you about your hidden love rival, but since you forget it, I'd better not say anything. As he spoke, Hua Zhenrong pretended he was about to hang up the phone. Love rival. Those two words instantly sent a chill down Xing Zishi's spine, and his expression grew serious. Wait, bro, are you serious or just messing with me? Xing Zishi couldn't help but believe him a little. He trusted his wife, of course. But as he'd said before, his wife was beautiful and capable, how could she not attract admirers? And now, with him stationed in the Northwest Military District and his wife in Beijing, the distance between them made it hard for him to keep an eye on things. Of course I'm serious. That kid hides it well, but I, Hua Zhenrong, am a trained scout. How could I not notice? Hua Zhenrong was confident about this. Who is it? Tell me. It's someone from my compound, Li Tingxian from the Li family, you know him, right? Li Tingxian. Xing Zishi's eyes narrowed instantly. Of course he knew him. Li Tingxian was also extremely capable, in the same generation as him and Hua Zhenrong. Back in their youth, the three of them were considered the most talented in their circle in the Beijing compound. Of course, Li Tingxian had the best reputation, while Xing Zishi, thanks to his stepmother's constant scheming, was at the bottom. Xing Zishi didn't feel any jealousy toward Li Tingxian. He knew his own abilities. He never envied anyone. He'd barely interacted with Li Tingxian, almost not at all. Especially after he'd gone to the Northwest Military District, their paths had barely crossed. So, his knowledge of Li Tingxian was pretty much just hearsay. He never expected to hear this name from Hua Zhenrong now. And Li Tingxian actually had feelings for his wife? Xing Zishi's eyes darkened. He didn't doubt Hua Zhenrong's words. First, because of Hua Zhenrong's background as a scout, and second, because Hua Zhenrong wasn't the type to stir up trouble or talk nonsense. So Li Tingxian really did have feelings for his wife? Xing Zishi dug through his memories for what he knew about Li Tingxian, and when he recalled his appearance, his brows furrowed deeply. Because, honestly, Li Tingxian was really good-looking. the gentle, refined type. He was like an upgraded version of Wen Zhiqing. Especially since Xing Zishi knew that, unlike Wen Zhiqing who was a hypocrite, Li Tingxian was genuinely as he appeared, upright inside and out. He also hadn't forgotten that his wife used to like Wen Zhiqing's type. That was her aesthetic preference. So if his wife met Li Tingxian, would she fall for him? Even if she didn't, she'd probably have a good impression of him. Of course, Shang Zishi wasn't doubting his wife's loyalty. He just felt a sense of crisis. He knew his looks had never matched his wife's taste. She only married him because of circumstances. If she were still single and Li Tingxian started pursuing her, he honestly couldn't say for sure whether she'd choose him or Li Tingxian. Shang Zishi was confident in battle, training, and missions, in everything except winning his wife's heart. All he could do was try his best. And Shang Zishi had no idea what Li Tingxian was thinking. If Li Tingxian really liked his wife, would he shamelessly pursue her even after knowing she was married with a child? Shang Zishi didn't know Li Tingxian well enough to say. Especially since Shang Zishi remembered that Li Tingxian would soon be transferred to the Northwest Military District. He'd even heard that Li Tingxian had requested the transfer himself. What was his motive? Could it be his wife? No, impossible. But no matter what, he'd have to keep an eye on Li Tingxian from now on. In fact, the real reason Li Tingxian applied for the transfer to the Northwest Military District was indeed because of Gu Jianing. If Shang Zishi knew, he'd probably be jumping with worry. After hanging up with Hua Zhenrong, Shang Zishi, still feeling restless, found some time to call Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing had just gotten out of the car and returned to the Sang family home when she got his call. She was naturally happy to hear from Shang Zishi. But, Shiji, you're talking a bit strange today. He'd asked her if she'd met anyone unusual lately. Gu Jianing couldn't figure it out. No, I just missed you, honey. I miss you too. Just a few more days and I'll be back. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. They chatted sweetly for a while before hanging up. Thinking back on Shang Zishi's sweet words, Gu Jianing couldn't help but smile. Turns out, women really do love hearing sweet talk. She was no exception. When she turned around, she saw Grandma Sang not far away, also smiling. Clearly, she'd overheard their lovey-dovey conversation. Gu Jianing's face flushed. Grandma, I'm going to my room. With that, she hurried off. Once she closed the door, she touched her cheeks and realized they were burning hot. Watching Gu Jianing shyly retreat, Grandma Sang's smile deepened. Ning girl is just too easily embarrassed. But it's nice to see the young couple so in love. Whenever she had time, Gu Jianing continued working on her report about treating PTSD. In her view, this report was just as important as her work on treating tuberculosis. In this era, very few people knew about PTSD. It would be best if it could be widely publicized. So, 2 days later, after Hua Zhenrong had fully recovered, Gu Jianing finished her report. On her master Old Chen's advice, she found someone from the national medical authorities to submit the report to. Hopefully it'll get the attention it deserves, Gu Jianing murmured. With Hua Zhenrong's treatment complete, Gu Jianing was about to leave Beijing and return to the Northwest Military District. Ning, I've booked sleeper train tickets for you and your grandma for the day after tomorrow. Xiaozheng will take you to the Northwest Military District and then come back after you arrive, Grandpa Sang said. Actually, if he could, Grandpa Sang would have liked to go with them. But his project was at a critical stage. And tomorrow, a young couple from the southeast, also from the Weapons Research Institute, would be arriving in Beijing. The recent breakthrough in weapons research was thanks to this couple. Once they arrived, the weapons should be ready within a month. After that, he'd finally be able to take a break. Then he'd go to the Northwest Military District. Is it really okay for Uncle Zhang to go with us? After all, he's your bodyguard, Gu Jianing asked. This is nothing. You two, one is getting on in years, the other is pregnant. If you went out alone, forget about me, even Xiaoxi wouldn't feel at ease. It's fine, just let Xiaozhang go with you. That way, we'll all feel more reassured. Gu Jianing didn't argue any further. It was true, having a young, strong man accompany them was definitely safer and more reassuring. Ning, you're free tomorrow, right? Why don't you come shopping in Beijing with Grandma? Grandma Sang suggested. Grandma Sang had learned from Gu Jianing that she had some good friends among the army wives in the Northwest Military District. As Gu Jianing's grandmother, since she was going to the Northwest Military District, she felt she should help her granddaughter-in-law build good relationships there. So, she planned to buy some Beijing specialties to take with her, and maybe pick up a few suitable gifts for the in-laws as well. Sure. Gu Jianing linked arms with Grandma Sang. Tomorrow, let's go out and have a look around together. Although she'd been in Beijing for half a month, Gu Jianing had been so busy and fulfilled that she hadn't had time to explore the city. Now that things had settled down, it was a good opportunity to go out and enjoy herself. All right, it's settled then. That afternoon, Madame Hua and Hua Zhenrong came by, bringing gifts. They mainly wanted to express their gratitude to Gu Jianing for curing Hua Zhenrong. Somehow, Madame Hua had heard that Gu Jianing liked houses and shops, so among the gifts was a small villa inside the second ring road. This is too much. I can't accept it. Although houses weren't as expensive as they would be in the future, even now, property wasn't cheap for people in this era. And this was a small villa inside the second ring. In the future, that would be worth even more. Gu Jianing felt that she was just fulfilling her duty as a doctor and couldn't accept such a valuable gift. No, Dr. Gu, you must accept it. This house means nothing to us, but Zhenrong is our youngest son. We absolutely couldn't bear to lose him. Madame Hua wiped her tears as she spoke. No one knew how many times the Hua couple had cried in secret during the 2 years Hua Zhenrong was ill. The whole Hua family had been worried for so long. To them, Hua Zhenrong was far more important than any material possession. Back when Gu Jianing hadn't appeared to treat him, they'd been devastated when other doctors had basically pronounced a death sentence. So, to the Hua family, Gu Jianing had saved Hua Zhenrong's life. She was a benefactor to their entire family. So, a small villa was really nothing in comparison. Sister-in-law, just accept it. Only if you do will my parents feel at ease, Hua Zhenrong chimed in. Gu Jianing, all right then. In the end, Gu Jianing accepted it. So, her property holdings in Beijing had just gone up by 1. Not bad, not bad. In the future, she could just collect rent and live a carefree life. After a good night's sleep, the next day arrived. Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang went out to explore Beijing. They were planning to shop, but Grandma Sang knew Gu Jianing hadn't had a chance to see the city yet, so she wanted to show her around first. Gu Jianing really had never toured Beijing in this lifetime. As for her previous life, well, let's not talk about that. Even though they were out shopping, Beijing already had public buses at this time. Since it wasn't rush hour, the two of them even got seats. Sitting by the window, Gu Jianing gazed outside while Grandma Sang pointed out interesting places and beautiful scenery, explaining things as they went. Gu Jianing listened attentively. But then, hey, aren't you Dr. Gu, the one who gave that lecture at Beijing High School? I remember you. You must be Dr. Gu. You're even prettier than you looked in the newspaper. My old man has tuberculosis, you know? It was because of your lecture that he was saved. You're our family's benefactor. And a benefactor to so many other families too. Gu Jianing hadn't expected that, even though some time had passed since her lecture. As soon as she went out, people on the bus in Beijing would recognize her. At that moment, the way everyone looked at her was as fervent as fans looking at their favorite celebrities. Compliments poured out of their mouths, each one different from the last. Actually, Gu Jianing had underestimated her own abilities and beauty. Her looks alone made her stand out as soon as she stepped outside, so everyone noticed her when she got on the bus. Plus, her lecture had been a big deal, even making national headlines, and it had caused a sensation in Beijing. Even those who hadn't attended the lecture had read about it in the papers or seen her photo, so they could recognize her instantly. That's how the scene came to be. Faced with so many compliments and all those eyes, some admiring, some sympathetic, some burning with enthusiasm, Gu Jianing felt a bit dazed. She had to admit, in both her lives, she'd always enjoyed being the center of attention, a little vanity, perhaps. But in her previous life, she'd gone down the wrong path, thinking that only enough beauty and wealth could satisfy her needs. Now, she realized that wasn't true. doing something meaningful for the country and its people, and becoming the focus of attention in this way was so much better. Her mindset had changed too. In her past life, she would have simply enjoyed being in the spotlight and felt proud. But in this life, she felt much calmer inside. She wanted to be more humble and to think about how she could do more meaningful things for lovely people like those in front of her. Yes, meaning. Maybe that's what life is all about. Finding fulfillment through meaning and becoming a better person because of it. In that moment, Gu Jianing suddenly understood, and her mindset shifted without her even realizing it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your new insight. In her mind, the system detected her thoughts and set off several brilliant fireworks. A smile appeared on Gu Jianing's lips. Thank you, system. Meanwhile, after praising Gu Jianing, everyone's attention shifted to Grandma Sang beside her. Oh, are you Dr. Gu's grandmother? No, Ning girl is my granddaughter-in-law. Oh, then you're really blessed to have such a beautiful and outstanding granddaughter-in-law like Dr. Gu. Isn't she? Our Ning girl is the best. Grandma Sang joined in praising Gu Jianing, unable to hide the smile on her face no matter how hard she tried. Even her whole demeanor looked much better, her eyes filled with laughter. It wasn't until they reached their stop and Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang got off the bus that the wave of compliments finally ended. Ning, going out with you today has truly made me happy, Grandma Sang said, still glowing from all the praise. People had complimented Gu Jianing, but they'd also praised Grandma Sang for her good judgment. Of course, she had good judgment. She'd chosen Gu Jianing as her granddaughter-in-law. It was just that old Xing Xinhao who didn't have any sense, always looking down on Ning. See? Everyone likes Ning so much. Going out with Ning today was definitely the right choice. It took Grandma Sang a while to calm down, and then the two of them arrived at the department store and started shopping. They bought everything, Beijing's famous pastries, roast duck, you name it. But as they strolled around, suddenly 2 alarms went off in Gu Jianing's mind. Almost as soon as the alarm sounded in her head, Gu Jianing felt a chill run through her. What's going on? 2 alarms at once. Gu Jianing could understand the one about someone with over 98% malice toward her. She'd encountered that before. But an enemy agent? Just then, Gu Jianing sensed a hostile gaze from behind her. She turned, searching for the source. Actually, there was no need to search. Because the person behind that malicious gaze was the same one marked by her alarm. Through the crowd, Gu Jianing spotted the owner of that hostile look. It was Li Shuao, holding a cat. Of course! All along, Li Shuao had always had the highest malice value toward her. And Li Shuao was indeed in Beijing. So it wasn't surprising that her appearance triggered the malice alarm. But Gu Jianing's gaze landed on the top of Li Shuyao's head, where her system had marked her with the words, enemy agent. The 2 blood-red characters were large and striking, standing out in the crowd. Of course, only Gu Jianing could see them. So, Li Shuao not only had over 98% malice toward her, she was also an enemy agent. But wasn't she from the Li family? How could she be an enemy agent? That enemy agent marker was actually a reward Gu Jianing had received after treating Hua Zhenrong. As long as an enemy agent appeared within 100 meters, the system would automatically mark and alert her. She hadn't expected that, not long after getting this reward, an enemy agent would be marked right away. It seemed Li Shuao noticed Gu Jianing looking at her. She hugged her cat and walked over. But she stopped in front of Grandma Sang, greeting her with a smile. Hello, Grandma Sang. I didn't expect to run into you here today. When Li Shuao wasn't being arrogant or spoiled and actually smiled, she looked quite well behaved. Grandma Sang hadn't expected to see Li Shuao here either. She knew about Li Shuao's feelings for her grandson. Li Shuao had visited her and her husband before, clearly trying to get on their good side. The old couple had sensed Li Shuyao's intentions, but their impression of her was neither particularly good nor bad. The key was Xing Zixi attitude. Once they realized Xing Zixi had no interest in Li Shuyao, their attitude toward her became rather indifferent. After all, if there were no intentions, it was best not to give anyone false hope. So, after that, Li Shuao visited less and less. And ever since Sheng Zishi married Ningning, Li Shuao hadn't come by at all. Grandma Sang had almost forgotten about her, so she was surprised to see her now. Grandma Sang, her arm linked with Gu Jianning's, looked at Li Shuao with a friendly yet distant smile. "Oh, Shuao, yes, I didn't expect to see you here either." "Oh, right, this is my granddaughter-in-law, Gu Jianning." "Ningning, this is Li Shuao from the Li family." Not knowing if Gu Jianning knew Li Shuao, Grandma Sang made the introduction. "Hello, Dr. Gu," Li Shuao said, forcing a smile at Gu Jianning. Gu Jianning nodded. "Hello, Comrade Li." Then she turned to Grandma Sang. "Grandma, I know Comrade Li. She performed at the Northwest Military District during the Spring Festival. Her performance was quite memorable. She was the opening and closing act, tripped and fell, and ended up leaving in embarrassment. How could that not be memorable?" As soon as Gu Jianning said this, Li Shuyao's face darkened. She was instantly dragged back to those memories. Those two performances at the Northwest Military District were something Li Shuao never wanted to mention again, but Gu Jianning just had to bring them up. Sure enough, she and Gu Jianning were destined to be at odds. Gu Jianning glanced at the top of Li Shuyao's head. The enemy agent marker and the 100% malice value were both glaringly obvious. Gu Jianning thought, just one sentence and her malice value shot up. But Gu Jianning wasn't bothered. After all, Li Shuao had always been hostile toward her, and there was no way to resolve that. Li Shuyao's malice toward her was probably enough to want her dead. So why bother being polite? Besides, now that she saw that enemy agent marker above Li Shuyao's head, Gu Jianning had mentally blacklisted her for good. Grandma Sang, on the other hand, had no idea about the grudge between Li Shuao and Gu Jianning, nor about Li Shuyao's embarrassing performance at the Northwest Military District. So she said, "Really? Shuao is with the Beijing Arts Troupe. If Ningning found her performance memorable, it must have been wonderful." Gu Jianning smiled. It was certainly memorable. Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao's gaze toward Gu Jianning grew even more dangerous. "Comrade Li, my grandma and I still have things to do, so we'll be going now," Gu Jianning said, not wanting to interact with Li Shuao any further, and prepared to leave with Grandma Sang. Li Shuao nodded, but her eyes lingered on Gu Jianning's face and her pregnant belly, her gaze deep and intense. Gu Jianning could feel the strong malice radiating from her. Just as Gu Jianning turned to leave with Grandma Sang, she suddenly heard the cat in Li Shuyao's arms make a sound. When she caught the cat's fragmented words, Gu Jianning's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed slightly. "Dr. Gu, what's wrong? Are you interested in my cat?" Li Shuao noticed Gu Jianning looking at the cat in her arms and couldn't help but ask. "I didn't expect Comrade Li to love cats so much. I heard you even brought your cat when you performed at the Northwest Military District, and now you're out shopping with it too." As if Gu Jianning's mention made it more lively, the cat started talking even more, and Gu Jianning picked up even more information. No one knew that Gu Jianning could understand animals, not even Sheng Zishi. She'd only gained this ability to understand animal speech after saving Amber last time. So far, she'd only used this ability to communicate with Amber. In this era, people were still struggling to make ends meet, so it was rare for anyone to keep cats or dogs. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. Back then, when Gu Jianning saw Li Shuao keeping a cat, she just thought Li Shuao liked cats and that the Li family could afford to raise one. She never expected that Li Shuao had a different motive for keeping a cat. "What's wrong? Are you interested in my cat? Do you want to hold it?" Li Shuao spoke, her tone seemingly gentle, but with a subtle hint of malice beneath the surface. Gu Jianning noticed Li Shuao patting the cat a few times, as if giving it some kind of command. And in the next second, Gu Jianning heard the cat's voice. My owner actually wants me to scratch this nice-smelling beauty in front of me. What if I don't want to?" No, the owner gave an order, so I have to obey. Smells so nice, but I don't want to scratch her." Gu Jianning watched as the cat became visibly conflicted. Suddenly, it all made sense to her. She remembered that after saving Amber, she'd also gained an animal affinity, aura. That must be why the cat was so torn right now. What she hadn't expected was that Li Shuao would actually try to use the cat to harm her. especially now when she was heavily pregnant. No, thanks. My grandma and I need to get going. Since she already knew Li Shuao wanted to use the cat to hurt her, why would she stick around? Oh, don't go, Li Shuao drawled, but as Gu Jianing turned to leave, she caught, out of the corner of her eye, Li Shuao patting the cat again, giving it another order to scratch Gu Jianing. Smells so nice, but I won't scratch, I won't scratch. Gu Jianing thought. Does Li Shuao take me for a fool? Provoking me again and again. Gu Jianing quickly exchanged for a bad luck buff in the system shop and tossed it onto Li Shuao, set to last for a month. It was the same bad luck aura she'd used on Li Shuao back when they were in the Northwest Military District. Clearly, Li Shuao's life had been going a bit too smoothly. Li Shuao was furious when the cat disobeyed her orders not once, but twice. What's so special about Gu Jianing that even the cat favors her? In her anger, seeing Gu Jianing turning to leave, Li Shuao lost her patience and pinched the cat hard in a sensitive spot. Hurry up and scratch Gu Jianing best if it causes her to go into premature labor, killing both mother and child. The malice in Li Shuao's eyes was barely concealed. Granny Sang, who caught a glimpse of this, was secretly alarmed. She quickly moved to shield Gu Jianing. What was Li Shuao up to? Could she be trying to hurt Ningning? If she dared to harm Ningning, she'd have to get through Granny Sang first. After Li Shuao pinched the cat. It hurts so much. The cat immediately let out a piercing yowl and leapt up. But instead of lunging at Gu Jianing as Li Shuao had ordered, it jumped straight at Li Shuao, its sharp claws raking across the back of her hand. Li Shuao's hand was already scratched from before. Now, in the exact same spot, the not-yet-healed wound was torn open again, making it even worse. Several bloody gashes appeared, fresh and raw. Li Shuao's hand throbbed with pain, and she was furious. You little beast, how dare you scratch me? Li Shuao never imagined that not only would the cat disobey her, it would attack its own owner. Now, half-crazed with anger, Li Shuao reached out to hit the cat. But the cat arched its back, raising its claws in defense. Unlucky Li Shuao slipped, lost her footing, and fell to the ground right in front of the cat. Her face landed right beneath the cat's claws. The scream came from Li Shuao. It was a truly blood-curdling sound. People nearby immediately gathered around to watch. Oh my god, the cat scratched her face. Yikes, her face is covered in bloody scratches, she's going to be disfigured. Is that cat going crazy? Should we kill it? Let's stay away. Miss, you'd better get to a hospital. While Li Shuao was locked in a battle with the cat, Gu Jianing had already been pulled away by Granny Sang. By now, the spot where Li Shuao and the cat were was surrounded by a crowd. No one could see what was happening inside. Ningning, let's not get involved in this. You're pregnant, after all, Granny Sang said worriedly. Ningning, are you alright? Did you get scared? The sight of the cat scratching Li Shuao was pretty frightening. I'm fine, Grandma. Really? That's good, that's good. Grandma, we've finished shopping. Why don't we just head home? Alright. In the end, Gu Jianing cast one last deep look at the crowd surrounding the department store, then turned and left. Actually, if it hadn't been for the bad luck aura, maybe the cat wouldn't have scratched Li Shuao's hand and face. But Gu Jianing didn't regret it. The look in Li Shuao's eyes had been vicious. She wanted her dead. And now, she was pregnant. Li Shuao wanted both her and her child gone. So, what was there to regret? Showing mercy to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Li Shuao wanted her and her child dead, and she was supposed to be merciful? Was she supposed to be some kind of saint? Gu Jianing was no saint, so she felt no guilt. Ignoring Li Shuao's situation, Gu Jianing went home with her grandmother. Granny Sang busied herself outside, tidying up their things, while Gu Jianing returned to her room, carefully thinking over what had just happened. One thing's for sure, Li Shuao is a spy. Gu Jianing muttered. She thought of the mission Shang Zishi had gone on before. The mission had succeeded, but only because Shang Zishi had anticipated the danger, worn an invisible bulletproof vest, and brought a universal bandage to save people. In reality, the mission had been compromised by a leak. In her previous life, because there hadn't been any of those high-tech gadgets, The leaked mission had ended in tragedy for those involved. Gu Jianing recalled that at the time, Li Shuao had been at the Northwest Military District for the Spring Festival performance. So, could Li Shuao have been the one who leaked the information? Maybe she'd found out through some channel and passed it on. Gu Jianing thought it was entirely possible. Brother, she said they're investigating the leak, but haven't found any leads. Could it be that Li Shuao's identity as a member of the Li family is the perfect cover? After all, with old Master Li's status and position, neither he nor his family would ever be suspected. But when all other possibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, however impossible, must be the truth. So, what should I do now? Gu Jianing muttered to herself. Now that she was sure Li Shuao was an enemy agent, she definitely had to have her arrested. But as things stood, no one else knew about this except her. And how could she make sure Li Shuao would actually get caught? After all, Li Shuao was a member of the Li family. If she just made an anonymous report, she was afraid it wouldn't be taken seriously, or worse, she herself might be exposed and put in danger. If only Shiga were here, maybe he'd know what to do. Gu Jianing thought for a moment and decided she'd better call Shang Zishi and ask for his advice. But she had to think carefully about how to say it. After all the phones at the military district were monitored, so it wouldn't be good to just say her suspicions outright. If they asked how she knew, what would she say? She couldn't exactly say she could understand animals, could she? Gu Jianing was hiding two big secrets: the childbearing system and her rebirth. And her ability to understand animals was a reward from the childbearing system. If anyone found out she could talk to animals, her deepest secret might be exposed. So if she could avoid it, she'd rather not reveal anything. Gu Jianing pondered how to drop a hint to Shang Zishi and used the Sang family's phone to call the Northwest Military District. But in the afternoon, Shang Zishi was probably in training and didn't reply. All right, then please let him know after his training ends, and tell him to call me back no matter how late it is. I have something urgent to discuss with him, Gu Jianing finally said. Okay, Dr. Gu. Just then, Gu Jianing suddenly heard some noise from outside the door. She looked up and saw Grandpa Sang coming in with two people, a man and a woman, both around 30. Xiaoqin, Xiaodu, come on in, Grandpa Sang called, introducing them as they entered. This is my wife, and this is my granddaughter-in-law, Gu Jianing. These are the new researchers at the institute, a married couple, Xiaoqin and Xiaodu. They're both young and promising. Gu Jianing greeted the couple together with Grandma Sang. She couldn't help but size up the couple. After all, this was the first time since she'd been staying at the Sang house that Grandpa Sang had brought guests home. He wasn't the sociable type, especially with how busy things were at the research institute. So the Sang household was usually pretty quiet. But today, Grandpa Sang had actually brought people home as guests and seemed to be in a good mood about it. Gu Jianing couldn't help but be curious and took a closer look. As she looked, her brows furrowed slightly and a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Dr. Gu, is there something wrong? You keep looking at us, the man Grandpa Sang called Xiaoqin asked. Gu Jianing snapped out of it and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. It's just, you both look a bit familiar. She said they looked familiar, but in truth, Gu Jianing felt there was something about this couple that seemed very familiar, as if she'd seen them somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. Oh, is that so? The couple didn't think much of it. While Grandma Sang made tea, the couple started chatting with Grandpa Sang. That's when Gu Jianing learned they were from the southeast region. They'd previously worked as researchers at a weapons institute in the southeast, and now they'd come to the capital, probably for the project Grandpa Sang mentioned a few days ago. Gu Jianing didn't plan to listen in and was about to get up and go back to her room to rest. But just then, she heard the wife of the couple say with a hint of sadness, I just hope the project finishes soon, so I can go back and see my son Xiaotian and my daughter Qingqing. And my mother-in-law, I wonder how they're doing. I haven't been back in over 8 years. I think about them all the time. Those words made Gu Jianing, who was about to leave, stop in her tracks. Xiaotian, Qingqing, mother-in-law. Gu Jianing's eyes lit up, she remembered. No wonder she thought this couple looked so familiar, like she'd seen them somewhere before. Now that she thought about it, they looked just like Qin Tian and Qin Qing. No, to be precise, Qin Tian and Qin Qing looked just like them. So, this couple must be Qin Tian's parents. Gu Jianing turned and looked at them, asking, "Sorry to be forward, but are you Comrade Qin Jihong and Comrade Dulan?" Qin Jihong and Dulan were a little surprised when Gu Jianing, who had been about to leave, suddenly turned around and asked this. Qin Jihong nodded. "Yes, my full name is Qin Jihong, and this is my wife, Dulan." But there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gu Jianing breathed a sigh of relief. Then I was right. She sat down again and, under everyone's curious gaze, said to Qin Jihong and Dulan, "My husband is a soldier, and I'm here in the capital as a military spouse. I'm only here because of some business. Before this, I was stationed with my husband in the northwest, near a place called Qin Family Village, close to the Northwest Military District." At first, Qin Jihong and Dulan were still confused. But when they heard her mention the Northwest Military District and a nearby Qin Family Village, their hearts skipped a beat. Especially Dulan, who immediately stood up. She looked at Gu Jianing with burning eyes and asked eagerly, "You know Qin Family Village? Then do you know? Before Dulan could finish, Gu Jianing answered for her, "I happen to know Granny Qin, and also Qin Tian and Qin Qing." As soon as she said this, Qin Jihong and Dulan were overjoyed. Their eyes instantly turned red. After more than 8 years, they finally heard news of their family. "Dr. Gu, how are my mother-in-law, my son, and my daughter doing?" "Yes, Dr. Gu, if you know anything, please tell us." The couple were desperate for news of their family. "Are they doing well? Are they angry at us?" Gu Jianing recalled how Qin Tian and the others had lived before and sighed. These years, they haven't had it easy. It was the truth. As soon as she said it, Du Lan's tears began to fall. She started sobbing. Qin Jihong quickly went to comfort his wife. "Dr. Gu, what happened? Could you tell us in detail?" Gu Jianing recalled, "I remember the first time I met Qin Tian. It was at the market. It was the middle of winter, freezing cold. The siblings had to rely on selling herbs they'd gathered from the mountains to buy food and firewood for the winter. The second time, Qin Tian came to the Northwest Military District for help. Granny Qin was sick with tuberculosis. And someone in the village named Qinda was trying to get Qin Tian a job as an apprentice at a woodworking factory out of town. Both times I saw them, it was the dead of winter, yet the siblings were dressed so thinly." Qin Jihong and Dulan listened intently as Gu Jianing recounted what had happened. From the very beginning, their brows furrowed in concern. They had been sending money home. So why did the two children still have to go up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, relying on selling them just to buy enough grain to survive the winter? They knew how bitterly cold winters were in the Northwest. Yet the children were so poorly dressed. So where had all the money they sent gone? And then, to hear that Granny Qin had come down with tuberculosis. Qin Jihong's heart sank. That was his mother. He knew that leaving home for 8 years, never returning or even sending word, was unfilial of him. But sometimes, love for the greater good and love for one's family simply can't both be fulfilled. He had always hoped to finish his project as soon as possible, so he could return home in glory and bring honor to his mother. But if something had already happened to his mother then... Tears welled up in Qin Jihong's eyes, his heart heavy with guilt. It wasn't until Gu Jianing explained that she had personally treated and cured Granny Qin's tuberculosis that the couple's mood improved a little. But as Gu Jianing continued, describing how Qinda had colluded with the post office staff to embezzle all the money they'd sent home, the couple's hearts sank once more. Especially when Gu Jianing said that Qinda had even planned to sell Qin Tian, the siblings' expressions turned even more sorrowful. Qin Jihong and Dulan never imagined that in all these 8 years, every month, without fail, they had sent their entire salaries home, yet none of it had reached their family. How had the old and the young at home survived these 8 years? No wonder Qin Tian and his sister had to go up the mountain in the dead of winter to gather herbs. No wonder Granny Qin fell ill and had no money for treatment. "It's my fault. I'm not fit to be a son, nor a father," Qin Jihong said, full of self-reproach. Dulan, too, felt unworthy of being a mother. When they left, the siblings were so young, only 2 years old, and she'd been so heartless as to leave them behind. Dr. Gu, thank you. Thank you so much. Once they recovered from the shock, Qin Jihong and Dulan stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Jianing in gratitude. They knew that if not for Gu Jianing's help, by the time they made it home, who knew what would have become of their mother and children? Perhaps their mother would have died of tuberculosis. With their mother gone, and their son sold off, the daughter left behind would likely have faced a grim fate as well. They thought, if their family was gone, what meaning would all these years of perseverance have left? So, to them, Gu Jianing was their benefactor. Grandpa Sang hadn't expected that, in simply bringing 2 exceptionally talented young colleagues from the Northeast home for a visit, his granddaughter-in-law would turn out to have such a deep connection with them. This, he supposed, was fate. To ease Qin Jihong and Du Lan's worries, Gu Jianing also told them about the current situation of Qin Tian and the others. Learning that the money had been recovered, the embezzlers arrested and sentenced, and that life had improved for the Qin family, Qin Jihong and Du Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Gu, I heard you'll be returning to the Northwest Military District soon. Would it be possible for Ah Hong and me to write a letter and trouble you to take it back for us? Du Lan pleaded. Now that she and Qin Jihong were in the capital, they were working on a project at the Weapons Research Institute. Until the project was completed, they couldn't contact their family, much less return home. But the two of them believed that, at most, it would be another half a year before they could go back. Of course. It was a small favor, and Gu Jianing naturally didn't refuse. She imagined how happy Qin Tian, Qin Qing, and Granny Qin would be to receive a letter. So, after Qin Jihong and Du Lan finished writing their letter and handed it to Gu Jianing, giving her detailed instructions, they finally left the Sang home. Ningning, when you're back in the Northwest Military District, please look after the Qin family when you can, Grandpa Sang instructed. I will, Grandpa. Grandpa Sang was deeply moved by the Qin family story. He asked Gu Jianing to look after them partly because, as a fellow researcher, he understood just how much Qin Jihong and Du Lan had sacrificed, and so had their family, who supported them from behind. Qin Jihong and Du Lan were contributing to the country, and their family, as their support and motivation, deserved to be well cared for. Secondly, Qin Jihong and Du Lan were young and talented, and this project was being led by the couple. Once their research was complete, the higher-ups would surely reward them well. The Qin couple had a bright future ahead. It would only be beneficial for Ningning to maintain a good relationship with them. Gu Jianing carefully put away the letter Du Lan had given her. Holding the letter, she couldn't help but feel emotional. There was no doubt that Qin Jihong and Du Lan were remarkable people, but in this life, if not for her intervention, Qin Tian, his sister, and Granny Qin, left behind in Qin family village, would have ended up just as she'd seen in those flashes of the future. By the time Qin Jihong and Du Lan returned home in glory, all they would have found were 3 graves. Gu Jianing couldn't imagine how they would have felt then. But, Gu Jianing thought, if it were her, grief wouldn't even begin to cover it. Especially in this life, Gu Jianing valued family above all else. She couldn't imagine what she would do if something happened to her family in this life. She'd probably go mad. Maybe I'm just a selfish person, she thought. Selfishly, she only wanted to take care of her own little family, to see her loved ones live well. As for making greater contributions, that would have to wait until she was sure her family was safe and sound. She didn't consider herself a great person. She couldn't sacrifice her family for some higher cause. She simply wasn't capable of such selflessness. Ningning, Xiaoxi is on the phone. Just as Gu Jianing was lost in thought, Grandma Sang's voice called from outside, snapping her back to reality. Finally, the call had come. Gu Jianing had been waiting all day for Shang Zishi's call. Yes, Grandma, I'm coming. Putting the letter away, Gu Jianing left the room and quickly answered the phone. On the other end, Shang Zishi's deep, magnetic voice came through. Maybe because he'd rushed over, he sounded a little out of breath. In the quiet of the call, That sound was especially clear and especially stirring. It made Gu Jianing involuntarily recall those nights. Her ears flushed red. "Ningning, did you need something?" Shang Zishi asked from the other end. Training had just ended, and as soon as he got back, he heard from the communications office that Gu Jianing had called twice and that he should call her back as soon as he returned. Shang Zishi immediately knew something must be up for Gu Jianing to be so anxious to reach him. He couldn't help but worry. So, before even entering his own quarters, he'd run straight to the communications office to call Gu Jianing. "Yeah, there's something going on. Shiga, do you remember that time I ran into human traffickers on the road?" Gu Jianing didn't want to mention Li Shuyao's name directly. Nor could she outright say that she suspected Li Shuyao was an enemy spy. So, she could only try to remind and hint to Shang Zishi in a roundabout way. "I remember, of course I remember." As soon as that incident was brought up, Shang Zishi's lips pressed into a thin line. Back then, the traffickers were caught, but there was still someone behind the scenes, they just didn't know who it was. He and Ningning had discussed it before, and Ningning suspected it was Li Shuao. "Gu Jianing, as long as you remember." "Then do you remember the amazing opening and closing performances at the Spring Festival Gala by the art troupe?" Gu Jianing asked again. "Shang Zishi?" The sudden change of topic made Shang Zishi pause, but he quickly caught on. "The opening and closing performances? Wasn't that referring to Li Shuao?" With just 2 sentences, Gu Jianing was talking about Li Shuao both times. Could it be that Li Shuao did something to hurt Ningning? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Shang Zishi's face darkened. And as he listened to the rest, picking up on the hints in Gu Jianing's words over the phone, Shang Zishi suddenly understood. He and Ningning had talked at home before about how to warn each other if there was something inconvenient to say over the phone. Now, Gu Jianing was giving him a warning. Thinking back to their previous conversations, and now Ningning's hints, putting it all together. Li Shuao is an enemy spy. Realizing this, Shang Zishi shot to his feet. At the same time, something that had always been shrouded in fog in his mind suddenly became clear. That mission of his, if it was Li Shuao who leaked the information, it was entirely possible. And it explained why they could never find the person behind it all. Because Li Shuao was a member of the Li family, her identity gave her a natural layer of protection, so no one ever suspected her. But sometimes, the least likely person is the most likely. Shang Zishi also understood why Ningning hadn't said it outright on the phone, but had only hinted. This really wasn't something to discuss over the phone. "Shiga, what do you think I should do now?" Shang Zishi thought for a moment. If he were in the capital, this would be easier to handle. But he wasn't. And this wasn't something ordinary people could deal with. Honestly, Shang Zishi didn't doubt Gu Jianing's words. Maybe it was because of some mysterious things Gu Jianing had done before, but Shang Zishi had complete faith in her judgment. If she said Li Shuao was an enemy spy, then she must have solid evidence. After thinking it over, Shang Zishi said, "Ningning, wait at home. I'll call Zhenrong and have him come find you right away. Tell him everything. He'll know what to do." Tomorrow, Ningning was supposed to take the train back to the Northwest Military District, so time was tight. And since Shang Zishi wasn't in the capital, the only person he could trust with this, who could also handle it, was Hua Zhenrong. "Okay, I understand." So, after hanging up with Gu Jianing, Shang Zishi immediately called the Hua family to find Hua Zhenrong. "Why are you calling me at this hour? Is it about what we talked about last time, Li Tingxian?" Hua Zhenrong teased when he answered. "No, Zhenrong, do you have time to go to the Sang family right now? Ningning has something very important to tell you." Hearing the gravity in Shang Zishi's voice, Hua Zhenrong immediately dropped the joking tone. He asked, "Is it urgent? Is it serious?" "Yes." "All right, I'll drive over right now." Trusting Shang Zishi, Hua Zhenrong didn't ask any more questions and agreed immediately. As for what it was, he didn't ask. He'd find out when he saw Gu Jianing. After hanging up, Hua Zhenrong got ready to drive out of the compound. "Hey, Zhenrong, it's almost dinner time. Where are you going?" Madame Hua asked when she saw him. "Mom, you all go ahead and eat. I have something really important to do. I need to go to the Sang family right now. Can't you eat first and then go?" "Mom, it's fine. I'm not that hungry. Maybe just give me a bun to take with me." "All right." So Hua Zhenrong drove to the Sang family, eating a bun with one hand and staring with the other. 10 minutes after Gu Jianing hung up with Shang Zishi, Hua Zhenrong arrived at the Sang house. Grandpa and Grandma Sang were surprised to see Hua Zhenrong at this hour. But when they heard he had something important to discuss with Gu Jianing, they immediately gave them some space. Sister-in-law, Zishi just told me to come over right away, said it was important, but didn't say what. Can you tell me now? Gu Jianing didn't hide anything and told him her suspicions about Li Shuyao being an enemy spy. No way, how could Li Shuyao be a spy? That was Hua Zhenrong's first reaction. Sister-in-law, Li Shuyao is from the Li family, and she's old Master Li's granddaughter. How could this be possible? If Li Shuyao really was a spy, and she'd been operating right under old Master Li and Li Tingshuan's noses all this time, and neither of them had noticed. That would be just too absurd. But the key was, why? Why would Li Shuyao become a spy? She was a Li family member, it just didn't make sense. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is just too hard to accept. Can you tell me how you came to this conclusion? Hua Zhenrong looked intently at Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing knew that, aside from Shang Zishi, probably no one would believe her if she said this out of the blue. But the fact remained Li Shuyao was a spy. After thinking for a moment, Gu Jianing said, Li Shuyao has a cat. I know a bit about reading animal body language. It was that cat that told me Li Shuyao is a spy. Hua Zhenrong was stunned. His sister-in-law had determined Li Shuyao was a spy based on a cat. Honestly, if it weren't Gu Jianing saying this, and after getting to know her over the past month, he'd think she was just messing with him. And being able to read animal body language, was that even possible? Could you really identify a spy from a cat's movements? It was just too unbelievable. After his initial shock, Hua Zhenrong thought for a while, then made a decision. All right, sister-in-law, I'll tell my father about this and have him secretly assign people to investigate and keep an eye on Li Shuyao. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Gu Jianing didn't know if Hua Zhenrong's people would be able to find anything on Li Shuyao, but if she really was a spy, she'd definitely slip up eventually. All right, I'll go talk to my father right now. Hua Zhenrong didn't linger and quickly left the Sang house. On the way, he couldn't help but think to himself, if Li Shuyao really wasn't a spy, then fine. But if she was, then the Li family and old Master Li were in for quite a show. After returning to the Hua family home, Hua Zhenrong immediately went to his father's room and told him everything. After all, only his father could handle this situation. His own health had just recovered, and he hadn't returned to the military district yet. But his father happened to be stationed at the Beijing military district. At first, Father Hua found the story a bit far-fetched, but he quickly accepted it. After all, neither Gu Jianing nor Shang Zishi were the type to make baseless accusations. Besides, when it came to the Beijing military district, he knew the situation best. Recently, they had indeed been investigating an enemy spy. They'd had no leads so far, but if this person turned out to be Li Shuyao, then all the oddities would finally make sense. I'll head to the military district right now. After pacing back and forth in the study, Father Hua decided to return to the base that very night. After all, when it came to enemy spies, the sooner you caught them, the better. The Li family had been at the hospital since the afternoon. Lying in her hospital bed, Li Shuyao's eyes widened in shock when she learned that even after treatment, her face might still be left with scars. It felt like her whole world was collapsing. No way. How could I be disfigured? I don't want to be disfigured. You have to fix it, no matter what, you have to fix it. Li Shuyao clung desperately to the doctor. Miss Li, I've done everything I can. As for the outcome, I can't say for sure. Useless. You're useless, that's why you can't fix it. When Li Tingxian and old Master Li arrived, they heard Li Shuyao berating the doctor. The doctor's face was clearly dark with displeasure. Shuyao, what are you saying? Apologize to the doctor, now, Li Tingxian said sternly. Li Shuyao stared at him in disbelief. My face is like this, and you want me to apologize to this useless doctor? Why? Do you know what he said? He said I might be left with scars. Do you know what that means? At that moment, The doctor turned to Old Master Li and Li Tingxian. Old Master Li, Captain Li, my abilities are limited. Perhaps you should seek someone more skilled. With that, he nodded and left. Grandpa, brother, see? Even he admits he's not good enough. That's enough, Xiao. Stop making a scene, Li Tingxian snapped. Li Shuao froze for a moment, then said, I'm already like this, and you're yelling at me? Are you even my brother? Li Tingxian sighed and pressed his lips together, saying nothing. I told you long ago not to keep that cat, but you insisted. Fine, I'll have someone. No. Before Old Master Li could finish, Li Shuao cut him off. Grandpa, don't get rid of the cat. Don't kill it either. I still want to keep it, Li Shuao said. Now both Old Master Li and Li Tingxian were baffled. The cat had injured her so badly, yet she still wanted to keep it? What was so special about that cat? Seeing their confused looks, Li Shuyao's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, Grandpa, brother, actually, it wasn't the cat's fault. It was Gu Jianning's fault. She startled my cat, and that's why it lost control and scratched me. It's all Gu Jianning's fault. Grandpa, brother, you have to stand up for me. Now, Li Shuao could only push all the blame onto Gu Jianning. But to her surprise, as soon as she said this, Li Tingxuan's expression darkened. Shuao, I can't believe after all these years, you've turned out like this, twisting the facts and trying to frame someone else. Disappointment filled Li Tingxuan's eyes as he looked at Li Shuao. Though he'd never been especially close to her after their parents died, she was the person he was closest to besides their grandfather. So, as soon as this incident happened, he immediately sent people to investigate. On the way to the hospital, he and their grandfather had already learned the whole story. Gu Jianning hadn't done anything wrong, she hadn't even touched the cat. The whole time, the cat had been in Li Shuyao's arms. It was Li Shuao who had pinched the cat, causing it to lash out and scratch her. At that moment, someone happened to witness everything from Li Shuyao's angle. Now it had all come to light. You brought this on yourself. Why do you have to slander others? You were the one who pinched the cat, and that's why it scratched you. Tell me, why did you pinch the cat in the first place? Faced with Li Tingxuan's questioning, Li Shuyao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected him to find out the truth so quickly. And someone had actually seen her pinch the cat. Li Tingxian continued, Were you planning to use the cat to hurt Dr. Gu? I wasn't. Li Shuao denied immediately. But her denial was useless. Seeing her evasive eyes, Li Tingxian knew he'd guessed right. He could hardly believe it. Do you realize Dr. Gu is pregnant? Even if she weren't, you still. When did you become so vicious, Li Shuao? Yes, at this point, there was no other word for Li Shuyao's actions but vicious. She'd planned to use a cat to hurt a pregnant woman. If things had gone wrong, Gu Jianning and her baby could both have been killed. The thought made Li Tingxuan's chest ache. He was even more disappointed in his sister. He'd found out that Shuao liked Shang Zishi, even to the point of obsession. But love was never something you could force. And you certainly couldn't try to destroy the person your crush cared about just because your feelings weren't reciprocated. Now, Li Shuao had tried to harm someone and then shift the blame onto someone else. Li Tingxian truly felt his sister was beyond hope. Grandpa, Li Shuao looked at Old Master Li with pleading, pitiful eyes. But Old Master Li said nothing, nor did he take her side. In his heart, the Li family came first, Li Tingxian second, and even he himself was third. As for this granddaughter, now that his eldest grandson had made everything clear, he would not interfere. Besides, this granddaughter really had, as Tingxian said, gone astray. Just stay here and recover, Old Master Li said at last. He wasn't the type to ignore right and wrong and blame others just because his own family was involved. Otherwise, he'd never have reached his current position. After Li Tingxian and Old Master Li left, Li Shuao stared at their retreating backs, her gaze dark and cold. I was going to show you mercy, but since you don't want it, don't blame me for being ruthless. As for Gu Jianning and Shang Zishi, she wouldn't let them off either. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Li Shuyao's eyes. Late at night, unable to sleep, Li Shuyao's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with the Li family and Gu Jianning. Suddenly, the door to her hospital room was opened from the outside. Li Shuao looked up impatiently, about to lash out, when she saw several armed soldiers enter. Li Shuao, we suspect you are an enemy agent sent by Country R. Please come with us. Li Shuyao's eyes widened in shock. As she listened to their words, her body began to tremble violently. Especially when they tried to forcibly take her away, she struggled even harder. Don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm from the Li family, I'm Li Shuao. You can't arrest me. This is slander, slander. But no matter how much Li Shuao screamed and protested, in the end, she was still taken away by force in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, the Li family's door was also pounded on urgently in the middle of the night. Li Tingxian and Old Master Li both had to get up. When they heard what the lead soldier said, both grandfather and grandson stared in shock. Old Master Li even cried out, "Impossible!" No matter how much he disliked this granddaughter, she was still his granddaughter. There was no way she could be an enemy agent. Li Tingxian also instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he remembered what he had been investigating before. He had been trying to find out who leaked the secrets in his previous life. Unfortunately, whether in his dreams or in reality, he'd never found the answer. He couldn't figure it out. But now, if the person who leaked the secrets was Yao Ao, then everything made sense. Previously, Li Tingxian had been blinded and never considered the possibility that it could be Li Shuao. Now, thinking about it, it seemed logical. But Yao Ao, how could she? How was it possible? Even though he wasn't close to Li Shuao, Li Tingxian never imagined she could be an enemy agent. Old Master, at that moment, the housekeeper's panicked voice came from behind. Li Tingxian turned around to see that Old Master Li, upon hearing the news, had fainted. Grandpa. Li Tingxian couldn't care about Li Shuo anymore and rushed to support his grandfather. By the time Gu Jianing woke up the next morning, news of what happened to the Li family had already spread. So, Li Shuo might be an enemy agent and was arrested? Old Master Li fainted from the shock and was hospitalized? This was what Grandpa Sang heard. It wasn't exactly a secret, though it hadn't spread widely. But people in the compound all knew about it. Gu Jianing hadn't expected Hua Jinrong to move so quickly, arresting Li Shuao in the middle of the night. As for Old Master Li, with all his military honors, to have a granddaughter who turned out to be an enemy agent, it was understandable that he'd faint from the shock. But Gu Jianing was also curious. Why did Li Shuao do it? Was it all because of Shengzishi? Did love turn to hate? Gu Jianing didn't think that was possible. There had to be reasons they didn't know about. As for what those reasons were, they'd have to wait for the official investigation. Still, Li Shuyao's arrest was a good thing. Once she was interrogated, no matter what punishment she received, she'd never be able to stir up trouble again. Gu Jianing finally felt at ease. No longer worrying about Li Shuyao, Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang, accompanied by Xiao Zheng the security officer, boarded the train to the northwest. With Gu Jianing heavily pregnant, the train crowded, and Grandma Sang being elderly, the journey was tough. Fortunately, with young Xiao Zheng accompanying them, things were much easier than they would have been otherwise. Meanwhile, Li Tingxian had just left the hospital when he learned that Gu Jianing had already boarded the train back to the northwest. So, she's already left. Li Tingxian sighed. Perhaps it was for the best. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he thought about what had happened. Old Master Li had fainted from the shock, but had been resuscitated. As long as he rested, he'd be fine. He still hadn't woken up, though. As for Li Shuyao, ever since she was taken away, there had been no news. Because he was Li Shuyao's brother and a close relative, he was even less able to get involved. If it turned out Li Shuao was innocent, that would be best. But if it was true, he, his grandfather, and the entire Li family would be deeply affected. But Li Tingxian thought if an arrest order had been issued, there was a 70 or 80% chance it was true. Especially since the order had come from the Hua family. So, the likelihood that Yao Ao was an enemy agent was almost certain. Li Tingxian clenched his fists tightly. Li Shuao, why did you do it? Why? No one could understand it, perhaps only Li Shuao herself knew the reason. Meanwhile, after a day and night on the train, Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang, accompanied by Xiao Zheng, finally arrived at the train station in the northwest the next morning. Ningning, Grandma. As soon as Gu Jianing got off the train, she heard a familiar voice calling out loudly. She looked through the crowd in the direction of the voice. There, not far away, standing by a jeep in military uniform, was a tall man. The moment she saw that familiar face, Gu Jianing's eyes grew hot with emotion. "Grandma, it's Brother Shi here to pick us up," Gu Jianing said to Grandma Sang. Yes, that's good." At that moment, Xing Zishi had already made his way through the crowd and arrived in front of them. Ningning, Xing Zishi's eyes were also tinged with red, filled with tenderness and longing that almost overflowed. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the train station, surrounded by so many people, Xing Zishi would have been unable to resist pulling Gu Jianing into his arms. "Xiaoxi is here." When Grandma Sang spoke, Xing Zishi finally looked away. "Yes, Grandma, let's hurry home. I brought the car." "Uncle Zhang, thank you for your help." "No trouble at all." Xing Zishi helped with the luggage and the group got into the car. Xing Zishi drove them to the Northwest Military District. After passing the checkpoint at the entrance, they headed to the family compound where they lived. As soon as the car stopped at the gate, Xing Zishi helped Gu Jianing out. "Sister, you're finally back." It was Amber who spoke. "Amber, I missed you too." If it weren't for her pregnancy, Gu Jianing would have hugged Amber. Xing Zishi said, "Amber's been waiting at the gate for you all day." "Good, Amber." Gu Jianing patted Amber's fur. At that moment, the door next door suddenly swung open. Two excited voices rang out. "Jianing, you're back." "Godmother." Hearing the voices, Gu Jianing looked up and saw Zhang Xuan, also heavily pregnant, standing with Guogua beside her. "Xuan, Guogua." Zhang Xuan quickly took Guogua's hand and came over. "You're finally back. I've missed you so much, and Guogua's been thinking about her godmother too." Zhang Xuan's face was lit up with joy that she couldn't hide. Guogua was happily circling around Gu Jianing. Grandma Sang also got out of the car and saw Zhang Xuan and Guogua. "Oh my, you must be Xuan and this is Guogua. Our Ning girl talks about you too all the time." Grandma Sang had already heard about Zhang Xuan and Guogua from Gu Jianing. As expected of a social butterfly, Grandma Sang immediately struck up a conversation with Zhang Xuan. "Let's not all stand at the door, let's go inside," Xing Zishi said. Yes, let's all go in." Gu Jianing walked into the house and looked around. She'd been away for over a month, but everything inside looked exactly the same. It was also very clean and tidy, a clear sign that Xing Zishi had been keeping up with the cleaning. Actually, Xing Zishi had always been the one tidying and cleaning the house. He knew Gu Jianing could be a bit lazy, and he indulged her in that laziness. To Xing Zishi, Gu Jianing was his wife, and a wife should be cherished. As for housework, well, if it's housework, either you do it or I do it. But Xing Zishi felt that, as a man, he should take on more of it. If something needed to be done and he had the time, he'd just do it himself. Meanwhile, Grandma Sang pulled Zhang Xuan and Guogua inside and handed them something she'd brought from the capital. "Oh, I can't accept this." "Why not?" "I brought these especially for Ning Girl's good friends." "You are her very best friend. You have to take it. Besides, distant relatives aren't as good as close neighbors. I hope you'll look after our Ning Girl in the future." "Of course, Jianing and I always help each other." "Oh, your belly is so big now. Are you due soon?" "It's twins. Actually, I have Jianing to thank for getting pregnant this time." While Grandma Sang and Zhang Xuan chatted enthusiastically, Xing Zishi had already taken Gu Jianing back to their room. Almost as soon as they entered, before Gu Jianing could say a word, Xing Zishi pulled her into his arms. "Wife, I missed you. I missed you so much." He buried his head in the crook of her slender, fair neck, breathing in her scent. Only with his wife in his arms did his heart finally settle. "Brother Shi, I missed you too." Gu Jianing hugged him back. When you love someone, the longing is always mutual. She'd missed Xing Zishi just as much as he'd missed her. Now, in his arms, she finally felt at peace. Home is wherever my heart finds peace. Truly, wherever your loved ones are, that's home. "How have you been these days? Are you eating well? Sleeping okay?" Xing Zishi asked. Gu Jianing didn't interrupt, just listened to him ramble on. When he finally finished, she smiled and said, "Didn't you already ask me all this on the phone?" He had every time they talked. But asking over the phone was nothing like seeing her in person. "You're a deputy battalion commander, but you look so silly right now," Gu Jianing teased, cupping his face in her hands. Shang Zishi gazed at her with deep affection. "Yes, in front of you, I'm just a fool." From the moment he met her, his heart had followed her, and his mind too. But he was happy to be that way. "Well, let me tell you, I'm doing great, so don't worry. See? Both the baby and I are fine." Gu Jianing even spun around to show him. Seeing her healthy and glowing, Shang Zishi finally felt completely at ease. But he still didn't want to let go of her. Gu Jianing let him hold her, but... oh, if the people at the military district knew that their handsome-faced King Yama, Deputy Commander Shang, was this clingy with his wife, your reputation would be ruined. So what if it is? I don't care what others think. I only care about my wife, Shang Zishi said, completely unabashed and even a bit proud. Gu Jianing burst out laughing. All right, you only want your wife. Has the baby been giving you any trouble lately? Shang Zishi asked. Not really. Want to ask them yourself? Gu Jianing teased. To her surprise, Shang Zishi took it seriously. He gently placed his large hand on her rounded belly and asked, "Babies, have you been giving mommy a hard time lately? Mommy's working hard carrying you, so you'd better behave, okay?" He didn't expect that. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd feel a little bump under his palm, as if a tiny foot had kicked him. Shang Zishi was stunned. Ning ning, the baby just kicked me. Yes, the baby kicked you. They heard Daddy's voice and are responding to you, Gu Jianing said, equally amazed. To be honest, these twins seemed to take after her. They were pretty lazy and didn't move much. So up until now, Shang Zishi hadn't felt them move at all. Even Gu Jianing herself rarely felt it. She never expected that, at this moment, the babies would move. Could they really have heard their father and responded? Was it really that magical? Either way, for a first-time dad, feeling his child move for the first time left Shang Zishi completely dumbfounded. It took him a while to recover, and then, with a silly grin on his face, he kept talking to the babies, getting more and more excited as he went on. Watching this, Gu Jianing felt that this was the happiest moment of her life. After cuddling in the room for a while, they remembered there were still guests in the living room and finally came out. When they came out, Zhang Xuan was still chatting animatedly with Grandma Sang. Guoguo was happily eating snacks and seemed to really like Grandma Sang. But Grandma Sang was getting on in years, and after a day and night on the train, she was tired. So after chatting for a bit, Shang Zishi arranged for her to rest in a room. Zhang Xuan wanted to chat more with Gu Jianing, but worried she might be tired, she took Guagua and left. After all, now that Jianing was back, there would be plenty of time to talk. Gu Jianing was indeed a bit tired, so she went to rest as well. Meanwhile, while Gu Jianing was resting, news of her return spread through the Northwest Military District within the afternoon. Everyone had been looking forward to her return. After all, during her trip to the capital, Gu Jianing had made a name for herself across the country. Now she was recognized as the miracle doctor of the Northwest Military District. So many people were eagerly waiting for Gu Jianing to return to the Northwest Military District, to come back to the traditional Chinese medicine department and see patients again. Not only that, but in the Northwest Military District Hospital, the other departments had a complicated attitude toward Old Chin, equal parts respect and envy. The respect, of course, was for her skills. The envy, well, it wasn't real resentment, just that they thought Old Chin was a bit too shrewd. Back when Gu Jianing first arrived, Old Chin had immediately claimed her for her own department. Later, she even took Gu Jianing on as her apprentice. Now, Gu Jianing was giving lectures, receiving awards from higher-ups, becoming a professor, getting her name in the papers, and gaining national fame. What an honor. If only Gu Jianing had been in their department back then, or if they'd had some connection to her, maybe they could have basked in some of that glory too. There was a buzz of excitement in the Northwest Military District, but Gu Jianing was completely unaware. When she woke up, it was already late afternoon, almost evening. Xing Zishi hadn't returned from training yet. Grandma Sang, on the other hand, had been up for a while. She was busy in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Gu Jianing felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to help. "Oh, you don't need to help. Let Grandma take care of it. Go do your own thing, or just sit and relax. I've got this." Grandma Sang had come all the way to the Northwest Military District just to look after Gu Jianing. How could she let her granddaughter-in-law serve her just because of seniority? Back in their Beijing home, they had a housekeeper assigned by the authorities to look after her and Grandpa, but Grandma Sang was perfectly capable of cooking herself, and her skills were excellent. She just didn't cook as often these days. Now that Ningning was pregnant, as her great-grandmother, she naturally wanted to make sure she ate well. Gu Jianing was shooed out of the kitchen. She had no choice but to return to the living room and pick up a book. Before long, Xing Zishi came home. He also wanted to help in the kitchen, but Grandma Sang sent him right back out. "You just keep Ning company. I don't need your help. Dinner will be ready soon." Xing Zishi, "All right then." So he went to the heated Kong bed in the living room and chatted with Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing talked about her life in Beijing, and of course, she mentioned how Li Shuao had been arrested in the middle of the night and how old Master Li had fainted from anger. "I'll get in touch with Jinrong and have him keep a close eye on the situation. If there's any news, he'll let me know," Xing Zishi said. "Okay." Gu Jianing looked at Xing Zishi, hesitated, and asked, "Are you curious how I was so sure Li Shuao was an enemy agent?" Xing Zishi gazed at her intently, reached out his large hand, and held hers. "I know you have your own abilities. If you want to tell me, you can. If you don't." If she didn't, Xing Zishi would never force her. He knew that was Ningning's secret. And since it was a secret, the fewer people who knew, the better, even him. Gu Jianing hesitated, but finally said, "If Comrade Hua and the others don't know where to start with their investigation into Li Shuao, they can start with her cat." I can understand what that cat says." Xing Zishi's eyes widened slightly. He immediately looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jianing understood his concerns and lowered her voice. "Actually, it's not just that cat. I can understand all animals." It took Xing Zishi a while to process this, but he finally accepted it. No wonder when I see you with Amber. It's like you two are having a real conversation." Whatever Amber was thinking or doing, Ningning always seemed to know. At first, he thought it was just because they were close, so Ningning understood her dog well. He never imagined the real reason was this. It was because Ningning could understand animals. Xing Zishi tightened his grip on Gu Jianing's hand. "Ningning, you haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" "No, just you." "Good. Don't tell anyone. And as for your other secrets, just keep them to yourself. Don't even tell me if you can help it." Gu Jianing, "All right, this man really is cautious." But she knew Xing Zishi was being careful for her sake. Gu Jianing then told him what the cat had said in the department store that day. As for the enemy agent's mark, she didn't mention that. But just from what the cat had said, it was clear Li Shuao was an enemy agent. Now all that was left was to confirm it. "I suspect Li Shuao was using that cat to pass messages. That's why she always kept the cat with her." No wonder, Xing Zishi suddenly understood. Using a cat to pass intelligence, those people were really clever. Especially since Li Shuao had the cover of being a member of the Li family. No one would ever suspect her. And no one else, except Ningning, could understand animals and figure out the truth from the cat. "Ningning, it's a good thing you discovered this. If Ningning hadn't, who knows how long it would have taken to uncover Li Shuao. Who knows how many missions or secrets might have been compromised because of her. Ningning, if this turns out to be true, you'll be the one who deserves the most credit. If it's confirmed, you'll definitely be rewarded." Gu Jianing propped her chin in her hands. "I don't really care about the credit. The main thing is, Li Shuao has always been hostile to me. Now that she's been caught, I don't have to worry about her lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike at me. Especially since she'd be having a baby soon. She was afraid Li Shuao would stay hidden and one day go after her child. So now that Li Shuao had been arrested, it was a relief, a good thing for her. Now that she's been caught, I've done my part to rid the country of a threat, Gu Jianing said with a smile. After all, Li Shuao was an enemy agent. And what good could come from an enemy agent? Exactly, you've done a great service for the country, Xing Zishi praised, patting her head. Just then, Grandma Sang came in with the food. Time to eat. Okay, I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. Xing Zishi, ever the helpful man, quickly set the table and served rice for all three of them. After tasting Grandma Sang's cooking, Gu Jianing was blown away. Wow, Grandma, your cooking is amazing. This is next level. Her praise made Grandma Sang laugh heartily. Is it really that good? Of course. And from Xing Zishi's explanation, Gu Jianing learned that Grandma Sang had a very sensitive palate and was a natural-born chef when she was young. Her cooking was always delicious. In fact, Grandpa Sang had pursued her relentlessly because of her incredible cooking. After all, to win a man's heart, you must first win over his taste buds. Grandma Sang settled right into life at the residential compound. She was a sociable person, and within just a few days, she'd made quite a few friends among the residents, some her age, some younger. Gu Jianing returned to work in the traditional Chinese medicine (TCM) department. As soon as she came back, patients flocked to her for treatment. By comparison, the other two doctors in the department, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Liu, found themselves with far fewer patients. But they didn't feel jealous. After all, Gu Jianing's skills spoke for themselves. Especially now that she held the title of professor, while they were still just physicians. They understood why patients preferred to see Gu Jianing. If they were in the patient's shoes, they'd want to be treated by the most skilled doctor too. They weren't jealous. They were just worried that Gu Jianing, with her big belly, might overexert herself. Old Qin was concerned as well. When he arrived and saw the long line waiting for Gu Jianing, while the other doctors and even other departments were quiet, he immediately felt something needed to change. He quickly made adjustments. Unless it was an emergency or a particularly serious case, only then would Gu Jianing see the patient. Otherwise, the other doctors would handle things. The patients weren't thrilled, but they also didn't want Gu Jianing to tire herself out. In the end, everyone cooperated with the new arrangement. Gu Jianing's workload eased up considerably. Thank you, Master. Gu Jianing took a moment to thank Old Qin. Silly girl, I am your master, after all. Ever since Gu Jianing returned to work, Grandma Sang would often bring freshly made snacks to her office. It was like afternoon tea. Thank you, Grandma. I've been getting hungry so easily lately. Maybe it was because of the two babies in her belly, but Gu Jianing always felt hungry these days. No matter how much she ate, she never felt full. She'd been eating a lot more recently. But aside from her belly, she hadn't gained weight anywhere else. She was still slim. She worried that eating so much might make the babies too big. Luckily, the system assured her that thanks to the pills she'd taken before, this wouldn't be a problem. She was told to eat as much as she wanted, to give the babies as much nutrition as possible. Gu Jianing also scanned her belly herself and found everything was still within a healthy range. So she stopped worrying. Lately, she'd been eating a lot, and Grandma Sang would come by to feed her from time to time. As she ate, Gu Jianing thought, my sister-in-law back home must be due soon. Maybe there'll be news any day now. But before any news came from her hometown, something happened at her own home. Not to her, though. It was Amber. That night, while Gu Jianing was sleeping, she suddenly heard Amber making noises outside. She listened carefully, immediately woke up, and got out of bed. What's wrong? As soon as she got up, Shang Zishi woke up too. I think Amber's about to give birth. I need to go check on her. I'll go with you. Okay. Shang Zishi got up first, quickly threw on a jacket, and hurried to get clothes, a scarf, and shoes for Gu Jianing. It's cold in the middle of the night. Bundle up, don't catch a chill, he reminded her as he helped her dress. I know, she replied. Soon, they were ready and headed out toward where Amber was. In the yard, Xing Zishi had built a doghouse for Amber. Worried she'd get cold, Gu Jianing had lined it with plenty of soft cotton fabric. Big sister. As soon as Gu Jianing came out, Amber, who had been pacing anxiously in the yard, called out to her. It's normal for a mother dog to be restless and pace before giving birth. But when Gu Jianing appeared, Amber came right over. With her big belly, Gu Jianing couldn't bend down, but since Amber was a large dog, she could just lean forward a bit to pet her. She gently stroked Amber's back. "Amber, how are you feeling?" "Don't worry, I'll stay here with you." "Thank you, big sister. I'm okay for now. Do you want something to eat?" Gu Jianing asked. "I think I could eat a little." "All right." Gu Jianing immediately asked Xingzishi to fetch some food. Amber had been anxious, but with Gu Jianing's soothing presence, she calmed down a lot. It seemed that just sitting by Gu Jianing's side made her feel safe. Gu Jianing knew that some mother dogs become aggressive during labor, while others become clingy. Amber was clearly the latter. Xingzishi had read about this before. He'd been a little worried at first. But seeing how attached Amber was to Gu Jianing, he relaxed and went to prepare food for her. After Amber finished eating what Xingzishi brought, she urinated several times, and the muscles under her belly began to contract more frequently. Gu Jianing knew Amber was about to give birth. Amber returned to her doghouse and began to prepare herself. At that moment, Grandma Sang, hearing the commotion, got up as well. But Xingzishi sent her back to bed. After all, she was elderly, and it was best not to tire her out in the middle of the night. Amber's labor went quickly. In half an hour, she gave birth to 4 puppies. 2 were orange and white. 1 was pure white, and the last was also white, but with 4 orange paws, the youngest and the prettiest of the bunch. "Amber, you did great. Get some rest now." Since her own belly was so big, Gu Jianing could only direct Xingzishi to help clean up Amber and the 4 puppies. Once she was cleaned up, Amber, exhausted, nursed her puppies and then fell into a deep sleep. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Gu Jianing's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully delivering Amber's puppies. You have been awarded 100 points and 10 animal strengthening and intelligence pills." "Huh? There's a reward for this too." By now, Gu Jianing had accumulated several thousand points. As she treated more people, her points increased daily. She was used to it by now. But these pills, were they specifically for animals? They could boost intelligence and strengthen the body? Gu Jianing thought for a moment. While Xingzishi went to pour water, she took out 5 pills. 1 for Amber and 1 for each puppy, slipping them into their mouths. "I hope these pills will make you all healthier, stronger, and smarter." According to Amber, her puppies would one day help protect Gu Jianing's children. Gu Jianing knew that with her current body and high fertility, she'd definitely have more children in the future. With more children in the family, there's always the worry that they might not get enough attention, or that someone with bad intentions might try something. But with Amber's puppies around to keep watch, there's an extra layer of security. So, whether it's Amber or her puppies, it's a good thing for them to be strong and smart. "Ning Ning, it's still a while before dawn. Let's go back to bed," Xingzishi said as he returned after pouring some water. "Okay." Although Amber gave birth fairly quickly, the whole process still took about an hour. Being in the late stages of pregnancy, Ning Ning was easily tired these days. She needed to take care of herself. After taking one last look at Amber and her 4 little pups sleeping soundly in their doghouse, Gu Jianing went back inside to sleep with Xingzishi. The next day, everyone in the family compound knew that Gu Jianing's dog, Amber, had given birth to 4 puppies. The first 2 were males, and the last 2 were females. Even though Amber was just a dog, her smooth delivery seemed to be a good omen. Sure enough, just a couple of days later, Gu Jianing's system suddenly popped up with a message. The message said that her bound target, Young Man, was currently in labor. Sister-in-law is giving birth? Even though Gu Jianing was far away in the northwest, because of the system's connection, she could still see her sister-in-law's status. Seeing that all her stats were good, Gu Jianing felt relieved. 3 hours later, the system notified her that Young Man had given birth safely. Gu Jianing let out a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad will probably call me soon. Sure enough, that evening, Gu Jianing received a call from home. Ning Ning, your sister-in-law gave birth to a baby boy. Both mother and child are healthy, came Yao Chuanhua's excited voice over the phone. Sister-in-law gave birth? That's wonderful. Although she already knew from the system that her sister-in-law had safely delivered a boy, hearing her mother's excitement and joy over the phone made her feel even happier, as if the emotion had traveled across the line. Mom, do we have enough baby formula at home? If not, I'll send more. Don't try to save it, Gu Jianing said. No, every time you send a package, there's always formula in it. We have plenty, Yao Chunhua replied honestly. Not just in the village, even in town, no one else has as much formula as we do. And whose baby gets to drink formula from birth? It's all thanks to her daughter. Ningning, your big brother and sister-in-law asked me to thank you. After all, Yang Manman and her husband had struggled to conceive for a long time, and it was Gu Jianing who helped treat her. Now, Yang Manman was finally able to have a son. Mom, we're family. There's no need to thank me. Besides, big brother and sister-in-law have always been good to me. Gu Jianing believed in repaying kindness. With such wonderful siblings, they shouldn't have any regrets. By the way, how are second and third brothers' jobs going? At the mention of her two sons' jobs, Yao Chuanhua's voice lit up with joy. They're doing great. And they really were. Both jobs had been arranged by county officials. Whether at the supply and marketing cooperative or the grain station, everyone knew about the family's connections, so no one dared to treat the brothers poorly. Especially since Gu Yunan and Gu Yunzhou's younger sister was Gu Jianing. She was a highly skilled doctor, a professor, had been in the newspapers, and even married a military officer from Beijing. With a background like that, who wouldn't want to get on the family's good side? So the brothers were doing very well at their jobs. Of course, it was also because they were capable and had good character. You wouldn't believe it, when your third brother was just the village record keeper, there were already plenty of girls wanting to marry into our family. Now that he's working at the supply and marketing cooperative and has a secure job, there are even more suitors. Our doorstep is practically worn down by all the matchmakers. Yao Chanhua was clearly delighted as she spoke. Gu Jianing wasn't surprised by this at all. After all, in these times, a secure job was everything. There was a steady income every month and all sorts of benefits during holidays. What girl wouldn't want to marry a man with a stable job? Plus, all the siblings were good-looking. Now, after taking the beauty pill, Gu Jianing was exceptionally beautiful. But even before that, she'd always been attractive. So her three brothers were handsome as well. There are girls from both the village and the town lining up to propose. Gu Jianing could understand that. Even though the Gu family still lived in the countryside, in every other way, they were doing very well. Her father was the village chief, her mother managed the village pig farm, her three brothers all had good jobs, and she herself was a doctor and professor, married to a military officer from Beijing, and had even been in the newspaper. That kind of family background was nothing to scoff at. Plus, her parents were wonderful in-laws, except for doting on their daughter, they were faultless. Even when Yang Manman was childless for years, Yao Chanhua never complained and would always defend her against gossip. Who wouldn't want a mother-in-law like that? Does third brother have anyone he likes? Gu Jianing asked. In her previous life, her third brother had remained single all his life, which was a source of pain for her. Your third brother is smart, but when it comes to dating and marriage, he's clueless. He's not seeing anyone, and he's not interested in getting married right now. That rascal doesn't realize he's already 20. At his age, most men already have several kids. Gu Jianing fell silent. After a moment, she said, Mom, there's no rush for third brother to get married. It's better if he marries when he's ready and willing. I think third brother has his own ideas. Maybe he still wants to study. Study? Yao Chanhua was taken aback. He already graduated high school. What else is there to study Unless the college entrance exam is reinstated and he can go to university? But is that even possible? Yao Chanhua seemed to catch her meaning, her eyes lighting up as she lowered her voice. Ningning, do you think the college entrance exam? She didn't finish, but Gu Jianing understood. Mom, who knows about things like that? But I think the country is developing, and it needs talented people. Universities are where talent is trained, so there's a good chance. You can tell third brother to start preparing. Preparing for what? Of course, to review and get ready for the college entrance exam. In Gu Jianning's estimation, it was just over a year until the exam would be reinstated. If he started preparing now, the timing would be just right. I hope this time, third brother can fulfill his dream of going to university, Gu Jianning thought to herself. Hearing Gu Jianning's confident answer, Yao Chunhua was even happier. All right, I'll tell your third brother as soon as he gets home from work. He'll be thrilled. Yao Chunhua didn't doubt Gu Jianning's words for a second. Whatever Ningning said, she believed. Ningning, as soon as I finish helping your sister-in-law through her postpartum confinement, I'll head straight to the Northwest Military District, Yao Chunhua said, still worried about her daughter. Especially since she was carrying twins. Even though her in-law's grandmother was there as her mother, Yao Chunhua just couldn't rest easy unless she went herself. Okay, I understand, Mom. Yao Chunhua gave her a few more detailed reminders before reluctantly hanging up the phone. On her way home, Yao Chunhua couldn't stop smiling. Oh, Chunhua, I heard your eldest daughter-in-law gave birth to a boy? Yes, she had him this morning. Both mother and baby are doing well. That's wonderful. Congratulations. All along the way, everyone Yao Chunhua met was congratulating her. When she was almost home, she ran into her neighbor, Wu Meili. The moment Wu Meili saw how happy and proud Yao Chunhua looked, she slammed her door shut with a sour face. Yao Chunhua remembered how Wu Meili had once compared Yang Man to a hen that couldn't lay eggs, and she felt angry all over again. Back then, they'd even had a fight over it. Actually, at first, Yao Chunhua and Wu Meili had gotten along quite well. Probably because Wu Meili wanted her daughter, Gu Baozhu, to marry Yao Chunhua's eldest son. But Yao Chunhua never liked to meddle in the younger generation's marriages, nor did she believe in forcing anyone. She knew that marriage was a lifelong matter. Choosing the right person was important. So, when her eldest said he wanted to marry Yang Man, and after meeting Yang Man and finding her quite nice, Yao Chunhua agreed. She hadn't expected that from then on, Wu Meili would look at her with nothing but resentment, as if Yao Chunhua owed her for several lifetimes. At first, Yao Chunhua thought that even if they couldn't become in-laws, they could at least remain good neighbors. But Wu Meili just couldn't let it go. She started targeting Yang Man constantly. That, Yao Chunhua couldn't tolerate. So things eventually escalated into a full-blown fight. But now, Yao Chunhua didn't care about Wu Meili's attitude anymore. Neighbors or not, it didn't matter. As long as her family was doing well, that was enough. Even if Wu Meili didn't like her, there was nothing she could do about it. And now that Man had given birth to a son, Wu Meili was probably furious. Sure enough, behind her closed door, Wu Meili was about to explode with anger. In her mind, Yang Man was supposed to be barren forever. Then, Gu Yunting and the Gu family would regret marrying Yang Man and turning down her daughter Baozhu. But now, Yang Man had given birth to a boy. And the Gu family was doing better and better. Her daughter was a doctor who made the newspapers and had married into the Beijing military district. All three sons were workers. The gap between the Gu family and the rest of them was only getting wider and wider. Yao Chunhua went home, cooked a meal, served some food to Yang Man, who was still in her postpartum confinement, then cradled her grandson and fed him formula, watching him fall asleep before coming out. As soon as she stepped outside, she heard the villagers coming back from work. Not long after, her husband came home. Then, her three sons who worked in the city also returned. As soon as Gu Yunting walked in, he went straight to the bedroom to see his wife and son. After the family finished dinner, Yao Chunhua told them about her phone call with Gu Jianning. Then she called her third son into the room and passed on Gu Jianning's advice for him to study hard. At first, Gu Yunzhou was a little confused. After confirming again, he asked, "Mom, are you saying that in the near future, the college entrance exam might be reinstated and I could go to college?" "That's not just me saying it, that's what Ningning said." "Do you believe it?" "I do, of course I do." How could he not believe his little sister? Only the Gu family knew how amazing Gu Jianing was. So they trusted her completely. Especially since, before she got married, when she was tangled up with Wen Zhuqing, she'd seemed a bit unreliable. But after marrying Shang Zishi and following him to the army, everything she did was incredibly dependable. Gu Yunzhou felt that if Ningning was reminding him now, the chances of the college entrance exam being reinstated soon must be very high. He knew Ningning always understood his desire to keep studying. Sure enough, his little sister knew him best. "Mom, I understand. I'll start reviewing," Gu Yunzhou said, his eyes full of determination. Good, good. At the Northwest Military District, 3 days after Gu Jianing's sister-in-law gave birth, Gu Jianing was working in the traditional Chinese medicine department when she suddenly saw Guoguo running toward her in a panic. "Auntie Gu." Gu Jianing looked up and quickly asked, "Guoguo, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Auntie, Mom's about to have the baby. Sister Xuan is in labor?" Gu Jianing immediately stood up and asked, "Where is your mom now?" "At home. She's in so much pain she can't stand up." "Okay, I'll bring people over right now." "Guoguo, don't worry, your mom will be fine." Seeing Guoguo's eyes welling up with tears, Gu Jianing quickly comforted her. Soon, Gu Jianing notified the obstetrics department and had someone bring a stretcher as they hurried to the family housing compound. Actually, Gu Jianing knew that Zheng Xuan's due date was around this time. Since she was carrying twins, it was likely she'd give birth early. After finding out, Lin Xing had been coming home as early as possible every day. But unexpectedly, 2 days ago, Lin Xing was suddenly called away on a mission. He couldn't refuse. With no other choice, Lin Xing entrusted his wife to Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi before rushing off. Today, right after Zhang Xuan finished eating, she suddenly felt pain in her belly. When she saw her pants were wet, she knew her water had broken. The babies were coming. But the pain was so intense. She was in so much pain she didn't even have the strength to walk. She had planned to go to the military hospital as soon as she felt labor starting. It wasn't far, and everything was arranged. But she hadn't expected the pain to be so overwhelming that she couldn't even stand, let alone walk. Guoguo was frightened. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and remembered what her father had said. If he wasn't home and her mom was about to give birth or felt unwell, she should go find Auntie Gu or Uncle Sheng next door. Guoguo knew Uncle Sheng was out training and not home. Auntie Gu was at the hospital. So Guoguo ran straight to the hospital. Luckily, Zhang Xuan had brought her to Gu Jianing's office before, so Guoguo remembered the way. Now, Gu Jianing led the team to the family compound. Soon, they entered the Lin home and saw Zhang Xuan sitting on the kang, her face twisted in pain. "Jianing, Jianing." Zhang Xuan looked at Gu Jianing with pleading eyes. "Xuan, don't be afraid. It's okay. We'll go to the hospital right now." With the stretcher, they quickly got Zhang Xuan to the obstetrics department. The delivery began. Although Gu Jianing didn't go in, she kept a close eye on Zhang Xuan's condition through the system's data. No one knew if it was because of the pill Zhang Xuan took back then, the one for twin boys, that also helped with labor. But just half an hour after Zhang Xuan entered the delivery room, she gave birth. When the door to the delivery room opened, Gu Jianing saw a nurse carrying 2 swaddled babies, and Zhang Xuan was wheeled out as well. Maybe because the delivery had gone smoothly, Zhang Xuan was in pretty good spirits, though her face was a bit pale. "Mama." Gu Jianing led Guoguo by the hand and walked over. Guoguo's little eyes were filled with nervousness as she looked at her mother. Zhang Xuan was taken to the ward next door. Once she was settled in, Guoguo immediately rushed forward and held her mother's hand. "Mama, does it still hurt?" The memory of her mother in pain just a while ago was still vivid in Guoguo's mind. It had really scared her. Hearing Guoguo's words, Zhang Xuan's heart softened instantly. "Don't worry, Guoguo. Mama doesn't hurt anymore." Though, truthfully, she still did, but it was bearable. Hearing this, Guoguo finally relaxed. "Mama, are those my little brothers?" Guoguo's curious gaze fell on the 2 tiny babies, her eyes full of wonder. "Yes, those are your little brothers." Looking at her 2 sons in the swaddles, Zhang Xuan's eyes grew red. She looked at Gu Jianing, her gaze full of gratitude. Jianing, thank you. Really, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have these 2 children. And you even saved Guo back then. To Zhang Xuan, Gu Jianing was a great benefactor to their family, and to her children. She knew that without the pill Gu Jianing gave her, she never would have conceived these 2 sons. And if it hadn't been for Gu Jianing's help, Guo would have been abducted back then. Zhang Xuan couldn't imagine what her life would be like without Gu Jianing. Xuanjia, I'm your sister and Guo's godmother. There's no need for thanks between us. You've just given birth, you need to rest and recover, no crying aloud. Okay. Since Lin Xing wasn't around and Zhang Xuan had just given birth to twins, she definitely couldn't manage on her own. Thankfully, they had hired an auntie to help in advance. Even so, sometimes one helper wasn't enough, so Grandma Sang would come lend a hand whenever she could. During this time, the person Grandma Sang got along with best in the family compound was Zhang Xuan. As for Guo, while Zhang Xuan was recovering, she ate her meals at Gu Jianing's house. At night, Guo wanted to stay with her mother. Luckily, there was a spare bed in Zhang Xuan's hospital room, so she could sleep there. Even though Lin Xing wasn't home, with Gu Jianing, Grandma Sang, and the auntie around, Zhang Xuan's postpartum recovery was going quite smoothly. News that Zhang Xuan had given birth to twin boys quickly spread throughout the family compound. This immediately put Gu Jianing in the spotlight again. After all, Zhang Xuan had said that after giving birth to Guo, she hadn't been able to get pregnant for years. It was Gu Jianing's treatment that helped her conceive, and not just one, but twin boys. How could this not cause a stir in the compound? As a result, Gu Jianing found that many of her recent patients were coming to her for help with getting pregnant and having children. As long as they weren't being unreasonable, and as long as it was about having children, Gu Jianing didn't turn anyone away. She helped whenever she could. After all, the childbearing system she was bound to wasn't just about helping her have children herself. It was also about making her a miracle doctor, helping more infertile couples have kids. Lin Xing didn't return until the 4th day after Zhang Xuan gave birth. Zhang Xuan stayed in the hospital for 3 days before coming home. When Lin Xing returned, the first thing he saw was his wife lying in bed recovering, and the 2 tiny babies swaddled beside her. He was stunned. It took him a long moment to come back to his senses, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Awan, you gave birth?" Seeing how dazed he looked, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but glare at him playfully. "Yes, I did." Lin Xing knew his wife was due soon. He had wanted to stay by her side for the birth. But he was called away on a mission and had no choice but to go. The whole time, all he could think about was his pregnant wife, hoping to finish the mission quickly and make it back in time for the birth. He never expected that when he got home, his wife had already given birth. Just then, Guo ran over. "Daddy, little brothers." Guo has 2 little brothers. Little brothers? 2 of them? Lin Xing knew his wife was carrying twins, but he didn't know if they were boys or girls. Of course, he hoped for a son. He thought, with 2 kids, at least one would be a boy. Of course, even if both were girls, he would still love them. But he never expected such a big surprise when he got home from his mission. They were both boys. Lin Xing immediately stepped forward and picked up the babies, his eyes growing red without him realizing it. Holding the babies, he walked over to Zhang Xuan's bedside. "Awan, you've worked so hard." "Thank you too." Looking at his reddened eyes, Zhang Xuan understood how he felt. All these years, they had shared the same hopes and worries. Now, finally, there were no regrets. "If you know how hard I've worked, then from now on you have to take good care of me and our 3 kids, Zhang Xuan pouted slightly. "I will. I definitely will." Lin Xing took her hand, his eyes full of determination. Once he was home, Lin Xing also took on a lot of the work caring for Zhang Xuan and the 2 babies. Even though he was a man and maybe not as meticulous as a woman, he was doing his best to learn. Watching this, Gu Jianing thought Lin Xing was actually pretty good. Unlike some other men, he wasn't macho or inconsiderate. He truly cared about his wife and understood how hard childbirth was. Of course, the best man of all was still her own Shiga. That morning, as Gu Jianing was about to head to work, a young soldier came to tell her that Qin Tian was looking for her. Gu Jianing thought for a moment and remembered. Today was the day she had arranged for Qin Tian to deliver medicinal herbs. She headed toward the army compound's main gate and saw the now completely transformed Qin Tian, along with a burlap sack beside him. It was probably full of herbs. Maybe because he was eating better and had some money now, Qin Tian looked much healthier than before. He'd put on weight and grown taller. His clothes were no longer patched and old, but new. And ever since Gu Jianing had returned from the capital and delivered the letter from Qin Jihong and his wife to the siblings, Qin Tian's spirits had visibly improved. After coming back from the capital, Gu Jianing had gone to the Qin house the next day to deliver the letter to Qin Tian. Qin Tian could read, so both he and Qin Qing understood the letter. When the siblings saw the letter from their parents, who'd been out of contact for 8 years, tears streamed down their faces. Qin Tian and his sister had always known how hard their parents worked. Especially after what happened with Qin De, they realized that even though their parents hadn't been able to be with them as they grew up, they were always thinking about them. Every month, their parents sent home their wages and even asked others to look after them. They knew their parents were working for the country. They were heroes. They shouldn't blame them. But still, as children, who doesn't want their parents by their side? Especially these past few years, when not a single letter had come from their parents. Sometimes, they were even afraid something might have happened to them. It wasn't until Gu Jianing brought them their parents' heartfelt words that they finally felt at ease. In the letter, Qin Jihong and Du Wei said that at most, it would be another 6 months before they returned. Hearing this, both Qin Tian and Qin Qing, as well as Grandma Qin, were overjoyed. The spirits of the old and the young alike lifted considerably. You actually don't have to go up the mountain to gather herbs anymore. If I need them, I can buy them from others, Gu Jianing said. After all, you still have to study, and you're still young. The mountains can be dangerous. Before, it was because there was no money and no other way. But now, that wasn't necessary. But Qin Tian shook his head. No, Sister Gu, I really like gathering herbs. And I haven't fallen behind in my studies. I only go in my spare time and on weekends. Sister Gu, I want to be like you in the future, a really great doctor. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Gu Jianing. In Qin Tian's heart, he thought Gu Jianing was amazing. Like when she saved Grandma, other doctors had said there was no hope, but Sister Gu had managed to bring her back. To Qin Tian, Sister Gu was like a miracle worker, able to pull people back from the brink of death. Not long ago, Sister Gu had even been in the newspaper. After reading it, Qin Tian had carefully saved the newspaper as a treasure. He wanted to be as amazing as Sister Gu. He wanted to be in the newspaper one day, too. That's why he wanted to become a doctor. Gu Jianing stroked Qin Tian's hair, her eyes full of warmth. All right, I believe our Qin Tian will definitely become an outstanding doctor in the future. Because Gu Jianing was in a hurry to get to work, Qin Tian didn't go into the family quarters. Instead, a young soldier helped carry the bag of herbs inside. After all, with Gu Jianing's big belly, it wasn't convenient for her. Not long after Zhang Xuan gave birth to twins, Jiang Baihe also gave birth. She had a girl. For Jiang Baihe and Chai Jiangwo, it didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl, they loved their child all the same. After all, Chai Jiangwo had previously been told he couldn't have children. Now he was finally cured. So, having flowers before fruit was just fine. Even if this was their only daughter in this lifetime, Chai Jiangwo and Jiang Baihe were satisfied. Of course, the person they were most grateful to was Gu Jianing. Although they had already thanked her during the pregnancy, they decided that after the postpartum month, they would thank Gu Jianing again. Not long after Jiang Baihe gave birth, Gu Jianing also took maternity leave. After all, her due date was approaching. Now, with her big belly, going to work every day made both Shang Zishi and Grandma Sang uneasy, especially since she was carrying twins. Gu Jianing herself felt fine, since she'd been taking her pregnancy comfort pills and felt great. She thought she could work right up until delivery. But while she felt fine, her family didn't agree. So, she had to listen to them. She went to request leave, and her teacher, Old Chin, approved it immediately. Come on, what's more important than a student's safe delivery? So he quickly approved her leave and told Gu Jianing to go home and rest. Days without work suited Gu Jianing just fine. She was naturally a bit laid back. Not having to work was wonderful. In the mornings, after breakfast, she would walk around the military compound with Grandma Sang. In the evenings, Sheng Zishi would accompany her. But sometimes, Gu Jianing was a bit lazy. Sometimes she didn't feel like walking. No, the doctor said you need to walk more in late pregnancy, it'll make delivery easier. Ningning, be good, listen. When you were working, you were sitting all the time and didn't get much exercise. You can't slack off now. Seeing the worry on Sheng Zishi's face, Gu Jianing thought. I'm a doctor too, of course I know I should be walking more at this stage. But I have the system on my side, and the pregnancy comfort pills even help with smooth delivery, so even if I don't exercise, I'll be fine. But in the end, to keep Sheng Zishi from worrying, Gu Jianing chose to walk anyway. After all, it was almost time for the babies to arrive. Gu Jianing had a feeling she'd give birth in the next few days. Alright, let's keep walking. I wonder when Mom will come? Not sure, probably after my sister-in-law finishes her postpartum month. Should be soon. At that moment, the very Mrs. Yao Chanhua they were talking about was watching her eldest daughter-in-law finish a bowl of chicken soup. After Yang Manman finished, and Yao Chanhua was about to take the dishes away, Yang Manman stopped her. Mom, why don't you go to the Northwest Military District in the next couple of days? Yang Manman suggested. Yao Chanhua was taken aback. How can I? If I leave, who'll take care of you during your postpartum month? At that moment, the eldest son, Gu Yunting, came in. Mom, I can take care of Man. Then Su Miao came over with Zhuang in her arms. Mom, I can help my sister-in-law too. Yang Man reached out and held Yao Chuanhua's hand. Mom, I only have 1 week left in my postpartum month. With Yunting and my sister-in-law here, and since I'm recovering well, we'll be fine. She was telling the truth. She felt her postpartum month had been very comfortable. Both her husband and mother-in-law treated her very well. Especially since they spared no effort in nourishing her, so she'd recovered quickly. She could already walk around, just hadn't gone out for fear of catching a chill. Otherwise, she could have gone out too. Mom, I can see you're restless these days. I know you're worried about your daughter. We're all worried, not just you. Especially since she's carrying twins. So, Mom, you should go to the Northwest Military District soon. That way, you'll feel better and we'll feel better too, and you can help Ningning sooner. That's right, Mom, listen to Man. Don't worry, Mom. Both my sister-in-law and our family will be just fine. Looking at her rosy-cheeked daughter-in-law and her sincere eyes, Yao Chanhua knew she was telling the truth. In the end, she agreed. All right, then I'll head out early. Maybe it's true what they say about the bond between mother and daughter. The closer Gu Jianing's due date got, the more restless Yao Chanhua became. She kept worrying that Ningning might go into labor early and that she'd be stuck back home, unable to help. She knew that Sheng Zishi was there, and so was Grandma Sang. But no matter who was there, how could she feel at ease unless she was there herself? So, these past couple of days, she really had been a bit on edge. She didn't expect Yang Man and the others to notice and even suggest a solution. Yao Chanhua wasn't one to fuss. Seeing that Yang Man was doing well, she agreed without hesitation. Then, Mom, go pack your things. I'll take you to the train station tomorrow, Gu Yunting said. Huh? Don't we need to buy tickets first? Yao Chanhua asked. Gu Yunting and Yang Man exchanged a glance and smiled. Mom, I already booked your ticket today. It's a sleeper for tomorrow morning. Yao Chanhua suddenly understood. So the couple had already made up their minds, certain she'd agree. You too, honestly, Yao Chanhua said with a smile, feigning annoyance. That night, as Yao Chanhua packed her bags, old Gu helped her. But as he packed, his eyes grew red. Old man, why are you crying? Yao Chanhua was startled. I'm not crying. Old Gu wiped his eyes, but his voice sounded a bit aggrieved. I'm just jealous that you get to go to the Northwest Military District to see our daughter. Old Gu, I want to see our daughter too. Yao Chunhua sighed, understanding how much he missed their girl. She patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll look after her for both of us." Old Gu, but it's not the same. Whether it was the same or not, Old Gu simply couldn't go with her. Never mind that Huaihua village still needed him as its chief. Even at Gu Jianning's house in the northwest, there wasn't room for so many people. Besides, when it comes to taking care of a daughter during her confinement, it's fitting for the mother to go. The father, well, that would just be awkward. When you get there, remember to tell our girl that I miss her. I will, I know. Tell her she must take good care of herself. Even after the baby comes, she's still the most important one, no matter what. Though Old Gu doted on his future grandchild, in his daughter's eyes, nothing could compare. You could say that Gu Jianning was the apple of their eye. Sigh, we really shouldn't have let her marry so far away, and even follow the army to the northwest. It's so hard on her. What can you do? She's been married a year now, and the baby's almost here. Old Gu. Besides, Axie is a good man, and his grandparents treat Ningning well too. I think Ningning's life now is pretty good. You don't know how many people envy her. Sigh, I just wish she'd married closer to home. If anything happened, we and her 3 brothers could look after her. If anyone dared bully her, we could go right over and stand up for her. As she folded clothes, Yao Chunhua laughed, we still can. If Ningning ever gets bullied, even if she's all the way in the northwest, or even in another country, we'd go and stand up for her. Old Gu suddenly realized that's true. In fact, that's exactly what they'd done. In their past life, when Gu Jianning disappeared because of Wen Juqing's schemes, they searched for her all over the country. Later, when they heard news of her, they traveled over mountains and rivers to find her. Wen Juqing knew how much they loved and cared for Gu Jianning, and that if they heard anything about her, they'd go, so she set up a car accident for them. Yao Chunhua and Old Gu truly loved their daughter with all their hearts. That night, as he watched his wife pack, Old Gu kept nagging her with reminders. Of course, they also packed plenty of things Gu Jianning liked. The next day, Yao Chunhua, loaded down with bags, boarded the train to the Northwest Military District. Meanwhile, Gu Jianning had no idea her mother was already on the train heading her way. These past 2 days, Gu Jianning had been feeling a bit off. Specifically, she'd lost her appetite. It wasn't until she ate some pickled vegetables her mother had sent that she realized she'd been craving her mom's cooking. It dawned on Gu Jianning that, even though she hadn't said anything or even noticed it herself, her body had shown it first. As her due date approached, she missed her mom and her family. Ningning, don't worry. Since Mom promised she'd come, she will. Shang Zishi hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Gu Jianning leaned into his arms and mumbled NMM. Maybe she missed her family too much, but that night, Gu Jianning couldn't sleep. She only managed to doze off in the second half of the night. But she hadn't been asleep long when, just before dawn, a wave of pain in her belly woke her up. She couldn't help but groan, startling Shang Zishi, who had just opened his eyes and was about to get up. Ningning, what's wrong? I think I'm about to give birth. The moment Gu Jianning woke up, the system's voice in her head was already reminding her that she was about to go into labor. About to give birth? Shang Zishi blurted out in shock. His shout startled Grandma Sang, who was getting up to make breakfast. Grandma Sang hurried to their door. What's going on? Shang Zishi quickly opened the door. Grandma, Ningning's about to give birth. She is? Then let's get to the hospital. Because they'd prepared for this, Grandma Sang was actually calmer than the soon-to-be father, Shang Zishi. They got ready to take Gu Jianning to the hospital. All the things for the delivery had been packed long ago. But Gu Jianning stopped them. No rush, I think it'll still be a while. Why don't I eat something first? That's right. Let me make you a bowl of noodles, Ning girl. You'll need your strength to give birth. With that, Grandma Sang headed to the kitchen. She told Shang Zishi to help Gu Jianning walk around the room a bit to make labor easier later. Just then, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. Oh my, who could be coming at this hour? Grandma Sang, on her way to the kitchen, sped up to open the door first. When she opened it and saw someone standing there, loaded down with bags, she was stunned. But the visitor greeted her first-in-law. Snapping, Grandma sang out of it. "Oh my, it's you. You're here." Grandma Sang's face lit up with joy. Come in, in-law, hurry inside." That's right, the person who had arrived was Yao Chunhua. Originally, she hadn't planned to come so early, but since her train arrived ahead of schedule, she ended up getting there sooner than expected. For some reason, as soon as she got off the train, her heart started pounding rapidly. She just felt she needed to hurry over. So, the moment she got off the train, she headed straight for the Northwest Military District. After registering, a young soldier led her inside. When the soldier heard she was Gu Jianning's mother, his eyes immediately filled with respect. After all, this was Dr. Gu's mother. "Your Auntie Yao?" Dr. Gu mentioned before that her mother would be visiting around this time and told us to keep an eye out for you. "Auntie Yao, you brought so many things. Let me get someone to help carry them in for you." The young soldiers were all very enthusiastic. They not only helped Yao Chunhua carry her bags, big and small, but also warmly led her to the family quarters, pointed out the door, and only then left. "Am I a bit early?" Yao Chunhua said as she walked in with her things. "No, in fact, it's perfect timing. Ningning is about to give birth," her in-law replied. "What?" "Ningning's about to give birth." Yao Chunhua was so shocked she dropped her things on the floor. She immediately rushed toward the master bedroom. Shang Zishi and Gu Jianning did hear the commotion outside, but neither had the energy to pay attention. Shang Zishi was supporting Gu Jianning as she walked around the room. Then, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Daughter, Ningning." Gu Jianning froze for a moment, then slowly turned around and saw the familiar figure standing at the door. Her pupils widened slightly, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Mom?" "Yes, it's me." Yao Chunhua hurried in, her eyes full of heartache as she looked at Gu Jianning. Seeing her daughter's face still rosy, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when she saw the big, round belly, her heart skipped a beat. She knew her daughter was carrying twins. Logically, she should be happy to have 2 grandchildren at once. But as a mother, her first concern was her daughter's safety. With more babies in the womb, childbirth would be even more difficult. And for a woman, giving birth was like passing through the gates of hell. How could Yao Chunhua not worry? Gu Jianning could see her mother's worry at a glance and forced a smile. "Mom, I'm fine." Hearing this, Yao Chunhua almost burst into tears. She'd given birth herself. How could she not know whether it was fine or not? But right now, Yao Chunhua didn't dare say much more. When she heard that Granny Sang was going to cook something for Gu Jianning, she quickly wiped her eyes and turned to leave. "Let me do it." Her daughter hadn't tasted her cooking in so long. So, when Yao Chunhua went to the kitchen and told Granny Sang she wanted to make something for Gu Jianning, Granny Sang immediately agreed. "These past few days, Ning girl has been talking about your cooking." Yao Chunhua was quick and capable, and the kitchen had everything she needed. Once Granny Sang started the fire, she quickly made a bowl of noodle soup. There were vegetables and meat on top, plus a poached egg, and she even added some of her homemade pickled vegetables to the broth. Pickled vegetable noodle soup was Yao Chunhua's specialty. After the last contraction passed, Gu Jianning finally felt a bit better. With Shang Zishi's help, she was able to start eating the noodles. The familiar taste brought tears to her eyes. 10 minutes later, Gu Jianning finished the entire bowl. By then, the next round of contractions was about to start. At this point, the system also reminded her that she was about to go into labor. "Mom, Grandma, Zishi, let's go to the hospital," Gu Jianning said. "All right." Amber knew Gu Jianning was about to give birth and wanted to go with them, but Shang Zishi asked her to stay and watch the house, so she could only stay behind. She prayed for Gu Jianning to have a smooth delivery and waited for her and the babies to return. Gu Jianning was rushed to the hospital. At this hour, everyone was just getting up and busy, so quite a few people found out. "Dr. Gu is about to give birth? Hope Dr. Gu has a smooth delivery." Gu Jianning had a great reputation in the Northwest Military District, so naturally everyone wished her well. She was taken straight to the obstetrics department. The doctor in charge of her delivery was Dr. Hao. Dr. Hao, I think I'm about to give birth, Gu Jianing said as soon as she saw her. About to give birth? Alright, let's get you into the delivery room right away. Normally, Dr. Hao would have done another checkup. But Gu Jianing was a doctor herself. And such a skilled one, she knew her own body best. So Dr. Hao didn't hesitate and took her straight into the delivery room. As for Shang Zishi, Granny Sang, and Yao Chanhua, they waited anxiously outside. Ningning, don't be afraid. Mom is right here waiting for you, Yao Chanhua said, holding her daughter's hand and encouraging her before letting go. They watched as Gu Jianing was taken into the delivery room and the doors closed behind her. They couldn't hear anything from inside. But their worry didn't lessen one bit. Especially Shang Zishi, he clenched his fists, lips pressed tightly together, eyes never leaving the delivery room doors. Yao Chanhua clasped her hands together, muttering prayers. Ancestors of the Gu family, all the gods and Buddhas in heaven, please bless Ningning. Please let Ningning and the babies be safe. Maybe it was Yao Chuanhua's actions, or maybe they just wanted all the blessings they could get, but Granny Sang joined in, praying to the ancestors of the Sang and Shang families and to all the gods and Buddhas. Even though, in this era, such words were considered superstitious, in the face of a mother's worry for her daughter or an elder's concern for the young, even superstition was worth a try if it offered even a sliver of hope. They prayed for more blessings to keep Gu Jianing and her babies safe during childbirth. It seemed like only half an hour had passed. Suddenly, the delivery room doors swung open. Yao Chuanhua's face went pale as she saw the doors open. Oh no. It had only been half an hour, and now the doors were opening again. How could that be good news? She remembered when she gave birth to her eldest son. She'd been in labor for a whole day. The second child was always the hardest and took the longest. But now, Ningning had only been inside for half an hour. It didn't seem possible that she delivered twins in just 30 minutes. Could it be that something had happened to Ningning? Actually, it wasn't just Yao Chanhua who thought this. Granny Sang and Shang Zishi did too. Especially Shang Zishi. Ever since Gu Jianing entered the late stage of pregnancy, he'd been anxious, unable to sleep, and sometimes when he did, he'd have nightmares, dreams of Gu Jianing having a difficult labor, or even worse. So Shang Zishi was terrified. Seeing the delivery room doors open so soon, his sense of dread only grew. So when he saw Dr. Hao, he rushed over, grabbed her hand, and said firmly, "Doctor, save the mother. No matter what, save the mother." In truth, what Shang Zishi said was exactly what Yao Chanhua had wanted to say as well. If it really came down to it, if there was no other choice, of course saving her daughter's life would be the most important thing. She just hadn't reacted as quickly as Shang Zishi. But hearing Shang Zishi say it out loud, she was satisfied. Her daughter had chosen the right person. But still, her poor daughter. Dr. Hao, on the other hand, was startled by Shang Zishi's sudden rush and his anxious words. But when she saw the worried expressions on their faces, she immediately understood. She took off her mask and smiled, saying, "What silly things are you saying? There's no need to talk about saving one or the other. Dr. Gu has safely delivered a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Both mother and babies are doing well." "What? She's given birth? Everything went well. And they're twins, a boy and a girl?" Grandma Sang and Yao Chanhua, after recovering from their shock, were overjoyed by Dr. Hao's words. "Doctor, was it really that fast? It's been less than half an hour, we thought." Dr. Hao understood how they felt and quickly explained, "Yes, it was quite fast. But Dr. Gu's situation is a bit special. She's taken very good care of herself, so the delivery went smoothly. The two little ones must have come to repay a debt of gratitude. They didn't want to put their mom through too much, so not long after she entered the delivery room, they were both born one after the other." "Dr. Hao, so you're saying my wife is okay?" Shang Zishi still asked, a little dazed. "Yes, Dr. Gu is perfectly fine. She looks great too. She'll be moved to a regular ward soon." Hearing Dr. Hao's reassuring answer, Shang Zishi finally let out a sigh of relief. His emotions had been on a roller coaster, and his heart was still pounding. He kept peering inside, wanting to see Gu Jianing as soon as possible. Only when he saw her with his own eyes would he truly be at ease. But before Gu Jianing came out, she was still inside with the doctors and nurses tidying her up. The two babies were brought out first. Congratulations, Deputy Commander Sheng. It's a boy and a girl. The older one is the brother. The younger one is the sister. They were born just 6 minutes apart. To be honest, it was the first time they'd seen such a smooth delivery. Dr. Gu didn't seem to have suffered much at all. Truly blessed. Shang Zishi reached out with trembling hands to hold the babies. The nurse handed the older brother to Shang Zishi first. Hold him like this. It's more comfortable for the baby. Yes, that's right, just like that. Didn't expect Deputy Commander Sheng to have experience holding babies. Grandma Sang chimed in. He practiced at home with a pillow before, learning how to hold a baby. She'd seen it with her own eyes, many times. The nurse was inwardly amazed. She thought Shang Zishi was truly a good husband and father. Even though he'd been known as the handsome Yama in the military district and could even make the girls who pursued him cry. But for Dr. Gu, this tough guy had turned gentle. She really envied Dr. Gu. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi cradled his son in his arms, eyes still red, gazing down with utter tenderness. This was his son? The son Ningning had given him? So tiny, so soft. And soon they would grow up, little by little, and have lives of their own. This little guy's features look just like yours, Zishi. You looked exactly like this when you were a baby, Grandma Sang said, coming closer for a look. Looks like the brother takes after his father, and the sister takes after Ningning. Look, she's the spitting image of Ningning, Yao Chunhua said, holding the red-wrapped baby girl she'd just received from the nurse. Looking at her granddaughter's features so much like her own daughter's, Yao Chunhua felt her heart melt, just like when Ningning was a baby. Shang Zishi handed his son to Grandma Sang, then gently took his daughter from his mother-in-law. She was just as soft and tiny. Shang Zishi gazed at his daughter, feeling his heart turn to mush. She really does look just like Ningning, almost as if they were made from the same mold. Right? They're exactly alike. But honestly, I've rarely seen a newborn so fair and pretty. No wonder, she's my granddaughter, after all, Yao Chunhua said truthfully. Most newborns are wrinkled or red. Even when Ningning was born, she'd been all wrinkly, like a little monkey. Who would have thought that Ningning and Zishi's children would be so fair and adorable from the moment they were born? She just couldn't get enough of holding them. Grandma Sang agreed. It must be because both Zishi and Ningning are so good-looking. Their kids are beautiful from the start. Listening to his mother-in-law and grandmother talk, Shang Zishi looked down at his daughter and couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch her cheek. The baby's eyes weren't open yet, but she was clearly awake. Feeling his touch, her lips moved as if responding to him. In that moment, Shang Zishi felt his heart completely full. But Shang Zishi looked toward the delivery room. Why wasn't Ningning out yet? Inside, the doctors and nurses were still cleaning up Gu Jianing. She was actually feeling pretty good. She'd known from the system that she was about to give birth when she arrived at the hospital, but she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. In less than half an hour, the babies were born. Maybe it was because of the pills the system had given her earlier, but she hadn't felt much pain, and after giving birth, she felt much lighter. Right after the twins were born, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations, host, on giving birth to twins. Your rewards are as follows: 2,000 points, 10 body-strengthening pills, 30% chance to unlock a hidden potential, varies by individual, 10 immunity pills, 10 protective talismans, 2 recovery pills. Once again, congratulations, host. As the system spoke, several bursts of digital fireworks exploded in Gu Jianing's mind. It was obvious the system was just as happy as she was. At that moment, Gu Jianing was in great spirits, looking over the rewards the system had given her. For giving birth to twins, the system had directly rewarded her with 2,000 points. She'd only managed to save up a few thousand after all this time, and now, with these 2,000, she had over 6,000 points. And those body-strengthening pills, the name alone told her how useful they'd be. Gu Jianing thought she could give them to her children and family. That 30% chance of unlocking hidden potential, she had a rough idea what it meant, but she'd have to try it to know for sure. The immunity pills sounded great too. She'd give them to her family and kids. And the protective talismans as well. Thank goodness the system was generous this time, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to go around. As for the recovery pills, Gu Jianing checked the description and thought she could take one right away. As the name suggested, the recovery pill was for restoring a mother's body after childbirth, helping her recover to an even better state than before pregnancy in the shortest time possible. Gu Jianing found a moment when the nurse wasn't looking and quickly swallowed an invulnerability pill and a healing pill. Almost as soon as she took them, maybe it was the healing pill kicking in, she felt much lighter, as if all the fatigue had vanished. She even felt like she could get up and walk around. But not wanting to shock the doctor and nurse, she restrained herself and stayed still for now. By this time, the nurse had finished tidying up and wheeled Gu Jianing out of the delivery room. Ningning, how are you? As soon as she was pushed out, Gu Jianing saw Shang Zishi waiting anxiously at the door. I'm fine. Gu Jianing forced a smile, her eyes glowing with maternal warmth. By the way, have you seen the babies? I have. Shang Zishi let out a sigh of relief when he saw how energetic she looked. Ningning, the babies are right here. At that moment, Yao Chanhua and Grandma Sang came over, each holding a baby, both checking on Gu Jianing. As they spoke, Gu Jianing was wheeled into a regular hospital room. The doctor and nurse gave some instructions and then left. Ningning, look, twins. The older one's a boy, the younger one's a girl. Aren't they beautiful? So fair and chubby, Yao Chanhua and Grandma Sang said, showing her the babies. Gu Jianing gazed at the two fair, chubby infants swaddled in their blankets and reached out to gently touch them. At that moment, as if sensing her presence, the little boy struggled to reach out from his swaddle. Though his eyes weren't even open yet, he managed to grab Gu Jianing's finger with perfect accuracy. Gu Jianing froze, stunned by the tiny hand gripping her finger so tightly, as if he was using all his strength and refusing to let go. She could feel the softness of that little hand, so small, yet so warm and strong, as if he was telling her, "Mom, I'm here." Gu Jianing's eyes grew hot, tears almost spilling over. My babies, these are my babies. She had prayed for this through 2 lifetimes, and now, at last, she had children of her own flesh and blood. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. System, thank you. Thank you so much. Gu Jianing felt words couldn't express her gratitude to the system. It was the system that gave her a second chance at life, and it was the system that gave her the right to be a mother. Host, no need to thank me. And your babies are so adorable. Gu Jianing smiled. Yes, her babies really were adorable. Oh, darling, you're still in your confinement period. You can't cry, or it'll hurt your eyes. You've given birth to twins. You should be happy. Yao Chuanhua's heart ached when she saw her daughter's eyes redden. Mom, I know. I'm just so happy. I know. Who wouldn't be happy with such a pair of twins? Yes, we're all happy, Grandma Sang chimed in. Just then, the 2 babies suddenly started crying. Gu Jianing panicked. Why are they crying? They're probably hungry. You rest, we'll feed them some formula, Yao Chanhua said, and she and Grandma Sang took the babies aside to prepare milk. Gu Jianing breathed a sigh of relief when she realized they were just hungry. Yao Chanhua and Grandma Sang each held a baby, feeding them formula nearby. At this moment, Shang Zishi came to Gu Jianing's bedside, took her hand, and pressed it to his cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. Wife, you've worked so hard. Gu Jianing stroked his face. If you know how hard I've worked, you'd better treat me even better from now on. Gu Jianing wasn't about to say something like, it wasn't hard, or, it's what I should do. She wanted Shang Zishi to feel sorry for her, to remember her hardships, and to cherish her even more in the future. I will. I swear. Shang Zishi had already made up his mind to treat her well for the rest of his life. In Shang Zishi's heart, Gu Jianing was more important than himself. She was irreplaceable. The news that Dr. Gu had given birth to a pair of boy-girl twins in just half an hour quickly spread throughout the military district. Now everyone in the district thought Gu Jianing was truly blessed. Some even started calling her the child-giving Guanyin. Just look, Those couples who hadn't been able to conceive for years were suddenly all pregnant. And Dr. Gu herself had given birth to twins. Someone who could have twins herself and bring children to others, wasn't that a sign of great fortune? Wasn't that just like the child-giving Guanyin? Some people used to think Gu Jianing was a bit pampered, since it always seemed like Deputy Commander Xing took extra care of her, even doing most of the housework. They thought it wasn't right. But now, seeing how capable and blessed Dr. Gu was, they figured, so what if she's pampered? If even Deputy Commander Xing is willing to spoil her, who wouldn't? Gu Jianing stayed in the hospital for 3 days before planning to go home to the family quarters. During those 3 days, many people came to visit her and the twins. With so many visitors and so much excitement, Gu Jianing didn't get much rest. So it was better to go home and recover. Back in Beijing, the day Gu Jianing gave birth to the twins, Grandma Sang called her husband to share the good news. Grandpa Sang was all smiles, looking absolutely delighted. Twins. That's wonderful. If Awan were still here, she'd be so happy to see these 2 children. Yes, if Awan could see Xiaoxi settled down, married, and with children, she'd be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Yao Chunhua also called the folks waiting in Huahua village to share the happy news. The Gu family was, of course, overjoyed. For the past couple of days, Old Man Gu had been walking around with a big grin on his face. The villagers noticed and asked him why. When they heard Gu Jianing had given birth to twins, they immediately congratulated the Gu family and agreed that Gu Jianing was truly blessed. Anyone who could safely give birth to a pair of boy-girl twins was surely fortunate. Gu Jianing found time to give both babies an intelligence pill, a strengthening pill, and an invulnerability pill. The system assured her these pills were completely natural and had no side effects, so Gu Jianing dared to give them to her babies, otherwise, she never would have. On the day they went home, both babies opened their eyes for the first time, big, round eyes. One had phoenix eyes like Sheng Zishi, the other had almond-shaped eyes like Gu Jianing. Both were beautiful. Lately, Deputy Commander Xing had been especially busy. Busy with what? Busy washing diapers, of course. With the 2 grandmothers taking care of the babies and Gu Jianing during her confinement, all the housework fell to Sheng Zishi. That included washing the babies' diapers. So, it wasn't unusual for someone passing by the family quarters to catch sight of Deputy Commander Xing in the yard, scrubbing diapers, and be completely stunned by the sight. This was Deputy Commander Xing, the notorious, jade-faced king of hell of the military district, known for his arrogance and sharp tongue. In everyone's imagination, Xing the king of hell should be tall and imposing, stern and aloof, someone so intimidating that a single look from him could make people cry. His hands were the kind that could carry cannons, wield guns, and defeat enemies. But now, someone please tell them. Those very hands of Xing the king of hell were actually washing diapers. And he looked so focused, so meticulous, not a hint of complaint on his face. He seemed genuinely willing. Oh my goodness, this was truly beyond their wildest expectations. So, the news that Xing the king of hell washed diapers every day quickly spread throughout the military district. Sure enough, as soon as Sheng Zishi ran into his superiors, they teased him about it. But Sheng Zishi didn't feel embarrassed at all. My wife went through so much to give me a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. What's wrong with me washing a few diapers? Those are my sons' and daughters' diapers, not anyone else's. Besides, if your wives gave you a pair of twins, would you really be unwilling to wash diapers for them? The superiors. The leaders thought about it. If they could have a pair of adorable twins, would they be willing to wash diapers for them? Of course they would. There were a few men with old-fashioned macho attitudes who made fun of Sheng Zishi behind his back. But if anyone dared to mock him to his face, Sheng Zishi would definitely challenge them to a sparring match. If you're not convinced, if you dare to laugh at him, he'll keep sparring with you until you admit defeat. Among the military wives, however, Sheng Zishi's reputation was stellar. Deputy Commander Xing is cold to outsiders, but he's so caring and attentive to his family, his wife, and his kids. That's what a good man should be. And even though his tongue is sharp, he's really handsome. He may be sharp-tongued, but he's never once been harsh to Dr. Gu. He treats her so well. Dr. Gu is so wonderful. If I were him, I'd treat her well too. If you ask me, Deputy Commander Xing and Dr. Gu are a perfect match. Talented man and beautiful woman. Yes, they're a perfect couple. Anyway, I think Deputy Commander Xing is a great man. I think so too. And so, Shang Zishi shot to the top of the best man in the Northwest Military District rankings, as voted by all the military wives. Shang Zishi heard about these rumors too, but he didn't really care. Just like when people said that washing diapers made him less manly. Other people's opinions didn't matter to him. Only the opinions of those he cared about mattered, like Ningning's. As for everyone else, they had nothing to do with him. After the babies were born, Shang Zishi was busy not just washing diapers, but also picking names for the children. Their mother had already given them nicknames. The older brother was Xingxing, Star, and the younger sister was Yaya, Moon. But their formal names were up to their father. Shang Zishi had thought of a few names before the babies were born, but none of them felt quite right. Now, he finally came up with 2 names he was satisfied with. The boy would be called Xingjing Shua, meaning a bright future. The girl would be Xingjing Xian, meaning hope and a bright tomorrow. Both Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing were pleased with these names. And so, from that day on, the 2 little ones had their official names. Although Gu Jianing had given birth to twins, there were people to help with the babies, so she didn't have much to worry about. Of course, the babies were also easy to care for. It was as if they'd come to repay a debt of gratitude. They never fussed, only making little noises when they needed to eat or be changed. The rest of the time, they were well behaved. By comparison, Sister Xuan's 2 boys next door were much harder to handle. Sometimes, when those 2 started crying, their wails could shake the roof. Lin Xing would get a headache just listening to them. He felt that taking care of kids was even more exhausting than training or going on missions. But what could he do? They were the sons his wife had worked so hard to give him, the sons he had longed for. Now he was experiencing the pain and the joy all at once. What did you say? They had a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Yes, a pair of twins. Everyone in the military district is green with envy. On the other end of the line, Xing Xinhao fell silent. He knew that woman was pregnant with twins. Last time he saw her, her belly was huge. She must have been due soon. So he'd asked an old friend near the Northwest Military District to look into it. He hadn't expected that his friend would actually find something. She really had given birth, and to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Twins like that, what a blessing. How could that country woman be so lucky? And what was Shang Zishi thinking? Did he really not intend to acknowledge him as his father, or let his grandchildren know their grandfather? Was that why he hadn't told him anything? At this thought, Xing Xinhao's face darkened. Not far away, Fang Wanrong was eavesdropping. Seeing Xing Xinhao's expression, she started to guess what was going on. On the phone, the friend continued, I heard that after having the twins, Deputy Commander Sheng has been over the moon. He even washes diapers every day. The military wives all say he's the best man in the district, a great husband and a great father. At first, when Xing Xinhao heard that Shang Zishi washed diapers every day, he thought it was ridiculous. He was about to say something when the words great husband, great father hit him hard. He froze. He knew that, in Shang Zishi's eyes, he was anything but a good husband or father. He still remembered, he'd lost count how many times he'd fallen out with Shang Zishi over Fang Wanrong. That boy had stuck out his neck and glared at him, saying, I, Shang Zishi, will never become someone like you. You, Sheng Xinhao, are a muddle-headed and selfish husband and father. At the time, Sheng Xinhao had just found it laughable. He'd never thought he'd done anything wrong, never thought he was a bad husband or father. He figured Shang Zishi was just too young to understand. Once the boy was older, in his position, he'd understand. Then he'd realize how ridiculous his words were, and he'd come to understand his father. So all these years, Xing Xinhao had been waiting for Shang Zishi to come to his senses, apologize, and return to him. But he never expected. Even now, he was still waiting for that apology. Instead, Shang Zishi just grew more rebellious and more distant. And the things he did seemed more and more outrageous. It was as if he was using his actions to tell his father that he was nothing like him, that he would never become someone like him. And now it seemed he was doing just that. No one on the outside said anything bad about him. On the contrary, they all called him a good father and a good husband. But what about him? Xing Xinhao was lost in thought. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his arm again. Shang Zishi had no idea that his proud, aloof father, who had always been above everyone else, was now plagued with self-doubt. He had just learned the results of Li Shuyao's interrogation from Hua Zhenrong. As he listened to the list of Li Shuyao's crimes, Shang Zishi's face turned grim. He went to tell Gu Jianing, who was still in her postpartum confinement. Ningning, you were right. Li Shuyao really was an enemy agent. She used that cat to pass on intelligence and... Shang Zishi paused, then said, and this Li Shuyao isn't the real Li Shuyao. Gu Jianing was confused. What did that mean? Seeing her confusion, Shang Zishi explained, this Li Shuyao isn't from the Li family. She's not the real Li Shuyao, she's actually from Country R. The real Li Shuyao died a long time ago. Gu Jianing was stunned. As Shang Zishi recounted the whole story, Gu Jianing finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the Li Shuyao they had known all along wasn't a true member of the Li family, but an agent from Country R. It was all part of a plot by Country R. 19 years ago, when the real Li Shuyao was born, she was swapped at birth. Enemy agents from Country R, who had infiltrated Jiagua, switched the real baby with one of their own. As for the real Li Shuyao, to avoid suspicion, they killed her right after the switch. The fake Li Shuyao then grew up under that identity. When the time was right, the people from Country R contacted her. They revealed her true identity and ordered her to work for them. Because of her bloodline, the fake Li Shuyao had no choice but to be threatened and coerced into stealing secrets for Country R. She used the cat to pass on intelligence. She had a whole set of commands and signals to communicate with the cat. The reason they chose the identity of Li Shuyao was because her grandfather, Old Master Li, held a high enough position to provide cover for her. No one would ever suspect Li Shuyao. And that was exactly what happened. If it hadn't been for Gu Jianing's report, who knows how much longer Li Shuyao would have remained undercover, or how much more damage she could have done. After hearing all this, Gu Jianing was silent. I never imagined the people from Country R could be so utterly ruthless. After all, the real Li Shuyao had just been a newborn baby at the time. Shang Zishi squeezed Gu Jianing's hand, his expression dark. They really are ruthless. And the worst part is, Li Shuyao was only one of many in their plan. One of many? That's right. The plan from Country R had started more than 20 years ago. Li Shuyao wasn't the only valuable baby they swapped. They learned this during Li Shuyao's interrogation. That's why the authorities have launched a secret investigation. They know there must be more people like the fake Li Shuyao out there, just waiting to be discovered. Now, the goal is to root them all out. Gu Jianing thought, that's true. If they're allowed to remain, each one is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Gu Jianing considered for a moment. If Country R targeted babies from influential families like Li Shuyao's, then isn't it possible there are others like her? She looked up at Shang Zishi. Zishi, you're from a prominent family too. And her father-in-law held a very high position as well. You have a point, but... Shang Zishi paused, but in my case, it's impossible. Much as I hate to admit it, I do look a lot like my old man. Gu Jianing, that's true. But as Shang Zishi thought about it, he remembered his stepmother's son. That kid didn't really look like his father at all. But surely not. The thought only flashed briefly through Shang Zishi's mind, he didn't dwell on it. Surely his father couldn't be so clueless as to not know if his own son was really his. Shang Zishi didn't think about it anymore. In any case, the authorities were investigating, and his father's side would definitely be checked. What's going to happen to Li Shuyao? Gu Jianing asked. I'm not sure, but one thing's certain, she'll never get out. As for the Li family, things probably won't go well for them. Even though this Li Shuyao was a fake, she'd still grown up in the Li family, and neither Old Master Li nor Li Tingxian had noticed anything. That was their failure. Oh, right, Ningning, do you remember that human trafficker? The person behind it all was Li Shuyao. And the leak in my mission, that was Li Shuao too. Back then, Li Shuao hadn't returned to the capital yet, so she hired a trafficker to try and kidnap Gu Jianing when she went out. Thinking of what Hua Zhenrong told him about what the fake Li Shuao said during her confession, Shang Zishi's face darkened. I may have been on a mission, but I really did like Shang Zishi. But he never looked at me twice. He ignored me and fell for some country bumpkin. He's so gentle and caring to her. Why? I just couldn't stand seeing them so happy. As long as that woman was kidnapped and out of the picture, Shang Zishi would be mine. Didn't Shang Xinhao want me as his daughter-in-law too? That woman deserved to be sold off, to be used and abused by countless men. Li Shuyao's words were vicious to the extreme. Even just hearing them secondhand from Hua Zhenrong, Shang Zishi could feel the malice. If Li Shuyao weren't already in custody, her fate would be sealed. Shang Zishi would never have let her go. And then there was his previous mission. During that mission, someone had been pursuing Li Shuao. She took advantage of that man's naivety and affection for her to steal classified information and leak it to Country R. That's why their mission was ambushed by Country R's agents. Fortunately, Shang Zishi had been warned by Ningning and stayed alert the whole time. He'd brought a universal hemostatic bandage and wore a concealed bulletproof vest. Otherwise, their fate would have been just as Ningning had foreseen, heavy casualties, and he himself gravely wounded. Shang Zishi stepped forward and pulled Gu Jianing into his arms. Ningning, you're my lucky star. With you by my side, I can always turn misfortune into blessing. No, not just me, you've saved so many people. Whether it was that mission or all those patients. Gu Jianing had saved countless lives. Ningning, I'm so lucky to have married you. Hearing his words, Gu Jianing's eyes softened. Zishi, I'm lucky to have married you too. As for what the future would hold, Gu Jianing couldn't say. But ever since she married Shang Zishi, she had been happy and content. Shang Zishi learned about Li Shuyao's situation from Hua Zhenrong. In the capital, Li Shuyao's affair was no secret. After all, that night, in the middle of the night, many people saw Li Shuyao of the Li family being taken away. These days, everyone had been closely following the developments regarding Li Shuyao. Or rather, it wasn't that Li Shuao herself was so important, but because of her surname, Li, and the powerful figures behind her old master Li and Li Tingxian. It was just that, for a while, no one could find out what the outcome was. But now, the result had finally come out. And this result left everyone utterly stunned. Especially the Li family, they were even more shocked by the news. At this moment, Li Tingxian was in the hospital, dressed in his military uniform, looking at the elderly man sleeping on the hospital bed. It was only now that Li Tingxian truly realized his grandfather was really old. So old that he couldn't take much more shock. Thinking of Li Shuao, or rather, the fake Li Shuao, Li Tingxian clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Although he and this younger sister Li Shuao were never that close. Although she had always been rather spoiled and never got along with him. Li Tingxian had always protected her when things happened. He never imagined that the Li Shuao who had lived with him for 19 years was not his real sister. And his real sister had been swapped at birth by people from Country R and had even died young. The Li Shuao who grew up with him was a fake, a spy from Country R, even an enemy agent. At first, he couldn't believe it. But thinking it over, some things finally made sense. For example, in his dreams and in this life, he'd spent 3 lifetimes investigating the reason for a failed mission. The reason he developed PTSD. He knew there had been a leak. But who was the mole? He had never been able to find out. Now, if that person was Li Shuao, then everything made sense. Actually, he had once suspected her, but he thought Li Shuao was his biological sister. No matter how spoiled or willful, she could never do such a thing. After all, if that mission failed, he, her brother, would be as good as dead. Even if they weren't close, blood was still thicker than water. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow. When all other possibilities were eliminated, the one left, no matter how impossible, had to be the truth. What hurt him most was learning that his real sister had died shortly after birth. Li Tingxuan's parents had both died of illness. His mother fell seriously ill when he was 7 and passed away within a year. His father, deeply in love with his mother, never recovered physically or mentally after her death. When Li Tingxian was 10, his father finally succumbed and followed his wife. Before they died, the only thing his parents asked of him was to take good care of his little sister. Li Tingxian had promised them. But now, his sister had died long ago. If his parents knew this in the afterlife, how heartbroken would they be? And then there was his grandfather. Li Tingxuan's gaze fell on the old man in the hospital bed. He knew that, in his grandfather's heart, the Li family was the most important thing. He, as the grandson, was important too. But that didn't mean Shuao, as the granddaughter, wasn't important. Otherwise, Shuao wouldn't have lived so freely all these years, and Grandpa wouldn't have tried to arrange a marriage for her. He even went to talk to Xing Zishi's father, Commander Xing, when he found out Shuao liked Xing Zishi. So, when Grandpa learned Shuao wasn't his real granddaughter, and that his real granddaughter had died long ago, the blow was so great he ended up back in the hospital. This time, even though the truth about the fake Li Shuao had been uncovered, and it was clear that Grandpa, he, and the rest of the Li family had no real connection to her. Li Shuao had still come from the Li family. So, the Li family would inevitably be affected. The specifics were still unclear. But for now, they couldn't act freely. For example, he was supposed to transfer to the Northwest Military District recently, but because of this, his movements had been restricted. Looking at his grandfather's graying hair, Li Tingxian felt a deep ache in his heart. He could only hope this matter would pass quickly. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao was still fuming over his unfilial son having twins without telling him, when he suddenly heard about the Li Shuao incident. He was utterly dumbfounded. You see, he had always thought highly of Li Shuao, wanting her to marry Shang Zishi and become his eldest daughter-in-law. He believed only someone with the status of Old Master Li's granddaughter was worthy of his son. Only she could help Xing Zishi's career. But his son refused, and instead married a village girl. Xing Xinhao always thought Shang Zishi would regret this decision one day. But now, he felt that maybe he was the one who should regret it. Because the village girl Shang Zishi married turned out to be so capable. And the Li Shuao he had chosen turned out to be an enemy spy. If Xing Zishi had really married her then. Just look at the Li family now. Whether it was Old Master Li or Li Tingxian, their futures would certainly be affected. If Xing Zishi had married Li Shuao as her husband, the consequences would be even more serious. He might even be taken in for investigation, and his career would be ruined. For the first time, Xing Xinhao felt grateful that Xing Zishi hadn't followed his wishes. Could it be? Shang Zishi's choice was right? And his own choice was wrong? The truth was right in front of him, but Xing Xinhao just didn't want to admit it. Naturally, he couldn't bring himself to admit his mistake to his own son, either. That boy was just lucky, that's all. Gu Jianing had given birth to twins and, by rights, should have rested for 2 months. But Gu Jianing felt her body had recovered well, so she only did 1 month of postpartum confinement. Finally stepping out of the house, Gu Jianing felt refreshed and invigorated. After a month indoors, even though she wasn't the type to go out much, she'd still felt stifled. At this moment, Ya Chunhua and Granny Sang were cooking in the kitchen, while Gu Jianing played with the now 1-month-old Xingxing and Yaya in their cradle. In just a month, the 2 little ones, who had been so fair and delicate at birth, had grown even fairer, their features becoming more defined. The older brother looked more and more like Xing Zishi, especially when he frowned. He was the spitting image of his serious father. Yaya, meanwhile, looked more and more like Gu Jianing. Both babies had put on some weight over the month. Everyone who came to visit said the twins looked like little immortals. Especially Zhang Xuan, she compared them to her own 2 little boys. Her sons looked like skinny little monkeys, nothing like Xingxing and Yaya. Of course, even if her boys were skinny monkeys, Zhang Xuan still adored her hard-won sons. They were her own flesh and blood, after all. Because she gave birth to twins, Gu Jianing didn't have enough breast milk. So now, the 2 babies are being fed a mix of breast milk and formula. It's actually working out pretty well. Both little ones are healthy, chubby, and thriving. Sometimes, Jiang Baihe and Zheng Shuwen's children get sick, but Xingxing and Yuan haven't had any issues at all. Gu Jianing knows it's because she gave her babies the strengthening pills. As for the 30% chance that the pills might unlock hidden potential, Gu Jianing hasn't noticed anything unusual in her children so far. When the babies turned 1 month old, Gu Jianing hung the system-rewarded protective charms on their wrists. These so-called charms could be changed to look however you wanted before taking them out. Gu Jianing chose to make them look like simple red strings, plain and inconspicuous. She put them on her baby's soft, chubby wrists. Of course, she also gave them to Xing Zishi, herself, her mother, and Grandma Seng. They were all the same red string style, but she didn't say they were protective charms, just that they were for safety and good luck, a kind of blessing. Yao Chunhua, Grandma Seng, and the others all accepted them. They just thought it was Gu Jianing's way of wishing them well. Plus, since Xingxing and Yuan were wearing them, it felt right for the whole family to wear them too. But Xing Zishi, seeing Gu Jianing personally tie the red string on his wrist, knew it was a real protective charm. He immediately understood this wasn't just a blessing, but a genuine charm that could save your life in danger. Seeing the charm on Xing Zishi's wrist, Gu Jianing felt relieved. After all, brother she often went on missions and was the most likely to encounter danger. With this charm, she could rest a little easier. Each charm could only block one fatal danger. If it weren't for the rule that a person could only wear one charm at a time, Gu Jianing would have wanted to give him several. Just as she finished, a young soldier came to say there was a phone call for Xing Zishi from Huazhenrong. I'll go to the communications office and see what Zhenrong needs. Okay. Soon, Xing Zishi arrived at the communications office and picked up the phone. This is Xing Zishi. Axie, something big, really big, something huge has happened to your family. What happened? On the other end, Huazhenrong quickly explained, and Xing Zishi's eyes widened in shock. He'd actually guessed right. Beijing military compound. At the Xing family home, Feng Wanrong's son, 10-year-old Xing Zirue, had just been taken away by the military. The reason, Xing Zirue, like Li Shuyao, had been switched at birth. The current Xing Zirue was actually from country R. The moment she heard this, Feng Wanrong felt like her whole world was collapsing. That was the son she had painstakingly raised for 10 years. She had poured so much love and hope into him. But now they were telling her he wasn't her son at all, but a child from country R. And her real son was dead? No. Feng Wanrong refused to believe it. Disheveled and desperate, Feng Wanrong practically crawled over to Xing Xinhao, who was sitting on the sofa, and grabbed his hand. Honey, you have to save our Zirue. He's our son. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Maybe this is all some plot by Xing Zishi. Yes, that must be it. Feng Wanrong was convinced this was some vicious scheme Xing Zishi had cooked up to get rid of his younger brother. How could her Zirue not be her son? Xing Xinhao frowned, his face dark. Wanrong, what are you saying? What does this have to do with Zishi? The military already explained. Because of the Li Shuao spy case, they're conducting a full investigation, and quite a few people have been found. Zirue is just one of them. If the military took him away, it means they've investigated thoroughly. You saw the evidence yourself, didn't you? Wanrong, I understand your pain. I'm his father, I'm heartbroken too. But there's nothing we can do. Our Zirue was switched at birth. The boy we raised isn't our son. To be honest, when the Li Shuao incident first broke, Xing Xinhao only thought about how he'd once planned for Li Shuao to marry into the family. He didn't think much beyond that. Even when he heard that there were likely more babies switched at birth with children from country R, and that investigations were ongoing, Xing Xinhao never imagined such luck would befall the Shang family. Especially since Xing Zishi looked exactly like him. That face alone was proof they were father and son. As for his younger son, he'd never really given it much thought. He never expected the tragedy would strike his younger son. That his youngest, Xing Zirue, had also been switched at birth, and that his real son was already dead. Watching Xing Zirue struggle as he was taken away, Xing Xinhao couldn't even describe his feelings. Even though he knew his younger son wasn't capable enough to inherit the family business, Shang Xinhao still loved him. He might not have planned to let him inherit, but he'd always intended to make sure his life was comfortable. He never expected that he wasn't even his own flesh and blood. He was from country R and possibly even a spy. At this point, Shang Xinhao actually felt a bit relieved. Shang Zirui was still young, only 10, so the people from country R hadn't contacted him yet or tried to use him for espionage. Shang Xinhao thought, if Shang Zirui ever tried to steal secrets, the most valuable target would be himself. If that had happened, and serious damage was done, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If Shang Zirui's mission had been to kill him, would his life have been in danger too? Thinking of this, Shang Xinhao couldn't help but feel relieved that Shang Zirui had been discovered and taken away. So at this moment, Shang Xinhao's feelings were very complicated. After comforting Feng Wanrong for a while, Shang Xinhao went back to his room. He left Feng Wanrong alone in the living room, silently weeping. Just then, Feng Manping, having heard the news, rushed home. "Mom, why are you sitting on the floor? Why are you crying?" "Mom, I heard something happened to my brother that he..." Seeing her daughter, Feng Wanrong finally broke down completely. "Manping, your brother's been taken away. They say Zirui is from country R and your real brother's dead." Feng Wanrong leaned on her daughter's shoulder, sobbing. Feng Manping hadn't expected the rumors she'd heard to be true. Her feelings were incredibly complicated. To be honest, Feng Manping wasn't particularly close to her brother Shang Zirui, but they weren't distant either. Maybe it was because, even as a child, Shang Zirui was spoiled and often looked down on her. Feng Manping, for her part, didn't really want to get close to her brother, but was always being persuaded by her mother. "Mom always said that my little brother would inherit my stepfather's business one day, that he had a bright future ahead, and that he'd be my pillar of support." Feng Manping had always believed that. But now, her brother, suddenly, wasn't her brother anymore. And her real brother was dead? "Mom, don't be so upset. There's nothing we could have done. It's all those damned our country people's fault." Feng Manping tried to comfort her mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. But to Feng Wanrong, this wasn't comfort at all. She abruptly lifted her head. Though age had touched her, she still retained her grace, but now her tear-streaked face was twisted with anger as she glared fiercely at Feng Manping, her eyes flashing with hostility. "What do you mean by that? Do you even know what it means to lose your brother? Are you thinking that now your brother is gone, you'll be able to inherit the Shang family? Tell me, have you always been jealous of your brother? Now that he's gone, are you happy?" Feng Manping stared at her in disbelief. "Mom, I've never thought that way." You have. You've always resented me for favoring your brother, so just like Shang Zishi, you wished Arui would disappear." "Yes, that must be it." Facing her mother's accusations, Feng Manping felt as if a piece of her heart had been hollowed out. She never imagined her own mother would think of her like this. She admitted that, in the past, she had sometimes envied and even been jealous of her brother for receiving their mother's affection. But she had never wished for him to disappear. All she ever wanted was to find a way to win more of her mother's attention, to make her mother proud of her. That was why, all these years, she had worked so hard to become outstanding. One of the reasons she wanted to marry Li Tingxian was because she liked him, but another reason was that if she could become the mistress of the Li family, her mother would surely see her as accomplished and be proud of her. Today, when she heard the news, she rushed home on leave, worried her mother wouldn't be able to bear it and wanting to comfort her. She never expected to be met with suspicion instead. Now, under her mother's gaze, Feng Manping's heart truly ached. If it had been any other time, Feng Wanrong might have noticed her daughter's distress and softened her tone. But right now, all her thoughts were consumed by her son. She hadn't even bothered to keep up her gentle facade in front of Shang Xinhao just now, let alone in front of her daughter. Maybe she realized her words had been too harsh, and maybe she knew her daughter didn't really think that way, that she was mistaken. But she didn't have the energy to comfort her. With her mind in turmoil, she suddenly shoved Feng Manping aside, covered her face, and retreated to her room. leaving Fong Manping alone in the living room, all by herself, watching her mother's retreating figure, lowering her eyes as silent tears dripped onto the back of her hand. What's wrong? Did Comrade Hua say something to you? Gu Jianing was nursing Xingxing when she looked up and saw Shang Zishi returning from a phone call, his expression unsettled. Grandma sang, and Yao Chanhua looked over at Shang Zishi in confusion. Shang Zishi hesitated, then finally spoke. Zhenrong told me the military took Xing Zirue away. They say he's from our country. What? Our country? How could he be from our country? Wait, who's Xing Zirue? Yao Chanhua exclaimed. Grandma Sang, however, knew who Xing Zirue was. Wasn't he the son of Shaoxi's stepmother? But to think he was from our country, that truly shocked Grandma Sang. After Xing Zishi explained, Grandma Sang and Yao Chanhua finally understood. My goodness, those our country people are beasts. Swapping out a newborn baby, taking him away from his parents, that's bad enough. But to actually kill those children, poor things. Yao Chuanhua's disgust for our country was clear. Or rather, as someone from Jia country, there wasn't a single person who didn't dislike our country. Everything our country did was utterly inhuman. No matter what national grudges there are, those children were innocent, Grandma Sang sighed. Because of her daughter and grandson, she didn't like Fong Wanrong either, thinking her a scheming woman. In fact, the rift between Shaoxi and Xing Xinhao had a lot to do with Fong Wanrong's manipulations. But in the end, as a mother herself, she understood the pain of losing a child. So she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh or to gloat. Half a month after her postpartum confinement, Gu Jianing finally returned to work at the hospital. Yao Chanhua had also stayed at the Northwest Military District for over a month, and it was time for her to go home. The two children were easy enough to care for, especially with Grandma Sang helping out. But back in Huahua village, Yao Chanhua was in charge of the village's pig farming, and she couldn't be away for too long. Plus, she was the backbone of the entire Gu family. So, as much as she hated to part, Gu Jianing could only buy her mother a train ticket. Today, Shang Zishi drove with Gu Jianing to take Yao Chanhua to the train station. Mom, faced with the separation, Gu Jianing couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward, hugging her mother tightly, her eyes red with tears. Mom, I don't want you to go, she choked out. Yao Chanhua stroked her hair, her own eyes brimming with tears. Silly child, I don't want to leave you either. Who knows how long it'll be before we see each other again. Now, the most likely time they'd meet again would be during the new year. But with Ningning having just given birth to 2 children, even by New Year's, they'd only be 6 months old, still too little for a long train journey. If they couldn't go back for the new year, then who knew when they'd see each other again? Maybe not until the children were older. That was the downside of marrying a daughter off so far away. Even seeing her was hard. Mom, don't worry. I'll come back whenever I get the chance. I don't just miss you, I miss Dad, my brother and sister-in-law, Grandma, all of you. All right. Yao Chanhua stroked her hair. I know, Ningning has always been a filial child. Ningning, remember, even if I'm not by your side, you have to eat well and dress warmly. Even though you have kids now, don't pour all your energy into them, understand? To us, even a grandchild can't compare to our precious daughter. Those words broke Gu Jianing's composure completely. She hugged her mother tightly, burying her face in her shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, I know. You and Dad have to take care of yourselves too. If you need anything, just write to me and I'll send it. Don't be afraid to spend money. Gu Jianing gave her mother careful instructions. Maybe only after having children herself did she truly understand how hard it was to be a mother, and how deeply a mother worried about her children. All right, Mom knows. And Mom, the red string talisman I gave you, you have to wear it. The others, take them home for the rest of the family, 1 for each person. To be honest, even if you counted every member of the Gu family, the 10 protective charms rewarded by the system were far from enough. In the end, Gu Jianing still bought more charms from the system and asked her mother to take them home. After Gu Jianing's repeated instructions, Yao Chanhua replied, All right, I know. I've never forgotten anything you've asked me to do. In fact, seeing how insistent Gu Jianing was, Yao Chanhua had a vague idea of what was going on. After all, her daughter's extraordinary abilities had shown themselves since she was a child. It's just that her daughter had forgotten about them. But she knew that anything her daughter emphasized must be important. At that moment, the train station's announcement was already reminding passengers to board. No matter how reluctant they were, parting was inevitable. Yao Chanhua, carrying her bags, finally boarded the train under her daughter's reluctant gaze. "Mom," Gu Jianing called out, but all she could see was the train slowly pulling away. "Wife, let's go home." "Don't worry, as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely take you, Xingxing and Yaya back to Huaishu village together." Shang Zishi put his arm around Gu Jianing's shoulders, comforting her. Meanwhile, on the train, Yao Chanhua kept watching her daughter through the window until she could no longer see her, then finally looked away. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and began to organize her bags. Although she'd come with a lot of luggage, the contents were now completely different. When she came, she brought the love and care of the whole family for Ningning. But as she returned, she carried Ningning's love for her and for the whole family. It took Gu Jianing 3 whole days to recover from Yao Chanhua's departure. After that, Gu Jianing got busy again. At home, Xingxing and Yaya hardly needed her to worry. The 2 little ones were very well behaved. During the day, Grandma Sang took care of them. At night, they slept on the Kang, heated brick bed, with Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi. The children were still young, so they often woke up in the middle of the night, sometimes to nurse, sometimes because they'd wet or soiled themselves. As long as Shang Zishi was home, he took care of all these things. If the children needed to nurse and Gu Jianing happened to be awake, she would breastfeed them. If she was still asleep, Shang Zishi would make formula for them. He would never wake Gu Jianing just to breastfeed the children. To Shang Zishi, the children were his flesh and blood. Very important. But Gu Jianing was even more important than the children. Fortunately, both kids had good temperaments. Although they preferred breast milk, they didn't reject formula, so whatever Shang Zishi gave them, they would drink. Tonight, as Shang Zishi slept, he suddenly heard the soft whimpers of a child on the Kang. He immediately opened his eyes. He glanced at Gu Jianing beside him and, seeing that she was still sound asleep, moved even more quietly. Looking over, he saw both kids were awake, their big eyes staring at him. The one who'd been whimpering was the older brother, Xingxing. Shang Zishi gently picked him up and softly whispered, "Shh, be quiet, don't wake mommy." Xingxing seemed to understand and immediately stopped fussing, his phoenix-shaped eyes, just like Shang Zishi's, curiously studying his father. Seeing him calm down, Shang Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. He checked and found that Xingxing hadn't wet or soiled himself. He was probably just hungry. "Lie here, Daddy will go make your formula. I'll be quick." With that, Shang Zishi started preparing the formula. After more than a month of practice, he was already skilled at both holding the kids and making formula. Soon, the formula was ready. He cradled Xingxing in his arms and put the bottle in his mouth. Xingxing was indeed hungry. Once the bottle was in, he started gulping it down. In just a few minutes, he'd finished the bottle. Xingxing soon drifted off to sleep. Shang Zishi gently laid him back on the Kang and carefully covered him with the blanket. Then he looked over at Yaya. Yaya seemed to have been quietly waiting for her turn. When she saw her father looking at her, she gave him a big smile. Shang Zishi felt his heart melt. Between his son and daughter, he realized he liked his daughter a bit more. She looked so much like Ningning, and her smile was just as sweet. As for Xingxing, he always had a serious little face, like a tiny old man. But both were good kids. "My good girl, are you hungry? Daddy will make your formula right now." So Shang Zishi quickly made another bottle and picked up his daughter to feed her. Yaya drank her milk more delicately and slowly than her brother. But Shang Zishi was very patient. When Yaya finished, Shang Zishi caught a whiff of something unpleasant. He checked and found that she'd pooped. He quickly poured out some hot water from the thermos, grabbed Yaya's special washcloth, cleaned her up, dried her, put on a fresh diaper, and dressed her. Throughout the whole process, Xing Zishi was gentle and careful. Yaya seemed very comfortable, even a little sleepy. By the time he finished dressing her, she was already fast asleep. Xing Zishi laid her next to Xing and tucked her in. After tidying up a bit, he finally climbed back onto the king and went back to sleep. Because Xing Zishi moved so quietly and the kids didn't cry, plus Gu Jianing was a deep sleeper, she never even knew about these nightly routines. Since Gu Jianing gave birth, Xing Zishi had repeated countless nights like this. But he never complained, or rather, he accepted it all willingly. He was always living up to the promise he'd made to Gu Jianing. She gave birth to the children, and he would do his best to raise and educate them. Gu Jianing had indeed been busy lately. Besides work, she was preparing for an upcoming lecture on PTSD at the Northwest Military District. The report she'd submitted earlier had already been officially approved. That's why this lecture was happening. It would be held at the Northwest Military District. Other military districts would send doctors to attend and learn. Since the lecture would last 3 days, Gu Jianing had a lot to prepare. Fortunately, she'd already gained experience from giving lectures in Beijing. Finally, in mid-June, the lecture began. Li Tingxian, carrying a backpack and suitcase, walked into the Northwest Military District. Looking at the military compound before him, Li Tingxian felt a mix of emotions. After the incident with Li Shuyao, both he and his grandfather had been restricted in their movements, only recently regaining their freedom. Although Li Shuyao was from the Li family and had leaked a lot of confidential information, and even though it had nothing to do with the rest of the family, they were still affected by it. Originally, Grandpa held that position, and as long as his health was good, it wouldn't have been hard for him to serve another 10 years. But now he's had to step down due to illness. Li Tingxian knew that illness was just an excuse. The real reason was the impact of the recent Li Shuyao incident. As for himself, he'd applied to transfer to the Northwest Military District, and though it was approved, he'd gone from being a regimental-level officer to a battalion-level one. In other words, he'd been demoted. Not only that, but his future promotions would likely be much harder than for others. From an outsider's perspective, with Grandpa stepping down and his own demotion, the Li family seemed to be in decline. Because of all this, Grandpa, whose health had just started to improve, fell ill again. He'd only recently gotten a little better. And now Li Tingxian had finally arrived at the Northwest Military District. "Commander Li, your dorm is over there. I'll take you," a young soldier saluted and said. "All right." Soon, Li Tingxian was led into the military compound. Along the way, he ran into quite a few people, and quite a few military wives. When the military wives saw Li Tingxian, their eyes lit up. "Oh my God, this soldier is so handsome. So refined and good-looking. I wonder if he's married? Does he have a girlfriend? Looks like I'll have to find a chance to ask." Li Tingxian had no idea that as soon as he arrived, he'd become the ideal marriage candidate in the hearts of many military wives. There might even be leaders trying to set him up in the future. As Li Tingxian looked around the compound, he soon noticed something odd. "What's over there?" There seemed to be a lot of people. Li Tingxian pointed in a direction and asked. "Oh, that's the auditorium. These next few days, Dr. Gu is giving lectures in the auditorium. Doctors from other military districts have come too," the young soldier said proudly. "Dr. Gu." Li Tingxian was taken aback. "You mean Dr. Gu Jianing?" He spoke her name softly. The young soldier's eyes lit up. "Hey, Commander Li, you know Dr. Gu?" "Oh right, you transferred from the Beijing Military District. Dr. Gu gave lectures there before and even made the news. You have no idea how amazing Dr. Gu is. And she's really beautiful, like a fairy. Deputy Regiment Commander Sheng is so lucky." The young soldier couldn't stop praising Gu Jianing. Even though Gu Jianing was a woman, as long as someone was capable, no matter their gender, everyone admired them. So now, in the Northwest Military District, whether among the military wives or the soldiers, Gu Jianing was an idol. She was the pride of the Northwest Military District. Listening to the young soldier, Li Tingxian learned that Gu Jianing had given birth to a pair of adorable twins. That's right. When she was in Beijing, she was already heavily pregnant. He hadn't expected she'd already given birth, and to twins no less. Really makes people envious. Shang Zishi was so lucky to have a wife like Gu Jianing, and she'd given him twins. Li Tingxian was indeed envious, but there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. Sometimes, one wrong step leads to a lifetime of regret. Aren't we all envious? The young soldier said. Everyone here envies Deputy Regiment Commander Shang. But he's amazing too. Only a man like him deserves Dr. Gu. Li Tingxian fell silent. The young soldier seemed to sense his interest in Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi, so he kept talking. Li Tingxian, no, I'm only interested in Dr. Gu, not Shang Zishi. But the young soldier didn't know that, and started going on about how thoughtful Shang Zishi was, how he took care of Gu Jianing, doted on her and the kids, even washing diapers himself. All the military wives in the family compound say Deputy Regiment Commander Shang is a great dad and husband. Li Tingxian had never really known if Shang Zishi treated Gu Jianing well, but judging by the look in her eyes before, she seemed to be doing well. Now, he finally had a concrete sense of how good Shang Zishi was to her. He felt both relieved and a little bitter. He was glad Shang Zishi treated Gu Jianing well. He truly wished her happiness. As for the bitterness, it was just a bit of selfish longing buried deep in his heart. But for now, he could only push that bitterness down. Soon, Li Tingxian was shown to his dorm. After dropping off his luggage and tidying up a bit, he was free for the day. Official training wouldn't start until tomorrow. After finishing the onboarding procedures, Li Tingxian headed to the auditorium. He hadn't even entered when he heard a familiar, pleasant voice. The auditorium was packed. Besides the doctors attending the lecture, there were plenty of military wives, and even off-duty soldiers had come to listen. Even if they didn't understand the content. Even if they didn't need to listen. But it didn't matter. They had nothing else to do anyway. Besides, Dr. Gu Jianing was beautiful. Just watching her on stage, even without understanding a word, was a treat for the eyes. That's why the auditorium was so lively today. There were so many people that Li Tingxian could only stand at the door. Just like the last time he'd attended her lecture at a Beijing high school. Li Tingxian looked up at the woman on stage. After several months, she was still as dazzling as ever. He just stood there quietly, watching. For a moment, it felt like he was back at that lecture in Beijing months ago. Gu Jianing had no idea Li Tingxian had arrived. At noon, the lecture broke for lunch. Gu Jianing packed up and was about to head home when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. "It's you? Are you Comrade Li?" Gu Jianing asked. She remembered Li Tingxian. First, because he was Li Shuyao's brother. Originally, because of that, Gu Jianing hadn't thought much of him, but after learning Li Shuyao was an imposter and the Li family had been deceived, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. Second, Li Tingxian really was good-looking, with a gentle, refined air, like a true gentleman. Although Gu Jianing liked Shang Zishi now, she still appreciated this type. Of course, the real reason she stopped to talk to Li Tingxian wasn't either of those. "Last time, you mentioned your comrade had the same illness as Comrade Hua. That's a psychological disorder called PTSD. How is your comrade now? My recent lectures are about this topic. You can have doctors from the local military hospital treat him." Li Tingxian hadn't expected Gu Jianing to remember him. That made him feel a surge of joy. He knew she'd stopped because of the comrade he'd made up, but so what? Although Gu Jianing knew that Li Tingxian only remembered him out of a doctor's concern for her patient, Li Tingxian still felt a surge of joy. Thank you, Dr. Gu. I'll pass on your message." "That's good." Gu Jianing had nothing more to say and was about to turn and leave. "Dr. Gu," but just as they were about to pass each other, Li Tingxian called out to her. He gazed at her, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Dr. Gu, I'm sorry for what Li Shuao did to you before." It was only after the truth about the fake Li Shuao came out that Li Tingxian learned that, out of jealousy that Shang Zishi had married Gu Jianing, Li Shuao had targeted Gu Jianing several times. Gu Jianing had been lucky otherwise, she would have been harmed by Li Shuao long ago. That fake Li Shuao was truly vicious. At first, Li Tingxian thought that, having grown up together, there would always be some sibling affection between them. But later, he realized that if Li Shuao had really regarded him as her brother, if she'd had even a shred of feeling for him, she wouldn't have betrayed the secret of his mission. That mission's failure had left him with PTSD, and that was the best-case scenario. If he hadn't been lucky, he could have died. So, Li Shuao never cared about him as a brother, so why should he care about her? Gu Jianing hadn't expected Li Tingxian to apologize to her over Li Shuao's actions. She shook her head. That has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. After all, the Li family were victims too. That Li Shuao was an imposter. Li Tingxuan's real sister had died long ago. So, when she found out that Li Shuao was from her country, she no longer blamed Li Tingxian. Ning Ning. Just then, Gu Jianing heard a familiar voice calling her name. She looked up and saw Shang Zishi striding toward her. Gu Jianing quickly responded, comradely, "My husband's here to pick me up. I'll be going now." "All right." Li Tingxian watched as Gu Jianing happily walked over to Shang Zishi. When he looked up, his gaze met Shang Zishi's. Shang Zishi's eyes were cold, as if he could see straight through him. For a moment, Li Tingxian felt flustered and looked away, convinced that Shang Zishi had seen through his feelings. On the other side, Shang Zishi was staring coldly at Li Tingxian. This Li Tingxian, with his looks and demeanor, was like an upgraded version of Wen Xuqing. And Wen Xuqing was exactly the type Ning Ning used to like. Ning Ning, facing Li Tingxian. Although Shang Zishi was sure that Ning Ning's heart was with him now, this Li Tingxian was definitely not simple. "Zishi, what are you looking at? Let's go home." Gu Jianing's voice pulled Shang Zishi back to reality. He took her hand and led her home, then, pretending to be casual, asked, "Were you just talking to Li Tingxian?" You know Li Tingxian?" "Of course I do." That was Li Tingxian, the pride of the capital's military compound, the model child everyone compared their kids to. Back when the old man at home lectured him, he'd always compare him to Li Tingxian. He'd say Shang Zishi couldn't measure up to Li Tingxian in any way and wasn't as obedient either. Shang Zishi scoffed at this. In modern terms, he never accepted anyone's PUA. He was always confident in himself and thought he was just fine the way he was. He would always work harder, but never compared himself to others. But now, standing in front of Gu Jianing, for the first time, Shang Zishi felt a twinge of comparison. If, back then, he and Li Tingxian had both proposed to Ning Ning, would she have chosen him or Li Tingxian? For the first time, Shang Zishi felt unsure, even a little insecure. Love really does make people lose confidence. What's wrong? Gu Jianing noticed something was off. What did you and Li Tingxian talk about? Shang Zishi asked. The moment he said it, he regretted it. He knew he shouldn't have asked, especially in that tone, which sounded a bit aggressive. But Gu Jianing didn't think much of it and openly told him everything she and Li Tingxian had discussed. Shang Zishi knew there was nothing between them, but still. Gu Jianing could tell something was off about him. She didn't ask, though, not yet. On the way home, the two of them walked in silence. Shang Zishi was anxious. It's over, it's over. Is Ning Ning mad at me? Shang Zishi, why can't you just keep your cool? So, when they got home, after greeting his grandmother, Shang Zishi immediately pulled Gu Jianing into their room. The moment the door closed, he hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. Gu Jianing was about to speak when she heard his muffled apology from her shoulder. She rolled her eyes playfully. Oh? What are you apologizing for? I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. I shouldn't have. He stammered and finally squeezed out the words, gotten jealous. Gu Jianing suddenly understood, so he was jealous. Thinking of Li Tingxuan's type, and then of Wen Xuqing, Gu Jianing instantly got it. Ning Ning, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be jealous. I just feel like Li Tingxian isn't up to any good. You were fine staying at the capital military district, but he just had to transfer to the northwest. And he deliberately talked to you. He's definitely up to something. Ning Ning, that guy's not a good person. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance. Who knows what he's really like? Don't let him trick you. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh and cry at his words. I was the one who started the conversation. I don't think he meant anything by it, she explained, feeling that Li Tingxuan's gaze held no hidden emotions. So, it probably wasn't like Zishi imagined. You're just overthinking it. Xing Zishi, I'm not overthinking, this is a man's instinct when facing a love rival. But since Gu Jianing said so, he didn't argue. He just hugged her, looking aggrieved, like a big dog who'd suffered outside and was now home, seeking comfort from his owner. If anyone from the military district saw Xing Zishi like this, their jaws would drop. Deputy Commander Xing, is this really the handsome-faced demon we know? Xing Zishi, what handsome-faced demon? I just want to hug my wife. I just want her to pamper me more and not get bewitched by those flashy people outside. Seeing him like this, Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. Actually, she hadn't been angry at all. The reason she'd been quiet on the way home was just because it wasn't the right place to talk. She wanted to wait until they were home. She hadn't expected him to say so much and even apologize first. Gu Jianing, since you've apologized, I'll accept it. All right, don't overthink it. There's really nothing between me and Comrade Li. Since you don't like me interacting with him, I won't take the initiative to talk to him anymore. Gu Jianing didn't feel there was anything wrong with this, nor did she feel that Xing Zishi was restricting her freedom to make friends. To be honest, Gu Jianing had a bit of an obsessive streak in her bones. In her heart, she divided people into two categories, important and unimportant. She was always clear about who mattered most to her. As for those who weren't important, she simply didn't care. To Gu Jianing, Xing Zishi was important, while Li Tingxian, someone she'd only met a few times and barely interacted with, was not. So, if she had to choose between the two, there was no question she'd let go of Li Tingxian. There was no need to upset someone important to her over someone who didn't matter. People can't have it all. The key is to recognize what's most important to you and hold on to it. That's enough to live a good life. Thank you, darling. Xing Zishi knew he was being a bit possessive. But he just felt that Li Tingxian had ulterior motives and didn't want his wife to interact with him. All right, let's go out now or Grandma will start to worry. Okay. The two of them left the room, and sure enough, they saw Grandma Sang holding the baby, looking over with concern. When she saw the two of them still getting along just fine, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Elders always worry most about the younger generation having conflicts. Now that she saw they were both fine, she could finally relax. After dinner, Xing Zishi started carving wood in the yard. He dragged this log back from the mountain. With Gu Jianing's guidance, he planned to make a baby stroller for the twins, a stroller big enough to hold both babies so they could go out together. Whenever he had free time, Xing Zishi would work on the wood. Since he'd never made one before, it took him a full week to finish the stroller. But even then, he felt it wasn't enough. Whenever he had time, he'd carefully sand down all the edges and corners, worried that any sharp bits might hurt the babies. While Xing Zishi worked on the stroller, Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang watched while holding the twins. Even Amber the dog came over with her 4 puppies to watch. Xing, yeah, look. Daddy is making a stroller for you. With this stroller, we can take you out for walks. How does that sound? Are you happy? Xing and Yaya peeked out from their swaddles, curiously watching the scene before them. Whether they could really see clearly or not, the 2 little ones were still fascinated. They even clapped their hands from time to time, babbling, as if cheering Daddy on. Finally, after a few more days, the stroller was finished and polished. Gu Jianing even exchanged some points in the system shop for 2 strings of bells. The bells didn't have any special function, but when they moved, they could help train the baby's eyesight, and their pleasant sound lifted everyone's mood. Once the stroller was ready, Gu Jianing put the 2 little ones inside. The twins were very pleased with their new ride. They especially loved the bells hanging in front of them. They kept reaching out to touch them, and whenever the bells jingled, they'd clap their hands and babble happily. But since the babies were still small, even though the stroller was ready, they didn't take them out just yet. Gu Jianing suggested that Xing Zishi add 2 layers of fabric to the front of the stroller, 1 layer of gauze to keep out dust and sand, and a thicker layer to block rain. Xing Zishi thought it was a great idea and continued to make improvements whenever he had time. After the baby's 1-month celebration, it was as if they grew overnight. In the blink of an eye, Xingxing and Yeye were already 3 months old. Today, Xing Zishi finally had a rare day off. Xingxing and Yeye were placed in the stroller, with Xing Zishi pushing and Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang walking alongside. Today was the twins' first outing since they were born. The whole family drove into town. They planned to take photos, mainly of the twins, but also a family portrait. They'd send the photos to Grandpa Sang in Beijing and to the family back in Huaihua village. When they arrived in town, they took out the stroller, put the babies inside, and Xing Zishi pushed them toward the photo studio, with Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang by his side. It was October, and the weather had started to cool at the end of last month, but today was sunny and pleasant. Their outing attracted a lot of attention. Xing Zishi, for once, wasn't in uniform, but his bearing and the way he walked made it obvious he was a soldier. He was tall and handsome, drawing plenty of admiring glances. But the hint of pride and wildness between his brows made him look a bit intimidating. Yet here was this seemingly tough man, pushing a baby stroller. Inside were 2 chubby, fair, adorable babies. The contrast made the scene even more eye-catching. Many elderly people couldn't help but stare at the babies in the stroller. They were just too cute, people wanted to scoop them up and shower them with kisses. Of course, the one who got the most attention was Gu Jianing. After all, she really was beautiful, the kind of beauty that made everyone, man or woman, turn their heads for a second look. Some people even found her face familiar the more they looked. Gu Jianing had been in the newspaper before, and many people had read that article, so it was no wonder she looked familiar now. It was Xingxing and Yeye's first time out, and they were delighted by all the new sights. Their bright eyes darted around curiously, as if trying to take everything in. They babbled and clapped their hands in excitement. Soon, the family arrived at the photo studio. The photographer couldn't help but marvel at their good looks. Even Grandma Sang, though older, still had an elegant charm. She had been a real beauty in her youth. First, the family took a group photo. Then, Xing Zishi and Gu Jianing each held a baby and took a few more pictures. "Wife, let's take a family photo every year from now on, okay?" Xing Zishi asked. Of course, Gu Jianing agreed happily. Taking photos is a way to record life and growth. After the shoot, since the photos couldn't be picked up right away, the family went to the state-run restaurant for a meal. They strolled around town for a while before driving home in the afternoon. On the 3rd day, the photos arrived. Gu Jianing packed up the things she'd bought earlier, added the photos, and took the parcels to the soldiers so they could be mailed together. That very day, the packages were sent out. Since Beijing was closer, Grandpa Sang received his package first. But when he opened it, he never expected that old rascal Xing Xinhao would show up. He came in, looking like he had something to say, but hesitated, unable to get the words out. Grandpa Sang couldn't be bothered with him. He was already being generous by not kicking the old guy out. So, he didn't bother to play host, just went about his own business. See, Grandpa Sang just busied himself unpacking his own parcel. As he took out each item, he'd praise his granddaughter-in-law. He was doing it on purpose, letting Xing Xinhao see just how wonderful Ning girl was. If this old guy didn't appreciate Ning, that was his own lack of judgment. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao listened to Grandpa Sang's mutterings. He knew this was a package from Gu Jianing. So, did that girl really send parcels to the old couple of the Sang family? If he acknowledged her as her father-in-law, would the young couple send him things too? Xing Xinhao couldn't quite describe how he felt inside. Just like he couldn't say why he'd come to the Sang house today. Maybe it was because he was feeling stifled at home. Ever since that fake youngest son was taken away and the real one confirmed dead, Wanrong had changed. She never returned to her former gentle, considerate self. Instead, she'd become a bit greedy, obsessed with money. Today, Feng Wanrong kept hinting that she wanted him to give her the old Sheng family house. When she found out he'd already given it to Shangzishi, Wanrong exploded on the spot. They argued, and she made a huge scene, crying and shouting. This side of Wanrong was something Xing Xinhao had never seen before. He was shocked, but also helpless. He knew why Wanrong had become like this. It was because their son had died. The son she'd always doted on, who was also from country R. And after giving birth to their youngest, Wanrong had a difficult labor and some complications, so she couldn't have any more children. So, she'd always seen her youngest as her lifeline, but who could have expected? Xing Xinhao had loved his youngest too. But after what happened, he was heartbroken and helpless. Now, his only blood relative left was Shangzishi. Even if that boy didn't get along with him. But blood ties can't be changed. So, his family business and property would definitely go to Shangzishi in the end. Still, Wanrong had had a hard time all these years, so he'd leave her some money and a house for her old age. But apparently, that wasn't enough for Wanrong. It was only today that Xing Xinhao realized Wanrong had shown her true colors. She wasn't as gentle, considerate, and kind as he'd always thought. He even began to wonder if he'd ever really understood Wanrong all these years. He couldn't help but recall some things that happened when Shangzishi was still at home. Back then, the eldest always clashed with Wanrong, always saying she was up to no good, framing and slandering him. Xing Xinhao used to believe Wanrong. He thought, how could such a kind and delicate woman do those things? But now, seeing this other side of Wanrong, he thought maybe, just maybe, the eldest had been right about some things? If so, then all these years, was his relationship with his eldest ruined because of Wanrong's scheming? If he hadn't married Wanrong back then, would things be different between him and his eldest now? If Awan were still alive, would the three of them still be a happy family? Xing Xinhao was lost. He felt deeply exhausted, and not wanting to argue with Wanrong, he left the house. He hadn't expected that, just wandering around, he'd end up at the Sang house, where he saw his former father-in-law unpacking a parcel. Oh, this is a photo. The old man's exclamation snapped Xing Xinhao out of his thoughts. Xing Xinhao looked up and saw the old man holding a small photograph. But he was too far away to see what was on it. And the old man seemed to be teasing him on purpose. Sure enough, he started talking about the photo. This must be a family portrait of the four of them. Oh, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. They're so adorable, so chubby and fair. This must be the older brother, Xing. Looks just like Xiaoxi. And this is Yaya, just as pretty as Ning girl, such a beauty. The old man commented as he looked at the photo. Xing Xinhao knew he was doing it on purpose, saying all this for his benefit. He had to admit, the old man's words made him a little tempted. He wanted to see the photo. He knew his eldest's wife had given birth to twins a few months ago. So, they'd sent a photo to the old man? So their nicknames were Xingxing and Yeye? He wondered if they knew he was their grandfather. Xingxing was the older brother? Looked a lot like his eldest? Xing Xinhao could still remember what Shangzishi looked like as a baby. He thought, if he saw the photo now, he'd definitely be able to tell if they looked alike. He really wanted to know how much they resembled him. But unfortunately, Xing Xinhao couldn't see. He craned his neck to get a peek, but the old man blocked his view. The old man was doing it on purpose. That's right, Grandpa Sang was absolutely doing it on purpose. Such adorable, chubby great-grandchildren. He was going to keep the photo to himself. No way was he letting this blind old fool see it. Serves him right for not having any sense. When the old man shifted to block his view, Xing Xinhao gritted his teeth and moved too, trying to sneak another look. But the old man seemed to have a radar. Every time Xing Xinhao moved, he moved too, always blocking the view. In the end, Xing Xinhao went home in a huff, feeling both angry and sour. Grandpa Sang thought, if that old guy's unhappy, then I'm happy, haha. The package from Waishuakakin didn't reach the Gu family until a week later. It was brought home by Gu Yunan after work. Now, both Gu Yunan and Gu Yunzhou had long since adapted to their jobs at the grain station and supply cooperative. They were doing well, and thanks to Gu Jianing, everyone treated them kindly. As for the third brother, Gu Yunzhou, aside from work, he spent his spare time reading and reviewing middle and high school courses. He believed what Gu Jianing had told him and hoped that college entrance exams would be reinstated someday. Meanwhile, the Gu family opened the package and quickly found the photo inside. These must be Xingxing and Yaya. They've grown so much already. The whole family gathered around, staring at the little photo, unable to look away. Our little sister and brother-in-law are both good-looking, and so are Xingxing and Yaya. Look at them, so fair and tender, such handsome little faces. It's true, good-looking parents make good-looking kids. They look like little immortals. When I left, Xingxing and Yaya were just over a month old. Now they're 3 months and they look so much bigger. Looking at this photo, I really miss them. Ningning looks good in the photo too. Father Yao, for his part, looked first at his daughter. Seeing the spirit in her eyes, he knew she was doing well and felt at ease. Parents, after all, when their daughter marries far away, they can't help but worry. In the end, that small photo made its way through the hands of everyone in the Gu family. They finally decided to get a little photo frame, put the picture inside, and place it in the living room. That way, whenever anyone missed Ningning, Xingxing, or Yaya, they could see them anytime. In the Northwest Military District, the weather started to cool down at the end of September. Last month, in October, temperatures would sometimes drop below 10 degrees Celsius. November was even colder. Last year, it was in November that Gu Jianing came to join the army as a military spouse. Now, at the end of November, Gu Jianing looked at the snow in the courtyard and flipped through the calendar, only to realize that, without noticing, she had already been here for a year. And in this year, she had accomplished quite a lot. When she arrived a year ago, she had just gotten married and was still a nobody. Now, a year later, she was a well-known doctor in the Northwest Military District and even had a pair of children, now almost 5 months old and growing more lively by the day. Lately, the twins had been practicing how to sit up. Maybe it was thanks to the health-boosting pills she'd taken during pregnancy, but since birth, neither child had ever been sick. Their physical condition was much better than other babies their age. Normally, babies don't learn to sit until around 6 months, but Xingxing and Yaya could already sit quite steadily at times. Not only that, Gu Jianing noticed that both children were especially smart. They could recognize people. Not just their parents who were always with them, or Grandma Sang, but even Aunt Xuan from next door, Guogua, and even Jiang Baihe and her daughter, who occasionally visited. They recognized them all. Even though they couldn't speak yet, Gu Jianing just knew that Xingxing and Yaya could tell everyone apart. As the twins grew, their personalities became more distinct. Yaya was like a little sweetheart, smiling sweetly at everyone. Her smile could melt anyone's heart. Xingxing, on the other hand, was a little stoic, always wearing a serious face with everyone except Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang. But Gu Jianing knew Xingxing was actually a little afraid of someone, his father, Sheng Zishi. As the saying goes, there's always someone who can keep you in check. Today, Gu Jianing had a rare day off. When she woke up in the morning, she saw the first snow of the year. The snow wasn't heavy, but it covered the world in a soft white layer. Gu Jianing sat on a small stool in the living room, with the twins bundled up tightly in their stroller beside her, looking like 2 little balls. They wore hats, their fair little faces peeking out. It seemed to be the first time they'd ever seen snow, and they looked at it with wide-eyed curiosity, making wah-wah sounds and even trying to reach out their tiny hands to touch it, though they couldn't quite reach. The radio was playing in the living room, filling the space with sound so it didn't feel lonely. Just then, Gu Jianing suddenly heard the radio host's voice become excited. Gu Jianing, HM? Dear listeners, we interrupt our program for a breaking news announcement. It has been confirmed that our country's latest generation fighter jet has been successfully developed and test-flown today. The successful test flight of this fighter jet means a new fighter jet has been developed. Grandma Sang, hearing the radio, came out. Gu Jianing looked up and asked, Grandma, are you interested in this? Grandma Sang smiled and said, Ningning, you probably don't know this. Your grandpa, he's one of the people who develops fighter jets. Of course, she only knew her husband worked on fighter jets. The specifics were classified, so she didn't know the details. Gu Jianing, so that's how it is. So Grandpa contributed to this fighter jet? The successful development of this new generation of fighter jet seemed like a big deal. Soon, Gu Jianing heard the news being broadcast all over the military district. The whole district seemed to erupt with excitement over the news. Technological progress meant national progress. Only by advancing could the country avoid falling behind and being bullied. When Shang Zishi came home at noon and talked about the fighter jet, he was also excited and proud. As a soldier, seeing the country's military strength grow naturally filled him with pride. In fact, Gu Jianing was right. Grandpa Sang had indeed contributed to the development of this generation of fighter jet. Of course, the greatest credit went to the couple Qin Jihong and Du Lan. With today's successful test flight, the two of them had finally completed the mission they'd been working on for 9 years. They were given great recognition and rewards from above. And now, Qin Jihong and Du Lan could finally return home in glory. Thinking of the elderly mother and their 2 children waiting at home, Qin Jihong and Du Lan didn't delay. After handling some necessary matters, they were escorted home by a special car. Qin Family Village. Qin family. Ever since Qin's schemes had been exposed and their parents' wages returned, life for Qin Tian's family had gotten much better. They no longer had to worry about not having enough to eat or wear. With better food, the siblings had visibly grown taller and plumper. Grandma Qin was no longer weighed down by worry and now looked energetic, as if she could live many more years. Another cold winter had arrived. Today, it was snowing again. Qin Tian and Qin Qing, who didn't have school today, were at home keeping Grandma company. Looking at the snow outside, they remembered the first time they met Gu Jianing. It was because they met her that their lives and destinies had changed. Qin Tian chatted with Grandma while reading a book, and Qin Qing was working on her homework. Whenever she had a moment, Grandma Qin would sit on the warm Kong bed, mending clothes for her grandchildren. Even though they could now afford new clothes, as long as the old ones weren't too worn, she'd patch them up for continued use. It was important to be thrifty. The 3 of them, old and young, lived happily together. Just then, the sound of a car braking came from outside. Qin Tian immediately heard it and exchanged a glance with his sister Qin Qing. It must be Sister Gu. It must be Sister Gu, probably driven here by Brother Shang. Besides them, the siblings couldn't think of anyone else who would come. Qin Tian put down his book, a smile on his face, and ran outside. He quickly opened the courtyard gate. Sister Gu. He called out before he even saw clearly. But when he saw who was getting out of the car, he froze. Xiao Tian, you're Xiao Tian, right? I'm your mom. The people getting out of the car were none other than Qin Jihong and Du Lan, who had rushed home to see their family after completing their mission. They hadn't expected that as soon as the car stopped, the courtyard gate would open and a little boy would run out. That age, those features, wasn't this their son, Qin Tian? Du Lan called out to her son, her eyes instantly reddening. She rushed over and scooped Qin Tian into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Tian, Mom and Dad are home. Qin Tian was stunned. As he was pulled into the embrace, he could feel the warmth, warm even in the depths of winter. Qin Tian was a smart child, and he started remembering things at an early age. So, even though his parents left when he was just a little over 2 years old, and even though 8 or 9 years had passed since, he still remembered what his parents looked like. And now, wasn't this his mom and dad standing right in front of him? In fact, ever since Sister Gu brought him that letter, he'd known that his parents might be coming back soon. Back then, Qin Tian had felt a bit panicked. He didn't know how he was supposed to get along with his parents when they returned. He had longed for their return, but Qin Tian couldn't deny that deep down, he also felt some resentment. He knew his parents were working for the country. He knew they were great people, heroes even. He knew they cared about him and his sister, sending their wages back home every month. But still. Now, as he was held in that embrace, Qin Tian couldn't hold back his tears any longer. They streamed down his face. Why are you only coming back now? Do you have any idea what my sister, Grandma, and I have been through all these years? Grandma almost died from illness. I was almost sold off. The other kids outside all laughed at me and my sister, saying that we must be bad kids. That's why our parents didn't want us. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Du Lan's heart ached unbearably, and tears rolled down her cheeks as well. Qin Jihong's eyes reddened. They were talking nonsense. Our Tian and Qing are such good kids. When Mom and Dad weren't home, you were still so young, but you managed to hold the family together. You're so good, so hardworking, so brave, so strong. How could you possibly be bad children? Tian, Mom knows it was our fault. We shouldn't have left you for so long. We even let bad people take advantage of the situation. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. From now on, Mom and Dad will never leave again. That's right, Tian. Now that we're back, we'll never leave you again. In truth, Qin Tian's outburst wasn't really about blaming them. It was just that after all these years, he needed somewhere to pour out his grievances. He didn't want much, just a promise from his parents. Now, hearing that promise, Qin Tian finally broke down. He threw his arms around his mother's neck, buried his face in her shoulder, and wailed. Hearing her brother's cries, Qing came running out. She saw her brother being held by a beautiful, gentle woman, crying in her arms, and a tall man standing nearby. When the man saw her, his expression softened and he opened his arms. Qing, I'm your dad. Daddy's home. Dad? So these were her mom and dad? Suddenly, Qing understood why her brother was crying. Qing knew she wasn't as smart as her brother. Even her memory wasn't as good as his. They were both just over 2 when their parents left, but while her brother could always remember what their parents looked like, she couldn't recall a thing. But now, even without memories, the blood bond made them feel familiar and close. Of course, Qing had longed for her parents to come back, and now they finally had. Even though she had no memories of them, her eyes still reddened. She slowly walked up to her father, looked up, and asked, Dad, you and Mom are back? Does that mean my brother and I will have parents to love us from now on? Hearing this, Qin Jihong's heart twisted in pain. He scooped Qing into his arms. Yes, from now on, Mom and Dad will love you and protect you. And then, Qing, who was always shy and didn't like to show her emotions, didn't cry out loud like her brother, but as she leaned into her father's embrace, silent tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Grandma Qin inside the house heard her grandchildren crying. She wondered what was going on and was about to get up to check. But before she could, the people outside had already come in. The moment they entered, someone dropped to their knees in front of her. Mother, your unfilial son Jihong has come home. Jihong? Grandma Qin looked closely, and wasn't this her only son, Qin Jihong, who had been away from home for 9 years? And she also saw her daughter-in-law, Du Lan, following behind. Mother, Du Lan called out. Grandma Qin burst into tears, slapping Qin Jihong on the shoulder. You're finally back, you're finally back. Do you know, I once thought I'd go to my grave without ever seeing you come home. Mother, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I've lived this long and I've lived enough. But if I died and you still hadn't come back, what would happen to Tian and Qing? I really worried myself sick, so much that I didn't dare to go, just kept holding on. Luckily, Miss Gu showed up. Du Lan quickly nodded. Yes, we really have to thank Dr. Gu. Mother, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I let you and the children down. Now that you're back, you're not leaving again, are you? Qin Jihong quickly shook his head. No, we're not leaving. We've finished our mission. From now on, our family will never be separated again. Relief finally appeared on Grandma Qin's face. Good, not leaving is good, not leaving is good. In the end, Grandma Qin and Qin Jihong hugged each other tightly, mother and son weeping together. Qin Jihong knew that over the years, both his mother and his children had suffered. So no matter what they said, he and his wife accepted it all. It was a long time before the family's emotions finally calmed down. Then, Grandma Qin asked them how they were able to come back. Qin Jihong said they had completed their mission. As for what kind of mission, they didn't say. But this time, they had done exceptionally well, so they were rewarded. For example, If they wanted, the whole family could move to the capital, Beijing, and get a Beijing household registration. They were even given a courtyard house, and both he and his wife would be transferred to work at the Weapons Research Institute in Beijing. Mother, we're planning to move our household registration to Beijing and settle there. Beijing is the capital of our country, always at the forefront of development. And we can transfer to work there, and Tian and Qingqing can become Beijing residents, go to school there, and receive a better education. Grandma Qin nodded. So that was how it was. But you just take Tian and Qingqing with you. I won't go. She was just an old woman, and she'd only be a burden if she went. Besides, she'd spent her whole life in Qin family village. Now, to move to Beijing, Grandma Qin really couldn't bear to leave. She knew Beijing was a good place, and it was the best choice for her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren to go. Mom, you want me and the kids to go to Beijing, but you're not coming. How can we feel at ease leaving you alone at home? That's right, Mom, just come with us. Grandma, Qingqing wants to stay with Grandma. Xiaotian wants to be with Grandma too. Qin Tian and Qingqing each hugged one of Grandma Qin's arms, looking up at her with eyes full of attachment and dependence. All these years, with their parents away, they had relied on Grandma for everything. To them, Grandma was incredibly important. That's why they didn't want to be separated from her. The two children's intentions were obvious. If Grandma insisted on staying in their hometown, they would stay with her too. Grandma Qin looked at her two obedient grandchildren, stroked their heads with loving eyes, and finally sighed, "All right, I'll go with you. There's just no refusing you two." To Grandma Qin, her grandchildren were her greatest weakness. Going to Beijing was the better choice for them. How could she hold them back just because of her own reluctance? All right then, this old lady will go see the capital of the country too. That's wonderful. Grandma's agreement made everyone happy. These past 2 days, Qin Jihong and Du Lan's return had the whole Qin family village buzzing. No one in the village knew why the couple had left in the first place. Even when they'd asked Grandma Qin before, she'd only said it was because of work. But in the villagers' eyes, what kind of job would require someone to leave for years with no news at all? They figured Qin Jihong and Du Lan had run away. They thought Grandma Qin and the two kids, one old, two young, were a burden, so the couple didn't want them. So, over the years, rumors like this had been circulating. That's also why Qin Tian would say that other kids told him his parents were never coming back. Because that's what the adults at home said. But no one expected that, after 9 years away, Qin Jihong and Du Lan would suddenly return. And they came back in a jeep, dressed in style. It was obvious they'd returned in glory. Not only did they come back in style, I heard from Grandma Qin that they're taking the whole family to Beijing. They'll be Beijingers from now on. My God, Beijing. That's the capital. So they're becoming city folk overnight. I'm so jealous. I heard the reason Qin Jihong and Du Lan didn't come back all these years was because they were working for the country. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean they have the country backing them? With that guess, everyone's opinion of the Qin family rose to a whole new level. People started to wonder if, during the years the couple was gone, they'd ever bullied Grandma Qin or the two kids. If Qin Jihong and Du Lan found out, what if they took revenge? At that moment, some children started crying. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Yeah, why are you suddenly crying? The kids sobbed, their faces full of fear, and confessed to bullying Qin Tian and his sister. Oh my God, how could you say those things? How could you bully Qin Tian and his sister? I only said it because you told me that since their parents had been gone so long, they must not want them anymore. So it was you who started it. No, I didn't. So, many families in the village shut their doors and didn't dare go out, afraid of running into Qin Jihong and Du Lan, or worse, having the couple come knocking. They were all scared of being retaliated against. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have said those things. I should have helped the Qin family more. Maybe Qin Jihong and Du Lan would have repaid me. Even if I couldn't become a Beijinger, at least they could have helped me get a job or something. This time, Qin Jihong and Du Lan only had a month's leave. There was a lot to do in that month. First, they wanted to find out who had helped Grandma Qin and the kids while they were away. Although many villagers had kicked them while they were down, there were also those who had helped. Some had lent money, given food, or occasionally brought treats for Qin Tian and Qin Qing. Upon learning about these acts, Qin Jihong and Du Lan repaid them generously. They even helped those people out if they were facing difficulties now. Of course, the ones they owed the most were Gu Jianing and her husband. No one knew that on the night they returned home, Qin Jihong and Du Lan had the same dream. A nightmare. In the dream, Gu Jianing never appeared. So Qin's crimes were never exposed, and he was never caught. Grandma got tuberculosis and died. Qin Tian was sold to human traffickers by Qinda and died not long after. And as for Qin Qing, Qinda wanted to take over the Qin family house, so how could he let her live? So when the couple finally returned home in glory, all they found were 3 family graves. No one knew how much pain Qin Jihong and Du Lan felt when they woke up that night, recounting the dream and sobbing in each other's arms. They couldn't shake the feeling that if it hadn't been for Gu Jianing, maybe that nightmare would have been reality. Gu Jianing was their family's savior. They had to thank her properly. So, Qin Tian went to find Gu Jianing and told her his parents had come back. He also invited her and Shang Zishi to dinner at the state-run restaurant. So your parents are back? All right, let's go. Gu Jianing agreed. Looking at Qin Tian, she could tell he was different now that his parents were home. Children who are loved by their parents always have confidence and a spark in their eyes. Qin Tian also told Gu Jianing that their whole family would be moving to Beijing. We're moving to Beijing, but I don't know if I'll ever see you again, Sister Gu. Qin Tian looked at Gu Jianing with reluctance in his eyes. To Qin Tian, Gu Jianing was like a real big sister. Not just a sister, but also an idol. He wanted to be someone like her when he grew up. If there was anything he'd miss about leaving Qin family village, it was Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing couldn't help but smile at his words. She patted his head and said, Xiaotian, you probably don't know this, but your sister's husband, your brother Xing, is from Beijing, and we have a house there. We might move back to Beijing too. So, we'll definitely have the chance to meet again. Really? Hearing this, Qin Tian was overjoyed, and his last bit of worry disappeared. Gu Jianing had a faint decision forming in her heart, but... Oh, right. Since you're here today, do you want to see Xingxing and Yeye? They really miss their big brother. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. I miss Xingxing and Yeye too. So, Qin Tian followed Gu Jianing back to the family compound and saw Xingxing and Yeye, who were now sitting steadily on the heated brick bed. Because of the cold weather, the 2 little ones were bundled up tightly, except for not wearing hats. Now, almost 6 months old, they were fair and chubby, with delicate features. At the moment, they were sitting on the bed, working on a puzzle their father, Shang Zishi, had made for them. It was actually Gu Jianing who suggested Shang Zishi make the puzzle. Once it was done, it received unanimous praise from the 2 little ones. But, at first, the puzzle was very simple, with only a few pieces, but the twins were just too smart. Sometimes, after watching the adults put it together once, they'd remember it all. Later, the adults stopped showing them how to do it and let them figure it out themselves. Now, the puzzle had grown to over 30 pieces. At the moment, the 2 kids were completely absorbed in putting it together. Xingxing, Yeye. The 2 little ones, busy with their puzzle, heard a familiar voice. They turned their heads and saw Qin Tian standing at the door. On the bed, Grandma Sang, who was watching over them, also saw Qin Tian at the door. Oh, it's Xiaotian. Come in, come in. Hello, Grandma Sang. Qin Tian walked in, but instead of going straight to the kids, he first warmed himself by the stove. Xingxing and Yeye clearly remembered their big brother Qin Tian. Although he didn't visit often, he was always very kind to them and played with them every time he came. Compared to the twins next door, Zhang Xuan's children, Xingxing and Yeye, actually preferred playing with the older kids, like Qin Tian or Guogua. When they saw Qin Tian, they were momentarily stunned, but quickly recognized him. Xingxing was pretty calm, though his little face wasn't as serious as before. Yeye, being more lively, started babbling at Qin Tian and stretched out her arms, clearly wanting a hug. Wait a bit, Yeye. Let me warm up first. Then I'll come hug you. Gu Jianing, who had just come in behind, heard this and couldn't help but smile gently. Qin Tian, though still very young, was always so thoughtful and considerate. Not only that, Gu Jianing knew Qin Tian was very smart with an excellent memory. He'd never taken any intelligence-boosting pills. He was a true prodigy. He was also very interested in medicine and had a real talent for it. Gu Jianing had a faint decision in her heart, but she needed to observe a bit longer. After all, Qin Tian would soon be moving to Beijing with his parents. By then, Qin Tian had finished warming up, made sure he wasn't cold anymore, and went over, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. As soon as he got up, Yaya struggled even harder to be held. How could Qin Tian refuse? He scooped Yaya up in his arms. Yaya's gotten heavier again. Yaya is so pretty. Yaya was obviously delighted, clapping her hands at the compliment. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. She'd noticed her daughter had a trait. She loved being told she was pretty. Whenever someone complimented her looks, she'd get especially happy and in a great mood. Who did she get that from? If Shang Zishi were here and heard her thoughts, he'd definitely say, "Of course she takes after my wife." But really, there's nothing bad about that. My wife and daughter are both beautiful. My wife is like a fairy, and my daughter is like a little celestial child. It's only natural to praise their looks. Xingxing, Yaya, are you doing puzzles? Do you want Big Brother to help you? So this piece goes here? Xingxing, you're amazing. Yaya too. She got this one right. The three kids played happily together. It wasn't until noon, when Xing Zishi came home, that Qin Tian stayed for lunch. Originally, Qin Tian had planned to leave earlier, but Gu Jianing persuaded him to stay. After lunch, Qin Tian hugged Xingxing and Yaya goodbye, reluctant to leave. As soon as he left, Yaya started crying. Her little hands reached out in the direction Qin Tian had gone, clearly not wanting him to leave. Even Xingxing seemed a bit downcast after Qin Tian left. Gu Jianing thought, soon, Qin Tian will be living in Beijing. Once they're apart, who knows how long it'll be before they see each other again, or how sad the twins will be. Qin Tian could faintly hear the sound of crying. He recognized it as Yaya's voice. He fought the urge to turn back. But as he looked up, his eyes turned red. He didn't know, after he went to Beijing, and who knows how long before he saw Xingxing and Yaya again, whether the two little ones would still remember their big brother Qin Tian. Back inside, Shang Zishi was comforting his daughter. Sweetheart, how can you cry over a boy? Don't worry, if you lose one playmate, there will be plenty of other boys to play with you. Shang Zishi held the crying Yaya, earnestly trying to soothe her. Gu Jianing, overhearing this, thought. Wait a minute, Shang Zishi, are you encouraging our daughter to be a heartbreaker? Who knows if Yaya understood, but after her dad's words, she gradually stopped crying. She listened to her dad's speech very seriously. Gu Jianing silently facepalmed, both amused and exasperated. Then, glancing back, she saw Xingxing rolling his eyes at his dad, a look that seemed to say he was thoroughly unimpressed with his father's attempts to fool his little sister. Gu Jianing thought, Zishi, maybe you should turn around and look at your son's expression? At that moment, Xingxing seemed to sense his mother's gaze. He turned and saw Gu Jianing. The little cool guy, who always wore a serious face, was momentarily stunned, as if realizing his eye roll had been caught by his mom. Then, for once, he gave her a smile. Well, a smile that looked even more awkward than crying. Gu Jianing was taken aback, but then burst out laughing. Was Xingxing trying to bribe his mom with a smile? How interesting, really interesting. Meanwhile, Qin Tian went home, greeted his family, and quietly picked up a medical book to read. Qin Jihong and Dulan noticed that their son's eyes were a little red when he came back. They knew Qin Tian had just been to see Gu Jianing. They also knew that their son was reluctant to leave her. Seeing him reading a medical book, Dulan had a thought and pulled her husband into their room. She shared her idea with him. Qin Jihong said, You mean, have Xiaotian become Dr. Gu's apprentice? Yes. I can tell Xiaotian really likes Dr. Gu, and Dr. Gu likes him too. Most importantly, our Xiaotian has real talent for medicine. I've already asked Xiaotian plans to pursue a future in medicine. Since that's the case, having him apprentice under Dr. Gu is the best choice. They were well aware of Gu Jianning's abilities. She could give lectures, cure tuberculosis, be featured in national newspapers, and even be recognized and rewarded by the authorities. Someone with such skills and prospects was certainly exceptional. She was more than qualified to be Xiaotian's teacher. The only thing was, we just don't know if Dr. Gu is willing or if she's ever thought about taking on a student. Whether or not to accept a disciple couldn't be forced, it was all about fate. Aren't we inviting Dr. Gu and her husband to dinner tomorrow? We can ask her then, Qin Jihong said. Yes, let's ask her then. After a good night's sleep, the next day arrived. It was a rare day off from training for Shengzishi. The weather was nice too. Although it was snowing, it wasn't heavy and the temperature wasn't too low. Even so, Gu Jianning didn't plan to bring the two children along. After all, they were still young. If they caught a chill and got sick, it wouldn't be good. So Xingxing and Yaya stayed with Grandma Sang, while Gu Jianning and Xing Zishi headed to the state-run restaurant together. When they arrived, Qin Jihong and his wife were already there with Qin Tian and Qin Qing, waiting for them. Sister Gu. Qin Tian, quick-eyed, immediately spotted Gu Jianning walking over and hurriedly waved hello. Deputy Commander Sheng, Dr. Gu, Qin Jihong and Dulan greeted the couple and invited them to sit. Actually, they'd already met in the capital before, so they weren't strangers. Their conversation flowed easily, with no awkwardness. The reason Qin Jihong and his wife had invited them today was, first, to formally thank Gu Jianning for helping Qin Tian and the others back then, and second, to say goodbye. After all, they were moving to the capital soon. Comrade Qin, you and Sister Dulan have already thanked me before, no need to say it again. It was fate that brought me and Xiaotian together, Gu Jianning said. Besides, by now, we're friends, aren't we? Helping each other is what friends do. Gu Jianning had a good impression of the Qin couple. They were definitely worth befriending. One more friend means one more path in life. And Qin Jihong and Dulan clearly had bright futures ahead. Hearing Gu Jianning call them friends, Qin Jihong and Dulan's eyes lit up. Yes, we're friends. They knew Gu Jianning and her husband truly didn't dwell on the help they'd given, so they didn't say more, but they kept it in their hearts. The one who helps may forget, but the one who is helped never does. Soon, Dulan mentioned that they would soon be moving to the capital. The capital is great. Qin Tian and Qin Qing will get a better education there, Gu Jianning said. And you won't have to be separated anymore. Yes, I can't bear to be apart from the children any longer, Dulan said with emotion. Looking back on those 9 years apart, Dulan didn't know how she'd managed to hold on. If she had to go through it again, she couldn't. She never wanted to be separated from her children again. Soon, the food was served. They ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and cheerful. During the meal, Qin Tian and Qin Qing asked about Xingxing and Yaya. They'd hoped to see them today. But after hearing Gu Jianning explain she was worried they'd catch cold, they agreed it made sense. Last winter had been bitterly cold. Qin Tian and Qin Qing knew that all too well. Thankfully, this winter wasn't nearly as harsh. By the time they finished eating and talking, more than an hour had passed. As it was nearly time to part, Dulan remembered what she'd been thinking about the night before. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Dr. Gu, there's something I'd like to ask you if I may. Gu Jianning, what is it? I wanted to ask if you've ever considered taking on a student. Gu Jianning was momentarily taken aback, but when she saw Dulan's gentle gaze fall on Qin Tian, she understood. Dulan quickly continued, if you have ever thought about accepting a student, would you consider Xiaotian? Mom? Qin Tian looked at his mother in surprise. He hadn't expected her to ask Sister Gu to consider taking him as a student. Had Qin Tian ever thought about becoming Gu Jianning's apprentice? To be honest, no. Not because he didn't want to, but because he thought it was wishful thinking. He didn't think he was good enough or worthy of being Sister Gu's student. But even if he couldn't be her apprentice, just being able to learn medicine from her would be wonderful. This thought had always been buried deep in his heart. He hadn't expected that, after such a short time back together, his mother would see right through him. And now she was asking Sister Gu to consider him. Qin Tian couldn't describe how he felt. He thought, maybe that's just how mothers are. They're always thinking of their children. Dulan pulled the slightly teary-eyed Qin Tian close to her. Then she looked at Gu Jianing, waiting for her answer. Dr. Gu, please don't feel pressured. It's just a suggestion. If you don't want to take on a student, that's perfectly. Of course. Dulan didn't want to make things difficult for Gu Jianing. After all, Gu Jianing was their benefactor. It would be wrong to put her in a tough spot. So, it was just a suggestion, with no pressure. It was simply a mother's love, hoping to fulfill her son's deepest wish. Just as she was about to give up, thinking she'd been too forward, she suddenly heard Gu Jianing agree. Dulan looked at her in surprise. Even Qin Tian stared at Gu Jianing in disbelief. Gu Jianing smiled, patted Qin Tian's head, and said, Actually, I'd already thought about taking Qin Tian as my apprentice. I've observed him. Qin Tian is very talented in medicine, and he's a smart kid. Medicine needs to be passed down, and I want to pass on my skills. Since Qin Tian has the talent, and we get along well, we shouldn't miss this opportunity. So, Gu Jianing looked at Qin Tian, her gaze serious. Xiaotian, would you like to take Sister Gu as your teacher, become my apprentice, and learn medicine with me? Qin Tian's eyes reddened even more, and tears nearly fell. He nodded vigorously, as if afraid to miss his chance. Yes, I do. I want to. Good. Then it's settled. In the next couple of days, we'll have a simple tea ceremony to formalize it, and then we'll be master and apprentice. Okay. Shang Xinhao felt that if she kept tormenting him like this, his life would probably be shortened by several years. That very day, Gu Jianing told her master, Old Qin, that she wanted to take Qin Tian as her apprentice. After all, once she took on a disciple, Qin Tian would technically be Old Chen's grand disciple, so she had to let him know. Old Chen said, All right, if you think the kid is good and want to take him in, go ahead. After thinking for a moment, Old Chen handed Gu Jianing a medical casebook. I won't be there when you take in your apprentice. Give this to my grand disciple as a gift from his grandmaster. Okay, Gu Jianing replied, taking the book and flipping through it. She found that it contained detailed records of basic medical cases, very helpful for someone just starting out in medicine. Her master had really put thought into this gift. If Old Qin had heard her thoughts, he probably would have said, The reason I put so much thought into it is because I care about you, and by extension, your apprentice. After all, I haven't even met this Qin Tian kid. But Old Qin believed that if Gu Jianing saw potential in Qin Tian, then the boy must be exceptional. Gu Jianing thought, since even Old Qin, as the Grand Master, had prepared a gift for Qin Tian, she, as the master, definitely had to prepare something too. After some thought, she exchanged for several rare and valuable medical books from the system shop, books that could be given as gifts, and also got a protective talisman. The next day, at the Qin family home, Qin Tian knelt and offered tea to Gu Jianing, completing the formal apprenticeship ceremony. This is a gift from your grandmaster. Read it carefully, it'll be very helpful at your current stage. Thank you, Grandmaster, Qin Tian replied. Qin Jihong and Du Lan exchanged glances. They had only recently learned that Gu Jianing's master was Old Qin. Who in the country didn't know Old Chen's reputation? This is from me, your master, Gu Jianing continued. You'll be heading to the capital soon, and I don't know when I'll be able to go myself. Since I can't teach you in person for now, focus on building a solid foundation and read as much as you can. You can never go wrong with more knowledge. These books are ones I carefully selected for you. If you can truly master them, your future achievements will be limitless. Study them well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can write to me and ask. Yes, Master, I understand, Qin Tian said solemnly, accepting the thick stack of books. Study your medical books well, and keep up with your regular studies too, all right? It's 1975 now, college entrance exams will resume the year after next. Naturally, Gu Jianing hoped Qin Tian would do well on the exams and go to university. Yes, Master, I will, Qin Tian replied. Then, Gu Jianing took out the protective talisman. Wear this. Don't ask what it is. Xing Xing, Yaya, and everyone in our family has one. Wear it well. It's a way for me to protect you. Qin Tian was a little confused, but he took the talisman from his master's hand. He'd seen Xingxing and Yaya wear these before. Now, hearing that the whole family had one, Qin Tian wondered, did this mean he was part of his master's family too? The thought filled his heart with sweetness. Master, I'll always keep it with me. Good. After the ceremony, Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi stayed for a meal at the Qin family's house before leaving. 3 days later, Qin Tian's family left Qin Family Village and took the train to the capital. This time, Gu Jianing didn't see them off as they'd agreed beforehand. On the train, Qin Tian clutched the talisman close to his chest, wondering how long it would be before he could see his master again. Shang Zishi wasn't in the capital, but over there, Hua Zhenrong would occasionally pass news along to him. To call it news was a bit of a stretch, it was mostly gossip. For example, this time, Hua Zhenrong spoke mysteriously on the phone. Hey Zishi, did you know? Your stepmother has been running around looking for doctors lately. Shang Zishi frowned. Doctors? Was she sick or... Is the old man sick? Shang Zishi asked. No, it's your stepmother. She wants to have another child. Shang Zishi fell silent. He immediately understood the reason. The real Shang Zirui was dead, and the fake one was gone too. His stepmother had always wanted Shang Zirui to compete with him for the Shang family inheritance, hoping the old man would leave everything to Shang Zirui. Now that she didn't even have a child, of course she was anxious. So she wanted to have another child to inherit everything from the old man. In the future, you don't need to tell me about these things. I'm not interested. Shang Zishi had no interest in his stepmother or the old man's affairs. All right, if you're not interested, I won't mention it again. Then Hua Zhenrong moved on to other topics. In the capital, the Xing household had been filled with the smell of Chinese medicine lately. Whenever Xing Xinhao smelled it, his face darkened. Recently, Fang Wanong had been acting like a madwoman, completely different from before. She was constantly seeking out doctors to help her nourish her body, all in hopes of having another child. Actually, Xing Xinhao was in favor of having another child. But the doctors had already said that Fang Wanyong's body couldn't handle another pregnancy. Even with treatment, the chances were slim to none. That's why, after giving birth to Xing Zirui, who was now 10, they'd never had another child. But now that Xing Zirui was gone, Fang Wanyong's desire for another child had reached a fever pitch. If she could actually have one, that would be fine. But no matter how much medicine she took, she still couldn't get pregnant, and the doctors were powerless. Yet Fang Wanong was obsessed. She firmly believed that if she just drank more medicine and had more marital relations, she'd eventually conceive. Every time she brewed a batch of herbal medicine, she'd insist on sleeping with Xing Xinhao that night. Xing Xinhao was terrified. After all, he was middle-aged, his stamina and energy weren't what they used to be. Plus, his health and his hands had always been problematic, acting up from time to time. He was busy all day and then had to deal with Fang Wanong at night. If it were only once in a while, Xing Xinhao could tolerate it, but now... Fang Wanong was brewing medicine every few days, and every time she did, that night. Xing Xinhao felt that if she kept tormenting him like this, his life would be shortened by several years. Lately, he'd had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he'd been drained of all energy. Smelling the medicinal scent in the air, Xing Xinhao thought for a moment and finally decided to return to the military district. So when Fang Wanong woke up, she found that Xing Xinhao was gone. He'd gone back to the military district and would be working late that night. Fang Wanyong's face immediately darkened. "Ma'am, your medicine," the maid said, bringing her the herbal concoction. Fang Wanong immediately knocked the bowl to the floor. The maid was startled and even scalded her hand. "Get out! Get out!" Fang Wanong yelled. The maid hurriedly withdrew. Fang Wanrong covered her face and wept. Why? Why? I just want a child, that's all. Why does fate have to treat me like this? Why? Of course, Fang Wanrong knew the reason Xing Xinhao had left. But what could she do? She just wanted a child, that's all. Just then, Fong Manping happened to return and saw everything that had just happened from the doorway. If it had been before, she would have gone in to comfort her mother without hesitation. But now, Fong Manping hesitated. She knew what her mother had been up to lately. She'd been desperately seeking out doctors who claimed they could help with fertility and pregnancy. She'd drunk all kinds of medicine, but none of it had worked. Her recent behavior had become almost manic. Even her stepfather was now afraid of her. Thinking about what her mother had just said, "I just want a child, that's all." So, in her mother's eyes, was she not a child? Was she not her mother's child? Had her mother never truly seen her as someone to rely on? Tears streamed down Fong Manping's face, her eyes full of confusion. All these years, she had lived just to earn her mother's love and care, always wanting to be her mother's pride and support. But that was only what she thought. Her mother had never seen it that way. So, should she give up too? Since her mother had given up on her, she would stop hoping. Maybe it was time to live for herself. Sitting on the floor in the living room, crying, Fong Wanrong had no idea that she was pushing her only daughter further and further away. She was still thinking about how useless all the doctors she'd found had been. The medicine she drank hadn't worked. No, she had to keep searching. She was sure she'd find a doctor who could help her get pregnant again. Fong Wanrong lifted her head once more, her eyes filled with determination and ambition. With the arrival of November, it meant the new year wasn't far off. Gu Jianing had originally planned to go back to her hometown for Spring Festival, but a heavy snowstorm blocked the roads. The snow was so heavy that the trains couldn't run, everything was suspended. So Gu Jianing couldn't go home. On New Year's Eve, crossing from 1975 into 1976, Gu Jianing was once again spending it at the Northwest Military District. But this year was different from last year. Last year, it was just her and Xing Zishi at home. This year, there were 2 more children, plus Grandma Sang and Grandpa Sang. That's right, Grandpa Sang had taken the train to the Northwest Military District to spend the new year with them. And he had a perfectly good reason. My assignment is finally done, and I finally have some time to rest. At my age, I should take it easy. You've been at the Northwest Military District for so long, I miss you, you know. I don't just miss you, I miss my 2 great-grandchildren. Oh, Xing, yeah, come let great-grandpa hold you. Grandpa Sang had wanted to come for a long time, and now that he finally had the chance, of course he came. As for how long he'd stay, that was up to him. Xing and Yaya didn't feel at all shy about Grandpa Sang's arrival. They quickly warmed up to him. These 2 children had always been sensitive to kindness and malice. So, sensing that Grandpa Sang was kind to them, they naturally liked him too. With so many people around this year, the Spring Festival didn't feel so lonely. Even though she couldn't go home, Gu Jianing still prepared lots of gifts for her family, all packed up in parcels. On New Year's Eve, her family received the package. Everyone got a present. For Grandpa Gu, it was a brand new military coat, and for Yao Chunhua, a woolen coat, plus other things as well. The old couple put on their new clothes, thinking of their daughter and grandchildren far away in the Northwest, their eyes growing red with tears. Longing overflowed from their hearts. Ningning had planned to bring her husband and 2 kids home, but with the heavy snow, the roads are blocked and the trains can't run. She couldn't come last year, and now this year she can't come either. Year after year goes by. Who knows how long it will be before they can see each other again. At least you went to the Northwest Military District and saw her. I haven't even seen her once, Grandpa Gu said, a little sourly. Yao Chunhua looked at her old man and sighed in her heart. How could she not know how much he missed their daughter when they shared the same bed every night? He doted on Ningning the most. And he was sentimental too. Yao Chunhua had lost count of how many times, since their daughter got married, he'd teared up just mentioning her. Sometimes he'd even dream of her, and when he woke up and she wasn't there, he'd secretly cry. Children, they're a lifelong debt. Parents will always worry about them. All right. It can't be helped that our daughter can't come home. At least we know she's happy. That's enough. Meanwhile, far away in the Northwest, Gu Jianing was being pulled outside by Shang Zishi to set off some small fireworks. Gu Jianing was playing with sparklers, while the two children were bundled up tightly, sitting in their stroller, clapping their hands, their eyes sparkling. They made happy baby noises. You two want to play too? No, you're still too little. You might hurt yourselves, so you can't play yet. When you're a bit older, you can play. For now, let mommy play for you. Gu Jianing played with the sparklers, entertaining the two kids, a smile finally appearing on her face. Seeing this, Shang Zishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that even though his wife hadn't said anything, she must be thinking of her family back in Huahua village. Shang Zishi actually wanted his wife to be able to go home too. But natural disasters weren't something he could control. So all he could do was try his best to cheer her up. He'd even carefully instructed the two kids to make sure mommy was happy. He didn't know if they understood, but it seemed like the two kids were cooperating pretty well. Ningning was happy too. No one knew how long they played, but when they finally turned around, the two children in the stroller had already fallen asleep. Shang Zishi carefully pushed the stroller back to the room. He carried the two kids onto the heated brick bed and gently tucked them in. Grandpa and Grandma Sang, being elderly, couldn't stay up late, so they'd gone to bed early. Now, in the courtyard, only Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing were still awake. Gu Jianing waited in the courtyard for Shang Zishi to come back after putting the kids to bed. Soon, he returned. He was holding a small box, which he handed to Gu Jianing. What's this? A New Year's gift. A New Year's gift? Gu Jianing remembered that last year, Shang Zishi had given her a birthday present. A beautiful hair clip. What would it be this time? Gu Jianing opened the box and saw, under the starlight, a sparkling flower-shaped hairpin. She fell in love with it at first sight. Another hairpin? Gu Jianing asked with a smile. Well, you love hairpins the most. When I saw this one, I knew you'd like it, so I bought it. Gu Jianing has always loved looking pretty and dressing up, especially when it comes to hair clips. Whenever she came across a new, beautiful hair clip, she would collect it. In the past, her family would help her collect hair clips. Now that she's married, it's her husband who helps her collect them. Over the years, Gu Jianing has filled an entire box with all the hair clips she's collected since she was a child. Shang Zishi still remembers something Gu Jianing once said offhandedly, wearing a different, pretty hair clip every day puts me in a good mood. It was just a casual remark from Gu Jianing. But Shang Zishi took it to heart. Ever since then, whether it was her birthday or New Year's, he would always give her a different hair clip as a gift. And Gu Jianing was clearly delighted by this. After all, who wouldn't be happy and touched when someone remembers something you said in passing and acts on it? Come, let me put it on for you. With a new hair clip, my Ningning will be in a good mood all year long and have good luck too. All right. Gu Jianing leaned in, and Shang Zishi gently took off the hair clip she was wearing and replaced it with the new one. How is it? Does it look good? It looks great. My wife is the most beautiful of all. Gu Jianing covered her mouth and laughed. I was asking if I look good with the hair clip, not if I look good in general. Shang Zishi gazed at her, his eyes full of tenderness. The hair clip looks good, but you look even better. Gu Jianing laughed even harder, her hand still over her mouth. Just like that, the gloom she'd felt from not being able to return to her hometown today was finally swept away. Tomorrow, let's take Xingxing, Yaya, and Grandpa and Grandma to take a family photo together, Gu Jianing suggested. Sure. Shang Zishi never refused Gu Jianing's requests. Just then, a voice rang out. A huge burst of fireworks exploded in the starlit sky, making the night even more dazzling. Ningning, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Amid the sound of fireworks and firecrackers, the year 1975 passed into 1976. Everything was a brand new beginning. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, after breakfast, the whole family drove to the town's photo studio. The couple each carried one child, Xingxing and Yaya. Grandpa Sang and Grandma Sang sat in front. Great, just like that, don't move. 3, 2, 1. Perfect, don't move. 3, 2, 1, click. All done. The moment was captured in the photo. Xingxing and Yaya, who had been sitting on Shang Zishi and Gu Jianning's laps, climbed down. "Daddy, Mommy, let's go to the department store." As soon as she was on the ground, Yaya called out to Gu Jianning and Shang Zishi in her sweet, childish voice, eager to head to the department store. Xingxing didn't say anything, but even his usually expressionless face showed a hint of anticipation. "All right, let's go." So Xingxing and Yaya held hands, and Gu Jianning and Shang Zishi each took one of their little hands, the family of 4 heading toward the department store together. Gu Jianning's gaze fell on her 2 little ones, their short legs scurrying along. Her eyes softened with tenderness. Time always seems to fly by when it comes to children. In the blink of an eye, it was already September 1977. The 2 little ones who could barely sit up a few months ago were now 2 years and 4 months old. Not only could they walk, but they could talk as well. Xingxing took after his father, quiet and reserved, only speaking when necessary. Yaya, on the other hand, was a little chatterbox. As her children grew, Gu Jianning herself matured with time, becoming even more beautiful, with a gentle warmth unique to mothers. The Spring Festival from 1975 to 1976, Gu Jianning couldn't return to her hometown because of heavy snow blocking the roads. The Spring Festival from 1976 to 1977, a widespread epidemic broke out. Gu Jianning joined the front lines of epidemic prevention, spending the holiday treating and saving patients, so she couldn't go home then either. And now it was already September 1977. Time really flies, Gu Jianning sighed. It felt like just yesterday she was reborn, and now she and Shang Zishi had been married for several years and had 2 adorable children. And now there was another little one on the way. She'd just found out, only 2 months along. "This will probably be our last time taking a photo here," Gu Jianning said with emotion. Shang Zishi responded with a soft Gu Jianning looked at him. In these 2 years, he had grown even more mature and steady. Of course, his soldier's aura had only grown stronger. But with his family, he was always so gentle. Grandpa Sang had returned to Beijing after the Spring Festival in 1976. After all, he still had work and couldn't take too long a break. Grandma Sang stayed until the children were over a year old before returning to Beijing. After all, it wasn't right for the grandparents to live apart for too long. After Grandma Sang left, Gu Jianning hired an auntie to help take care of the children. The auntie was the mother of a family in the residential compound. Her grandchildren were already grown and didn't need her care, and she wasn't used to being idle. When she heard Gu Jianning needed help, she came right away. Fortunately, both children were easy to care for and very lovable, so the auntie quickly grew fond of them. Now, she treated them just like her own grandchildren. "Will you miss this place?" Shang Zishi looked at her, his eyes gentle. "Of course I will." The reason this would be their last photo here was because Shang Zishi was about to be transferred from the Northwest Military District. He was being sent to an island near Guangzhou on the country's eastern coast to work with the Navy there. Shang Zishi's superiors said this was just a transitional assignment. He would be on the island for at most a year. After that, he'd likely be transferred to Beijing. With Shang Zishi's transfer to the island, Gu Jianning would naturally go with him. So lately, she'd been handling the necessary paperwork. She would take the children and join him on the island, which meant she could no longer work at the Northwest Military District Hospital. She would have to resign. But for now, only Elder Chin and her colleagues knew about this. The patients didn't. In the residential compound, only a few close friends knew. The others didn't. She was worried that if word got out, it might cause a stir. After all, in her years at the Northwest Military District, Gu Jianning had saved many people and had often been called the child-giving guanyin. She had good relationships with almost everyone. There were many people she would miss when she left. Like her mentor, Elder Chin, her best friend Sister Xuan, Jiang Baihe, and many of the military wives in the compound. But all good things must come to an end. Sensing Gu Jianning's sadness, Shang Zishi reached out, took her hand, and comforted her. "Don't be too sad. Only with farewells can there be the joy of reunion. I promise, This year, I'll definitely take you back to Huahua Village for New Year's. No matter what difficulties we face, I'll overcome them. Shang Zishi knew that what Gu Jianing wanted most was to go home. All right, I'll remember your words. You have to keep your promise. I will. Soon, the whole family arrived at the department store to pick out some things. As soon as Yaya walked in, she headed straight for the clothing section. This little girl, just over 2 years old, already loved looking pretty. She adored beautiful dresses, clothes, shoes, hair clips. As for Xingxing, it seemed he was more interested in practicing martial arts. Even when Shang Zishi had to train, he would always practice military boxing in the courtyard every morning. One time, Xingxing woke up early and happened to see his father practicing in the courtyard. He was instantly captivated. Now, at just over 2 years old, little Xingxing sometimes practiced horse stance and boxing with his dad in the courtyard. That serious little face always made Gu Jianing find him irresistibly cute. Maybe it was because he'd been given a strengthening tonic at birth. Gu Jianing noticed that Xingxing was in excellent health, and even Shang Zishi praised his natural talent for martial arts. He said Xingxing was the perfect candidate to be a soldier. Whenever Shang Zishi took Xingxing out, his old superiors all adored the boy, wishing Xingxing was their own grandson. Today, as Gu Jianing browsed the department store, she was mainly thinking about their upcoming departure. She wanted to host a meal and invite their close friends. The family of 4, all good-looking, always drew plenty of attention whenever they went out. Hey, Dr. Gu, Deputy Commander Shang, you brought Xingxing and Yaya to the department store? Gu Jianing looked up at the voice and saw it was Peng Wenjing. Oh, Wenjing. Gu Jianing greeted her with a smile. Shang Zishi nodded, and Xingxing and Yaya called out, Auntie Peng. At that moment, Peng Wenjing was holding her daughter, who was just over a year old. Back when Peng Wenjing saw how close Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing were, she decisively gave up on Shang Zishi and agreed to meet the man her brother introduced. They married that same year, and their relationship was very good. But after more than a year of marriage, she still hadn't gotten pregnant. Feeling anxious, Peng Wenjing sought out Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing had no hard feelings toward Peng Wenjing, so she agreed to help. She prescribed some medicine, and 3 months later, Peng Wenjing was pregnant. Since then, Peng Wenjing had taken the initiative to get closer to Gu Jianing, and their relationship improved a lot. But what really brought them closer was when Peng Wenjing's daughter had a persistent high fever at 6 months old, and it was Gu Jianing who saved her. From that point on, Peng Wenjing treated Gu Jianing as a benefactor and was especially kind to her. Sometimes, if she got something nice, she'd share it with Gu Jianing. Now, the two could be considered friends. After spending time together, Gu Jianing realized Peng Wenjing was actually a pretty genuine person. Seeing the things in Shang Zishi's hands, Peng Wenjing couldn't help but ask, Dr. Gu, are you really planning to leave? Yes, we're having a farewell dinner the day after tomorrow. Wenjing, you and your family must come. All right. Peng Wenjing agreed, but her eyes were full of reluctance. Peng Wenjing truly considered Gu Jianing a friend, and she'd always been sincere with her friends. Now that Gu Jianing was leaving, she really couldn't bear it. But no matter how much she didn't want to say goodbye, there wasn't much she could say. Everyone has their own path to follow. In life, we all have to experience farewells. After saying goodbye to Peng Wenjing, Gu Jianing and her family continued shopping. The day after next arrived, and everyone who was close to Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi was invited. The meal lasted 2 or 3 hours. During that time, everyone reminisced about the years they'd spent together, their words full of emotion and reluctance. By the end, some people were even in tears. Ningning, now that you and Deputy Commander Sheng are leaving, who knows how long it'll be before we see each other again. In the room, Zhang Xuan hugged Gu Jianing tightly, unable to hide her sorrow, her voice choked with emotion. Xuanjia, I'll miss you too. Of everyone in the Northwest Military District, Zhang Xuan was the one Gu Jianing was closest to. Whenever she needed help, Zhang Xuan was always the first to lend a hand. Xingxing and Yaya also adored Auntie Xuan, as well as her daughter Jiadua and the twin boys. Xuanjia, don't cry. I believe that as long as people care, no matter how far apart they are, they'll meet again. This was truly how Gu Jianing felt. She believed there was no such thing as never seeing someone again. It all depended on whether you cared enough, whether you wanted to. Yes, we'll definitely see each other again. Jianing, you have to call me often, write me lots of letters. If you ever run into trouble and I can help, you must let me know. I will. While Gu Jianing and Zhang Xuan were reluctant to part, Xingxing and Yeye were also sad to leave Jiadua and the twin brothers. Maybe because of how much Jiadua liked Gu Jianing, she also cared for Xingxing and Yeye, treating them just as well as her own brothers. The twin boys were only a month older than Xingxing and Yeye, but they didn't see themselves as big brothers and took good care of Xingxing and Yeye, even if, as 2-year-olds, their care was a bit clumsy. But whenever they had something fun, pretty, or tasty, they always thought first of their beautiful Auntie Gu next door and the adorable Xingxing and Yeye. Now, hearing that Xingxing and Yeye were leaving, the twins couldn't bear it. They hugged Xingxing and Yeye and burst into tears. Yeye was all right, patting her big brother's back and soothing him in her baby voice, telling him not to cry. As for Xingxing, who was very clean and a bit of a neat freak, when he saw the twins' snot and tears on his shoulder and clothes, he was helpless. But he still held back and didn't push them away. Only with Jiadua and the twins next door did Xingxing have such a high tolerance. If it were any other kids, Xingxing would probably have lost his temper on the spot. In the end, the twins cried themselves out and had to be carried home by Zhang Xuan and Captain Lin. The next day was the day Gu Jianing's family would leave by train for the Eastern Islands. Unexpectedly, when they opened the door, they saw a crowd of people waiting outside. Dr. Gu. Looking around, Gu Jianing saw that almost everyone there was a patient or family member she'd treated during her years at the Northwest Military District. Dr. Gu, are you really leaving? Dr. Gu, you resigned? Dr. Gu, we really can't bear to see you go. Yes, you saved my daughter last time. I was just thinking of inviting you to dinner soon, but now you're leaving. Everyone's words were full of reluctance, and many were holding gifts. Dr. Gu, this is just a little something for my family, you must accept it. This is an old hen we raised ourselves, perfect for making soup. This is. Almost everyone in the crowd was carrying something, all insisting that Gu Jianing accept their gifts. Looking at the scene before her, Gu Jianing thought, perhaps this is the true meaning of healing and saving lives. Of course, it wasn't about gratitude, but about recognition. That kind of recognition was even more satisfying than any material gift. Everyone, it's a doctor's duty to heal and save lives. Besides, we're about to leave for a long journey, so I really can't accept these things. You should take them back. No, Dr. Gu, you have to take them. Dr. Gu, this canned fruit is easy to carry, please just accept it. In the end, it was Sheng Zishi who stepped forward and persuaded everyone, finally putting their minds at ease. Over the past 2 years, Sheng Zishi had become known in the family compound as a good father and a good husband, often seen strolling around the military district with his wife and child in tow. But no one had forgotten that Sheng Zishi was still the jade-faced king of hell, still the man whose sharp tongue could cut anyone down. So when Sheng Zishi spoke, no one dared argue further. Dr. Gu, please take care of yourself. Everyone switched to offering their blessings. Gu Jianing waved at them. I'll take good care of myself. Deputy Commander Sheng, you have to take good care of Dr. Gu too. Sheng Zishi almost laughed in exasperation. He took Gu Jianing's hand. She's my wife. Of course I'll cherish her. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Xingxing and Yeye, the 2-year-old twins. Though only a little over 2 years old, the 2 little ones were quite clever. They raised their chubby little hands and piped up in their childish voices, "We'll take good care of mommy, too." The words made everyone burst out laughing. In the end, no matter how reluctant everyone was, Gu Jianing's family of 4 still got into the car under everyone's watchful eyes. Dr. Gu, come back and visit us if you get the chance. As the car drove away, the voices of the crowd could still be heard, fading only after they'd gone some distance. Gu Jianing was filled with emotion. As if sensing her quiet sigh, Sheng Zishi, sitting beside her, pulled her into his arms to comfort her, while the two children snuggled close, offering their own comfort in their own way. "It's all right, I'm fine. Anyway, as long as we care, we'll meet again someday." "Mommy, are we going to take the green train to see Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie?" Yaya lifted her little head and asked, trying to distract Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing gently stroked her twin braids and replied softly, "Yes, we're going back to Mommy's hometown, a place called Huaihua Village. There, you'll meet Mommy's parents, my brother and sister-in-law, and your cousins." Talking about her family, Gu Jianing's features grew even softer and more tender. After more than 3 years of marriage, she could finally go home. This time, it was because Sheng Zishi had been transferred and Gu Jianing had resigned from her job. Sheng Zishi had always remembered how much Gu Jianing wanted to visit her family, so he'd applied for a month and a half of leave from his superiors. After accounting for travel time, Gu Jianing would have at least a month at home. The leave had only been approved yesterday. She hadn't even had time to tell her family. So Gu Jianing decided not to say anything, she'd just show up and surprise them. "Mommy, will Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie like us?" Yaya asked again. Xingxing also looked at their mother curiously. Although Grandma Yao Chanhua had taken care of them for 2 months, back then Xingxing and Yaya were only 2 months old. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't remember anyone. So they didn't remember their grandparents. But even if they didn't remember, Mommy often showed them photos. The Gu family, worried that Gu Jianing would miss them, had taken a family portrait and mailed it to her. Gu Jianing would often show Xingxing and Yaya the photo and tell them stories about the family. "Of course they'll like you. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie all love Mommy very much. Since you're Mommy's children, they'll love you too." That's right, the Gu family's love extended to everyone close to them. On the way, Gu Jianing told the children about each member of the family, and the two listened intently. Her longing for her family and the anticipation of their reunion helped Gu Jianing temporarily forget the sadness of saying goodbye. As she spoke to the children, Sheng Zishi watched her the whole time, his eyes full of tenderness. Just then, Sheng Zishi sensed someone's gaze. He looked up and saw Xia Zhe in the driver's seat. That's right, the driver was Xia Zhe. In the past 3 years, Xia Zhe had grown from a young recruit to a squad leader. Over the past 2 years, he'd gotten along well with Gu Jianing and her husband. Gu Jianing treated Xia Zhe like a younger brother, always thinking of him and inviting him to join them for New Year's dinner when she learned he was an orphan. Not long ago, Xia Zhe had formally acknowledged Gu Jianing as his sister, and Sheng Zishi, naturally, became his brother-in-law. Xia Zhe was truly reluctant to see Gu Jianing's family leave. To him, they were his chosen family, the best family he could have wished for. But now they had to part ways, and he couldn't bear it. Unfortunately, he was still just a squad leader and had to stay in the Northwest Military District. Today, Xia Zhe wasn't supposed to have leave, but he insisted on accompanying Gu Jianing's family, so he managed to get a day off to drive them. No matter how reluctant he was, the car soon arrived at the train station. It was time to say goodbye. Gu Jianing looked at Xia Zhe. 2 years ago, he'd still looked like a 16-year-old boy. Now, after more than 3 years, he'd shed his youthful immaturity and become more mature and steady. But his eyes were still red. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes, and he kept wiping them away, trying not to let himself cry out loud. Gu Jianing stepped forward and gave Xia Zhe a hug. "Woo-woo, sis." Xia Zhe couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Little uncle, Xingxing and Yaya, seeing Xia Zhe cry, each hugged one of his legs, not wanting to let go, their eyes red with tears. Xia Zhe had always been very good to the children. He had a salary, and aside from saving a little, he spent most of it buying food, toys, and clothes for Xingxing and Yaya. The twins were sensitive to kindness. How could they not know how good Xia Zhe was to them? So now, having to part from Xia Zhe, they couldn't bear it either. "Ah Zhe, you must take good care of yourself, okay?" Gu Jianing reminded him. Xia Zhe nodded through his tears. "And the protective talisman I gave you, you must always carry it with you. Never take it off, no matter what, understand? That was her charm to keep him safe. Aside from her own family, there were only two people without blood ties to whom she had ever given anything. One was Zhang Xuan, and the other was Xiaze. And then, sis, I know, Xiaze nodded repeatedly. Then he crouched down, scooping up Xingxing and Yaya, one in each arm. Little uncle. You two must be good and listen to your mom. You have to protect her, understand? Xingxing/Yaya, little uncle, we know you love mom the most, but we're just 2-year-old babies. Still, Xingxing and Yaya nodded. They remembered what their dad had told them. In this family, the person who needs the most protection is mom. They were part of this family, so they had to protect her too. Xiaze gave them a long, detailed lecture, chattering away. In the end, it was Xingzishi who, seeing that they'd be late if they didn't board soon, finally pulled him away. Xiaze looked a little aggrieved. Brother-in-law, you have so much luggage and have to take care of Xingxing and Yaya. Let me help you get on the train first. Xingzishi, fine. Since this train ride would take 3 days and nights, and they had kids with them, Xingzishi had naturally bought sleeper tickets. Trains hadn't changed in a decade, they were still just as crowded. Even with all their luggage and the kids, with Xiaze and Xingzishi, 2 grown men, they managed to get on board with little trouble. Soon, they found their seats. Once the luggage was stowed, Xiaze had to leave. Gu Jianing patted his shoulder. Take good care of yourself from now on. If you meet a girl you like, go after her bravely. The first part was fine, but when he heard the second, Xiaze's face flushed a little. Sis, since when do you meddle in things like this? He didn't seem to want to say more. In the end, Xiaze reluctantly waved goodbye and left. But after getting off the train, Xiaze didn't leave right away. He stood and watched as the train started up, slowly moving away until it disappeared from sight before he finally looked away. Thinking of what his sister had said, Xiaze thought, she'll probably be disappointed. Looks like I'm destined to stay single for life. Ever since he'd come of age, people around him had tried to set him up. He'd gone on a few dates. Maybe it was because he was an orphan, or maybe because he'd grown up watching Gu Jianing and Xingzishi's loving relationship. Deep down, Xiaze longed for a partner he could rely on, someone to walk through life with. But after getting to know Gu Jianing, he realized his standards had unconsciously risen. Whenever he met someone, he'd compare them to his sister. She had to be beautiful, capable, and suit his taste. But so far, Xiaze hadn't met anyone like that. So he figured he was probably going to stay single for life. But that was okay. He'd rather have none than settle for less. He didn't want to just make do, nor did he want his later years to be a mess. Once the train was out of sight, Xiaze turned to leave, when suddenly, he spotted someone. Li Tingxian. Xiaze was sure he hadn't mistaken him. That was definitely Li Tingxian. He knew Li Tingxian because, more than 2 years ago, Li Tingxian had been transferred to the Northwest Military District as a battalion commander. Given the Li family's background, plus his own looks and ability, Li Tingxian had quickly made a name for himself in the Northwest. There was no doubt Li Tingxian was a very capable man. In Xiaze's eyes, Li Tingxian's abilities were almost on par with his brother-in-law's. And Li Tingxian was a workaholic, often out on missions, rarely spending much time at the base. What's Li Tingxian doing here? Xiaze wondered. But it was just a passing thought, and he didn't dwell on it. He turned and left. After Xiaze left, Li Tingxian reappeared. Ever since coming to the Northwest Military District, Li Tingxian had forced himself not to seek out any news about Gu Jianing. He'd focused on rebuilding the Li family, throwing himself into his work these past 2 years. It was for the Li family, but also to forget this feeling. But recently, he'd heard Shang Zishi was being transferred out of the Northwest, and that Gu Jianing was leaving too. He couldn't help but pay attention. When he learned they were leaving today, he couldn't help but come. She was still living a happy life. Li Tingxian thought, maybe it was time to let go of this feeling. Even if Gu Jianing had never known about it, even if he'd never shown it. Gu Jianing, I hope you'll be happy for the rest of your life. As for me. Li Tingxian looked up at the blazing sun. He, too, would have his own journey ahead. For Xingxing and Yaya, this was their first time on a train. Everything inside was new and the people were so nice. The two little ones were endlessly curious, their big round eyes darting everywhere, unable to sit still. Whenever they saw something interesting or pretty, they'd drag Gu Jianing over to look. From the moment their family of four boarded, they attracted plenty of attention. No wonder, their family was just too good-looking. Shang Zishi was tall and handsome, with sharp features and a soldier's bearing. You could tell he was military at a glance. Gu Jianing, before having kids, had delicate, charming features as beautiful as a peach blossom. After becoming a mother, she'd gained a gentle, graceful air. She was, without a doubt, a stunning beauty. Xingxing and Yaya, one took after Gu Jianing, the other after Shang Zishi. Even at their young age, they were adorable, like little golden children from a painting. And the two kids were so well cared for. At just over 2 years old, they were chubby and fair-skinned, with big, bright eyes, clearly clever and lively. The kind of children elders loved most. Sure enough, along the way, the two little ones were showered with treats and affection from grandmas and grandpas. And sweet-talking, chatterbox Yaya had everyone laughing. From birth, the two had always been well-behaved. Now, Xingxing watched the greenery flash by outside the window, blinking his big eyes, and asked in a soft, childish voice, "Mama, the green train goes so fast." Whoosh, it's gone past so much already. Gu Jianing hugged Xingxing and replied, "Trains aren't even the fastest. Airplanes in the sky go even faster." Airplanes? I know, Daddy can fly airplanes. Daddy, give Xingxing an airplane. That's right, Shang Zishi could fly planes. He told Xingxing and Yaya about it, and even made a model airplane out of shell casings for Xingxing. Why not for Yaya? Not that he didn't want to, Yaya just wasn't interested. Yaya liked pretty clothes and hair clips and things like that. Right now we're taking the train, but next time, if we get the chance, Daddy and Mommy will take you on a plane. But Xingxing shook his head. I don't want to ride a plane. Oh, Gu Jianing was curious. If you don't want to ride, what do you want to do? I want to fly it, Xingxing said, miming steering a plane with both hands. Gu Jianing was surprised, then encouraged him, all right, then Mommy will wait for the day our Xingxing can fly a plane by himself. Of course, even better would be if our Xingxing could build a plane himself. That way, Xingxing, you could fly the plane you built, with Daddy, Mommy, and Yaya on board. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As Gu Jianing spoke, Xingxing's little mind conjured up the scene, and the more he imagined it, the brighter his eyes became. He nodded vigorously. Actually, Gu Jianing was just saying this to encourage him, without realizing that from this moment on, her words would take root in Xingxing's heart like a seed, quietly sprouting. When he grew up, nourished by sunlight and care, it would flourish rapidly. Our Xingxing wants to fly planes and build planes in the future. What about Yaya? Shang Zishi lowered his head and asked the little girl in his arms. Yaya pouted slightly and thought for a moment. Soon her eyes lit up. I know. When I grow up, I want to make lots and lots of beautiful clothes. Oh, is that so? Yaya nodded. I want to design lots of pretty clothes for Daddy and Mommy, for my brother and me, and for lots and lots of people. Gu Jianing raised her eyebrows. All right, then Daddy, Mommy, and your brother will remember what you said. We'll wait for you to make us beautiful clothes when you grow up. At first, Xingxing and Yaya were excited to take the train because it was new and interesting, but as the journey dragged on, their enthusiasm gradually faded. After a day and a night, both little ones were looking a bit listless. Gu Jianing touched their foreheads, worried they might be getting sick. Fortunately, they weren't ill, just a little tired and low on energy. Gu Jianing recalled her own experiences taking the train in this lifetime. Even as an adult, she found it uncomfortable. The fact that the two children weren't crying or fussing was already impressive. After 3 days and nights, when the train finally arrived at their stop, Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi exchanged a glance and both breathed a sigh of relief. Xingxing, Yaya, we can get off the train now. Get off the train. Get off the train. The two kids perked up instantly at the news, their energy returning in a flash. During these 3 days and nights on the train, something rather significant happened. Gu Jianing hadn't expected human traffickers to be so rampant in this era. Nor did she expect to have such fate with traffickers. Last time, the traffickers had targeted Guogua. This time, their sights were set on Xingxing and Yaya. When the traffickers were caught, they even cried to the police, saying they hadn't planned to do anything at first, but Xingxing and Yaya were just so fair, chubby, and clever, they couldn't resist. Even if they didn't sell them, they'd love to keep such children for themselves. So, they just couldn't help themselves. Gu Jianing, upon hearing this. So raising my kids well has become your excuse for committing a crime? Thanks to the malicious intent detector, the traffickers were quickly identified and apprehended this time. The train stopped at Qishan Station. Gu Jianing's family of 4 got off at this stop as well. Qingshan Station was located in Qingshan Town. As soon as they got off, Sheng Zishi's old comrade from Qingshan Town was already waiting for them. Zishi, it's so good to see you again. The 2 men hugged and gave each other a friendly punch on the chest. Gu Jianing brought Xingxing and Yaya over to greet him as well. Soon, the family of 4 got into the car. The comrade had come to deliver the car to Sheng Zishi, then left with the things Sheng Zishi had brought for him. As for the car, Sheng Zishi would be using it for now. It was the same when Sheng Zishi married Gu Jianing. Wife, where should we go first? Sheng Zishi asked. Should we head straight to Huaihua village or? Gu Jianing thought for a moment. Why don't we go to the grain station and the supply and marketing cooperative first? Sheng Zishi raised his eyebrows. All right, then hold on tight. The grain station was especially busy at this time. These days, representatives from each village were bringing people and grain to deliver the public grain quota. The harvest had just been brought in, so it was time to hand over the public grain. It had started the day before yesterday and was still ongoing today. Outside the grain station, long lines had formed, each group with carts full of grain. Many in line looked anxious. That's because delivering public grain often led to problems. For example, disputes over grain quality. Sometimes, the farmers believed their grain met the standards, but the grain station staff would judge it as having too much moisture or too many impurities. Of course, sometimes the staff would nitpick on purpose. It wasn't just about quality, there were weight issues too. Sometimes you thought you had enough, but after weighing, the staff would say it wasn't sufficient. No one dared argue with the grain station staff, so they usually just compromised or brought extra grain as a buffer. There had even been conflicts during public grain deliveries in the past. So, villagers coming to deliver grain were understandably nervous. Except for one village, whose people were quite relaxed, chatting and laughing together. That village, of course, was Huaihua Village. Today, the team was led by village chief, Old Man Gu. Uncle, is it almost our turn? Old Man Gu nodded. Yes, it's almost our turn. Yunnan will be weighing our grain. Brother Yunnan? That's great. That's right, Huaihua Village's villagers were so at ease because they had one of their own working at the grain station. Even if he couldn't give them special treatment, at least he wouldn't make things difficult for them. Old Man Gu smiled when he heard the villagers praising his second son. Having his second son at the grain station really did make delivering public grain much easier for Huaihua Village these past 2 years. But Old Man Gu hadn't forgotten. His second son's job was thanks to his daughter. Thinking of his daughter, Old Man Gu felt a pang in his heart. Ningning had been stationed with the army in the northwest for over 3 years now. Her 2 children were already over 2 years old. He had never seen them, not even once. He missed his daughter, missed his grandchildren so much. He wondered when Ningning would be able to come home. Thinking of his wife's health, Old Man Gu sighed. He was afraid that if he didn't see his daughter soon, he might forget what she looked like. Village chief, it's our turn. Someone's reminder snapped Old Man Gu out of his thoughts and made him temporarily set aside his sadness. Dad. As Old Man Gu stepped forward, Gu Yunnan spotted his father. The staff working with Gu Yunnan, upon hearing him call out, immediately relaxed their stern expressions. Oh, it's uncle. Is Huaihua Village here to deliver public grain? Yes. All right, let's get started. Thanks to Gu Yunan, Huaihua Village's grain deliveries had gone smoothly these past 2 years. And today was no exception. After weighing the last sack and confirming the weight and quality were correct, the people from Huaihua Village prepared to leave. Dad, I might be home late today. I'm pretty busy, so you all go ahead and eat without me. Don't wait up, Gu Yunan reminded. All right, got it, son. Just then, a jeep suddenly pulled up nearby. In these days, when even a bicycle was considered a big deal, the appearance of a car always drew a lot of attention. It's a jeep. Hey, village chief, have you ever seen a jeep before? Old Gu laughed. Of course I have. My son-in-law is a soldier. When he came to propose to my Ningning, he drove a jeep. Oh, right, uncle. When is Ningning coming back? Among the younger men in the village, everyone liked Gu Jianing. No surprise, Gu Jianing was beautiful. She was the white moonlight in the hearts of many young men in Huaihua Village. Uncle, did Ningning say when she'd be back? Uncle, what's wrong? What are you looking at? The young man was waiting for old Gu's answer, but saw him staring ahead, eyes suddenly wide, and then striding forward. Getting out of the jeep was none other than Gu Jianing and her family. Gu Jianing had just wanted to stop by the grain station since it was close, planning to visit her second brother, but she hadn't expected to run into the day when everyone was handing in their grain. Not only that, in the crowd, she spotted not just her second brother, Gu Yunan, but also her father. Stop the car, I want to get out. Gu Jianing couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as the car stopped, she pushed open the door and got out. She had barely stepped out when, looking up, she saw her father, who must have spotted her at some point, hurrying toward her. Ningning, old Gu called out as he ran. He moved quickly, and just as Gu Jianing got out of the car, he had already pushed through the crowd and reached her. Ningning? My girl, you're back. Old Gu seemed unable to believe it, staring at Gu Jianing, at a loss, afraid it was just his imagination. Looking at her father, Gu Jianing realized that in the 3 years she'd been away, time had left its mark on him. She remembered, 3 years ago, he had no white hair, no wrinkles. But now, there were streaks of white at his temples, fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Even his back was more stooped. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at her was as gentle and loving as ever, if anything, even more so. Dad, it's me, Ningning. I'm back. Gu Jianing couldn't hold back anymore. Forgetting the crowd around her, she threw her arms around her father. Maybe, at this moment, only a hug could release all her pent-up emotions. Old Gu froze for a moment as his daughter hugged him, then, his hands trembling, he hugged her back. Only then did he truly feel that his daughter was really home. My girl, you're back. You're really back. My dear girl, Dad missed you so much. In front of the villagers, old Gu, who was always stern and serious, now couldn't stop his tears at his daughter's return. If everyone has a soft spot in their heart, then for old Gu, his daughter Gu Jianing was it. Now that his girl was home, what did it matter if he lost face in public? Old Gu had never cared about appearances. To him, people mattered more than pride. His daughter was back, he was happy, so happy he cried. There was nothing shameful about that. At that moment, Gu Yunan heard his father call out Ningning, looked up, and saw his little sister. Did Gu Yunan miss his little sister? Of course he did. After all, the 3 Gu brothers were all doting big brothers. When their sister got married, the 3 of them were so reluctant to let her go. They secretly bought some wine and gathered on the back hill, drinking together, feeling miserable. These past 3 years, everyone in the Gu family had missed Gu Jianing. And now, after more than 3 years, she was finally back. Is that Dr. Gu? Yunan, is that your sister, the Dr. Gu who is in the papers? A coworker asked. Gu Yunan nodded. That's wonderful. You go on over, I'll watch things here. Thank you. Gu Yunan ran over. Little sis. After comforting her crying father, Gu Jianing looked up to see her second brother, eyes red, calling her name with a choked, aggrieved voice. Little sis. Gu Yunan stepped forward and hugged her. He only let go when Shang Zishi got out of the car. Then he shot Shang Zishi a fierce glare. This guy. He'd married his sister and taken her off to the northwest with the army, so she hadn't been able to come home for over 3 years. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Xing Zishi marry Ningning so easily back then. He should have given him a beating first. Facing his brother-in-law's glare, Xing Zishi could only rub his nose awkwardly and say nothing, resorting to his kid's tactic. The next moment, Old Gu and Gu Yunan each had a child in their arms. Old Gu was holding Yaya. Yaya had been taught by Gu Jianing to recognize everyone in the family photo, and she had a good memory. So she immediately recognized the man holding her as her grandpa. Even though it was their first meeting, Yaya wasn't shy at all. "Grandpa," she called out in her sweet little voice. That soft, childish "grandpa" melted Old Gu's heart. He'd always thought about his grandchildren, and now he finally got to meet them. His granddaughter was so well cared for, fair and chubby. Her little face looked just like Ningning's when she was little. Looking at Yaya was like seeing his daughter as a child again. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Yes! As soon as Yaya called him, he responded loudly. This must be Yaya. She's grown so well, and she even recognizes her grandpa. Yaya wrapped her arms around Old Gu's neck and explained in her childish voice. Mama showed Yaya the photos. There's Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. I recognized Grandpa as soon as I saw him. Wow, our little Yaya is so clever. Old Gu praised her. The more he looked at Yaya, the more he liked her. Meanwhile, Gu Yunan and Xingxing just stared at each other. Xingxing wasn't as lively as Yaya, and he didn't talk much. After calling Gu Yunan's second uncle at first, he didn't say another word. At first, Gu Yunan was happy to see his nephew. But this nephew wasn't as lively as his niece, Anne. He'd just been glaring at his brother-in-law Shang Zishi. Now, faced with this nephew who looked almost exactly like Shang Zishi, Gu Yunan had complicated feelings he couldn't quite describe. So it's Dr. Gu who's come back. Is that the Dr. Gu who was in the newspaper? That's right. I still have that newspaper at home. She's the pride of our Qingshan County. Many people in the crowd recognized Gu Jianing right away. After all, when her story made the news, it caused quite a stir throughout Qingshan County. And since she was from Huaihua Village under Qingshan County, she was hard to forget. There are too many people here. Let's leave first, Shang Zishi suggested as the crowd grew larger. Yes, we should go, Gu Yunan agreed, though he was still busy with work at the grain station and couldn't get off just yet. Meanwhile, Old Man Gu, holding little Yaya, climbed into the jeep with them. Shang Zishi asked, Honey, are we heading straight back to Huaihua Village? Gu Jianing looked out the window. No, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Dad, third brother works there, right? Her eldest brother worked at the factory and wasn't so easy to meet, but third brother, who worked at the co-op, was much more accessible. That's right, your third brother works at the co-op. Okay, let's go there. At the Qingshan County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Gu Yunzhou was busy behind the counter, serving a steady stream of customers. He was so focused on his work that he didn't notice someone across the room frequently glancing his way. That person was Lu Yuan. She kept sneaking looks at Gu Yunzhou, sometimes shyly lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. But then, as if remembering something, a trace of bitterness would cross her face. A female colleague nearby immediately caught on and quietly leaned over. Yuan, do you like Gu Yunzhou? The question startled Lu Yuan. Don't talk nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Anyone can see it from the way you look at him. Lu Yuan fell silent. I'm telling you, if you like Gu Yunzhou, you should have your parents propose a match. He really is a good catch. Plenty of women here at the co-op have their eyes on him. If I weren't already married with a kid, I'd be after him too. But Lu Yuan's heart was full of bitterness. Didn't she know how good Gu Yunzhou was? Hadn't she already asked her parents to propose a match to the Gu family? She had. Even her parents thought Gu Yunzhou was a fine young man. But the Gu family turned them down. At first, she thought it was Gu Yunzhou's parents' decision. Later, she found out it was Gu Yunzhou himself. He said he wasn't ready to get married yet. Lu Yuan wondered. Gu Yunzhou was already in his 20s. Most men his age already had several kids. So why didn't he want to get married? Before, Lu Yuan always thought that, as the daughter of a courtyard leader, her father was even a county secretary, she was a city girl with a good job at the co-op. Surely, many men would want to marry her. She thought that once her parents went to propose, the marriage would be settled quickly. She never expected reality to slap her in the face. It was clear Gu Yunzhou just didn't like her. Why did Lu Yuan like Gu Yunzhou? Maybe it was because, after working together at the co-op for so long, feelings naturally developed. Or maybe it was because she'd learned, by chance, that Gu Yunzhou had once saved her. That time, when she and Wen Zhuqing almost did something foolish, it was Gu Yunzhou who made a noise that sobered her up, allowing her to escape and avoid ruining her life. Gu Yunzhou never mentioned it. She found out by accident. She wondered if Gu Yunzhou knew about her past with Wen Zhuqing and thought she was unworthy, and that's why he didn't like her. In the past, Lu Yuan had been bold and straightforward in love and hate. But after what happened with Wen Zhuqing, and knowing Gu Yunzhou had witnessed her at her lowest, she now felt inferior and timid around him. Especially after being rejected in advance, she didn't dare get close. All she could do was watch from afar. Although Gu Yunzhou wasn't a city boy, his circumstances were just as good as any city dwellers. He was handsome, had a good job, and his family background was excellent. Old Man Gu was the village chief. His two older brothers both had jobs, one at the steel factory, one at the grain station, and his only sister had made the newspaper, was known by the higher-ups, was a skilled doctor, and had even married a promising officer from Beijing. The Gu family's background and connections were impressive. So Gu Yunzhou was a very eligible bachelor. Who knew if he was single because he hadn't met the right girl, or if he already liked someone but hadn't gotten together with her yet? What kind of girl would catch Gu Yunzhou's eye? Just as she was thinking this, her colleague tugged at her sleeve, excitedly whispering, "Hey, Yuan, look. That girl is so beautiful. She's the prettiest girl I've ever seen, like a fairy come down to earth." Oh my, she's walking over to Gu Yunzhou. Could she be the girl he likes? What? Lu Yuan immediately looked up, and sure enough, she saw a stunningly beautiful young woman walking toward Gu Yunzhou. She really was beautiful. Lu Yuan had always considered herself good-looking, but now she realized that, compared to this girl, her own looks were nothing. Just then, the beautiful girl everyone was watching walked up to Gu Yunzhou's counter. "Hello, I'd like to buy a hair clip." Sure, which one Gu Yunzhou started, but when he looked up and saw the smiling girl in front of him, he froze. His eyes immediately reddened. Normally so reserved, his voice now trembled with emotion. "Little sis? You're back." Who else could it be but Gu Jianing standing in front of him? "That's right, I'm back." "Third brother, it's been so long, I missed you so much." Gu Yunzhou's eyes were red as he smiled. "You little rascal, really?" He had to restrain himself from hugging his little sister right there. Since he was busy, the siblings only chatted briefly. Gu Yunzhou learned that his little sister had come back with her whole family this time and would be staying at least a month. He was overjoyed. "Great. You take your husband and Xingxing and Yaya home first. As soon as I'm off work, I'll head straight back." "Okay." As much as she wanted to catch up, Gu Jianing said goodbye and left. Gu Yunzhou watched her go, lost in thought for a long time. Across the room, Lu Yuan immediately noticed the change in Gu Yunzhou's mood. So, that was the girl he liked? So beautiful, so elegant, she wondered whose family she was from. Gu Yunzhou, of course, had no idea what Lu Yuan was thinking. At that moment, his mind was filled only with thoughts of his little sister. All he wanted was to finish work and hurry home. Huaihua Village. Today was the day the village handed in their grain quota, so for once, there was no need to go to work. Yao Chanhua was sitting at her doorstep, chatting with a few neighbors while keeping an eye on her grandchildren. She had 4 grandchildren with her. The oldest, Zhuang, was just over 3 years old, the second son's child, a sturdy little rascal. Next was Shi, just over 2, the eldest son's kid. Then there were the 2 little girls, both just over a year old. The older one, Xinxin, was the second son's daughter, and the younger by a month, Qingqing, was the eldest son's. As Yao Chunhua chatted with the villagers, she kept a watchful eye on the 4 children playing nearby. "Hey, looks like Wu Meili isn't home today," someone remarked, referring to Yao Chunhua's neighbor. "I know about that," another chimed in. "I heard her daughter, Gu Baozhu, is about to give birth, so she took one of her big hens to make chicken soup for her during her confinement." "Oh, so that's it." Wu Meili really dotes on her daughter. Although Yao Chunhua often bickered with Wu Meili, sometimes even getting into full-blown arguments, she wholeheartedly approved of how Wu Meili pampered her daughter. What's wrong with being good to your daughter? Daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, always close to your heart. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of Gu Jianing. Indeed, with a daughter like Gu Jianing, who wouldn't want to treat her well? Speaking of Gu Jianing, someone asked, "By the way, Chunhua, your Ningning's been married for over 3 years now. Hasn't she come back to visit even once?" At the mention of her daughter, Gu Jianing, Yao Chunhua's eyes filled with longing. "Ningning's a doctor, she's busy, and she's all the way out in the northwest, so far away. She wanted to come back for New Year's before, but something always came up and she couldn't make it." Yao Chunhua understood her daughter's situation, but she missed her terribly. She missed not only her daughter, but also Xingxing and Yeye. When she left, Xingxing and Yeye were only 2 months old. Now, they were over 2 years old. She wondered how they were doing. Ningning always said in her calls and letters that everything was fine, but as a mother, if she didn't see it with her own eyes, how could she be at ease? She worried her daughter was only telling her the good news and hiding any troubles. The others could see how much Yao Chunhua missed Gu Jianing. They sighed. Children are a lifelong debt for parents, something you worry about forever. Just then, a young man jumped off an ox cart and ran toward them, shouting as he came. "Aunt Yao! Aunt Yao! Jianingjia is back! She's back!" "Isn't that Xuanzai, who went with the village chief to deliver the grain? What did he say?" "Jianing's back." Yao Chunhua immediately stood up, and by then, Xuanzai had already run up to her, panting from his sprint. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Catch your breath first," Yao Chunhua said, noticing that Xuanzai had gone to deliver the grain with her husband. But if everyone else was back, why wasn't her husband home yet? As for what Xuanzai had shouted, Yao Chunhua wondered if she'd misheard. In times like these, with no festival or holiday, how could Ningning possibly be back? And if she were coming, she'd surely call first. She figured she was just missing Ningning too much, and since they'd just been talking about her, she'd misheard. "Xuanzai, where's your Uncle Gu?" Finally catching his breath, Xuanzai replied, "Aunt Yao, Jianingjia is back. Uncle Gu came back with her in a jeep. They should be here any minute." Yao Chunhua was stunned. "Xuanzai, are you joking with me?" Xuanzai laughed helplessly. "Auntie, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Listen, isn't that a car coming? Look, there it is." Sure enough, a jeep was driving into the village. Yao Chunhua quickly looked up, and there it was, a familiar jeep heading straight toward her. Even though things had improved in recent years, cars were still a rare sight in the countryside. But Yao Chunhua had seen one before. When her son-in-law married her daughter, didn't they come in a jeep just like this? Could it really be, as Xuanzai said, that Ningning was back? Yao Chunhua hurried forward several steps, eyes fixed on the jeep, her heart pounding as she waited to see for herself. The other villagers watched eagerly too. The jeep stopped just 2 meters in front of Yao Chunhua, and the door swung open. Gu Jianing was sitting in the passenger seat, and through the window, she saw her mother running toward her. The moment she saw her mother, Gu Jianing could no longer hold back her longing. As soon as the car stopped, she flung open the door and jumped out. "Mom!" She ran straight to Yao Chunhua and threw her arms around her. "Mom, I missed you so much." Yao Chunhua had just seen the car door open and hadn't even gotten a good look at who it was before someone rushed out and hugged her tight. Then a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Yao Chunhua stared in disbelief. "Is it really you, Ningning? Is my Ningning back?" Gu Jianing loosened her hug a little so her mother could see her face. "Mom, it's me. I'm home." Yao Chunhua looked her daughter up and down, even reaching out to touch her face. The next second, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her cheeks. It's my Ning Ning. My Ning Ning is really back. Yes, Mom, I'm home. Ning Ning. Yao Chunhua could no longer hold back her emotions and hugged Gu Jianing tightly, as if she never wanted to let go. This was the daughter she'd cherished all her life, the flesh of her flesh, her lifelong concern. Mom, I'm sorry. I've been unfilial, only coming back now. Yao Chunhua gently tapped her on the head. What silly talk is that? It's so far, and you have 2 kids to look after, and you're busy. How could you just come back whenever you want? These past 2 years, she'd been waiting and hoping for her daughter to come home. Was it hard? Of course it was. But now that her daughter was finally back, she felt every bit of waiting had been worth it. Grandma. Yao Chunhua looked up in surprise and saw her husband getting out of the car, holding a little girl. The little girl looked just over 2 years old, and she was beautiful, fair-skinned, delicate features, chubby, and looked exactly like her mother had as a child. Yao Chunhua recognized her instantly. She rushed over to Yaya. Is this? Yaya. Grandma, I'm Yaya. It really was Yaya. As Yaya spoke, she opened her arms, wanting a hug. Hey, all right, Grandma will hold you. Yao Chunhua scooped Yaya up in her arms, holding her as if she were her own daughter when she was little. Feeling the chubby little one in her embrace, Yao Chunhua was truly overwhelmed with emotion. When she left back then, Yaya was just a tiny baby who only knew how to nurse and sleep. Now, she could already call her grandma. By the way, where's Xingxing? After doting on Yaya, Yao Chunhua immediately thought of her other grandchild. Grandma. Hearing her grandma call, Xingxing, who was being held by his father, also called out. Yao Chunhua handed Yaya to her husband and then hugged Xingxing. Hey, Xingxing is a good child, a really good child. Ning Ning. At that moment, Yang Man and Su Miao, who heard the commotion outside, came out. They thought something had happened, but when they came out and saw, it turned out their sister-in-law's whole family had returned. Big sis, second sis, Gu Jianing called out quickly. Hey, Ning Ning, you're finally back. Yang Man and Su Miao were also very excited to see Gu Jianing return. Although they weren't related by blood to their sister-in-law, who says only blood relations matter, their sister-in-law had always treated them well. Even when she was far away in the northwest, she would send packages back, always thinking of her 2 sisters-in-law and their children. How could they not appreciate such kindness? Ever since marrying into the Gu family, their in-laws had treated them so well, sometimes even better than their own families. So, they had long since considered themselves part of the Gu family, and their sister-in-law was family too. How could they not be happy now that she was back? Oh dear, old woman, why are you letting our daughter stand at the door? Hurry up and bring her inside. Old Gu reminded. Yao Chunhua quickly came to her senses. Yes, let's go in, let's go home first. Once everyone was inside, news of Gu Jianing's return spread throughout the entire Huaihua village, even reaching neighboring villages and all of Qingshan County. After all, Gu Jianing was the only celebrity Qingshan County had produced in recent years. Meanwhile, the leaders of Gu Yunnan and Gu Yunzhou heard that their famous sister, Dr. Gu, had returned and were quite surprised. They immediately approved the brothers to leave work early. So, the 2 of them rushed home as fast as they could. At the steel factory, Gu Yanting was the last to find out. When his supervisor came to let him off work early, Gu Yanting was confused. Sir, did something happen? Or did I do something wrong? The supervisor looked at him and asked, Wait, you really don't know? Gu Yanting was even more confused. No what? Did something happen at home? The thought made Gu Yanting anxious. The supervisor couldn't help but laugh. Something did happen, but it's a good thing. Your sister, Dr. Gu, is back. What? It took Gu Yanting a few seconds to react. What? My little sister, Ning Ning, she's back. That's right, the whole county's talking about it. So hurry home. Once he realized, Gu Yanting was overjoyed. Thank you, sir, thank you. He immediately got off work, hopped on his bike, and pedaled home as fast as he could. When he got home, he saw that familiar Jeep parked outside. Walking in, he spotted that familiar, lively figure in the living room. Little sis. big brother. Gu Jianing saw Gu Yunting and rushed into his arms. Little sis, you're finally back. Big brother, I'm home. You didn't even tell me in advance. I'm actually the last one in the family to find out, Gu Yunting said, sounding a little aggrieved. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. All right, big brother, it's my fault. I should have told you first. Gu Jianing knew her three brothers doted on her endlessly and treated her so well. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi had now seen his wife hugged by another man for the third time. Even though these men were his brothers-in-law, he still felt a little jealous. So, Shang Zishi decided to put Xingxing into his eldest brother-in-law's arms. Suddenly handed a child, Gu Yunting didn't have time to care about Shang Zishi's little jealousy. Looking at Xingxing and Yaya, he was both excited and happy. The return of Gu Jianing and her family of 4 brought immense joy to the entire Gu family. Gu Jianing moved back into her old room, the one she'd had before marriage. Yao Chunhua and old Gu had always said that, no matter if Jianing got married, her room would always be kept for her. No one else was allowed to use it. For over 3 years, even though Jianing hadn't come home, the Gu family kept her room spotless, cleaning it regularly. Even the bedding and pillows were taken out to air from time to time. So, even though they hadn't known she was coming, Jianing and her family could move in right away. Looking around at the clean room, with everything exactly as it had been before her marriage, Gu Jianing's eyes grew red. Time and again, Gu Jianing truly felt the love her family had for her. System, thank you. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, she thought, grateful for the chance to make up for past regrets with her family. After Gu Jianing returned, Yao Chunhua immediately took her daughters-in-law to the kitchen to prepare food. Since her daughter was finally home, she had to make something delicious. Meanwhile, Xingxing and Yaya were already playing with their cousins. Gu Jianing asked Shang Zishi to bring out a package, then took out the gifts she'd brought for her family. Zhuang, Shitu, Xin, Qingqing, come here, these are gifts from your aunt. The little ones, led by the eldest Zhuang, all came over to greet Gu Jianing. They really liked their pretty aunt, so they didn't feel shy at all. Looking at the little ones before her, Gu Jianing thought, now, big brother and sister-in-law have a son and a daughter, and so do second brother and sister-in-law. How wonderful. She remembered, back then, her big brother and sister-in-law didn't have any children at all. It had been their greatest regret, and it had even caused a rift in their marriage. As for her second brother and sister-in-law, Gu Jianing remembered that, in her previous life, her second sister-in-law had died in childbirth. It had happened when she was giving birth to her third child. By her calculations, there were still 6 months until the time her second sister-in-law had died in her past life. Gu Jianing thought she should find a chance to give her mother a safe childbirth pill, just in case her second sister-in-law needed it. Actually, if she were home, she probably wouldn't need the pill, but since she only came back every few years, it was better to be prepared. This time, she was determined to see her brothers and sisters-in-law live safe, happy lives together into old age. Gu Jianing brought gifts for every member of the Gu family. Before long, Yao Chunhua and her daughters-in-law finished cooking and called everyone to the table to eat. Sitting at the head of the table, old man Gu looked at his big, reunited family, his wrinkled face beaming with joy. Today, Ningning and her husband have brought Xingxing and Yaya home. It's a day of great happiness, a day of reunion. I hope our family can have days like this every year, year after year. Absolutely. Let's eat. Don't hold back, eat whatever you like. Throughout the meal, the Gu family kept piling food onto Gu Jianing's plate. As for Shang Zishi, he was in charge of watching over the 2 children as they ate. Xingxing and Yaya had already learned to feed themselves. Although they were a bit slow, they had good table manners and didn't make a mess. Shang Zishi's job was to pick out the foods the kids liked and could eat, and put them on their plates. The Gu family was very pleased with this scene. If it had been Gu Jianing who had to take care of both kids while Shang Zishi just ate on his own, they would have been quite unhappy. Over the past 3 years, even though Ningning hadn't come home, judging by her healthy appearance and her husband's actions, it seemed she was living a happy life. That put their minds at ease. Originally, this was supposed to be a day for the Gu family to celebrate their reunion. But not long after they started eating, they suddenly heard a loud banging on the door. Big Sister Yao. Big Sister Yao, open the door. Jianing, are you home? Open up. The Gu family was startled by the commotion. That sounds like Aunt Wu, Gu Yunzhou, who had sharp ears, recognized the voice immediately. Aunt Wu was none other than Wu Meili, their next-door neighbor. Yao Chunhua suddenly remembered. Didn't Wu Meili go to visit her daughters-in-laws? She's back? Why is she knocking on our door? And she was calling her Big Sister Yao. Everyone knew Wu Meili and she didn't get along, and Wu Meili had never called her sister before. She sounds really anxious. Yunzhou, go see what's going on, old man Gu said. All right. So Gu Yunzhou got up and opened the courtyard gate. Sure enough, Wu Meili was standing outside. At that moment, Wu Meili's face was full of worry and panic. As soon as she saw Gu Yuno open the door, she rushed forward. Yuno, is Ningning home? Where is she? Please, let her come with me to save someone. Then Wu Meili spotted Gu Jianing sitting at the dining table in the living room and hurried inside. She immediately dropped to her knees in front of Gu Jianing. Ningning, please come with me to save your sister Baozu and her child. Auntie is begging you. I'll kowtow to you. Wu Meili not only knelt down, but her face was full of panic and worry, and tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, she looked at Gu Jianing as if she was her last hope, the final straw to grasp. Her actions startled both the Gu family and Gu Jianing. Wu Meili, what are you doing? How can you kneel to my daughter? Are you trying to shorten her life? Yao Chunhua was angry at the sight. No, that's not what I meant. Big Sister Yao, I was wrong. I'm just too desperate. My Baozu and her unborn child need saving. Seeing her like this, Yao Chunhua realized the situation was serious and hurriedly pulled her up. What happened? Tell us first. Okay, I'll explain. It all started when Wu Meili took a hen from home to visit her daughter in the neighboring Xinghua village. Wu Meili had 2 sons and a daughter, but she wasn't close to her sons. Her eldest had gone to the city to be a live-in son-in-law, and her younger son was honest but dull, barely saying a word. Only her daughter, Baozu, was her favorite and the one most like her. From the moment her daughter was born, Wu Meili adored her, which is why she named her Baozu, Precious Pearl. Back then, when most people said daughters were a burden, Wu Meili doted on her Baozu and even sent her to school. Although Baozu didn't grow up to be as beautiful or capable as Gu Jianing, the daughter of their neighbor Yao Chunhua, Wu Meili still thought her daughter was perfect. Because she loved her daughter so much, Wu Meili always wanted the best for her. She knew that marriage was a lifelong matter for a woman, something very important. So she had set her sights early on Yao Chunhua's eldest son, thinking Baozu would be happy if she married him. But unexpectedly, Gu Yunting married Yang Man instead. Unable to swallow her anger, that was when she and Yao Chunhua started to dislike each other. Later, Baozu married Yang Guangming, who was a carpenter. Still, life wasn't bad, especially after Baozu gave birth to a son the year after her marriage. Then, at the end of last year, Baozu got pregnant again. Now, she was almost due. Thinking of how stingy the old lady of the Yang family was, Wu Meili worried her daughter wasn't eating well. So she often brought things over to her daughter, saving up food for her to eat during her postpartum recovery, like the hen she brought today. Everything went smoothly today. By evening, not wanting to trouble her daughter, she didn't even stay for dinner. But halfway home, she suddenly heard her grandson calling from behind. She turned around, and sure enough, it was her grandson. Her 5-year-old grandson ran up to her, crying and tugged at her sleeve, begging her to save his mother. From her grandson's stammered explanation, Wu Meili learned what had happened. After she left, something happened at the Yang house. Yang Guangming had pushed Baozu to the ground. With that push, Baozu fell, went into labor, and the baby was coming. But instead of calling a midwife, Yang Guangming and his mother locked Baozu in a room. They're trying to kill her. They want my Baozu dead, both mother and child. Luckily, her grandson was quick-witted and ran out to find his grandmother for help. Wu Meili couldn't believe Yang Guangming and his mother could be so cruel. Of course, she had to save her daughter. So Wu Meili immediately took her grandson back to the Yang house. But she knew she and her grandson were no match for Yang Guangming and his mother, so she quickly found some villagers from Xinghua village to help. Fortunately, most of the villagers in Xinghua were honest and willing to help. In the end, Wu Meili broke open the locked door and got Baozhu out. Wu Meili wanted to settle the score with Yang Guangming and his mother, but Baozhu's condition was too dangerous. So Wu Meili put everything else aside and begged the villagers to get a cart and rush her daughter to the county hospital. She thought that once they got to the hospital, her daughter would be saved. But unexpectedly, the doctor said Baozhu was having a difficult labor and there was nothing she could do. But Baozhu is my life, my daughter. How can I just watch her die? As Wu Meili desperately wondered who could save her Baozhu, one name suddenly came to mind. Gu Jianing. The news of Gu Jianing's return had already spread from Huaihua village to Xinghua village. So Wu Meili was well aware of it. She knew that Gu Jianing was a highly skilled doctor who had even been featured in the newspapers. She also knew that Gu Jianing was the one who had helped her sister-in-law, Yang Man, finally conceive a child. That's why Wu Meili thought that perhaps the only person who could save her daughter now was Gu Jianing. Even though her relationship with Yao Chunhua wasn't great, for the sake of her daughter, she was willing to beg even if it meant kneeling and kowtowing to Gu Jianing and Yao Chunhua. She would do it without hesitation. So, she hopped onto an ox cart and hurriedly had someone take her back to Huaihua village, straight to the Gu family's house to beg Gu Jianing for help. Ningning, Auntie is begging you, please, save my Baozhu. As long as you can save her, I'll do anything you ask of me. Chunhuajia, I know it was my fault for arguing with you in the past. I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Please, let Ningning come with me to save Baozhu. As she spoke, Wu Meili was about to kneel down. She wasn't trying to threaten Gu Jianing or Yao Chunhua. In her eyes, kneeling and kowtowing was the most sincere way to beg for help. Yao Chunhua immediately pulled her up. This isn't the time for that. A life is at stake. Why bring up old grievances? Then Yao Chunhua turned to Gu Jianing. Ningning, what do you think? Although she also wanted Ningning to save Baozhu, she still wanted to respect her daughter's wishes. I'll go take a look, Gu Jianing said immediately. Shiga, grab my medical kit and drive us to the county hospital. Okay, Shang Zishi replied, getting up to act right away. When Wu Meili realized Gu Jianing had agreed, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Ningning, thank you so much. Very soon, Shang Zishi drove the car over. Gu Jianing got in, and Wu Meili and Yao Chunhua followed. The car quickly set off toward the county hospital. Wu Meili looked at the car, never expecting that she'd ever get to ride in one herself. If it were any other time, she would have been thrilled, but right now, her heart was entirely with her daughter. She had no room for any other thoughts. At that moment, Yao Chunhua leaned over and said seriously to Wu Meili, let me be clear up front. We don't know what Baozhu's condition is, and it's you who's asking my Ningning to help. If she can be saved, that's wonderful. But if the worst happens. Wu Meili was smart and immediately understood. Chunhuajia, I understand. I'm already deeply grateful that Ningning is willing to try. If the worst really happens, then that's just Baozhu's fate. It has nothing to do with Ningning. Hearing this, Yao Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you see it that way. Yao Chunhua certainly hoped Ningning could save Baozhu, but nothing in life is guaranteed. She just worried that if something went wrong, Wu Meili might lose her sense of reason and blame her daughter for trying to help. That was something Yao Chunhua could never accept. Fortunately, she knew Wu Meili's character well. Although she was strong-willed and proud, she wasn't unreasonable. In fact, if it hadn't been for the trouble over her eldest son's marriage, Yao Chunhua felt that she and Wu Meili would actually get along quite well. After all, they both doted on their daughters. Knowing they were going to save someone, Shang Zishi drove as fast as he safely could. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the county hospital. Where's Baozhu now? Gu Jianing asked. I'll take you to her right away. Wu Meili immediately led the way, half running as she guided Gu Jianing to the delivery room where Baozhu was. At that moment, inside the delivery room, the doctors had almost given up on Baoju and were about to declare her dead. Bao lay on the bed, while outside, a noisy crowd had gathered. Her father, brother, sister-in-law, and even her young son were all waiting anxiously. As for Yang Guangming and his mother, Wu Meili had already asked someone to call the police and have them taken away. Bao lay in the delivery room, still conscious for now, but she knew she didn't have much time left. She could feel the life draining from both herself and the baby in her belly. Mama, Mama. Baoju seemed to hear her son calling for her, but she didn't have the strength to respond. Her gaze grew more and more unfocused. The doctor beside her shook her head. With years of experience, she knew this mother was a death's door. Baozu thought, I must be dying. But to die like this, she was so unwilling. After all Yang Guangming and his mother had done to her, was she really going to let them get away with it? And her son, Nyonyo, was still so young, only 5 years old. If he stayed with the Yang family and a stepmother came in, wouldn't her Nyonyo be tormented to death? And her own mother. Baoju knew her mother loved her more than anything. If she died, how devastated would her mother be? She was unwilling and she couldn't bear to leave. But what could she do? Baoju knew her mother had left to find someone who could save her. But was that even possible? Was there anyone who could save her now? Outside the delivery room, Baoju's father and brother waited anxiously. Oh, why isn't Meili back yet? Will she really be able to bring Gu Jianing? Baozu, you have to hold on. Mama. Mama. Nyonyo, don't cry. Your mama will be fine, she'll be fine. Just then, Wu Meili came rushing over with Gu Jianing. They're here. Wu Meili led Gu Jianing straight into the delivery room. Inside, the doctor saw Wu Meili bring someone in, claiming she could save Baoju. She thought Wu Meili was just making trouble. Family member, please don't make a scene. You should spend these last moments with your daughter. What do you mean last moments? My Baoju will be fine. Ningning, hurry and take a look at Baoju. All right, Gu Jianing said, stepping forward. The doctor and nurse tried to stop her, but Wu Meili grabbed them. Do you know who she is? She's Gu Jianing, the Gu Jianing who was featured in the newspaper, the brilliant doctor. Do you really think she can't save her? What? This young woman is Gu Jianing? Who in Qingshan County didn't know Gu Jianing? Especially the medical staff at the county hospital. They were all well aware. They were proud that Gu Jianing was from their county. Many had hoped that if Gu Jianing ever returned, they could learn from her. But they'd heard she hadn't come back since getting married. Who would have thought they'd suddenly meet Dr. Gu in person? If it's Dr. Gu, then maybe, just maybe, this mother and child could still be saved. System, bind Gu Baoju as a patient. Ding! Gu Baoju has been bound as patient number N. Patient's physical condition has been scanned. Host can view details in the panel. Gu Jianing hadn't expected that coming to save Gu Baoju would actually trigger a system mission. And there was even a reward. A permanent weather forecast, complete with disaster warnings. Gu Jianing thought this reward was fantastic. Soon, she would be following Brother Shi to the island with the military. An island, of course, was by the sea. And the weather there was notoriously unpredictable, with frequent natural disasters. So having this weather forecast would be incredibly useful. But right now, Gu Jianing was focused on saving Gu Baoju and didn't have time to think much about the reward. She quickly used the scanner in her eyes to examine Gu Baoju's body. She soon concluded that Gu Baoju was suffering a difficult labor due to excessive blood loss after being pushed down. She needed to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. But stopping the bleeding alone wasn't enough. The baby needed to be delivered safely too. Gu Jianing immediately opened her medical kit, taking out her needles and a small bottle. The bottle originally contained a pill meant for her second sister-in-law to help with a smooth delivery. But for now, Gu Baoju needed it more. She could always get another from the system store for her second sister-in-law later. Gu Baoju, can you hear me? I'm here to help you. Come on, open your mouth and take this pill. Don't worry, I'll save you. Both you and your baby will be fine. Gu Baoju's vision was blurry, and she felt like she was about to be swallowed by darkness, when suddenly she heard a gentle yet powerful voice. The voice sounded so familiar. She wanted to see who it was, but couldn't quite make them out. But Gu Baozhi knew this person had come to save her. Was there still hope for her? Then she felt something placed in her mouth. She barely needed to swallow. The pill melted instantly. As it dissolved, she felt a warm current flow through her entire body. In that moment, her cold body began to warm and her weakness faded, replaced by newfound strength. Even her vision started to clear. Soon, Gu Baozhi could see the person in front of her clearly. It was Gu Jianing, Gu Yunting's younger sister. Jianing. Gu Jianing saw that Gu Baozhi had regained consciousness and said, "Baozhi Jia, Auntie asked me to come save you. Trust me, I can help you. All you need to do is try your best to deliver the baby." As she spoke, Gu Jianing took out her needles and began acupuncture on Gu Baozhi. With her swift needling, the bleeding stopped. The bleeding stopped. "She's awake. There's hope, there's hope," the doctor beside them exclaimed. Gu Baozhi realized it was Gu Jianing who had returned. Her mother had gone to ask Gu Jianing for help. Gu Baozhi knew her mother and Aunt Yao didn't get along well. But her mother had still brought Gu Jianing here. Bao was touched by her mother's efforts. She also knew Gu Jianing's medical skills were excellent. Back then, when Gu Jianing made the newspaper, the Gu family even got 2 jobs because of her. Bao had been so envious. She thought Gu Jianing was truly amazing, far more capable than herself. Her mother had overheard her envy at the time. What did her mother say? "You silly girl, why compare yourself to others? Everyone has their own strengths. In my heart, you're the best. I only want my Baozhi as my daughter, no one could ever replace you." Back then, her mother's words had made Bao laugh. Now, Baozhi knew, with Gu Jianing here, maybe she really could be saved. "Baozhi Jia, work with me. It's time to push. Deep breaths, now push." Bao wanted to live, her will was strong. Now that she had strength again, she started cooperating with Gu Jianing. "That's right, Baozhi, listen to Jianing and push." Wu Meili, her mother, encouraged her from the side. Bao looked at Gu Jianing, at her mother, then thought of her Niu, the baby in her belly, and how young Guangming and his mother still hadn't been punished. She had to survive. Bao felt that ever since Gu Jianing arrived, even giving birth seemed easier. It felt like less than 5 minutes had passed since Gu Jianing came. With one strong push, Baozu felt something slip out of her belly, and suddenly, her stomach was empty. "It's out. The baby's out. Finally." Wu Meili cried in relief. "Doctor, please check on the baby. I need to take care of Baozhi Jia," Gu Jianing said to the doctor. The doctor's eyes lit up at Gu Jianing's instructions. "Yes, of course, I'll check the baby." The doctor quickly took the baby for a routine check. But as soon as he looked, he realized something was wrong. Why isn't the baby crying? The face is turning blue. The doctor patted the baby's bottom and tried various methods, but the baby still didn't cry. Wu Meili was nearly in tears seeing the motionless baby. Baozhi, still conscious, was also anxious. "Jianing, the baby, please, help my baby," Baozhi pleaded, grabbing Gu Jianing's hand, her eyes full of hope. This was her child, her flesh and blood, who had survived with her. She had made it, her baby had to survive too. "Okay, let me see." Gu Jianing immediately took the baby and quickly scanned its condition. The baby had been deprived of oxygen in the womb for too long. If the delivery had been any later, things would have been much worse. But there was still hope. Gu Jianing took out her needles again and swiftly performed acupuncture on the newborn. After a few quick pricks, the next second, the baby let out a loud wail. "He's crying. He's finally crying." Wu Meili sobbed with joy. Gu Jianing breathed a sigh of relief, handed the baby to the doctor, and said to Wu Meili, "The baby's a bit weak, but with care, she'll be fine." Yes, thank goodness." "Ningning, thank you so much." Wu Meili knew that Gu Jianing had saved both mother and child. She was their family's benefactor. When Gu Jianing left the delivery room, she heard the system announce the mission's completion. Outside, a crowd had gathered. Some were there out of curiosity, others just to see Gu Jianing. Yao Chanhua and Xing Zishi had been waiting outside the whole time. "Ningning, how did it go?" Yao Chanhua rushed forward as soon as she saw her daughter. Mother and baby are both safe. Yao Chunhua let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. That's good, that's good. To save a life is greater than building a 7-story pagoda. Her daughter was accumulating virtue for herself. Wife, how are you feeling? Is the baby in your belly okay? Shang Zishi was more concerned about Gu Jianing and her unborn child. What? Ningning, you're pregnant. Yao Chunhua exclaimed. Gu Jianing nodded. Yes, just 2 months along. Oh, you silly girl, why didn't you tell your mother? And you even rushed over to save someone. Yao Chunhua's heart ached when she found out. Mom, the baby and I are both fine. It's a good thing you're fine. Otherwise, just see how I'd scold you. With the patient saved, Gu Jianing had no intention of staying at the hospital any longer. She just reminded Wu Meili that, given Gu Baozhu's condition, it would be best for her to stay in the hospital a few more days before going home. Wu Meili quickly agreed. Soon after, Gu Jianing got in the car and went home to the Gu family with her mother. What Gu Jianing didn't know was that news of her saving someone had spread like wildfire throughout Qingshan County. You have no idea. The doctors all said that mother couldn't be saved, that it would be a double fatality. Who would have thought Dr. Gu could bring her back? Both mother and child are safe. I heard it was the woman's mother who begged Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu is pregnant herself, but she didn't hesitate to come back and help. That woman is really lucky, and even luckier that Dr. Gu happened to be home. Yeah, you have to admit, Dr. Gu's medical skills are truly impressive. Of course they are. Otherwise, would she have made it into the newspapers? At the county hospital in Qingshan, the story of Gu Jianing saving someone was also being told in vivid detail. When the doctors talked about Gu Jianing, their eyes were full of admiration. Do you think, now that Dr. Gu is back, we could find a chance to consult with her? If they could, it would definitely benefit them greatly. Unfortunately, none of them had any personal connection to Dr. Gu or her family. The county leaders of Qingshan soon heard about Gu Jianing's return and her heroic rescue, and they were instantly excited. Dr. Gu came back with her husband, right? In that case, we should find a time to visit the Gu family. Oh, by the way, the woman Dr. Gu saved, isn't she a neighbor from Dr. Gu's hometown? What exactly happened? It didn't take long for the county leaders to get the full story. Their expressions darkened immediately. Cheating, pushing a pregnant wife. Was he trying to kill her? And the mother and son just ignored the wife's difficult labor? That's truly vicious. The leader immediately called the county police, instructing them to handle the matter seriously. Meanwhile, after returning home, Gu Jianing exchanged for a safe delivery pill and gave it to her mother, explaining its effects so she'd have it just in case. Yao Chunhua held the small bottle tightly, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. After all, it was something that could save a life. When Gu Jianing returned to her room, Shang Zishi had already coaxed the 2 children to sleep. Lying in bed together, Gu Jianing shared her earlier thoughts. This time, we'll be home for at least a month. I'm thinking of organizing a free clinic. What do you think? She had her reasons for this decision. First, to give back to the villagers. Second, treating patients would help her earn more points and rewards. It's a good idea, but what about your health? Gu Jianing was only 2 months pregnant, still in the early stages, and he worried she'd tire herself out. I'll be fine. The baby will be fine, trust me. Besides, I'll plan my time well, no more than 6 hours a day, and I'll rest for 2 days after every 5. Shang Zishi was silent for a moment, then pulled Gu Jianing into his arms. All right, give it a try. But if you feel unwell, you mustn't push yourself. I know, but I still need to think about how to start. Maybe begin with Huaihua village. The villagers there definitely trusted her, but the people in Qingshan County might not. Gu Jianing hadn't expected that just as she was thinking about it, an opportunity would come knocking. The next day, the county leaders of Qingshan came to visit the Gu family.